Welcome to this special council meeting on crime happening in the city. This is a continuation of our initial conversations on this matter. We began with the chief last week. We will be hearing from many stakeholders within the criminal justice system. I'll just briefly go through who is on the agenda today. We'll be hearing from two victims advocates to begin, Ms. Deirdre Smoot-Hall and also Ms. Keisha Espedron. After that, we'll take our public safety analyst, Jeff Asher. Then we'll hear from the New Orleans District Attorney, Jason Williams, followed by criminal district court judges, Orleans Parish juvenile court judges, community representatives from VOTE and the First 72. We'll hear from members of the mayor's team who are working on criminal justice issues. We'll hear from the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center, Dr. Kashawn Webster. Then we'll be followed by the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office, Sheriff Marlon Guzman. We also have a comment that's been submitted by incoming Sheriff Susan Hudson. And we will end with the Police Association of New Orleans, PANO President, Captain Michael Glasser. So those are the items that are on our agenda today. So let's get started with beginning from hearing from victims advocates who have unfortunately faced tremendous trauma of violence in our city. As we have these continued conversations about strategies and solutions, their voices are really critical, and that's why I put them first on the agenda, because the main purpose of why we are here is so that we can prevent another parent from the suffering and the type of loss that the mothers we will hear from today have endured. Keisha DeVernay is the mother of Devin Espedron. He was a young entrepreneur in our city who began the Element Beverage Company. On November 19th, 2019, Devin was tragically killed by senseless gun violence in New Orleans. Despite the tremendous loss of Devin, his passion, dreams, and legacy of Element Beverages continues to live through his parents. In honor of the life and legacy of Devin Espedron, his loving parents, David Espedron and Keisha DeVernay, created the Devin Espedron Entrepreneurial Operation Give Back Foundation, which is a 501c3 nonprofit organization. The Give Back Foundation is dedicated to supporting youth entrepreneurship and helping to meet the needs of the New Orleans community. Hey, Mr. Espedron, nice to see you. David is joining us as well. And I believe we're also going to be joined by Deirdre Smoot-Hall. She is the mother of Kenneth Hall Jr. Kenneth was a producer and rising music promoter in the New Orleans music world. He was booking artists for some of the biggest venues in our city, including the House of Blues and Harrah's Masquerade. Hall was a graduate of L.W. Higgins High School and had earned his degree in business from Dillard University. June 21st, 2015, which happened to be Father's Day, Kenneth was gunned down on a secluded street in Algiers. Ms. Smoot-Hall and Ms. DeVernay and Mr. Espedron, thank you so much for being with us today. And I've asked you here today because it is so important that the City Council and the public hear from you and your ideas of what must change in our city. Ms. DeVernay?
Council member, excuse me, I never did the roll call.
Okay, perfect. Let's do roll call and then we'll take it with Ms. DeVernay.
Roll call, Councilmember Thomas.
Here.
Councilmember Green.
Here.
Councilmember Morrell. Councilmember Moreno.
Present.
Councilmember Harris.
Here.
Councilmember King. Councilmember Jeruso.
Here.
We have 5 members. We have a quorum.
Ms. DeVernay, nice to see you. And nice to see you as well, Mr. Espedron. You can begin with what you'd like to tell the council. And I believe Ms. Smoot-Hall will be joining us in a bit, but go ahead and begin and hopefully we'll be able to hear from her in a bit. You're on mute.
Can you hear me?
We got you, perfect.
Okay, hi, good morning. Thank you for having David and I to share our son's story. Devin was gunned down in the city of New Orleans, November the 19th at Ottoman Park. Very tragic, and David and I are still trying to grasp the whole idea of our son just being gunned down without any answers, without any sort of resolutions. I can honestly say that when the incident happened, the NOPD, they did work very diligently with trying to solve everything. It was just that when our son case, some unusual circumstances happened in the case. They did find, well, 2 suspected shooters that may have been involved in my son's murder, but unfortunately, before they could be brought to court, they both were gunned down and killed, which has left my son's case, I would actually say, a cold case. The problem I just had with the whole situation, I guess I was more informed about what the process was when someone is arrested, when someone commits a murder, because I've worked in that area before, but a lot of other family members who have not worked in the criminal justice system and don't know the process, trying to track down and get answers, and no one is actually calling you back or following up. Even though my son's case went to a cold case division, we weren't aware that it went to a cold case division. You know, I had to call to find out that my son's case was a cold case. I mean, there is another suspect that could probably shed some light into this whole incident. And I asked, I said, well, is anyone looking for him? And I was just so surprised that, well, no, we won't be looking for him. I'm like, what do you mean you won't be looking for him? He said, well, if he happens to get arrested, you know, then we'll deal with the situation then. Well, as a parent, I mean, who wants to hear that when you know there's someone out there who can shed light into your son's case, who can give information to get it out of a cold case, and you tell me that you're not going to look into it again. And like I said, we didn't know that it was in the cold case section, the department with the NOPD. We went there in August to get some more information, because I felt like with a different set of eyes, I'm not saying that the detective didn't do his job, but I think with a different set of eyes, maybe someone can look at the situation differently. I mean, I just think that the other person that was involved, the alleged other victim, I just think that he should have been looked at a little more closely. He should have been examined a little more closely about his participation in my son's death. And I just think that, you know, maybe just one little thing that someone else can look at with a different set of eyes, that this case could have shifted in another direction. So they told us, you know, since your son's case was such a large case, we will get back with you. It's going to take us some time to dig through everything. Well, we haven't heard back from them. Then we were asked to come on a panel with the district attorney's office. The district attorney's office, they also have a cold case department. So it's like you have these 2 departments, you have the DAs and you have the NOPD, but they have separate cold cases. So we went, they know my son's story, and that was it. I mean, we went, it was like a big press conference and stuff, but we still haven't heard anything back from either department. Or, okay, if it's a cold case, where are we gonna go from here? Or if we can go any place. Just an answer. And I just think that the families, I'm speaking for myself and I'm speaking for other people, everybody don't know the process. The families don't know the process. Communicate with the families, educate them on what is the steps, what is the process. I mean, you telling me like circumstantial evidence. Okay, well, what is circumstantial evidence? Everybody don't know what that is. So I just think the public needs to be educated on the steps and the process, on how things are handled. I think the communication needs to be better with the community and the families who are involved when their family members are a victim of some sort of crime. And I think it's the communication, following up with the family members. Don't let the family members just think that, okay, your son is a cold case, so now he's just stuck in a file somewhere with a number on it. Who, you know, I have a problem with that. I have a problem with the fact that my son was gunned down, but then I have a problem that I still don't have any answers. So I'm dealing with a lot of issues. I don't have any answers. And like I said, it was an unusual turn of events that happened with my son's case, but communicate with me. Let me know that, hey, Mr. Vernon, this happened, but your son is in a cold case division. I had to go seek this out. And still, when I sorted out, I still haven't gotten any response back from any departments on this.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. DeVernay. You know, we hear this very often, and it's certainly something that must be worked through, is the communication with either a victim or victim's family members. Because, you know, for the person who has been victimized or for the family who has lost someone, this is the most important thing in their life. You know, this is the biggest thing that they're going through. This isn't just a case. And so the communication piece really has to be key so that it's ensured that, you know, these victims are not forgotten and that the cases are still being prioritized. Mr. Espedron, do you want to say anything? If not, I'll put it over to Ms. Smoot-Hall, who has joined us now too.
Well, you can go ahead and put it over. I'm fine, thank you. She said just about everything needed to be said.
Ms. Deirdre Smoot-Hall, I see you've joined us. Thank you so much for being with us. And what would you like the City Council to know? Can you hear me okay? Deirdre? I think we lost her. We'll see if we can get her back. Do any other council members have any additional comments from Ms. DeVernay or Mr. Espedron? And we'll try to get Ms. Smoot-Hall back.
Madam President, to the family, I'd certainly like to express my sympathy and my condolences to the family. And I know Ms. DeVernay, I know Mr. Espedron, and I appreciate the work that you all are doing in your son's memory, the entrepreneurial endeavors. I've had an opportunity to be at a few events, including just recently, last week. And it's great to see Element Beverage, and I buy Element Beverage. You know, at the end of the day, I am so sorry that you had to experience this. And yes, certainly communications is extremely important, but we are focused on this issue. Certainly, as Martin Luther King said, there is sometimes when you can say things should have been done some time ago, that it's too late, but it's not too late to get started now. And we're going to do something about this crime situation in our city because of your son and because of the things that you all are continuing to do in our community. So I want to let you know that you have my support and certainly the support of the members of this council in making our city a better place, and especially in memory of the work of your son, the entrepreneurial spirit, his academic excellence, and what he contributed to our city and this community in the too short period of time that he was here. And thank you all for joining and sharing with the public your story. And we're going to do what we can to enhance that communication. It's so extremely important. But once again, thank you very much for doing what you do, because it would have been so easy. It would have been so easy to just say, I'm fed up with this. I'm not going to do anything to help this city anymore. That you all have chosen to continue through the foundation, helping this city. And I look forward to the foundation growing over the years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. Ms. Deirdre, as we see you, can you hear me okay?
I can barely hear you, but
Good,
yes.
Good. What would you like to tell the City Council? You have the floor.
Well, again, my name is Deidre Hall, and I lost my son on June 21st of 2015. And my concerns is I've been through numerous of detectives. And my problem was with the initial detective. I don't think the case was thoroughly investigated. And I had to go out and seek information on my own. And when I brought the information to her, she acted as though she was not concerned. I went out and spoke with all the neighbors in the in that area, and I thought that some of the information that I had was helpful, but she did not investigate the information thoroughly. No arrest was made in my case. And again, like Ms. DeVernay says, that they told me that they were waiting on these individuals to be arrested, and then they will go out, go to the jail or whatever and speak with them. None of this happened. My case also is a cold case, and I have not heard from anyone. I would have to go down there, to ask to speak with someone, ask questions, and doing all this has affected me mentally. I had to go and seek, psychiatric assistance. This is very painful, and I think the crime has hit a lot of people, close people area. That's why it's bringing so much attention. This type of crime has been going on way back when my son was murdered. I mean, where was the conferences and all this stuff? Why nothing didn't happen back then? I think we all need to pull together and get on one accord.
Exactly.
Can I make a comment, Madam President?
Councilmember Thomas was next, and then
Okay.
we'll take you, Councilmember Morel. Councilmember
No, Councilmember Morel can go. I'll wait till after him.
Councilmember Morel.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate both of you sharing your stories. And I really think I want to point out something. A lot of the things we talked about last meeting on Thursday, a lot of the dysfunction, you've already experienced it. The disconnect between the DA's office and the police department. To you, Ms. Smoot Hall, when you saw the exchange I had with the police chief regarding what he considers a solved case, and when the police chief said, I consider a case solved when I issue an arrest warrant, your story speaks directly to why that is not a solved case and why it should never be called a solved case, and why the FBI and the people that do these ratings, they don't consider a warrant for arrest a solved case, because if there's a warrant out for someone's arrest and that person ain't caught yet, that is not a solved case. And when you talk about, to your point, with the resources and how you continue to investigate and produce information, if you have a police department that is erroneously saying, when I do an arrest warrant, I'm done with that case, then they stop looking into that case. And there needs to be more communication between the police department, the district attorney's office, and victims. But to your point, it's not about the number, it's not about the statistic, it's about justice. And until that person who committed that murder is caught, whether it's the person this arrest warrant's out for or someone else, because you are the sleuth right now uncovering your own information, that case is not solved. To you, Ms. Devaney, I mean, I'm speechless. When we continue to highlight that the system is dysfunctional on multiple levels and everyone's doing the point at each other nonsense, your case speaks directly to that. Both these different groups have to interact with you, the police chief and the police department that's looking into your case, and the DA that's looking at how they're going to prosecute and pursue the case. They should not be meeting, they should not be working against each other separately while you're the connective tissue trying to keep them working together. That's not your job. Your job is to try and be what you are, which is an advocate for your fallen son. And the fact that you have to kind of like ferry between the two of them to try and see what's going on, that's unconscionable. I mean, the justice system is supposed to be justice centric, and part of being justice centric is being cognizant of our responsibility to victims and to the people that represent victims that are no longer here. It should not be incumbent upon you to track separately the two tracks that this case is going on in the DA's office and the police chief's office. They should be working together. There should be one person who's in contact with you who knows everything, and that person should be taking the time to work with you. I mean, the reality is you got a lot of lawyers on this council, so when you hear legal terms get thrown around, we're like, we get it, but we also get that 99% of people don't know what circumstantial evidence is. 99% of people don't know what the burden of proof is. 9% don't know any of this stuff. And the reality is that's part of how this model has moved away from not being victim centric, which it should be, which is that this entire process should be seamless. Families should not be the ones doing this work. And more important, like I said to you, Ms. Smoot Hall, just to reiterate, The fact that they claim it's done, they're waiting on an arrest, that case is not done. That case is not done until justice has been served for your son. And we need to move away from allowing statistics to say they can move on to the next case and count your case as one that's for the books. It's already done. So thank you for both of your comments and for being here today. You continue to be advocates for your fallen sons, and we really appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Thomas, followed by Jeruso.
First of all, to the two families, our hearts and prayers go out. It's the criminal justice system. The system is supposed to work together. Everybody's still talking about my cooperation comment on Martin Luther King Day. But unity of purpose, communication, and cooperation. First of all, to Ms. Espedron and Mr. Verney, no one was more driven than your son in terms of his dream. Everyone that I introduced him to the first meeting I set up with John George's, businessman Troy Henry, any other vendor said that this young man was not just going to be successful because of his product. He was going to be successful because he believed in the foundation that you guys not only gave him, but he also believed in his product. And to you two, it's good to see that dream continues to live on. To Ms. Smoot Hall, the same thing for you. You know, as someone who lost a child, not to violence, but to an accident, no parent should ever have to experience that. Our dream is that our children outlive us. And when people say they know how you feel, they really don't, because you dream and you think about that child every day. Not a day goes by in the decades since my son lost his life that I haven't seen him grow or talk to him. And every parent deals with that. To kind of sum this up, I don't think maybe we've lost the understanding of the word cold case and what it does to the entire system. Every time there's a cold case, it lays the groundwork for more potential violence and more murder and more hurt and pain to other families. If you look at the data throughout this country, the cities that have high solve rates, the cities that put the time and the work into effort, into communicating with the victims' families, into educating them about the process, the communities that do that well usually have very high solve rates. And when you don't have a high solve rate, what you're doing is telling other potential murders and criminals and revenge factors out there, you're telling them that you have a very good chance of getting away with more hurt, more pain, and more violence. So for me, it's always amazing to me, and I go back to the days with me and Judge Calvin Johnson, had everybody in his courtroom when he was pretty much threatening the system to get on the same page. I don't think he should have to do that. You don't have to like who the elected official is or the person who runs an agency to have a unity of purpose, to do your job. You don't have to be their friend to do your job. But what you should do is commit 110% and do the best that you can so that no other family experiences a hurt and pain or loss because there's a cold case. Thank you guys, and God bless y'all. And we're gonna do whatever we can to make sure that not only that these cold cases get warmed up, but that we have the type of environment where we have as little and as few cold cases as possible. We need to improve that reputation here. Thank you, Madam President.
Well said, Councilmember Thomas. Councilmember Jeruso.
Thank you, Madam President. Families, I'm also very sorry for your loss and echo what Councilmember Green said about your courage in being here today. I think it takes a lot to share your story, particularly publicly with people. We started this meeting by saying we weren't going to give any opening statements, and you all are the best statement that could be given about, I think, the way we're all feeling today, which is you are seeing this in the system. You're seeing a lack of coordination, you're seeing a lack of communication, and you're seeing a lack of urgency. And all of those things need to be addressed across the board from start to finish. Now, Councilmember Thomas says that he hopes for cooperation, and that's what we're trying to do. But I'm telling you that I'm willing to start working on fixing people's budgets if we don't start seeing that cooperation. From our perspective, I'm tired of hearing residents saying that they're not getting information, that things are taking too long, that they don't know who to talk to, that nobody's been in touch with them, that they don't see movement in their cases, that something has happened in the court system to make this go too long, that they haven't felt that justice has been served. And while we don't control departments and we don't control the judicial system, we do have the power of the purse. And I think it's about time we start thinking about exercising that to get the results the residents need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
I just really want to thank the two families for showing up today. It takes incredible courage to continue on as you have and to speak out for victims. I think everything that the other council members said is apt, but I want to make sure that we focus on the victims, that we are supporting organizations that provide counseling to our victims and to the family of our victims. I think that's something that's been lost in the system, and your story highlights exactly that. So I just want to thank you again for your courage for speaking up here today. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember King.
Yes, to the families, my condolences. I think everything that I wanted to say has been said already. I won't belabor the point, but you have the commitment of myself and every member on this council to help fix this broken system, and not just to fix the cold case broken system, but to make sure we have no cases at all, or as few as possible. We can't say enough well, I can't say enough how much of my, how sorry I am to hear about your situation, but you do have the commitment from myself and everyone on this council, every elected official. I think I speak for to say we will do our best to make sure that doesn't happen in the future, and to shed more light on our victims, because as Councilmember Harris said, the victims get lost too often in the shuffle. So thank you.
Madam President, but before you move on, I think Councilmember Giarrusso made an important point, especially as chairman of the Budget Committee. Council Vice President Morrell said it very clearly about a strong council in the last meeting that we had. Former Police Superintendent Surpass was on, I think, one of the radio talk shows, basically, I think, blaming councils of the past in terms of the role that they play. This is not to disparage or blame anyone, but for the parents who are here and the victims who are here, people need to earn their budgets. If your job is to keep us safe, keep us safe. If your job is to do code enforcement, do code. If your job is to pick up trash, pick up trash. And what I hear Councilmember Giarrusso saying is that people are going to have to earn their budget. You can't just come here and get anything rubber stamped or given to you without you providing that service to the public. And as the chairman of that committee, thank you. And I think if nothing else, this is what these taxpayers who are still waiting for justice, this is what they'd want. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Ms. Devernay, Mr. Espedron, Ms. Smoot-Hall, any closing comments that you'd like to make?
Yes, and it's something that, I mean, after listening to you and listening to everyone speak, that I forgot to say what I wanted to say. Another problem that I have identified with working with the DA's office in relation to my son's case is that a lot of murders in New Orleans are solved because they're not being solved because the community has spoke up, or they're not being solved because the police have found the information and arrested someone. These murders are actually being solved with criminals being arrested on unrelated charges, and they're bargaining with the DA's office to give information on something else in order for them to get some sort. It's like a bargaining tool. So you arrest one criminal, they give you information on something else, and then they get off, and then that's when the individual may be brought in for a crime that they have committed. So it's not actually being solved because the community is speaking up, and that's a big part of helping the DA's office and the police department. And it's not actually being solved because the police are actually going out finding these criminals. it's actually being solved with criminals being arrested and bargaining with the DA's office on giving information on other cases in order to get them off and then getting someone else. And I actually had the DA who was working my son's case actually, she said, Mr. Vernon, I hate to tell you this. She said, but you're going to have to be patient. I said, well, what do you mean? She said, these criminals, they think they're smart, but they're not smart. Someone is going to get arrested that may know information about your son's case, that may give us information on something else that they need to get off on. And this is how they're actually solving these murder cases. And I'm like, so y'all just playing a game? It's like a bargaining tool. So I was really appalled to know that this is actually going on. And this is how the cases are being solved. And that's why you don't have so many cases being solved, because they're relying on the criminals getting in trouble and they need a favor. So you're giving them a favor to solve other cases. And I really want to put that out there, because that was the last conversation with the DA who was handling my son's case, that I needed to be patient and wait until someone gets arrested and need a favor.
Wow. So really what you're saying is that instead of really looking through evidence, what they're just hoping is that, somewhere down the road, someone who gets arrested will just point the finger at who it potentially could be. And that's what we're waiting for.
That's what we're waiting for. We're waiting for someone to be arrested who may need a favor from the DA's office to give information on my son's case or other family members' cases in order to get things solved. And this is what actually is going on, right? I mean, I couldn't believe she told me this. And I'm like, so I'm going to have to wait until someone gets arrested and needs a favor? So, I mean,
Ms. Hall?
That's exactly what they're telling us.
Wow. Well, we're going to be following up with that particular conversation and questioning the DA on that when it comes up later this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to both families for coming. Thank you to both sets of parents for continuing to advocate for your sons, Devin and Kenneth, and anything that the council can do to assist you, please let us know. Keisha, I know that you're in touch with us often, and I know we're working on some things together, but whatever information you think that should be useful to us, please don't hesitate to reach out. And we just thank you so much for being with us today.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to the next part of our agenda, we will be bringing up Jeff Asher, who is the City Council's Public Safety Analyst. Hey, Mr. Asher, good morning. And Paul, if we can get Mr. Asher's presentation ready for us too, that would be great.
Good morning, everybody. Can you all see the slides?
You can see the slides, Jeff. Thank you.
Excellent. Good. Technology is working. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be in front of the council once again. And I am today going to be presenting the data and analysis that me and my team have done on the criminal justice trends in 2021. We are, 24 days into 2022. And I would say that most of these trends have continued into the new year. So we'll be presenting on those.
Hey, Jeff, real quick, let me stop you real quick.
Yeah.
Just for efficiency purposes, as the presentations occur this morning, let's have the presenters complete their presentation, and then council members can weigh in with questions afterwards instead of stopping the presenter trying to ask questions in the middle. Thanks. Right. Jeff, go ahead.
Absolutely, thank you. So major trends, crime fell last year. So this is a national trend. It's also a trend in New Orleans. When we talk about major crime, we're still using the FBI's definition. So that's property crime, theft, auto theft, and burglary, and then violent crime, murder, rape, robbery, and assault. So when you combine those two, you see a drop in 2021 relative to 2020. Property crime fell, as it has for most of the last 2 decades nationally, and New Orleans generally follows the national trend in that. And then we saw an increase in violent crime, which I will get into a little bit later. we've all heard about murder. Murder was up 218 last year, which was the most since 2004. The highest murder rate since the early 2000s, if you don't count 2007, when there were 200 and something thousand people in the city. And then NOPD's commission strength has dropped, and it's been dropping since 2020, and it has continued dropping into 2021 and 2022. The clearance rates for NOPD, I'll talk about that, but those are largely below the national average, especially in terms of murder and rape. Others like robbery are right around the national average. And then one of the trends that we've seen, and it continued in 2020, accelerated in 2020 and continued into 2021, is that arrests and incarceration are down. They've been dropping since about 2010. It has been, arguably one of the city's most effective and best criminal justice reform successes over the last decade plus, because it's mostly almost entirely driven by fewer arrests for really minor offenses. And I'll talk about that, but things like misdemeanor drug violations, which the council has repeatedly provided legislation to reduce those, traffic offenses, out-of-state warrants, things like that, out-of-parish warrants that were usually really minor offenses where they were arresting people. And so that has really driven a dramatic decline in the number of people that are incarcerated and the number of people that are arrested each year. So here are the overall trends. You can see on the left are the major crime incidents rolling over 365 days. So at each point in this graph is the number of incidents over that day in the preceding 365 days. You can see late 2019 into early 2020, there was an increase in these. And then it has since declined, especially with property crimes. Property crimes are largely mobility related. So people aren't going anywhere. We didn't have Mardi Gras, so we had fewer pickpockets on Bourbon Street. Shops are closed. You can't have shoplifting, things like that. And then the graph on the right, you can see violent crime incidents. Those increased 13% in 2021 relative to 2020. They increased in 2020 relative to 2019, a lot less mobility related. And there has been a dramatic increase in gun violence and in carjackings, which has really led to the increase in violent crime and the decrease in property crime. You can see the y-axes on these are different. So the vast majority, 80% of major crimes are property crimes, whereas violent crimes like murder, very few incidents number-wise relative to thefts and shopliftings, but the impact on society is much greater. So they're both important to measure. They're both important to evaluate these trends, but the number of property crimes is obviously going to be much higher. The number of violent crimes increasing, though, has a much bigger impact on all of us. Here you can see just the basic numbers, and this is a presentation that's been, these numbers have been passed along to the council, I believe. So you can see things like pickpockets, almost a 70% decline. We didn't have Mardi Gras in 2021, and most of the pickpockets happened on Bourbon Street during 14 days in February or March. Shoplifting down 50% because shops are closed, fewer people in shops. And then you see things like vehicle burglaries, which decreased a little bit, 4.4%, but they're up significantly from where they've been in the last few years. Vehicle burglaries appear to have spiked in the end of 2019, beginning of 2020, and they've come down a little bit since. So we're not seeing a rise there, but we're seeing a high level of vehicle burglaries. And then gun violence, we're talking about nearly averaging a shooting a day for a whole year. So the percentages don't look as dramatic, I think, in 12.6% or 17.7% aren't as dramatic. But when you compare to where we were in 2019 and where we've been really from 2013 through 2019, we've had a really much higher level of gun violence in New Orleans over the last year. And then carjackings is kind of the same thing, where there was a big increase in carjackings in 2020, a smaller percentage increase. But if you compare 2021 to previous years, I think sort of the impression that we've had a lot more carjackings is true, that people know that this is happening, and that's what's borne out in the data. Here are the rolling graphs of shooting incidents and murder incidents. And I think that this is instructive because it shows the timing of when this increase happened. And for a lot of crimes, you'll see dramatic decrease. Pickpockets, you see this dramatic decrease immediately in March 2020. Gun violence, we did not see that. Murder and gun violence was down a little bit in 2020 relative to 2021, and that it increased significantly starting in the summer months. And in New Orleans, it was really the July timeframe where we saw a dramatic increase in shooting incidents and in gun violence incidents. And you can see dramatically more shootings than we've ever recorded in the last year or so. This appears to have peaked in the summer of 2021. So really, summer 2020 to summer 2021 was the very highest, but it's still an unacceptably high level of gun violence happening. And I think everybody can feel this, and the data supports that, that sort of assertion. We had probably averaged about 2 people shot per day over a full year from summer 2020 to summer 2021. And 218 murders for a city our size is really high. It's a very high murder rate. We've been in the top 5 nationally every year, I think, since 1987. This past year, we were probably second or third behind St. Louis, most likely. And it's just a high level of gun violence that we're experiencing right now. And it's kind of a difficult thing to say where it will go from here, whether or not we'll see a decline going forward, or whether or not this is a plateau. We've sort of come down. And I would point out that it largely follows the national trend. In 2020 nationally, there was a 29.5% increase in murder nationally. New Orleans was slightly above that in terms of our percentage increase. But if you in 2019, we had the lowest murder rate that the city's recorded in decades. So the percentage increase relative to sort of our average was about 30%. So we sort of had reached that national average of our increase in 2020. 2021 murder rose about 7% nationally. And in New Orleans, it was about 8.5% nationally. So again, sort of tracking that national trend, which doesn't inherently make it okay. It's not something you sort of shrug off because it is the national trend, but it is something that New Orleans is not the only city going through this right now. Robbery incidents. I know that this graph, this slide has been spoiled in a previous presentation, but here you can see robbery incidents, and we've reduced it to over 90 days. So each point is the number of incidents over the preceding 90 days. It's important, I think, to disentangle armed robberies, simple robberies, so armed robbery, you got a weapon. Simple robbery is just stealing a purse snatching, things like that, or no weapon at all, just taking something and running. And then carjackings. And so these incidents, you can see that they need to be disentangled, because we had a decrease in armed robberies. That's a 9% decrease relative to 2020, but still up relative to previous years. We had a huge increase in carjackings in 2020, and then another increase in 2021, which brings the total number of robberies up to an increase of about 11%. You can see here, there was big increase at the start of 2021, late 2020. We had a decrease in these incidents in the weeks and months surrounding Hurricane Ida, and then an increase after that. And I don't want to put causation on the point that we're highlighting, but I think it is an important point for us to look at as we think about what are we going to do to figure out how to handle this, is that it was very strongly correlated in time. October 2020, the Tiger unit was disbanded. Around that time, these incidents started to increase. I don't think that the people committing these crimes saw, oh, there's no Tiger, let's go nuts and start having a lot of carjackings. But there was a lot of evidence for the successful impact of Tiger, and then it went away and these incidents immediately increased. And I think that that's something that we should consider, and certainly from a policy perspective, be wary of and be mindful of as we move forward. Burglaries, the vehicle burglary trend, as you can see, there's a decline over the last couple of months and really the last year. There was a dramatic increase starting in 2018, 2019. It reached a peak at the end of 2019 into early 2020, and then it has slowly come down. We're still talking about over 5,000 vehicle burglaries a year compared to under 2,500 5 years ago. So we're talking about a really big increase with a relatively small decrease following that. And then business burglaries, excuse me. I just wanted to point out this graph because it shows that you see a 20% increase in business burglaries, and you might think, oh, there's, businesses are getting robbed left and right. And really it was a handful of incidents after Hurricane Ida, where there was a big spike in these types of incidents, big spike in these calls, and then it went back to being normal. So again, the post-hurricane spike is something to be mindful of, especially as we are hit apparently with hurricanes every year nowadays. But it's not inherently a long-term problem that is something that's happening every day. So NOPD's commission strength, NOPD as of this morning when I just checked, had 1,047 commissioned officers and 19 recruits. So that's 1,066. As far as the number of commissioned officers, that puts us around where we were in 2014, 2015. This graphic on the left, the number of commissioned officers and recruits, tells a real story of hiring right after Katrina, strong growth, and then the hiring freeze that happened in 2010. So you can see where the red and the blue line meet around 2010 is when we had no recruits. And so we went almost 4 years, 3 or 4 years without really having strong recruit classes. And then you see in the 2016, 2017 timeframe, strong recruit classes plus pay raises leads to lower attrition, and more recruits. That leveled off in the 2019, 2020 timeframe. The NOPD gained about 100 commissioned officers. So all of that strong work, all of that effort, all of those funds that went into growing NOPD grew it by about 100 officers. Which I would just point out as we talk about what is the number of NOPD officers that is wanted. And again, I'm not commenting on what that number might be, but the idea that 1,600, that 500 more officers is attainable within any time in the near future, given the constraints that the department operates in terms of how difficult it is to grow, will be a really hard number to reach. So you can see the number of recruits has been shrinking and the number of officers has been falling. In terms of the number of commissioned officers plus recruits, at least in 2015, we had more of those. So we're probably back to around where we were in the 1960s right now in terms of the number of commissioned officers and recruits. Obviously, New Orleans is much smaller than it was in the 60s. It's much smaller than it was in the 90s. So the number of officers per 100,000 is roughly where it's been in the mid 90s, in the 80s, in the 70s. So as you kind of go back, you kind of have to think about those two measures that we have per 100,000 New Orleanians. We have roughly the same number that we've had for most of the city's history, just significantly fewer number of officers and a lower rate than we've had since Katrina and since the sort of late 90s, early 2000s. Next slide is on clearance rates and arrest rates. And I just want to take a moment and sort of put on my Professor Asher hat, because I know that there's been some talk of a number of different metrics, and I think it's important to define them and talk about how this data and these types of metrics can tell the same story using different metrics. So first off is clearance rates. Clearance rates are the term that the FBI uses for measuring essentially what is the percentage of incidents that are being solved in any given year. This is the official metric. So if we want to talk about the formal official metric that's being measured by the FBI, we talk about clearance rates. And what clearance rates are the numerator. It's just a simple math equation. The numerator is the number of murders that were solved by either arrest, so the person is in jail, or by some sort of circumstance that they weren't able to be arrested, but the crime has been solved and the person just can't be found. So in a murder suicide, that is called cleared by exception. You know who the murderer was, but the murderer has killed himself, so that crime can't be, that person can't be arrested, but the incident is going to be considered solved. Also, if they find out that I did a murder in New Orleans, but I got arrested for a murder in Jackson, that can be considered solved because I'm in Jackson and I'm in jail there. They can't arrest me, NOPD can't arrest me, but I'm under arrest and they know who I am. So that's the clearance rate numerator. And this is for any year. So if you make an arrest for a murder that happened in 1976, you count that in the numerator for this year. If you make an arrest for a murder that happened in 2020, it happened December 31st, 2020, and you make the arrest on January 1st, you count that as a 2021 murder clearance. And then the denominator is the number of murders that happened in that year. So, so you talk about in 2020, we had 30% clearance rate in 201 murders. So 30% of 201 is the number of total murders that they solved. You sometimes get weird totals. I think there's a city in California that reported, I want to say 34 murder clearances and 2 murders in 2020 for a 1,700% clearance rate. But so it can be a wonky statistic, but that's the statistic the FBI uses. The other statistic is something that was talked about on Thursday, is this solve rate. And so what the solve rate does is it adds in warrants. So you get a warrant for any year, a murder that happened in any year, and the person is not inherently arrested. The person can still go about committing crimes. It's not really a formal statistic in any way. And I'll talk a lot about why it sort of produces even more weird results, and why, at least in my opinion, that clearance rate and arrest rate are much better measures to be using. I'll talk about that in just a second. So arrest rate is what we use when we're calculating things. And the arrest rate comes from the number of murders is the denominator, and the percentage of those murders with an arrest. So we have that person incarcerated either in the adult system or in the juvenile system. That is the numerator. It's that year's total. So if there were 218 murders in 2021, there were 200, however many fatal shootings, 28.6% of them had somebody arrested. Now, the downside of that is that we're missing things like the murder suicide. We're missing things where an arrest cannot be made. Those are generally a small number and don't really affect the percentage too much. But the advantage of this is that we're basically recalculating each year. So you make an arrest from a 2013 murder, we're not putting that on 2021. We're putting that back on 2013. And so you can calculate this over time, and it's a much more effective means, I think, of evaluating performance. And what happens is you get things like, we had 16 murders as of Thursday, a solve rate of 63%. So 10 out of 16 were solved, quote unquote solved. 5 of those were warrants. So you get 7 out of 16 would have been your clearance rate. So you would have had a 63% murder rate, solve rate, a 32% clearance rate, and 3 of those were from previous years. So you get 2 out of 16. So here we're talking about the exact same number, a 13% arrest rate, a 32% clearance rate, and a 63% solve rate. So I think it's just important that we all be aware of what these definitions are and what we're talking about, so that if we're going to measure effectiveness, we all need the same types of statistics to have. So here you can see on the left is the clearance rates. This is the number that was reported to the FBI in 2020 by NOPD versus the national average for a city of any size. 30% clearance rate for NOPD. Robbery was slightly above the national average. Rape was obviously well below in the single digits. And this is an issue that has been endemic in a number of cities as far as having a really low rape clearance rate. And then the other, assaults, thefts, auto thefts, and burglaries, generally right around the national average. And then on the right, you can see we're tracking shootings with an arrest, and this is something we're hoping to have a dashboard up in the not too distant future that will track these things over time. And you can see fatal shootings, non-fatal shootings, and how these percentages differ by neighborhood, by council district, and things like that. But you can see, I like the arrest rate because it generally tracks the clearance rate, but it's also something that, given the data that we have access to, that we can track in near real time without having to do some sort of fancy calculation on when, old murders were solved and things like that and what exceptions were. In terms of incarceration, New Orleans has gone from about 60,000 people arrested in 2009 to a little over 7,500 last year. A dramatic decrease in 2020 that was largely driven by two things. One, you'll all remember the ransomware attack in December 2019. Well, the number of arrests fell dramatically after that, largely because of you couldn't run electronic warrants after that. And so it made it really hard to make a warrant arrests. So you can sort of see that decrease at the end of 2019, and then a big decrease in 2020 starting in March that held throughout the year. It went up and down, and it's come up a little bit and down a little bit in 2021. Incarceration, it was down 8%. This has been a long-term effort. This is not just a single mayor. It's not just a single police chief. It really goes back to 2010. And you consider where we were in sort of 2004, where we had 90% more people incarcerated at one time than we do now. It's really been I would argue it's been a success story as far as implementing criminal justice reform. And one of the things that I always like to point out when we do this is that this happened concurrently with murder falling in New Orleans. The city's murder rate fell, the number of murders fell. 2019, when we went from 4,000 people in 2010 in jail to just over 1,000 in 2019, we also reported the lowest number of murders of any year since the 1970s. So these things can happen concurrently. These do not have to be enemies. It doesn't have to be incarceration or violent crime reduction. These two things really can happen together. And I think that New Orleans is an example of how that happened effectively for the better part of a decade. Adult arrests, and this kind of shows why these can happen independently. So these are the number of arrests each year in 2009 versus 2021, just to show how we've reduced incarceration. Misdemeanor drug offenses, where that was the most serious offense, went from 1,200 to 33, while the number of homicides, the number of assaults, the number of robberies, they fell slightly in 2021 relative to 2009. Homicides and robberies, aggravated assaults were up a little bit, generally about the same. So major crimes, generally seeing about the same number of people arrested. So it's not a decision made to reduce violent crime arrests, but the number of people arrested on a warrant, again, these are generally out of parish, out of state warrants for a minor offense that NOPD was obliged to make these arrests. And so NOPD was no longer obliged to make those arrests, stopped making those arrests as a matter of policy, down 96%. And then traffic offenses down 97%, where the traffic offense itself was the most serious offense. The other thing is the rearrest rate, and we've calculated this by determining the percentage of individuals that were arrested in any given year who had previously been arrested within the last 365 days. And what you see is that as time has gone on and the number of arrests has fallen, so has the rearrest rate. And I think that shows that a lot of people were being rearrested for a lot of really minor offenses. And so you're seeing these two things, the number of arrests and the number of rearrests fall as fewer and fewer of the really minor offenses are resulting in an arrest. And then my final slide, I'm just looking at juvenile justice trends. We had a pretty big decline in the number of juveniles arrested in 2019, huge decline in 2020, largely due to the coronavirus. Had an increase in 2021, though still below the previous levels. Again, using that same term as a rearrest, obviously it's a much larger percentage. So whereas 17% of adults that are arrested have been arrested previously in the last 365 days, we're seeing a large number of juveniles, a large share of the total number of juveniles that are arrested have been previously arrested in the past 365 days. But I think that this detention percentage is important to consider then. This is not a matter of these kids being arrested and then immediately being released and then immediately being rearrested. It's a more complex problem, I think, than that. And so 82% of the juveniles that were arrested in 2021 were detained rather than released upon arrest. And that's up from the 64% in 2020, 78% in 2019. So we've seen that share go up in the last few years. So that will finish my slides. And if anybody has questions, I'm happy to take them.
Hey, Jeff, let's stick on that last slide that you had on the
Yeah, of course.
juveniles. Do you have the average length of stay for juveniles who are detained, and also predominantly what crimes they could be detained for?
I don't have those on me, but I can look them up and get back to you. I know that when I presented on this, I believe last in January 2020, the share of juveniles that were arrested for a burglary offense had increased from something like 10% of all arrests to something like 33% of all arrests. I don't know what the exact number is, but I can get you what those numbers look like and what the average length of stay is.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. And then the other questions I had were on the NOPD clearance and arrest rates. When we look at fatal shootings with arrest and non-fatal shootings with arrest, it seemed, there was a period 2017, 2018, and 2019 where particularly for fatal shootings, it was, roughly 37, 38% to 40% resulting in an arrest. And then, those numbers were pretty much cut in half beginning in 2020 and then going into 2021. Is that COVID related, or is there other factors playing into that?
I think the biggest factor is probably the number of shootings. If you, the likelihood, I don't have the exact numbers of shootings cleared, but my guess is that there were generally a similar number of shootings ending in an arrest each year. But in 2017, 2018, and 2019, overall, there were fewer shootings. So you have a higher arrest rate, whereas 2020 and 2021, way more shootings and a lower rate would be my guess. It's certainly plausible that COVID has had an effect. Fewer witnesses, people more willing to, or less willing to have contact with one another. I think it would be something that would be difficult to say exactly what drove it, but my guess is that it's mostly just that there were more shootings the last 2 years.
And then also on the same page, what is happening with rape? I mean, my goodness, it's like the clearance rate is only at 9%.
And that is something that is pretty much every year. 9% is not an outlier for New Orleans. It's been what's been reported. I don't know is the answer. It's obviously a very serious issue, and something that New Orleans isn't alone. You get, I think it was Columbus, Ohio had something like a 4% clearance rate last year in terms of rape. So it's not, we're not the only place that reports those. But I think it's the type of thing that it's probably a very complex issue that would really demand sort of a deep study. And I don't want to make a suggestion that it's X or Y without really digging into that. But what I can say is that it's something that is well below the national average and is something that has been an issue for a number of years.
Yeah, I mean, that's a frightening statistic on many levels, but also, what does that say to a victim who already may be reluctant to report just because of all of the issues and consequences that come with just, putting yourself out there that you have been sexually assaulted, and then to see that there's a potential here in the city to get away with rape, a 91% chance of getting away with rape in the city. That's a really frightening, scary, disturbing statistic. I don't think I have enough words to elaborate how I feel about that particular statistic, but certainly something that I'm going to be digging much deeper into. Questions for Mr. Asher, Councilmember Thomas.
Well, first of all, in that category, thank you, Jeff. In that category, Madam President, unfortunately, It's what women too often around this country and here in this city have had to deal with. I don't know if you guys remember, I was actually the author of the city's domestic violence law, which working with Julie Schwab Harris and Gil Glapio on the YWCA. So for far too long, when our women have been abused or even ultimately raped and disrespected at that level, the solve rate hasn't represented what's happening to women and girls throughout this country and throughout this city. Jeff, you use a lot of terms that were specific for scientists and folk like you, solve rate, clearance rates versus arrests, warrants. Solve to me is the key word. Which is the best method nationally or the best science that gets you to a solve rate as you've analyzed how we do it? Because based on how you do the numbers, basically you're saying you could have 38% or 68% or 70% or what's the best way to analyze these numbers so that the citizens know we're getting to that word that means something to me? 1 + 1 is 2. You solve that equation.
Yeah. So I think that clearance rate is the best. If we're saying, how do we compare to Memphis? How do we compare nationally? Clearance rate's the one that all of the agencies are supposed to be reporting by. And so the clearance rate where we're talking about cleared by arrest, cleared by exception, we're bringing in a year. It's not perfect. But if we want to make comparisons to see how we're doing versus other places, clearance rate's the one that I would suggest. Arrest rate, if we want to look at how we're doing against ourselves, how did we do against last year, the year before? How many of these are actually ending in an arrest? Knowing that, okay, there's going to be murder suicides. There's going to be ones where there is a reason that there was no arrest, but that we're okay with that sort of probably remaining steady over time. So if we want to compare against ourselves, I think arrest rate is the way to go, because that's a person behind bars that committed a heinous crime that is being accused of committing a heinous crime and has been arrested. That in theory, if the right person has been arrested, that's somebody that's not going to be able to go out and do another murder. Whereas if you're relying on warrants, you haven't actually done anything to inherently stop the person from doing it again, or there's no involvement in the criminal justice system. So I would say arrest rate against ourselves, clearance rate nationally.
And of course, as on the Good Morning Show, we would periodically do these shows with you, our criminologist, Dr. Sharp, Dr. Penny, and Dr. Singh. And in some of the research around preparing for those shows, and I've asked this question before, I think I asked it of our police chief, you would present these charts which would show where crime was, where it was concentrated, what level of crime, the purple, red, green, yellow, white dots. And there's Dr. Wiesberg, one of America's most renowned criminologists, talked about the law of crime concentration and how if you attack where crime happens based on some of the science and some of the stuff you presented, it actually stops it from happening other places. Are we seeing the type of response from police and law enforcement that actually considers using your data from where crime is actually emanating of these hotspots throughout the community?
It's a good question. I don't know that I have the answers on that. I'm not really able to sort of track what they're doing in terms of response, in terms of their response. What I will say is that, especially with gun violence, the Washington Post did a great series on this a couple of years ago, where they talk about murder with impunity. And you look at sort of the murder clearance rate for a murder in the French Quarter, and you compare it to the murder clearance rate for a murder in the 7th Ward. And geographically, they're very close. But in terms of what share of those over time, and it's not just a one-year thing, a dramatically higher level of these crimes are solved when they happen in some places versus in other places. And to your point, you talk about murder being sticky. This is something that if you solve 30% of murders, it might be 15 to 20% of them are in the touristy areas, and the rest are in the rest of the city. And so you've got an even lower clearance rate in the places that are oftentimes the most victimized by gun violence frequently. So it is a real challenge to be able to respond to that and to be able to respond to the geography of these types of crime.
Well, that's where I'm going. In terms of one of the most disrespectful things about the information you compile is that, so if there's a crime in the quarter, there's a crime in a prominent neighborhood, the ability to solve it in a much quicker time, and the response time, that's absolutely disrespectful to everybody who lives in New Orleans East, the Lower Nine, Gergtown, Gentilly, Councilman King, the cutoff. It should be the same level of respect, the same level of response from the entire system. And then historically, you're just giving us what we already know. So when you talk about the law of crime concentration, it doesn't seem like we have a history of concentrating where the gunshots are, where the victims are, where the crime happens, depending on who you are. Now, so that's my commentary. The other thing we learned about your report is that you don't have to arrest more people to make the system work. You and I have had that concentration for years, correct?
Yes.
And then 2 more points. Rearresting the same juveniles. When I look at the last 3 years in terms of juvenile arrests, it looks like increasingly over the last 3 or 4 years, it's the same juveniles committing the same crimes. So then, Councilman Giarrusso, where's the investment there, right? Well, how are we servicing those juveniles while they're at the juvenile justice center? Especially because we know most of them are not going into adult court. They're actually going to be doing some level of juvenile time. So what are the services that are attached to those kids? And then I'll make one last comment, Madam President. First of all, thank you for this series of hearings and inquiry into this system. To know that there was 128% increase in a very violent category when we talk about crime, carjacking, and the violence around it, and that we had to wait for this council to actually get involved to say it was a crisis or the city is in a crisis. And I think hopefully it tells everybody we're not going to wait for 120% increase in nothing to respond. It's the appropriate, they should have had the appropriate response, but this is the appropriate response now with actions and with solve rates. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Council Vice President Morrell.
Thank you. Make sure my mic's on. Good morning, Jeff.
Morning.
A couple of things. First, and I appreciate the slide slope because I want to talk about that. When I look at these national averages versus clearance rates, I'm sure you followed because you're a data analyst, complete, obsessive person. That was one of the reasons why I got into it with the chief on the solve rate versus clearance rate, is that when you're reporting a solve rate of 53% and comparing it to a national average of 54%, it gives the wrong impression because you're comparing apples to oranges. Because the clearance rate terminology is what is used nationally and recognized nationally, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. The use of the warrant, bringing warrants in is, from my understanding at least, is specifically not something that agencies are supposed to do when they're calculating the clearance rates.
Right. And I've done my own research and I'm not nearly as thorough as you are, but I'm not aware of any other jurisdiction that has lumped warrants in to buff up that clearance rate to a solve rate. Are you aware of any other jurisdictions who try to sneak warrants in?
I'm not in, and I'm not saying that I'm accusing the department of doing that. The numbers that they report to the FBI, I believe, don't have that in there. So the 30% shouldn't have warrants in there. That's the number that was reported to the FBI in 2020.
Okay, so the number they report to the FBI, to the national statistics groups, is different than the number that they report publicly, with different terminology to accompany it.
That appears.
Okay. The deviations between our solve rates, our clearance rate, sorry, but I'm gonna get rid of solve rate as a term. Our clearance rate deviation between murder and rape is, I would say it's problematic, but it's beyond problematic. It's chilling. It's chilling that in the city of, first of all, it's chilling nationally that the rape solve rate is 31%. But from the city of New Orleans, for it to be 9%, Are you familiar with any other jurisdictions that are at that lower rate that we can compare ourselves to?
There are a handful, and I can get that to you for sure.
Okay, please get that to us.
The other point that I'd make with this is that the 9% is based on the number of crimes that are reported. And as Councilmember Moreno talked about, we have really good data actually to know that rape and sexual assault is the crime that is least likely to be reported. The National Crime Victimization Survey every year shows us that something like a third of these types of incidents are actually reported to the police. So we're talking about 9%. We're talking about 9% of the ones that are reported to the police. The likelihood is that the number is much depressingly lower.
Right. And I mean, what we've known for years in the legislature, when the president and I passed volumes of legislations regarding sexual assault, domestic violence, and particularly collegiate sexual assault, is that those numbers are underreported, but also in those communities, people speak to each other about their experience and what they experience with law enforcement in different areas. And if it becomes routine, especially a group we don't talk about very often is obviously those people who are sex workers. We talk about them frequently at the local level and state level. We don't really talk about them in concert with rape cases. But when you have people who are doing awful things to women and it gets around to different groups of people that nothing's going to happen with it, the entire process of reporting a rape and of going through the process of challenging and finding your accuser is a traumatic experience. And when the end result is that there's a 91% chance they won't even arrest the person that did it, I would argue that has a pretty chilling effect, even more so than normal, on whether someone's going to report a case like that.
Absolutely. And I think that goes to sort of the idea that Jill Leovy had in Ghetto Side, which is a fantastic book on on gun violence and murder in Los Angeles, but it could really apply to any major American city, where she talks about the lack of a state monopoly on murder, where people basically get away with these time and time again. That is a fueler of retribution. Sorry, I have a 3-year-old home with COVID.
It's totally, it is completely okay.
So it's the lack, one of the arguably one of the best tools that we could use for reducing these types of incidents is to have the state be the city, the police department be the ones that are solving these, that are making sure that you don't get the retribution killings, that people don't feel the need to take justice into their own hands.
Well, Councilman Thomas brought up a very interesting point, and something I completely agree with. In the last week or so, when we began this series called by President Moreno, and we started talking to victims across the city geographically, it is also something, because you'll talk to someone who'll be like, I love the police. When I had my carjacking, 5 cars showed up within 5 minutes. Then you'll talk to that'll be somebody, let's say in Uptown, the Fred area. Then you'll talk to somebody in New Orleans and be like, I was carjacked and the police didn't show up till 6 hours later. And when you talk about the difference in clearance rates and the difference of how resources are best utilized, I think it speaks it's very telling that with the clearance rates being so different, that obviously resources are being allocated differently based on geography. And I want to, one more point before I want you to respond to this point. Council President Moreno made a point, and I want to point this out if you saw the first hearing. She started her questions by saying, have you considered a consolidation of districts? To which the police chief had a vitriol response about, no, we're not doing that. I think it's important for the public to realize that though we have, was it 8 districts? Am I correct? 8 districts? 8 districts. 4 of them occupy the same 6 to 8 mile area. Whereas when you go to Lakeview, Gentilly, and New Orleans East, we have 2. And when you look at resources being allocated, I use the example, and this is where I'll get you to comment, Jeff. If you're not addressing crime in areas adjacent to where these resources are concentrated, crime does not see district borders, police district borders. And I used the analogy last meeting. It's sort of like putting all your firemen in front of one hotel when each block on each side of the hotel is on fire, hoping to save the hotel. When it gets to a certain point, it's all going to burn down. And do you think, just statistically, that if we were to properly allocate resources across the entire geographic area, that might have a impact on these clearance rates?
I mean, I don't know that I can necessarily speak to the resource allocation issue, but I think that the question it would resolve, as far as, if we solved a much higher percentage of murders in the places that historically we haven't, and to Councilmember Thomas's point, that it is historic, that it's not even just this year or last year, it's decades of not solving in certain geographic locations, that if we were to solve it, and I don't know, it's not an easy question. It's not an easy thing to solve. I don't know that it's just inherently a resource allocation issue, because there's trust issues, there's all sorts of different issues. But I think that finding means of increasing the clearance rates in the areas where we traditionally have not cleared them would probably be an effective means of violence reduction, in addition to all of the other societal benefits it would provide. I think the challenge with that point, that I would sort of counter my own point, is that we lack the research, the strong academic research to say that's exactly what we need to do. But I think it's very logical, and it makes a lot of sense, that whatever resource allocation or whatever questions you need to do, that concentrating on that specific topic of we're gonna end the cycle of violence by solving murders, is something that I think would have a large scale benefit on violence reduction citywide. I don't want to speak out of turn or suggest any, what the resource allocation issue should be, or anything like that.
I would never expect you to speculate something that is not provided. But I do want to reiterate something that Councilman Thomas said, which is very on point. These districts are actually supposed to be reevaluated every so many years, and they're supposed to be moved and adjusted based upon the allocation of resources. Would it surprise you to know that in the city of New Orleans, they have not substantially altered these districts in decades, and that the same parts of the city that have the same poor Black people have the same less allocation of cops for decades? In that there's no metric that I've been able to see where the police department publicly looked at where crime is happening, yet ever changed the allocation of officers. And so one last question I have for you. When I look at the arrests and the deviations between locally, the arrest deviation between 2019 and 2021, in 2019, we had a 40% arrest rate. And in 2019, we had about 29% arrest rate. This is just the rate of actually arresting the people who we think committed the crime, correct?
Correct.
And is there anything in your data to suggest, and I say this specifically because as we go into each different group today and figure out what they are responsible for, the arrest rate is the responsibility of the New Orleans Police Department, because they are the ones who go arrest someone. So this deviation between arrests from 40% to 28.6%, it dramatically dropped. I want to say on your slides right in front of me, it went from 40.7 in 2019 to 23.9% in 2020, and it clawed back up to 28% for these are fatal shootings with arrest. Is there anything in the data to suggest how in the heck that happened?
I mean, as I mentioned to Councilmember Moreno, I think there were a lot more of them. So if you make 50 arrests on 150 fatal shootings one year, and then you make the same 50 arrests on 200, the percentage will go down. Your resource allocation may not have gone down. You may not have changed anything. You may have done the exact same job, but it's sort of the denominator increased significantly. That would be my guess about sort of what changed and what happened. And obviously there was a lot that has changed since in 2020 and 2021. So there are certainly other factors that could have contributed. And I'm not an expert in clearing murders or anything like that. So I wouldn't guess as to what factors if you had a homicide detective here, they would tell you all sorts of things might have changed. But just from looking at the raw statistics, my guess is that the denominator went up.
Okay. I mean, I think it's important also, one of the comments you put in there, which is something I'll work on going forward, is nothing's changed. And honestly, I think that part of the challenge that we're facing today in the criminal justice system as a whole is that as you see spikes in violent crime continue to go out of control, the expectation of the public is that any law enforcement system would adapt to the current circumstances, not continue to do what was done previously when the circumstances were different. I think that what we're going to see throughout this, I think a through line we're going to see in every single group we meet with today, and from the chief we met on Thursday, is that no one's adapting. No one's actually changing what they're doing to address the changes that exist in the city as far as the violent crime that's being perpetuated. But as usual, Jeff, I appreciate all the data. It is very illuminating. And I do think Jeff and I have spoken previously, and I've been working with Council President Moreno on this. We have a tremendously aggressive, great information crime dashboard. We're going to work on figuring out a way to make sure everyone knows how to get to it. Because although it is publicly available, it does require you to click several buttons in a row to get there. And we're going to streamline that so people can have real-time data. And I don't know if Jeff's coming back for the judges and the bonds, but we are going to work on trying to figure out, I think we're going to talk about that in your committee meeting, Mr. Thomas, as far as how we're going to start tracking bonds more appropriately, because part of what we have to be able to present to the public, people have anecdotal data that flies all over the internet on this person's bond was $1 for a murder. If we have the data on what bonds are, we should be able to share it with the public so that they can be able to hold whoever accountable for the bonds that are being set. So thank you, Council President. That's all I have.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Councilmember King, I see you raising your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Asher. I won't be too long. You're just a numbers guy. You don't give us the reason why the numbers are what they are. But with that being said, it's very alarming, the numbers you did give us. 3 out of 10 murders are cleared. Is that correct, basically?
In 2020, we don't have the 2021 numbers. Generally, they track the fatal shooting numbers. So my guess is that it was probably a little bit higher, but I don't have the exact numbers, and we won't get those until probably September of this year.
Okay, all right. I mean, just staggering numbers, and the 9%, which you say maybe even lower, rape clearance is frightening. As a father with daughters, as a brother, that's one of the most staggering numbers that you gave us. But I want to know not so much how we relate to the national trend or the national statistics, but regionally. Where do we compare with the murder clearance with different parishes, the Jeffersons, the Plaquemines, the surrounding parishes? Do you have that information?
I don't have it on me. Typically, New Orleans is low, in the lower end of the state. Usually Jefferson Parish is higher, Shreveport's higher, but the overall murder clearance rate statewide has decreased in the last few years. So we might be probably closer to the statewide average.
I lost that last.
I think we might be closing in on the statewide average just because the statewide average is falling.
All right. Last question. I wanted. What is our response time? And if you set it up, I apologize, but I didn't hear anything about a response time.
I didn't have anything. We're actually working on a dashboard, hopefully in the next few weeks, that will show response times. I don't have the exact number on me, and I'm afraid if I tried to pull up the dashboarding program that I would crash my computer. So I don't want to do that, but I can get that to you shortly. And we're hoping to have a dashboard that will show that over time so that anybody can see it in their neighborhood and in their council district and things like that.
Well, do you know how do we relate to, again, our surrounding parishes in response time? It's not a hard number, but just
I mean, it's much higher than like Jefferson Parish. Response time is not something that is typically reported nationally. So we don't have or there's no like formal statistic for what those numbers are. So it's hard to say exactly what, but in my experience, we're much higher than Jefferson Parish in terms of response time. And I'm just saying that Jefferson Parish had a 71% murder clearance rate in 2020. So unsurprisingly,
Is that a what now?
Much higher. Jefferson Parish was 70%. St. Tammany was 91% in 2020 in terms of the murder clearance rates. Obviously, a much smaller number of murders, but a much higher clearance rate.
And I want to make sure, excuse me, you said that the response time, meaning the time the police is called to the time they respond on the scene, in Jefferson Parish is.
I don't have the exact numbers. It's going to be much shorter.
But you had said, okay, I want to make sure I understand.
I would say we're probably for the average call, we're probably in the 1.5 to 2 hour range, and Jefferson Parish is probably in the 10 to 15 minute range. Would be, again, that's just a guess. I don't have the exact numbers.
That's enough. No further questions. Thank you for your information and your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember King. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Asher. I appreciate this as a data person, talking to a data person. I'm going to ask you a softball question. How important is it that the agencies work from the same data set?
I mean, that's always the dream, right? I could do a full hour on the challenges of working with criminal justice data in New Orleans. But the more shared data and the more shared databases and the easier access across data sets means that you're not getting, questions of data quality and what, we have to be very specific about what we can and can't say from the data because of certain quirks of what we're able to get and what we're not able to get. So it's absolutely critical.
So from my questioning of Superintendent Ferguson, who I thank for coming, I asked him about the 9% rape clearance, and he quibbled with those numbers. Does he have different numbers that he's working from? Is that what I'm hearing?
I can't speak to his numbers. These are the numbers they reported to the FBI. So if they've got different numbers, then I would hope they'd be reporting those to the FBI.
You. Where are the domestic violence numbers kept? Can you break those out under assault or murder?
So they're not, because of the way the FBI collects data, they're not specifically broken down. You get a large percentage of them would be under assaults. You probably, honestly, most of them are not going to show up in these major crimes because simple assault, you're sort of quote unquote minor domestic violence that's anything but minor to the person, but doesn't reach that sort of aggravated assault where a weapon is used and there's a serious injury. Those are not making them into sort of the FBI statistics that are being reported each year. And the FBI doesn't ask agencies to separate domestic versus otherwise. So we can kind of make some presumptions based on calls for service data, which does differentiate domestic from non-domestic. But when we sort of try to report based on comparing to the actual FBI data, we don't have actual domestic to really compare to.
Do you have any sense of whether or not the domestic violence calls for service have increased during the pandemic? I would assume that they have, but do you have any solid data on that?
So yes, my understanding is that it did increase. I don't know if they increased in 2021. There's research that showed that domestic calls nationally increased. In New Orleans, what we saw was that the numbers increased slightly, but the share of incidents where a report was written increased even more. And that's largely because people were home and OPD, the police were able to get there and actually take reports. Which is good that you get you want a higher share of the actual calls to have a report. But also you want, sorry, the dog is scratching again. So you want the higher share to have a report, But also it's indicative of you can't get, abusers and the domestic violence victims are unable to get away from each other in a lot of COVID situations. So that led to an increase there.
I want to turn to vehicle burglaries. I think I heard you say that there was a decline for vehicle burglaries in 2020. Is that correct?
It was a slight decline. So here on the chart on the left, you can see vehicle burglaries. It was a decline relative to 2020, but still about twice what you were in previous years. So sort of the long-term trend is less certain.
And I just want to clarify that these are reported burglaries because I know neighbors whose cars are broken into and they never call the NOPD to report it.
That's correct. These are incidents where, the vehicle burglary happens and they get there after 4 hours, or you're at a friend's house, your vehicle's broken into, you go home for the night. If you call the police from your friend's house, they get there. If the vehicle's not there, they're not going to take that report. So it is something that, yes, there's pretty dramatic under reporting there.
That's what I thought. And do you have any data on what's actually taken from the vehicles, specifically guns or other weapons?
I don't. I think the answer is yes to everything: guns, money, but like how many of those and whether or not the share is increasing or decreasing, I don't have that data.
I think that's all the questions that I have. Thank you, Mr. Asher.
Anyone else? Councilmember Green.
I do have a question for Mr. Asher. First, thank you for that information, and I've got it in printed form. I'm going to review it very carefully, and I'm going to share it with as many people as I can in our city. Everyone's concerned about this. I really have one question. I do have a lot of questions based on the numbers, but I could never ask them all today. But at the end of the day, in terms of our clearance rate of 30% versus 54% on a national average, to the extent that you can, could you suggest what is being done in other cities that have a high clearance rate relative to what we have here in the city? And I know that you may have to get back to me on that, but if you could share it with the public, because I think that the public can help if it's something that you see that's going on in other cities where the public input could help. What do you see based on your research?
That is an excellent question. And I think, if I had the answer, that I'd be happy to share them, but I don't know that those currently exist. I'm guessing that part of it is a resource allocation issue in terms of, what is the share of murders per detective. Part of it is, the department is under a consent decree because of decades of mistrust. And so part of it is a community trust issue, and that's very difficult to build up. And then part of it is probably like New York, for example, typically has a much higher murder clearance rate because a much smaller percentage of their murders are via firearm. In New Orleans, it's 90%, and firearm murders are harder to solve than other types of murders. So, obviously one way to reduce the share of murders or increase the share of murders that we solve is if fewer of them were by gun. So there's not really anything you can do about that, but it's just sort of the character of murders in New Orleans. I think the best way for us to reduce murder or increase our murder clearance rate is to reduce murders. You reduce the number of murders, you're still, even if you're solving the same number of murders, you're solving a much higher percentage. But in theory, that allows your detectives more time to work on more of these murders, put more effort into them, because you have less sort of detectives by working 10 to 15 murders a year. They're working 4 or 5 murders a year, which is closer to the suggested national average.
I can certainly find this out from the chief, and I will ask somebody in homicide. But is there on a national level an optimum number of investigations per homicide detectives versus what we have to have in our city here, which is a high number of cases per detective? Over the last 5 years, for example, maybe 1,000 people have been murdered in our city. And at the end of the day, our number of homicide detectives is not that large, but that's kind of a general question. But do you see something in other cities that suggests that there is an optimum level of the number of homicides that per detective in terms of investigations?
My understanding, and again, I'm not an expert in this, but my understanding is the national recommendation is somewhere between 4 and 6 per detective.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know how many detectives we have, but my guess is that we're probably looking into somewhere of the 7 to 10 easily per detective range. So you can sort of see the problem, but I would defer to the police department on that.
Well, no, thank you very much. I mean, that I don't know if that statistic exactly is easy to find, because I actually did look, but thank you for that information. So you would suggest on a national level that 4 to 5 per detective, 4 to 5 active files per detective at any one time would be something that you've seen in other cities, and we certainly have a larger number here of active cases per homicide detective. So I appreciate that. I'm going to do my additional research. The information that you provided is tremendous, and I will be getting back to you, but I will be sharing your information with the public, and thank you.
Great. Happy to help.
And Jeff, I just wanted to bring something up on the rape cases, and I'm getting information from some sexual assault prevention advocates who have been sending me data that really speaks to the point of what Councilmember Morell was talking about, really assessing resources and what's necessary. So if we go back, this is based on some data that I got from STAR, that roughly around 2010 to 2013, the clearance rate was anywhere from 30% to up to 70%. But the number of reported rapes at that time was anywhere between 144 to 176 rapes in a year. Compare that to now, where in 2020, the number of rapes reported, according to this data that I have, were 712, with now a clearance rate, Jeff, as you reported, roughly 9%. So if the same resources are allocated to the department dealing with sexual assault from back in, let's say, the 2010 time period, when there were roughly over 100 rapes, 100 to 200 rapes reported, if the resources are the same from then to now, when you have, pretty much 5 times the level of, or a little bit less than that, but you have many more cases being reported, then that's not going to be impactful. And so once again, it speaks to the point of how often are different, whether it's a specific unit or whether it's a specific district, how often are we shifting operationally to respond to the major crimes that are occurring in our city? And so I think with the numbers that I'm receiving from the advocates, I think we need to certainly dig deeper on what's happening with sexual assault.
I would caution comparison of rape in the early 2010s to now, because the FBI changed their definition in 2013, 2014, as far as what was included. It's a much more inclusive definition. Like, I believe male rape victims were not included in the initial. So the FBI has what they call the legacy, which is prior to 2013 rape definition, and the revised definition, which is after 2013. So we've seen a big increase from 2015, 2016 to today. So the same concept is true. And the clearance rate in 2015 was 17%. So we've seen an increase in the number of crimes and a decrease in the number of in the rate that were cleared. So the same challenge exists, but I think that definitionally it's difficult to compare pre and post FBI definition change.
Yeah, 2014, you're right, rose up to 244. 2015, once the definition was totally changed, to 409, and now in 2020 up to 712, with the clearance rate in 14 at 25%, national clearance rate at 38, and now pummeling all the way down to plummeting all the way down to 9% now. So, okay. Any other questions for Mr. Asher?
I had one more question.
Go ahead, Mr. King. Sure. Councilmember King.
Mr. Asher, can you give us a mapped out visual of where the crimes are being cleared in the city?
So that's part of what we're working on for our dashboard. We'll have a heat map where you'll be able to look by various incident types. And you can sort of see those concentrations. I don't have one on me now, but we will have one shortly to present.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Asher. I don't see any further comments or questions from the council members. Thank you for your time, and tell your kids thanks as well. Okay, up next on our agenda is, I believe, District Attorney Jason Williams. We can get the DA on along with his presentation and anyone with the DA's team as well.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. DA.
Good to be with you all. Thank you for
Good morning.
having these very special meetings. I think it's important to the people of the city.
Thank you for being with us. We appreciate your time. And whenever you are ready, we can put up your presentation and you can begin.
Okay, you ready to go? All right. Second. Again, thank you all for having me back to talk with you all about what the DA's office is doing to hold violent offenders accountable, deliver justice, and make our neighborhoods safer. I want to thank many of you all for meeting with me after you all were sworn in and sharing your ideas that we can put into place together collectively to make this a safer city. I have been DA for 378 days. And while there are many successes I can talk about in terms of what our team is doing to increase safety and deliver justice, I'm going to limit my remarks today to what we are doing specifically on the issue of violent crime. This is very important because violent crimes are the matters that the public is rightly outraged about. And it's what I promised them I would focus on like a laser: murder, non-fatal shootings, armed robberies, carjackings, and rape. These are the crimes that keep mothers and fathers and family members up at night. And so from the start, I want to be perfectly clear. The public knows that I made an early decision to no longer waste manpower and woman power, time and money trying to prosecute minor drug possession cases and misdemeanor crimes, because every single second wasted on those violations takes away from the time that we can be spending on the most important, most serious violent offenses. Understanding this foundational premise that we must focus like a laser on violent crime, it is important to understand everything else that the people in this building are doing to increase safety. This present crime wave is a real and present danger for the future of our city. I don't believe that we have the luxury of time. We need a collective, citywide, front end and back end plan, not today, but yesterday. I would dare say that the silence has been absolutely deafening in terms of real strategies and solutions as to what we can do as a city and need to do to surge back at this violent crime surge. However, the misinformation and fear mongering has been very loud. And I want to also make it clear from the outset that no one is praying more for the New Orleans Police Department than me. No one is rooting for the chief to develop new strategies and including new deployment strategies in me. The better the chief and the NOPD do in this city, the better the DA's office does. I need and want the NOPD to be successful as a DA, as a father, and as a citizen. Now, this doesn't mean that we're always going to agree. Even loving partners and marriages disagree, and that's okay. It is in fact necessary to have difficult conversations. And when you are a public servant, sometimes those disagreements are also public. I believe that this city council's own public safety analyst, Jeff Asher, just settled the biggest disagreement between myself and the chief, which is that if we are going to measure our effectiveness in public safety, we have to accurately measure and publicly share the real arrest rate. How many times we are arresting a violent offender when a private citizen calls. My commitment is that I will do my part to ensure that the chief and I work through any and all disagreements and to collaborate on shared solutions. That being said, there needs to be a collective citywide focused plan right now. I believe, along with many other members of law enforcement, that we need a baseline in Orleans Parish to accurately paint the picture of how safe we are. We need to know what percentage of violent offenders are actually being arrested, taken to jail for their offenses. As Council Vice President very accurately stated last week, I believe Councilmember Morrell said, if the perp is not arrested, that case should not be considered cleared. And I think he's absolutely right. And as Councilmember Harris asked just a few minutes ago, how important is it for all of us to be relying on the same data set? And I believe I heard Jeff Asher, you all's public safety analyst, say that that is absolutely critical. Now, we heard last week that the current measure for NOPD was cleared by warrant, other exception, and arrest. And I need to wholeheartedly agree with Mr. Asher that the arrest number is the real number that matters when it comes to public safety. We need to be able to truly measure the impact of our work and our decisions and our deployment and our strategies. As Jeff said, FBI data for 2020 states that the NOPD only saw 30% of murders, 35% of armed robberies, and only 8% of car thefts. There are reasons for that, and we need to collectively figure out how to get those numbers up, not dispute them or run away from them. The only way to combat this crime spike is to make arrests for these violent offenses so that we can convict the right people. That's a simple truth. That is simple math. And currently, looking at the FBI's numbers, between 70% and 90% of the violent offenders are being left on the street untouched and unarrested. When a citizen reports a crime to the police investigate, and when they make an arrest, that case is referred to the DA's office for a screening decision. If a carjacking takes place on Leonard Street and is never solved and no arrest is made, then that matter never actually gets to the DA's office for any action. Now, I want you to look at these numbers specifically. I want you to look at the 2021 carjacking data. The NOPD received 256 calls for service from the public for carjackings. Only 48 of those calls for service resulted in an arrest of one or more persons. That's not 48%. Give that to you again. The NOPD received 256 calls from someone who was a victim of a carjacking. Only 48 people from those calls was arrested. That is only 18.75% of the 2021 carjacking calls for service resulting in arrest. And those are the only cases that were sent to the DA's office. Most calls include multiple perpetrators. Of those people, let's drill down even more on this data because the numbers don't lie. That's just math. 1 and 1's always going to be 2. Of those people arrested in those incidents, only 29 of those persons were charged by the NOPD with the crime of carjacking. 11 have been closed. Those were all juvenile cases. 10 are still open and are still being prosecuted. 4 are being charged in state court and 6 are being charged in juvenile court. 6 are under screening review still, 2 in adult court and 4 in juvenile court. Of those cases that were referred to my office, only 2 of them were refused for lack of evidence. Not 2%, only 2 cases were refused for lack of evidence. So for anyone out here in the public that's saying that there's an issue of catch and release or a revolving door is really ignoring the reality of the data and the numbers. Look at it. People were carjacked 256 times. NOPD arrested 48 people. NOPD only charged 29 of that 48 with carjacking. Only 2 of these out of the 29 cases were refused by the DA's office for a lack of evidence. You also heard Mr. Asher's number regarding crimes committed by young people. He said about 30 minutes ago at this hearing that there was a marked decrease in juvenile arrests in recent months. And even more importantly, 82% of all of the juveniles that were arrested by the NOPD were in fact detained, kept incarcerated for those crimes. Now, I want to turn and I want to discuss our existing strategies, what we've been doing since last year to surge back at this crime wave. The first prong of our strategy to increase safety begins with prioritizing screening and prosecutions of violent crimes where an arrest is made and an item is referred to our office from the police department. In the last 90 days of 2021, the DA's office has accepted 95% of the murder cases referred to us by the police department. We've accepted 100% of the manslaughter cases referred to us. We've accepted 77% of the robbery cases referred to us and accepted 70% of the car theft cases that have been referred to us. This data is updated monthly on our website at orleansda.com so that the public can track it and see our work for themselves and not just wait for a special council meeting. For a prosecutor to accept a case and bring it to trial to secure a conviction, we need strong, thorough, and complete timely police reports, evidence, and we often need witness testimony. Without evidence or proof of a crime, there is absolutely no legal way to keep someone in jail. This is not about a philosophical or political ideology. This is the basic facts of the American criminal justice system. So in the last 90 days, we've accepted 100% of all manslaughter cases because we believe that there was enough evidence to prove that case. The same goes for the 95% of murder cases we accept in the last 90 days. And for the 5% of murder cases where an arrest was made and we did not accept that case, the reason was because the evidence was simply not there to move the case forward. In those instances, in those 5% of cases, it is necessary for the police to go back to the drawing board and either work collectively to find better evidence for those 5% of cases or search for more leads to identify the correct perpetrator. So when you hear people say, all we've got to do is make arrests and you just need to keep them in jail, you have to listen to what is being left out of that equation. The evidence that proves guilt, the evidence that judges and juries require. I was not elected DA to continue throwing innocent men in jail, and I will not. When an arrest is made, there are complete and thorough reports, and there is evidence or witness testimony, the numbers speak for themselves. This office will continue and will always prosecute those violent offenders. Now let's talk about another area that those who believe we must return back to the days of locking up every single person regardless of evidence, irrespective of guilt. Bond setting and sentencing. First things first, the law is very, very clear on this. Only judges have the power to set bonds, lower bonds, or give sentences, period. To those that say, well, the DA's office needs to speak up at bond hearings, well, I would encourage you to log on to a Zoom and watch what's happening in court every day and happening in court right now. Bond hearings include an assistant district attorney, a defense attorney, and a magistrate judge. The assistant district attorney is arguing and presenting every bit of information that we get from the initial police report and from police officers. Based on the alleged crime, the past criminal history, and other circumstances that we argue and present to magistrate judges, these magistrate judges and commissioners set bonds. That is because judges are the only ones with the power to set a bond. That is the way the American legal system is set up. Just last Tuesday, I was late for the start of and had to step out of a meeting with Councilmember Morrell because I was personally participating in a virtual bond hearing for a juvenile carjacking case. Not only were my ADAs in that hearing arguing against bond and arguing for continued detention in that case, but I was personally there because of the seriousness of the offense and related offenses. And that is what we're doing day in and day out. And I wasn't alone. The partnerships are real between the folks that have to do this work. I was there with a very well-trained NOPD detective who participated in that hearing as well. And we were all there because this is what we do every single day to advocate for victims and to keep the right violent offenders where we have evidence off the streets. I'm proud to say that last week, the judge agreed with our arguments and our evidence, and the juveniles who committed those crimes were not released. You all may remember back in June of last year, Rafael Gornechi of the Metropolitan Crime Commission went on to Fox 8 to stoke fear by saying that the DA's office did not oppose the bond reduction in the hearing of one Brian Andrew, who went on to murder an innocent community elder. The media didn't fact check Gornechi or the MCC. They ran the story widely. And a few hours later, we were able to pull those court records, which showed in black and white that my ADA was in fact in court opposing and arguing against that bond reduction. But the damage had already been done with that lie. They got their headline, they got their news clip, falsely alarming the public in an attempt to erode confidence in a DA's office. There was no follow-up story that reported that that initial report was absolutely false. There was no public apology from Gornechi or the MCC for providing patently false and misleading information and alarming the public. He called me to apologize, but didn't call the news station. And to add insult to injury, all the media outlets continue to use him as a source as if he was a neutral party that was interested in facts rather than pushing some extreme worldview. So let me be very, very clear. Police are responsible for responding to calls for service and making arrests. Prosecutors across this country and across this state are responsible for taking that evidence and vigorously fighting to deliver justice in court. And only judges have the authority under the law to set bonds, lower bonds, or decide how long someone stays in jail regarding sentencing. I'm going to talk to you about the second prong of our strategy that we're putting in place, and we've been putting in place since last year to increase safety and hold violent offenders accountable. And it speaks to carjacking specifically. We are prosecuting carjacking offenses as armed robberies, which increases the maximum sentences and jail terms. Between January and October 2021, 237 carjackings and automotive theft charges were instituted by this administration. To increase accountability for those who are terrorizing our families by carjackings, I've instructed my trials division in adult court and juvenile court to charge all appropriate carjacking cases as armed robbery cases to increase the maximum sentences allowed under the law. Under the law, an adult prosecuted for carjacking faces a sentence of 2 to 20 years in prison. The overwhelming majority of carjackings in Orleans Parish involve a gun. By us charging them with armed robbery charges, we change the sentence to 10 to 99 years rather than the 2 to 20. To aid in this process, we are requesting that the NOPD, when they make their initial arrest, we're asking that they also charge these carjackings as armed robberies on the front end. The third prong of my strategy is utilizing the firearm sentencing provision to ensure a mandatory minimum sentence when there are guns involved in terrorizing the people of this city. When these carjackings and violent crimes begin to surge again in 2021, our lawyers were instructed to utilize the firearm sentencing provision to invoke minimum sentencing requirement for those who committed these violent crimes in our city. What this does is it increases the floor of what judges can sentence for, keeping violent offenders off the street. The fourth prong of my strategy has been pushing for the use of Gwen's Law's hearings in domestic violence cases to allow for more informed bail hearings for DV offenders. We will expand the use of this law for all victim crimes moving forward in 2021. As I shared last week, prosecuting domestic violence cases they're very difficult, but it's something this office is working every day to do better and deliver on. And we're working with stakeholders like the Family Justice Center to make sure that we're doing it the right way. My administration is taking full advantage of the provision to ensure that those accused of hurting their domestic partner are not allowed to be released before a full and complete hearing is held regarding the potential danger that they pose to the survivors and the rest of the community. I met with 6 of the 12 judges last week to outline this and to work to make sure that these hearings would be held. The fifth prong of my strategy to increase safety and accountability is securing grand jury indictments for violent crimes, as well as a second convening of a special grand jury to deal with this current surge of violent crime. Because I'm not sure which council member said it, when you have a unique situation, you have to have a unique response. And right now, this surge demands that this city surge back. Despite sustained challenges last year resulting from the pandemic and hurricane-induced court closures, including another suspension of jury trials, we have not wavered on our commitment to build an Orleans Parish DA's office that holds people accountable and cause harm in our neighborhoods. In 2021, the DA's office obtained 67 grand jury indictments for violent crimes committed in New Orleans. Some of those grand jury indictments included the grand jury indictment of 10 people for the murder of 12-year-old Tadrona Peters, who was killed in the Lower Ninth Ward at a graduation party. The grand jury indictment of John Shallowhorn for the first-degree murder and armed robbery with a firearm in the murder case involving Second City Court Reserve Constable and Tulane University police officer Martinez Mitchell. The sixth prong of my strategy to increase safety and accountability includes securing guilty pleas during the COVID-19 court closures. This is nothing new for prosecutors, but it takes on an even more importance when we can't have jury trials in court. In 2021, the DA's office secured guilty pleas in over 1,700 cases, with 3,000 charges resulting in those guilty pleas as part of those cases. I'm happy to add that the DA's office has secured 22 more guilty pleas during the first week of 2022. This council, I can't emphasize this enough. This council can greatly assist in strengthening this work with more resources in our trials division, as well as additional investments to increase DNA testing. I'm going to outline that a bit more later on in this presentation. This could also be strengthened by police reports and evidence getting to us faster. This would greatly reduce screening times and increase our ability to secure more guilty pleas closer to arraignment. The seventh prong of my strategy to increase safety and accountability includes the solving of cold cases, even with limited resources. And I'm so glad that this council began today's presentations with parents who have lost their children and not had those crimes solved. Because it speaks to the repeat offenses that we continue to see in this community. In August, I stood with Pastor Pat Watson and mothers, Larisha Alfred, mother of Jameer Alfred, who was murdered in 2020, Keisha DuVernay and David Espedron, the parents of Devin Espedron, who was murdered in 2019, who was on earlier in this hearing. And we stood together to launch the DA's cold case unit to help bring resolutions to these unsolved murders, to get the people who are repeatedly committing murders off our streets, and to bring healings to families. Now, I know that Councilmember Thomas intimately understands the value of this work. I know that he has worked in this field, and he understands the how, and he understands the why. So I'm very thankful that he will serve as the new chair of the Criminal Justice Committee. Before he was back on the city council, he stood next to me in New Orleans East 2 months earlier at the Let Me Live rally, organized by Jameer Alfred's family and many others. Despite limited resources, we launched this division because we believe that there are too many mothers and too many fathers who have gone too many years without their questions being answered, and with justice being denied for their sons and their daughters. And in December, in the same year, we launched that unit with no additional resources after unearthing new evidence by the DA's office. We worked together with two diligent NOP detectives, Barrett Morton and Andrew Waldron, and a couple of our ADAs. Special thanks to ADA Alex Glenda. We were able to impanel a special grand jury and indict an individual for the murder and robbery of a Tulane graduate committed over the Mother's Day weekend in 2016, almost 5.5 years ago. This is what I've laid out, is a detailed and thorough plan we have been executing in the DA's office for this past year to increase safety and hold violent offenders accountable. But we can and we need to do so much more. And we can do that with targeted investments from the city and improved collaboration. Let me first talk about the areas of collaboration and cooperation in terms of what we need. You may remember we started last year with a crime surge. This crime surge didn't start in January. It actually started last March. And the people in New Orleans East and Uptown and everywhere in between were rightfully outraged and were demanding and wanting solutions last March. And at that time, I recommended and I worked with folks on Chief Ferguson's team to design a serial crime prevention and prosecution task force. Top deputies from the NOPD and the DA's office designed this initiative at the direction of myself and in cooperation with the chief. And despite their public commitments to the media in April, saying that they thought this was a good idea, we still have not received a CEA to begin that strategy. That absolutely needs to be signed, and we need to follow through with that commitment to partner to tackle serial crimes like carjackings and shootings. Because you see, if you bring a carjacking that occurred on Constant Street alone, that case goes to Section A. And if there was another carjacking that occurred at Ferret and Napoleon, that case might go to Section D, depending on when that case is received from the police department. But what this unit does is it connects the dots between crimes that are occurring throughout the district and throughout the city so that we can take out these groups of individuals that are perpetuating these crimes at once, building stronger cases that will keep them in jail and reduce the number of future carjackings. You may also remember that going back to the past DA and the NOPD and other law enforcement agencies, there was we had a serious group of violent crimes that were occurring in the city. And there was a multi-agency gang unit that was put together. It was effective. It worked. And in my first week in office, I sat down with Chief. That was my first meeting as DA. And at that meeting, I recommitted to that initiative because I thought it was important. The chief committed as well. Under the CEA, the city would continue to fund 2 special prosecutors in the DA's office at a total of $150,000. We still do not have a new CEA signed, and we have not received that funding. Now, the NOPD promised in that agreement that they would work with my ADAs in helping prosecute these cases with this multi-agency gang unit. That has to keep happening. Just like the Tiger unit, it was successful. When something works, there's no reason to look away from it. Moving these funds immediately will allow us to immediately double our attention to these cases. I believe that these 2 initiatives alone will have an immediate impact on this current surge, which is why I have been pushing for them since last March. And let me be clear, this is not about my ideas or our ideas at DA's office being the best, or the NOPD having to go along with just our recommendations. If there are better plans, I stand ready to hear the chief's alternative plans about how we can work together if he no longer likes the plans he previously committed to. Like the questions about the Tiger units that we've heard from the council over the past few days. These units have been proven to be effective in not just making arrests, but building stronger cases that resulted in successful prosecutions, and we need to reignite them. In light of the recent shootings, I have formally and informally reached out to the governor, asking for help patrolling the interstates of New Orleans, especially New Orleans East. I asked this council to support my efforts to convince the state to provide surveillance patrols and other help on the interstate. Reach out to whomever you can. We cannot have people getting killed on our interstates, and we must have an adequate law enforcement presence on our interstates and resources there to prevent these murders and to help secure the evidence we need to solve and prosecute these cases. In addition to delivering on these items that are already fully baked and ready to go, the DA's office can improve our prosecutions of more violent offenders with strategic investments, many in which I asked the last city council for because we could see this surge increasing. First, fund 6 additional trials division assistant district attorneys. This strategic investment of $418,000 is a request I made to the last city council. The trials division of the DA's office performs many of the most vital functions of this office, but the tasks associated with these functions are also demanding. And with a higher caseload than ever in this office's history because of COVID and IDA closures. The goal of the office has always been to have each of the 12 sections of criminal district court have staffed by 2 prosecutors, 1 senior ADA and 1 second chair, separate and apart from the supervisors, as well as prosecutors dedicated to specialized crimes like sex offenses, narcotics trafficking, and gang-related offenses. Right now, we have these specialized prosecutors working in court as well. This ideal organizational structure simply is not possible at the current funding levels for 2022. However, an additional infusion dedicated to the trials division would allow us to add 6 new prosecutors and fully staff all sections of court, leaving supervisors to manage and train ADAs and handle these specialized units like gang crimes, narcotics trafficking, and sex crimes. It would help our office approach national best practices in terms of our per person caseload. As you just heard Councilmember Green astutely ask the public safety analyst, national optimum caseload measures are important. A lower caseload accurately means that each prosecutor can pay increased attention to each case on their docket. With increased attention, our office can examine evidence more closely and work with the police to go out and get more and better evidence to make the cases stronger in court. Spend more time with victims and survivors and witnesses and detectives to build stronger cases. Second, this will help fund 2 new juvenile ADA screeners. The supplemental funding request would be $120,000. This would be critical to speeding up the screening review of juvenile cases and ensure more timely accountability for kids. Unlike adults, kids must have accountability closer to the infraction, as close to the infraction as possible, not waiting a year or a year and a half. These additional 2 screeners would dramatically speed up our time frame to get these cases processed. Third, and critical, help fund our cold case unit to take repeat shooters off the street. This would be a supplemental funding request of $250,000. As part of our 2022 budget request, the DA's office asked for this appropriation specifically dedicated to funding our new cold case unit, which has already delivered 1 solved case. This would fund 2 experienced investigators to lead this work. Because if we can solve 1 case in less than 6 months with no new funding, I ask you to ask yourselves what we could do if we actually invested in this work. Unfortunately, this amount was not awarded by the last council. We are proud that despite these resources, this office was able to work with Detective Andrew Waldron and Barrett Morton to solve the Thomas Rolfes case that happened in 2016. Every single day that goes by in which evidence of a murder or other violent crime is not secured, the chances of that case ever getting to the DA's office or going to court or resulting in conviction is reduced dramatically, which means violent individuals remain in our neighborhoods to potentially reoffend. And if you go back to the earlier presentation, when you heard that mother describing the conversations she was having with our ADA, that was our ADA explaining to her that every time a new case comes up, we are pursuing and doing a deep dive in new cases to see if there's any connection to an older cold case that was left unsolved. That is exactly what she was describing. That is exactly how cold case units have to work. That is using evidence in new cases to help solve old cases. Because oftentimes the shooters are repeat offenders. Number 4, help us increase DNA testing and coordination to strengthen cases and secure more convictions. Looking at the alarming fact that less than 10% of rapes are being solved in this city. Last year, I asked the last council to fund this DNA work. And I dare say to this group, if men were the predominant survivors of these sexual assault crimes, I believe these crimes would be getting more attention. After that presentation to the last council on November 22nd, 2022, at the request of Council Members Giarrusso and Council President Moreno, I wrote a letter to the City Council requesting supplemental funds to help solve more cases by increased DNA investments and improving CODIS coordination. The Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office has a unit called the SAKI unit, and that is the Sexual Assault Kit Initiative Unit. The SAKI unit is responsible for prosecuting cold sexual assault crimes. The data is absolutely clear that the same DNA used to identify perpetrators of sexual assaults often can help identify perpetrators of other violent crimes. In one pending case, a man was linked to more than a dozen home burglaries. He was identified via the FBI's combined DNA index system. That's CODIS. That's what I'm talking about. So in that one case, we were able to link one man to more than a dozen home burglaries because we used DNA and CODIS. That same person was a perpetrator of a 1989 attempted rape. But you see, that man was not swabbed to confirm his identity until 2021, despite being in prison, and was never booked on the rape the entire time. That confirmational swab was just pending. Meanwhile, the survivor had no idea that the perpetrator had ever been identified. So you can see why this DNA investment is so important. You can see why the CODIS work is so important. You can see why the SAKI unit is so important. So additional resources will make a very big impact, to the point made by Councilmember Harris at last week's meeting. It is widely known that because Orleans Parish does not have its own trained and staffed forensic lab, we have to rely on the Louisiana State Police to test DNA associated with crimes in our city. That one lab is used to provide DNA testing for parishes across the state as well, thereby causing huge backlogs and delays in solving serious cases in our community because we're simply waiting on the DNA to be tested. The City of New Orleans funds 7 analyst positions at the Louisiana State Police, but 3 of those positions are currently vacant due to the shortage in training resources. We worked very hard to figure out a way to get over this obstacle. And what we've come up with, the fastest way to get New Orleans evidence processed is to fund an outside agency to train qualified individuals that the Louisiana State Police would ultimately hire to fill those 3 vacancies, to give dedicated analysts, 3 new dedicated analysts solely for Orleans Parish. The cost of that training is only $100,000. We asked the last council for this investment. It was denied. This is a minimal investment with a very, very big return. In the same letter, I shared that CODIS was designed to compare a target DNA record against DNA records contained in the database. Once a match is identified by the CODIS software, the laboratory involved in the match exchange information to verify the match and establish coordination between their 2 agencies. The match for the forensic DNA record against DNA records in the database may be used to establish probable cause to obtain an evidentiary DNA sample from a suspect. That is really valuable evidence in getting someone's bond very high and convicting someone and keeping violent perpetrators off the street. DNA is excellent evidence. The current challenge in Orleans Parish is that there is no current master list that accurately demonstrates the status of the CODIS hits we already have. The NOPD, the Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office, and the Louisiana State Police previously coordinated this work through a program called the CODIS Hit Outcome Project. Our proposal would be for this council to fund a CODIS hit manager to once again maintain the CODIS hit list, basically reignite the CODIS Hit Outcome Project and help each agency, NOPD, the DA's office, and the Louisiana State Police to track the follow-up of these CODIS hits to ensure that the analysis is happening, that warrants are issued, and that suspects are linked to all relevant cases so they can be prosecuted for these crimes. The New Orleans CODIS hit manager would cost $115,000. Our request includes $65,000 to support ongoing data analysts and quarterly information sharing with this council and the public on this work. So that $65,000 would allow this body to measure the impact of the investment of the $100,000 and the $115,000 to see how many perpetrators we take off the street in 3 months, in the next 3 months, and in a year. Finally, I'm asking this council to allocate OPDA the resources to hire seasoned investigators and 1 assistant district attorney to man the real-time crime center for the next year, solely for the next year, to strictly focus on carjackings. Let me repeat that. The real-time camera center. You all know that asset. I'm asking for this council, while we're dealing with a surge of carjackings, to allocate resources to the DA's office to hire seasoned investigators and 1 ADA to man the RTC strictly for the next year. Councilmember King asked a question about response time. That is a very important thing to get an answer to, because the faster law enforcement gets there, the better chance there is of solving that crime, and the better chance we have of collecting quality evidence that can keep the perpetrator in jail and successfully prosecute them. Oftentimes, carjackings are committed in sprees, more than 1 in the same night by the same perpetrator. So by using the real-time crime center wisely, we can develop very, very good evidence, but we can also possibly aid in interrupting that particular crime spree on that day. Very recently, there was a carjacking on Constant Street and then another one by the same perpetrators on Ferret Street. There was roughly a 25-minute gap in that carjacking. That gives us a unique opportunity if we are manning the real-time crime center in real time. Based on my recollection from my council days, the real-time crime center falls under the Office of Homeland Security. The Department of Homeland Security receives roughly, I think, about $6.2 million in the 2022 operating budget. That is a sizable amount of taxpayer dollars and a whole lot of technology that we're not putting in the game to surge back at these current carjackings. We need to strategically use and deploy these assets in our effort to surge back and prevent and prosecute these carjackings. This would create a much higher level of formal and strategic partnership in crime prevention and crime solving. I'm asking that you let the DA's office embed experienced personnel in the real-time crime center to solely focus on carjackings, And I commit to this body that I would work with eye on surveillance and other stakeholders to make sure that we set up appropriate safeguards to prevent any unconstitutional government overreach as well. The people of this city overwhelmingly voted for reform and progress. And that rightly means that we shift our focus to successfully prosecute violent offenders that are hurting and terrorizing our neighborhoods. That's what reform is. What reform means is that we as a city are not wasting our limited resources on nonviolent, low-level offenses because a lack of focus on the violent crimes that matter most take us away from solving the things that are keeping us up at night. This city cannot afford to fail to accurately combat this current crime surge. I commit to you that I will continue to do my part, and I am ready to collaborate with any and all concerned officials and stakeholders to make sure that we as a community, we as city leaders, surge back strategically at this current crime surge. And with that, I will gladly take any questions that you all have. I can't hear you, council member. Let me...
There we go. Thank you, Councilmember. Oh, I almost called you Councilmember Williams. Thank you, District Attorney Williams, for being with us today. Appreciate your time. I'm going to start off with really like some basic questions that I think just the public has. Just to start off with, you have been accused of just letting off violent offenders. What is your response to that?
Well, I'm not sure how one can accuse an office of something it does not have the power to do. I don't have the power to set bond. I don't have the power to sentence. We argue for high bonds. We present and argue cases in court. If you look at the data just shown to you by Jeff Asher just a few moments ago, I think it answers that question better than I can. The council's public analyst, and I wrote this down because I was listening, he described a decrease in recent months in the number of juveniles arrested. But the point that I found that really answers this question very well, he said 82% of all of the juveniles arrested by NOPD were in fact detained, 82%. And that's just in juvenile cases. But when you look at case screening and acceptance rates, one of the things that no one is doing, and I don't often compare myself to my predecessor, but if you look at the screening rates between the Williams administration and the Canizero administration, there are a few percentage points of difference in terms of what cases are being accepted and what cases are being refused. When you talk about violent crime, yeah, it's true. There's a big difference in what cases are being accepted when it comes to marijuana possession, simple possession of cocaine, crimes of poverty. There's a big difference there. But when you parse the numbers out and you don't just say crime, but you say violent crime, and you look at the acceptance rates, they're roughly the same.
And let me ask on the acceptance rates on slide number 7 that you had up when you talk about acceptance rates for murder, manslaughter, robbery cases, and car theft. For those acceptance rates, what is the overall disposition? Let's just take murder, disposition of those cases. How many of those continue with the charge of murder, or how many are pled down? I'm just trying to figure out, like, when someone is charged with a specific very violent crime, how often does it continue to track with that very violent offense, or how often is it pled down?
Well, if we're talking about a homicide case, it's not going to be pled down to, it cannot be pled down to anything below manslaughter by law. So this idea, I've heard someone say something about misdemeanor murder. That does not occur in this country, doesn't occur in this city, doesn't occur in the state. I can't parse out based on that slide deck what has occurred in all those cases, because some of those cases are still pending in court today. Jury trials have been suspended until March. Some of those cases absolutely just have to be resolved by putting 12 people in a box and letting them decide on guilt or innocence. They have to be tried. So I cannot tell you what the disposition was on all the cases on those slides, but I can tell you that once they've been accepted and once they're in court, they are decided in court.
We've been talking a lot about data, and I know that the council is interested in bond data. Could we work with your office to work on tracking of the cases too, and overall disposition of cases, particularly for violent offenses?
Absolutely, I would embrace that. I think it's an excellent idea. I think I've heard you say that. I've heard Council Vice President say that. Councilmember Harris was talking about how important it is for us to use the same data set. Heard Councilmember Thomas say that. At the end of the day, if we put these numbers in a place where the public can see them, we can all be talking about the same thing, right? Are we talking about arrests? Are we talking about warrants issued? And we can track that from out of the people who were arrested, what the bond was, right? Whether or not they're still in jail, and what the ultimate results of the prosecution are. I would gladly accept working with this council to publish that information on you all's website, and we'll publish it on mine as well.
And speaking of data published on your website, you also have some data analysis on the DA's website. Paul, can you put up some slides that I had prepared? These are actually just screenshots from your website, Mr. DA. Let's have Paul pop those up real quick. I find them also. And as Paul's looking for those, Mr. DA, I'll start with the questioning. But what he's going to pop up is the dashboard that Andrew, can you work with Paul? What he's going to pop up is the dashboards that talk about the number of felony cases. Keep going to the next one, Paul. Next one. There we go. This one. Okay, so this is for felony cases and misdemeanor cases. And really what I'm interested in is the felony cases and the acceptance rate. So the 3-month average for acceptance rate this ended, I'm sorry, this is from April to December 2021. And so the acceptance rate, the average was roughly, 60%, a little bit higher, 61.2%. But we see that in November and leading into December, Mr. DA, we really see this uptick, roughly, a 10% uptick in acceptance of felony cases. So I'm just wondering, what happened differently within your office, or did something happen differently with NOPD? Just trying to understand how we had, pretty much a line staying under 60%, and then all of a sudden, boom, we have more acceptance of the felony cases.
I would tell you that felony cases also involve nonviolent crimes as well. But the data points with regards to what my office did in July and what it did in November, our work stays the same. It is based upon the quality of the evidence presented, based upon what witnesses are available. There are no variables that we change in our screening. I said on January the 11th that my office would never jail or detain a domestic violence survivor or sexual assault survivor. That means those cases are harder. But we continue to, and we will continue to work with the detectives on those cases. We do this thing called charge conference, which is where my ADAs are meeting with the officers on the cases to figure out what additional evidence is necessary to make that case. The better that collaboration is, and that collaboration is good, the better quality those cases are when they're screened. but there is no difference in our work between November and May and June and July. It is, we need evidence. We need DNA to share with the court, but we follow the protocols laid out by national best standards with what and how to screen cases.
And then, Paul, if you can go to the next slide, let's see which one comes up. Thank you. This one, let's see, this is for rape. And so this is April 2021 to December 2021. Same question and may have the same answer. So April 2021, 100% acceptance, and then it drops down to roughly in the between 60 to 80, and then down below 60, and then all the way back up to December 2021, back to 100%. Are you saying the same? It just depends on, well, I'll let you answer the question.
I mean, it is based upon the quality of the evidence presented and the participation of any witnesses, whether they be law enforcement, whether they be lay people. There's been no change on the policy of screening. The person tasked with doing this work they're veterans. We have our most seasoned lawyers in the screening division because they have to understand what it takes to prove a case in court. Most of them have worked in trials. And so it's all based upon the quality of evidence presented and the early police reports. Now, I will tell you, we've talked about this before and we'll continue to. DNA is a factor. It's a very big factor, and the faster we can get that information, it's important. It's also important to get reports and evidence early on because we want to be able to increase our speed with which we screen cases. But we can't screen cases with an incomplete report. And when there's things left outstanding, it does affect how cases are screened. With regards to rape, this slide is looking at a total of 28 cases, right? So, I mean, I think that's important to note. We're not talking about a large amount of cases. This is 28 cases. So when you've got a number that low, a chart is going to drastically move up or down based on those cases.
Yeah, and you have a roughly 68% acceptance rate, at least during this particular period. And then the last slide that I had, it's similar. It deals with the robberies. You can go to that next one, Paul. Paul, if you can go to the next slide. Thank you. And this is for robbery. It's the same. It was 100%. It slipped down, and now it's back up. But you've answered this question for us already. But Paul, you can take the slides down. So on charging conferences, so how often do you have the charging conferences? Explain to the public what that entails.
So a charge conference is, like a lot of folks talk about, the collaboration between the police department and the DA's office. That's not just Jason and Sean. That is every DA in this building and our investigators and every person commissioned to be at New Orleans Police Department. And so when we talk about a case, oftentimes these charge conferences allow ADAs to have conversations with NOPD detectives while the case is ongoing to improve on the evidence or close any gaps or issues that exist so that the case can be screened properly and the case can be strong when it gets to court. That is happening, and that will continue to happen.
And how often does that happen?
It depends upon the number of cases that come in. As with everything, we talk about rape cases, we're talking about 28 cases. 28 cases coming in during that time period. The slide with regards to robbery was only 60 cases. So the numbers of cases are relatively small in terms of what arrests have been made for these particular subsets of violent crimes. And so we treat each one of them individually. And the screening decision is going to be individual, and the charging conference as an individual, but we do it as much as we can to build that case. So it's not something that that has a sort of set length or set amount of time. We take as much time as it takes to get it right.
On the collaboration and cooperation piece between the DA's office and the NOPD, tell me about the cold case DA unit and how closely does that work with the cold case NOPD unit? Because earlier today, Ms. Keisha Devernay, who's Devin Escadron's mother, believed that there were two separate paths between the cold case unit for NOPD, one route that they were taking, and a different route being taken by the DA's office. If you could respond to that question and concern that she has.
Sure, and I understand her concern, and I can understand how in her mind there would be sort of a disjointed approach, right? So the NOPD has had a cold case division, and I think right now I think there's 2 officers there. And when you look at the number of cold cases that exist in this community, there are far more cases than these 2 officers could ever handle, right? And with regards to the way our cold case team works, if a homicide occurred in 2022, and whether it was victim witness assistant, our investigators, or our ADAs, if they find a clue or a piece of evidence that connects to an older case, they begin to dig deeper and sort of peel that onion back, because a lot of the unsolved cold cases are connected to new cases because these people are continuing to harm people in the community. So our work in terms of our cold case unit is really focused on developing new leads that come from existing present cases, which is a very different approach than what the NOPD is doing. A lot of times folks think, oh, well, you all go do the exact same thing. There are 2 approaches to getting new information. After a month, after a year, it is really difficult to solve a cold case. And so we have to be attacking a job of that magnitude from several different fronts. And there are 2 different fronts. However, when we develop a lead, very similar to the way that we developed the lead in the Thomas Rolfe's case, we pursue that and we loop in the detectives that were previously assigned to that case to participate because they know the case well. Barrett Morton, Andrew Waldron, they never let that case go. Detective Waldron was calling Thomas Rolfe's mother every Mother's Day, right? He stayed on that case. He never let it go. So when we got a new lead based upon a new unrelated case, we looped those detectives in so that we could bird dog that case until we were able to get a perpetrator, get the right person, and take him off the street. That's a very different job than the NOPD cold case unit. And if the cold case unit was cutting through more than 60 or 70% of the unsolved cases, there would be no need for us to do this work. But as you heard from these mothers, that job's not getting done. And there's a number of reasons for it. I mean, the resources aren't there for the NOPD and the resources aren't there for us. And so we're taking 2 tracks, but the 2 tracks do come together in terms of investigation after we develop those leads. And I don't know if I answered your other question completely earlier. You asked how I thought you said how long, but how often. Charge conferences happen once a week, but those meetings go as long as they need to based upon how many cases or what cases are being discussed.
You mentioned, this is still on the cooperation and collaboration piece, but you mentioned in slide 25, you talked about these multi-agency task forces, one on serial crime prevention and prosecution, and another one a multi-agency gang unit, and the failure of these CEAs to be signed. I've heard concern from a couple of other folks in law enforcement who are concerned about the fact that these CEAs have not been signed. what is the reasoning for this delay? What are you hearing? Because certainly it seems like these would be fruitful efforts.
We worked with top brass of NOPD back in March to get these things fully baked because we saw gang violence and carjackings increasing then. We signed off on them last year. We've sent emails, I've made requests trying to see where the NOPD is on them. And I mean, you heard from the chief last week with regards to the serial crimes initiative. I believe he said that he didn't think it was fair that money would come from his department and come to us. But if you all read the CEAs, you know that's no money would be taken from the NOPD to fulfill these CEAs. I mean, you all are the budgetary authority. You all write the checks that come to my office and that go to the police department. We're not going to take anything from them. I know that they need as much as they can get from the city.
The CEA isn't funded with the police budget.
Right. So we've signed off on them. We need them. The carjackings that occurred over the weekend, the carjackings that have occurred this month, the car break-ins, the shootings on the interstate, they are all coming from the individuals that these CEAs were written to go after. Gang crimes and serial crimes, including carjackings and car thefts. Because although some folks might say that car thefts aren't violent crime, these car doors are being checked and these windows are being broken into because people are looking for guns to use in these other crimes. And we've got to work together to connect these dots. We need these CEAs signed. We need to be moving forward with these initiatives, and we need the Tiger units all surging back at what's occurring in this city between Uptown and New Orleans East right now.
A lot of discussion about bond amounts, and it's been an ongoing conversation for quite some time. How often are your ADAs, or how often is the state represented in bond hearings, and how often are you objecting to bond amounts, and what seems to be the result?
Every day. This is our job. This is what we do. This is how the system works. When there's a first appearance, we are presenting all the evidence collected by the NOPD to show that this was a person who committed this crime. We're also showing what the record is of this individual so that they be held or detained when they're dangerous. But at the end of the day, we do not control what the bond is set at. But our ADAs are in court and will remain in court. And when there is a motion before a judge asking for a bond to be reduced, we are there arguing against that, right? But the law gives us an opportunity to present and argue for something, not decide it.
How often do you see a no bond set? I think we lost. Did we lose the DA?
No, I'm here. I'm trying to think about how we can parse out those numbers. I don't have that data set, but we will begin to collect that and share it with the council.
And the reason why I bring that up is because when you were elected, and knowing my background and also Council Vice President Morrell's background and really fighting for victims of domestic violence, I'd ask you to move forward with a policy for the most dangerous DV cases, those that are aggravated or with strangulation, that there would be a Gwen's Law hearing for those particular cases, which is a contradictory hearing where the offender is held with no bond until there is that special risk assessment hearing to determine, whether this person should be let out on bond at all. And I appreciated you, moving forward and asking for these hearings, but from what I understand, that these Gwen's Law hearings are not happening. I'm just trying to understand if that's what you're still seeing, because that's going to be one of my main questions for the judges when they come up next.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good question. And I also think your last question about how often there are no bonds set, I'd have to work with the courts to get that information. They probably have it readily available because they're the ones who make that decision. So I don't have that answer. With regards to Gwynn's Law hearings, we've been pushing for them since January. They are important. They were put in place to stop people from getting killed. They were put in place to stop people who have proven themselves to be violent from getting out while they are still mad and angry with someone and going back to that shared home. Now, I had a meeting with about 6 of the judges and the magistrate last week, and we discussed Gwynn's Law hearings. And they were able to articulate that a number of the commissioners, this is a group that is appointed by or selected by the en banc, the 12 judges, to handle first appearances. And there was a concern that because they only sit once a week, my office was asking for a person to be held until that Gwynn's Law hearing was held. And there was a concern by those commissioners that a person would be in jail for 7 days waiting for that hearing to happen in their court. We were asking for that because we thought it was necessary. And so they were denying those hearings in some situations because they didn't want someone held until they sat again. Now, Judge Lombard has come up with a policy that she said she would take those Gwynn's Law hearings herself because she sits every day so that we get to have the hearing and it doesn't get stymied because commissioners sit once a week. And I believe that change by Judge Lombard will be helpful in making sure that these Gwynn's Law hearings are held. And I want to go a step further. I mentioned this before, but the law allows Gwynn's Law hearings to be used not just in domestic violence cases, but any case where a victim has fear of being harmed or being retaliated against. And so we're beginning this year to apply and ask for Gwynn's Law hearings in other cases as well, outside of the DV sphere.
And my final question has to do with police on the interstate. And Councilmember Williams, you and I've been, asking for. Now I just called you Councilmember again. District Attorney Williams, you and I have been working on this since you were on the council. And the last letter that I wrote to the governor about this was back. I just looked it up. Was April 29th of 2021, asking for additional assistance on the interstate. Even if it's just responding to vehicular accidents, car accidents on the interstate, particularly in the New Orleans East area, because that would significantly increase patrolling capabilities within that district. And if we had additional police presence within the interstate system. What are your, what are you hearing about the potential of this? Last I heard is that, the governor was hoping to have some type of request coming from the chief or the mayor. I'd mentioned this to the chief a while back, but, it's so long overdue and so necessary at this particular point.
Well, we need them. We need all the help we can get to keep people safe. Innocent people are getting killed driving from New Orleans East throughout the rest of the city. That can't happen. That cannot happen in a major American city. And because there's not a police presence on the interstate, no one is arrested for these crimes, right? And so I'm going to keep asking and petitioning the governor to make this deployment. One, so that we can deter those shootings and hopefully save the life of an innocent person who's just trying to get from point A to point B. But two, we need to make sure that if somebody shoots a gun from a moving car on the interstate at another moving car because they're involved in gang activity, we need law enforcement presence on that interstate to follow that car so that we can make that arrest and take that person off the street. And so I know that there is a plan for the governor to deploy these assets during Mardi Gras. And so my letter to the governor was asking that he deploy these assets sooner, because these interstates are technically state property. And if he's deploying these assets for Mardi Gras, to assist with Mardi Gras, I'm asking that they come sooner and stay longer to specifically deal with shootings on the interstate, because that is something we absolutely have to get under control. It would actually connect very well with the multi-agency gang unit, the CEA I talked about earlier. They would be one of the agencies involved in solving those crimes, along with the ATF and the FBI, because these folks aren't shooting at random people. These are gang-affiliated individuals shooting at other gang-affiliated individuals. Unfortunately, innocent people are getting killed in the crossfire. And so the multi-agency gang unit, that level of cooperation, and having the LSP come up sooner and stay longer and solely be focused on the state property of the interstates can surge back at this violent crime surge that we're seeing. So I'm going to keep asking. Really, I'm going to keep asking until we get it.
Yeah, same. I'm happy to join you and that request and that continued request. And just so I'm clear, I totaled it up. You're asking for roughly $1.2 million for some of the short-term strategies that you mentioned in your presentation. In regards to long-term strategies, what are you looking at there?
You know, that's an excellent question. You know, when a fire is burning, you don't start rearranging the furniture. You got to put the fire out. And so what we've been talking about initially is how do we put this fire out? But I do think we need long-term strategies as we move out of this, and we need to figure out where we want to be in another year. And in terms of long-term strategy, I would say that in terms of the consent decree, the NOPD has done better than any other department in this country in dealing with a consent decree. And I mean, they performed. They've done the things that were asked of them in a way that other cities have not. And I think there may be a pathway that perhaps this council could offer to Judge Morgan in federal court, that this council or this criminal justice committee could monitor all of the things that are currently being monitored by the federal monitors, what they're responsible for. And that this council could build out a series of audits with Judge Morgan and the federal monitors, along with Jeff Asher, the council's public safety analyst, so that the judge and the DOJ could monitor that compliance in real time. And if they liked it, if they agreed with that monitoring by Chairman Thomas and this council, this agreement for annual audits or quarterly audits, whatever they want, could end the consent decree, but not end the work of monitoring it to make sure our department is doing well. But it would save us close to $5 million or more each year that we are now spending on federal monitors, which could then be reinvested in the criminal legal system to potentially pay our officers more money. I mean, imagine if we paid our police officers more than any other place in the South, more than any other place in the state, then we would be drawing the best candidates and keeping and retaining our good officers. So I think that's something like a long-term strategy. I think Judge Morgan would be receptive to it if she was a part of building it out. And the other long-term strategy I would just say quickly is we desperately need reports faster. We desperately need, in the DA's office, we need evidence and reports faster so that we can reduce screening time and so that we can show more evidence to judges when they're setting bonds. And I know there are various reasons why the NOPD can't get that to us as fast as we need it or as fast as the court needs it, and woman power, manpower is part of that. But something that could be a force multiplier. When I say force multiplier, we only have a certain number of officers, but we could get more from those folks by using technology. And I believe that if the NOPD and the DA's office could implement a software on a technology called Case 365, which is a cloud-based platform that would seamlessly integrate with the Hexagon technology that the city is already working on. It would mean we could integrate police work and DA work via the cloud. So as soon as an officer does his work, as soon as that body-worn camera footage is recorded, it would go up to a cloud and we could tap into that and receive that information, right? It also has data outputs that would allow this council to monitor and measure the work of the police department and of the DA's office, to go to that sort of information you're asking about before. Out of the arrests made in 2022, what has happened in terms of their convictions? All of that can be publicly accessible and accessible to the council using Case 365. I would welcome, I'd love to come and present a more lengthy presentation to Chairman Thomas's Criminal Justice Committee about how this nominal investment could speed up the work of the NOPD without overburdening them. Right now, we've got people going back and forth between the DA's office and the police department, picking up zip drives, picking up police reports, picking up information that we need. I believe there'd be an immediate measurable impact to this investment. And it would cut down on, I don't know if you ever go to Office Depot in New Orleans East or Office Depot on St. Charles, you will never not see an NOPD officer there buying their own supplies, buying their own zip drives. This could help deal with that issue. I mean, it's almost like teachers having to go buy your own supplies to do the most important work. This technology can help with that.
Thank you for the answers to my questions. We're going to take questions from other council members next. Councilmember Jeruso is asked to go first, followed by Councilmember Morell, and then Thomas. Councilmember Jeruso.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. DA, for being here today. I think I have the most questions for you, but I don't want anybody to confuse quantity with quality, because there are a lot of issues I have with the judges and some of the things. I also want to thank you for leading off about the quarterly reports and NOPD. You and I visited with Judge Morgan when you were on the council, and I think having that apparatus is extraordinarily important to make sure we're moving out of the consent decree. There are a couple areas I want to ask you about. I'm going to start with carjackings first, and then ask about first appearances. I have some more questions from the council president, and then also 701.
You went out, Councilmember Jeruso. I can't hear you. You're going out.
Oh, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now, Mr. DA?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. What I was saying was I have sort of three different areas that I'd like to go over with you, please. I do have a lot of questions, but I don't want to confuse that with quality. I want to start first with carjackings. And on slide 7 of the presentation, it said that in the past 90 days, your office had accepted 77% of robbery charges. Is that also armed robbery charges?
Correct.
Okay, so the carjackings would be lumped into that category then?
Correct.
All right, I just want to make sure, because one of the things that seemed omitted was carjackings from that. And so I just wanted to make sure that it was actually included. And then with respect to carjackings, one of the things that's been discussed is charging adults with RICO charges when there have been juveniles engaged in the same activity. Have any RICO charges been brought to date?
If you look back, at the RICO charges that were brought in the past, they resulted from the multi-agency gang, the MAG unit, the Tiger teams, and would also be a part of the Serial Crimes Initiative. So no, we have not been able to coordinate that level of collaborated investigation to connect individuals across districts who engage in these sort of web of criminality that you would see in a RICO case. The reason why we push for the Serial Crimes Initiative and the reason we continue to push for this MAG unit is so that we can bring these RICO cases.
Okay. I want to ask questions now about first appearances. And, I I've actually attended these in the past. I'm familiar with how they work. When the ADAs go to court for first appearances, what documents or materials do they have with them?
They go to court with everything that was presented to them or turned over and referred by the police department, and everything that we know with regards to the person's criminal history. There was an issue early on that we found when we came. That was an issue with NCIC, which is a broader statewide problem in terms of getting that information. And we're working with agencies throughout the state to make sure that we can have that database available to include in our presentations at first appearances. So any and everything that has been referred to or turned over to us by the police department at that time, and everything that we can independently put together with regards to a person's criminal history is what we're armed with in that first appearance hearing.
And Mr. DA, to put all my cards on the table, I'm going to ask the judges a lot of questions because my understanding is their NCIC had been down since December. And that is, in my view, an extraordinarily large problem if they don't know what somebody else's arrest or conviction record is.
It's a big problem.
Yeah, it is. It is. And candidly, I don't understand how it went on for that long. So I'm going to ask them about that. So when your ADAs are going into court, they have someone's prior arrest and prior conviction record?
Yes.
Okay. And is that being shared with the court by the ADA?
Yes, that is part of the presentation to determine what a person's dangerousness is to the public.
All right. And so just again, to make sure, ADA stands up, says Jane Doe has been arrested 15 times, convicted, and I'm making up numbers here, obviously, convicted 7 times, 4 of those are misdemeanors, 3 are convictions, and does a rundown.
Yes.
Okay.
You went out, Councilmember Jeruso.
Sorry, I've got Councilmember Banks' fingers and I hit my mute button again. Who's responsible for preparing the risk assessment instrument?
I believe there was a grant from the city or the state to, correct me if I'm wrong about the source, I'm not sure of the source, to the judges to create a pretrial division in court. And they provide whatever information has been decided the judges want or need from their in-house pretrial risk assessment folks.
Okay. I mean, is it the court or pretrial services that's preparing RAI?
I believe it is the pretrial services division of the court is responsible for preparing that. I have not seen that grant to determine whether it's independent or an employee of the court. I'm not sure about that.
Okay. And the reason why I'm asking is if you don't have prior convictions or prior arrests, then A, you can't have a valid RAI, and B, you can't run statistical analysis to see if there's bias in bonding.
I think that's spot on.
Okay. And again, just kind of going through the information that the ADAs have. By the first appearances, have they spoken with victims yet or been to the crime scene?
By first appearances?
Yes.
No, there's no human way possible for ADAs to be prepared in court in that short amount of window and go to every crime scene of the crimes that are charged.
Okay. And then Councilmember Moreno asked you about bond amounts. How are the ADAs instructed to answer when the court asks about setting a bond?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, does the court say to the ADA, Madam Prosecutor, the person is charged with this, this is their prior history, what bond amount do you suggest? Or do they leave it up to the court to make that determination?
It is the court's determination. We present the evidence of this person's dangerousness to inform and argue whether or not this person's bond should be at one amount or a different amount. We put everything we have in front of that court to make the determination. We recently put together a bond schedule for our ADAs to just give them guidance in court in terms of what we believe is necessary. But as you understand, we cannot control what amount a judge ultimately sets a bond at.
Yeah, no, I agree, but I just want to make sure that as the ADA is giving the recitation of the gist and the facts and the prior history, then ADA is getting up and saying, in the state's opinion, the bond should be set at X.
Well, I mean, we say the bond should be, this person needs to be held, and we will make a suggestion, but that suggestion has no legal authority before a court.
I know that. I guess just my question is, they're making a monetary suggestion to what the court of what the bond should be.
Look, we will make a monetary suggestion and keep it on the record, and I hope that judges will agree with us every time. As a matter of course.
I think this is right. Within 72 hours, someone arrested must be brought before a judge. Is that correct?
That is correct, which is why there is no human way possible ADAs could do the job of being prepared for first appearances and go to crime scenes throughout the city within 72 hours. That's just not possible. And frankly, I don't know that it would assist in dealing with what's necessary at that first appearance. Before trial, absolutely. Before motion hearings, absolutely.
Is it the responsibility of the party, so I guess either the sheriff or JJIC, to make sure somebody's in court within 72 hours?
I don't understand that question.
Well, I guess my question is really let's two places. One, are defendants appearing in court within 72 hours? And if they're not, then do I look to the sheriff or JJIC for not getting them to court in 72 hours? Because if they're not there, right, the consequence is they're released. And I just want to know whether or not A, that hearings are happening for everybody within 72 hours, and then B, if somebody isn't brought to court, who's responsible for that?
We are prepared to move forward with every defendant that is brought to court, but we do not have the power to determine who is brought into each section of court. That is not, we can make the request, we can file a writ of habeas corpus, but we are not in control of moving defendants from jail to court at all.
Okay. All right. I know that you obviously know what Article 701 is of the Code of Criminal Procedure, but it's that charges for somebody either in custody or on a bond obligation have to be filed in a certain period of time. Is that right?
Correct.
And with those bond obligations, if the period of time passes without being charged, somebody can be released from requirements like ACL monitoring or checking in or other requirements. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then also, if charges aren't filed, somebody can be released from jail. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Madam President brought this up, and I know it's of interest to Council members Morrell and Harris, I'm sure everybody. For the last 6 to 9 months, have there been 701 releases for domestic violence crimes?
Repeat that question.
Sure. I'm asking for the last 6 to 9 months because I think, it's unfair. You've been in office for a year, so the first couple of months while you're trying to get everything up and running. For the last 6 to 9 months, how many 701 releases have there been for domestic violence crimes?
I'll give that number for me. I'll give it to you.
All right. And if you don't mind, I'd like to know the number both from jail and from bond obligations.
Sure.
Thank you. And then sort of the same thing, if you don't have it at your fingertips, how many 701 releases for crimes of violence, both from jail and from bond obligations?
We will absolutely share that data with you. And I would say that is why I think I closed with, when I was answering Council Vice President's questions, with an ask to implement Case 365, which would allow us to get all of the evidence faster from the NOPD so that we can screen cases faster. Our goal is 5 days. We're nowhere close to that now because we don't have all the information necessary to properly screen a case. But I do believe that Case 365 could help solve that bottleneck.
And you make 2 points there I think that are good. The 5-day is something New York and some other municipalities are doing, right? To make sure that these things are being moved along as quickly as possible. Let me ask this question. Like, obviously, we want to make sure NOPD and your office are working as closely as possible. If there's a reporting issue, either for 90 or 150 days, is there an internal system for the DA's office to say, we're going to check in X amount of time with NOPD and, hey, we need to get the report. We're bumping up against 150 days, you're 60 days out, you're 45 days out, you're 30 days out, just to make sure NOPD stays honest?
There is Chief Klein, who was a screening chief for the last administration, who has been dedicated to this work for well over a decade now, will, and she's instructed her team as well, reach out to whether it be the detective or investigator on the case, as well as their supervisor. And if there's a problem, we try to raise it to any other higher supervisor as fast as we can, so that we can rectify whatever the issues are with that particular case.
Okay, well, I just, like I said, I know we want to make sure the systems are operating as optimally as possible. And so if you aren't getting a police report in time, that's a significant impediment. And I think all of us want to make sure that that's not happening either.
Well, that is happening, and that is a problem, and it is a problem that has plagued the DA's office and NOPD for decades and multiple administrations. It is not a new problem. It has been an issue with regards to screening. I think I would say for the past 4 DAs and the past several police chiefs. And Case 365 is a new way at a time when we don't have the number of police officers that chief would want or that we would want. It is a way to add a force multiplier to getting faster work product from people that are already overworked.
Yeah, again, I just want to make sure, and I think the public just wants to make sure that there aren't bumps in the road. And so if the reports need to be in at a certain period of time, that if there's a police problem, that we identify it and get them to do it faster. And if there's some sort of screening issue, that we know that too. And then I guess, the other thing, I know you've always been good about meeting with people, Mr. DA, and we've heard lately about sort of more meetings. I guess, is there a plan, and I appreciate the fact that you've met with the criminal court judges on Friday, to make that more regular and have meetings between all the partners of the systems right now, because we just want to make sure more than anything else people are talking.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to continue to do that. And I think we need to increase it across all of the agencies. I do plan to meet with the chief. I do plan to keep pushing for these CEAs to be signed. I do plan on continuing to push with the judges to make sure I understand that I find out what they need from my ADAs to make sure that we're delivering on what they need in court. We'll continue to do that. And coming up later on this week, I'll be meeting with interim U.S. Attorney Dwayne Evans, the special agent in charge of FBI, the ATF, the U.S. Marshals, and our police chief, working on other coordinated strategies outside of OPDA and NOPD that we can come up with to surge back on this crime spree that we're seeing happening right now. So yes, I will continue to meet with the agencies within the city, but I'm also reaching out and meeting with federal agencies as well to bring their force to bear on this surge.
And I appreciate you making that point too, because a lot of metropolitan cities have been successful. It's not only working together, but with their federal partners as well. That's it for me. I appreciate it. I would just like to make sure that I get the 701 data on domestic violence and on violent crimes.
You got it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me, Jason?
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Morrell.
Okay. Thank you. I got a couple of questions. I appreciate us meeting the other day. It was, as always, very illuminating. I appreciate the fact you showed up with a plan today. That's refreshing. A refreshing change from what we've seen recently. I want to cover a couple of issues. The first is, it would seem based upon the way you staffed your office that you took advantage of the fact of seeking out the best and the brightest, both inside New Orleans and outside of New Orleans, correct?
Correct.
And that I know Bob, Mr. White, who's one of your key prosecutors, did not come from New Orleans, right?
Correct.
And you didn't make him start over as an intro, magistrate DA, right? So you believe in lateral hiring.
I do.
And I think that you would also agree that the same benefits you enjoy in your office and hiring the best and brightest across the state and across the country is something that every law enforcement agency should have, right?
It is ideal. It is ideal. It is the only way to do the job well at a high level.
Okay. Let me ask you a couple of questions. The first is, I know that Councilmember DeRusso kind of had a lengthy discussion regarding the DA's position on bonds. As you know, I started off actually in magistrate court and almost did exclusively first settings. And in my time there, I was very aware of kind of the tempo of the way a magistrate first setting went, which usually was the judge would sit down, they do the preamble, they would ask the DA for their recommendations as far as like when first they'd ask what's the history of the case, what's the history of the defendant, of the accused. The DA would make a recommendation on bond. The public defender, which was me, would rigorously object and would present a variety of mitigating factors, and the judge would weigh those two positions and try to find out what was the most appropriate. I think that you hit the nail on the head in that I know you're using Jeff Asher as well for a lot of your data. And I think that what we both experienced, especially over the last couple of weeks, is there is a deluge of information across the internet about all these $100 bonds being set for carjackers. And because we live in a cycle where people can say things that are not true and they will circulate forever, I think the quicker we can get about disseminating that information, those bond settings and that process publicly in a digestible way would go a long way to reassuring people that everyone's taking the bond issue seriously. So I know you've already said this, but I'm kind of re-ask the question. You're committed, like we are as a city council, to making sure that we can get all the information, including, I think you said it quite appropriately, if you're asking for a high bond and the judge sets a low bond, there needs to be a record of the bond you asked for, just like there needs to be. And in the alternative, if any DA is asking for a $500,000 bond on a joint, and a judge has set that bond at an appropriate level, there should be a record of that as well. But the fact that we're not able yet to get that data in a way where people can access it and come to their own independent conclusions, I think the longer we take to get that data available, the increasing issues we're going to have in defeating that misinformation that's out there.
I will commit myself and my team and our in-house data analysts to work with you all's analysts to very quickly put a system together so that you all can see when someone comes into the system, where the DA's office is, where the courts are, and what the result is. And I mean, obviously my analysts and Mr. Asher are much smarter than I in terms of creating that, but I will task them to work with all deliberate speed with putting that information up so that it can truly be measured and truly be seen in terms of what is occurring in court. I agree.
Okay. As you're screening cases, and obviously part of what we're trying to all address here is that any additional information you're able to obtain through the screening process allows you to solve cases quickly and also to pursue indictments quicker. There are two things that stick out to me in New Orleans in reference to in New Orleans that are different in Jefferson Parish in particular. I'll use them as kind of our neighbor in this regard. We do not have a DNA processing facility yet, correct?
Correct.
So just so the public, when you're listening, in Jefferson Parish, they have a DNA processing facility, which means that when their sheriff's office begins an investigation, if there is a pressing, important case, they've got a backlog that everybody else does, but they can expedite any case their DA says has to be expedited. And my understanding is they can get DNA results as early as the next day if they jump the line. The challenge you would say you have right now is that if you're pursuing a case, you're at the mercy of going to the state police to try and jump the line on a couple of hundred cities.
That's absolutely correct. We lost a real opportunity when we were building the city back after Katrina, when we did not invest in our own DNA lab. There is no cutting that corner. There is no defendant or defense attorney that's going to plead guilty before they see the results of that DNA report. In like manner, when we can present DNA showing that they were present at a car, at a home, on a person that they said they were not present for, then we most certainly get more guilty pleas. Outside of my window, there's a building that's being built. It's called a crime lab. But as it stands right now, I think the plan is to only construct the shell. And whenever ribbon is cut on that building, it is not going to be producing DNA. It's not going to be examining DNA. There are no DNA examiners that have been hired. And I think it is a desperate need that we as a city begin, one, getting the equipment necessary to do DNA testing across the street, and hiring DNA analysts from across the country so that we at least have 2 or 3 that can do exactly what you just described. Because if we had DNA results the way that you just described it, we would have guilty pleas at arraignment in a number of cases. And that is critically important at a time where you have court closures and jury trial suspensions.
Well, and to be clear, because I've looked at this as well, as of right now, we're going to have a shell of a building. There's actually no money allocated for any DNA equipment at all, let alone analysts to use it. So I think that as this council looks towards how we're going to spend ARP money, much of what, and there are parts of it that the president has said should be used to bolstering the crime rate across the entire country, that would be an appropriate use that would be constitutional. Following up on that, does the NOPD have a digital forensics team that you're aware of?
I don't know that there is a unit with the subject matter expertise at national best practices level that exists. I do know that there are detectives who are better at it than some, but we do not have a digital forensic teams as exists in many other jurisdictions.
Well, for example, once again, Jefferson Parish, they have a digital forensics team. And once their sheriff's office obtains a warrant to search in someone's phone, they crack open phones. And oftentimes, especially in drug-related violent cases, you often find out the last person that talked to the person before they were shot or killed is usually on the phone.
There is phenomenal evidence in these devices we keep in our pockets. Getting that data dump shows the last person they called, the last text message, any threat on social media. If it's an overdose, you probably can find out where the person bought those drugs from. And when you have a drug like fentanyl on the street, it is a major component to being able to solve those cases. Absolutely.
Right. So I would suggest that as we continue to kind of build this robust multi-agency crime plan, that we have to figure out, and we're going to have to budget to create a digital forensics team, because without DNA and without digital forensics, we have a tremendous amount of cases that remain unsolved. And a lot of that's because there's information which can be obtained with national best practices absolutely constitutional, we simply aren't doing. And if we are doing it, we're relying upon third parties on different timelines that are incredibly expensive to someday get the information. So as we're kind of working, we're all taking notes. I'm taking my notes, you're taking your notes as things we want to prioritize. This is certainly one of them. I think you also hit on a note, and I want to explain this to the public also kind of as a PSA. A vast majority of car break-ins, a lot of them, if not the majority of them, they're not looking for your wallet in your car. They're not looking for your keys or your jewelry. They're looking for the gun you left in your car. And I think the public needs to hear that. The most profitable thing that people find when they jiggle your handle and break into your car is not the goods that the pawn shop will pay pennies for. It's the guns that go into the secondary market to be used for violent crimes.
That's absolutely right, Council Vice President. In fact, I was on a call with some national experts and some other DAs from across the country. And the question that we were all asking was, what are the trends? What are the factors we can look at to explain the increase of violence in our respective cities? And the only data point that they were able to point to was the increase in legal purchases of firearms in the past 2 years, within the past 2 years, because many of those firearms are finding their way into the black market because of exactly what you described. So that is spot on a national level.
Last 2 points. As you're aware, I've been working with Senator Harris and Representative Hughes on 2 bills that would change state law, which I think would be beneficial to your office. I know that they're both presenting with me at Chairman Thomas's meeting on Wednesday. But the first of which is to expand the state RICO law and make it a bit more forgiving and making it more robust insofar as simply recruiting children to participate in crime would make you eligible for prosecution under RICO, and to simply try to give you more tools with the state RICO statute, because my understanding, talking to law enforcement and other professionals across the state, and this is also reflected greatly in New Orleans, is that these kids are recruited by adults in many instances. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. That tool that the legislature and that you're working with the legislature put in place would be a huge tool in our tool belt. I have seen evidence of this. We have not been able to build these RICO cases. This change in the law will make it easier for us to do this. But when I spent a lot of time talking to detectives and investigators and ranking NOPD officers about what is actually happening on the street, you hit the nail on the head about the adult involvement on the back end for a number of these crimes that are being committed by young people, whether it is the stealing of guns or the stealing of cars. There is no juvenile who is taking these cars across state lines and selling them because the price of a car has gone up exponentially in this country because of COVID. So we need what you just described to allow us to bring an entire case against everyone involved, juvenile and adult, in the web of criminality in terms of what's occurring in the city.
Well, the other bill that I'm working on with that senator and that rep deals with restitution. So what we've seen across the city recently, it's been for years, but it's gotten more robust recently, is parental accountability. And you have to constantly explain to people that there's kind of this there's a lot of different constitutional provisions that regulate what you can do to a parent over what a child has done. And we have a moral responsibility not to make assumptions about parents because of what their children do. But something that has withstood the test of time is restitution. Obviously, there is plenty of case law that dates back, I don't know, probably to the Magna Carta, that if a child commits damage to property and that child is of minority, the parent is liable for restitution for those damages. One of the bills that we're working on, Senator Harris and Representative Hughes and I, would be to shift the burden of proof, so to speak, on restitution insofar as if a child is found culpable in a criminal act that results in damage to property, that restitution is a shall, not a may. insofar as there's a presumption that if a child is found guilty of breaking into, let's say 10 cars, breaking car windows to look for iPhones and guns, and they're found to have been guilty through that process, that restitution is part of the penalty. And that's insofar as you, as the DA, on behalf of the victims, will be able to say, because I won my criminal case, restitution is now part of the sentencing. Obviously, it'll have built-in protections regarding providing opportunities for parents to express hardship as far as what the hardships might be in paying that, and to give judges the leeway to relieve them of that restitution burden. But at the very least, what you're going to have on a really basic level is that you are going to have parents that have to show up and interact in the process, because by default, they would be liable for the property damage that resulted from the criminality of the juvenile in question.
That is an excellent tool. And I'll please count me in terms of going to the Capitol to testify about the critical need to have that degree of accountability, because whether it is you sitting in broken glass on your way to work because someone has broken out your window, whether it is your deductible, that matters. That component of making the victim whole matters. And as you're a parent, like I'm a parent, we are responsible for our children.
Well, and my last point, and I think next is Councilmember Thomas, but my last point is, I think, and this is to reiterate where I started at, there is a lot of concern and misinformation regarding how bail is being set and what those bail numbers are. Any effort we can do in the short term, even as a stopgap measure, to get all of the bail information put out in as public a means as possible, I think would go a long way to reassuring people that, especially as we're arresting people, that there's not the revolving door that people say exists in the city. But more importantly, I think it's very important that everybody who touches part of that process, whether it be the public defender, the district attorney, and the judge who sets the bond, as I say repeatedly, and as Councilmember Thomas says frequently as well, this is a system and everybody's responsible for their own sphere of influence and everyone has to do their part. And I'm very concerned right now, and I've never felt this way before in my entire time and being a former public defender in the magistrate section. I've really got to a point where I'm beginning to think magistrate commissioners as a thing has kind of run its course. Insofar as magistrate commissioners are not accountable to the public, the way they're selected is in the most archaic, weird, secret society way one could think. And that if we're going to have people setting bonds and have people responsible for the bonds that are set, those people should probably be elected judges. And if they're going to continue to have magistrates, we need to have a clear idea of who's in charge of those magistrates and a public process on how they're selected, because we're empowering magistrate judges to basically be judges without the accountability we have built into the way we deal with judges in the city of New Orleans. So I know you've been a defense attorney for a while, and now you've been the top prosecutor for a while. What is your general opinion on that statement, on whether or not magistrate commissioners, I mean, obviously there's the convenience of having them sign warrants and set bonds, but we have similar responsibilities that are handled in other jurisdictions by duty judges.
Well, and it's very different than what happens in other parishes across the state. New Orleans is the outlier. We're the only people who have it sort of set up the way that it's set up. I will leave it to our city legislators and our state legislators to figure out what New Orleans needs to do. And I will commit to this council and to you, Mr. Vice President, that I will get my data analysts and my team to focus at the end of the day and over the next few days, so that you all can publicly see what we're asking for and what we're doing in court. And then you can see what else is happening. We will put those things in place. I think you made a very, very big point for me today about figuring out ways that the public can see it all, because all it takes is one misstatement to suggest something that is not the truth.
All right, that ends my questions. I think Councilman Thomas was next, and I don't know who's after that.
Thank you, Council Vice President. As a matter of fact, I'm going to defer to my other colleagues. A lot of my questions have shifted based on listening to our DA. So I don't want to continue to belabor this. What I'm going to do is consolidate my questions so that I can answer them at the end, so he can get back to doing his job and we can get back to talking to a lot of the other people going to testify before. So if my other colleagues can go first, I'll wait until the end. Thank you.
Is it okay for Councilman Green to go? If no one objects. Mr. DA, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councilman.
I have a couple of questions, and I appreciate you bringing a written report that has been printed and that I can have access to, because those numbers are important for me to have the questions answered that I had. And I appreciate the questions that have been asked already by our council president and vice president. And it's given me an opportunity, and Councilman Giroux, so it's given me an opportunity to have some of the questions that I had answered. But I was concerned about the press conference that you had on last week, on the 19th. You mentioned in that press conference that the chief of police believes that the police department's job ends at an arrest. Those are the language, that's the language that you used, and that's what you said that he said. You also said, and you emphasized, that officers must come to court, that you were in the room of a grand jury where grand jury hearings take place, and that officers need to know that they have to do that. My concern with the way that you said it was, do you think that the chief does not know that officers do not know that? And do we have to do something at the time of training so that they understand that? If that's the case, who believes that simply presenting you with an arrest actually ends the role of the police?
Well, I was quoting the statement that was made, and the statement was made that we made the arrest and that is our job. And that's not where it is. As you know, we have to have an officer in court. We have to have an officer describing what we saw, what probable cause existed, and we also have to have evidence, which means it's got to be collected. And so I guess the point I wanted to make was that the case doesn't end upon arrest for the NOPD. The DA's office and detectives have to work hand in hand, developing a case throughout the bond process, throughout the motion hearing process, throughout the trial, until there is a conviction. And that work has to continue. That level of collaboration has to continue. And the CEAs, whether it's the MAG unit or the Serial Crimes Initiative, is one that actually lays out the steps and pieces and protocols of what's expected from both of us to actually deliver on that conviction in court.
I'm just concerned the way the language was used. It suggested that the chief doesn't know that, and I want to make sure that the chief understands that, and he's telling the rank and file that their job really only begins at the arrest. But there's a whole lot more to do after that. After that is the case. There's all kind of words on the street, or if you will, or on social media relative to percentages and what's being done. It has been suggested that of the 1,400 arrests that took place between for felonies, that almost 2/3 of those were dismissed, and only 17% of violent felony arrests result in violent felony convictions, that your office, for whatever reason is necessary, has pleaded down a significant number of violent felony cases to misdemeanors to get those cases resolved. It could be a variety of reasons. You can tell me if that is a correct fact or not. It could be a variety of reasons relative to the fact that we haven't had any trials and the like. But is that the case? Is that the case? Is that such a small percentage of violent felony arrests result in violent felony convictions? 17% has been suggested.
That is not the case. That is not the case, and that is patently false. And I will say, I know you got judges coming up I'm not sure at what point you will hear from them today. There's not a judge on the bench in this city or any other city that would let a DA plead a violent crime down to a misdemeanor. That is patently false.
Or dismissed.
That is patently false and it is fear mongering. If you look at the data, you can very easily just look at a slice or a cross section of the numbers that show what we are doing. If you look at carjacking specifically, you saw out of the carjacking cases, 256 times a person calls and says they were carjacked. NOPD arrested 48 people. They only charged 29 with actual carjacking. We refused 2 of those cases, 2 out of 256, not 2%, 2 cases because of a lack of evidence. And that's just a cross section of cases that are the most serious. Now, if you say felonies, you also include simple possession of drug cases. You include low-level nonviolent offenses. Those cases are being treated differently. But violent crime, those numbers are very, very clear. And I would ask you to check. I won't give you these numbers myself. I will ask you to maybe have your public safety analyst, Jeff Asher, show you these numbers. If you look at Leon Canizzaro's year compared to my first year, you will see that those numbers are not very different. They're within a few percentage points of each other as it relates to violent crime.
Who is resisting the efforts to have digital forensics and DNA testing and Case 365 and the resources that we need to have to do a better job? Is it because of this hearing that we're having now and that we had on Thursday that those issues are being brought up? Where is the resistance to putting in place that technology? And I ask you, with all due respect, as a member of the council, has it been proposed before that it be available to the police department? Does it come under the mayor's purview? Why haven't those resources in the past been made available? And what do we need to do as a council? What do we need to do to amend the budget and the like to get especially those 3 resources if it's going to help make our city safer?
So the last DA never made an ask for Case 365, which is a cloud-based system, which would allow us to see the NOPD's work in real time and screen cases faster. The last DA never made a request for a CODIS manager or never made a request for $100,000 investment with the LSP so they could prioritize DNA in our city. He didn't ask for those things. When I got sworn in last year, and then in my first budget presentation to the last council before you all came in, I requested those things. I thought those things would be helpful in surging back against this current crime surge. The last council before you all were sworn in did not see fit to allocate funding to those items. These items, this small investment will yield real dividends and will bring this surge down. And so I thought it necessary to present them to this body, because if you all choose to invest in them, you all will see real results.
I understand on the campaign trail, certain things are said and done that have to be changed later on. And from the beginning, there's been a suggestion that, or it's been fact, I guess, that you committed to not prosecute juveniles as adults almost in any instance. And you can correct me because that's what I read in the media. And that the reason that you chose to pursue the prosecution of the youth who shot someone with a rifle in New Orleans East is because of parental pressures. The general public, I guess I get asked a lot, wants to know, what is the policy in general relative to prosecution of the juveniles as adults in cases of violent crime? I know that it's going to be on a case-by-case basis, and if that's your answer, I understand. But is there any overarching or sweeping policy that you have relative to prosecution of juveniles as adults?
On the campaign trail, you're correct. I said I did not want to prosecute a young person in adult court. But in my first year, looking at the seriousness of homicides and murders. Some of them would even be categorized as mass shootings with the number of people that have been shot. I had to reverse my campaign commitment on the prosecution of 6 juveniles with regards to very violent murder cases, and I did that. I've gotten beaten up for it. But the simple truth of the matter is, if it's a 17-year-old or 16-year-old, the most time they get in juvenile court would be to age 21. So it would literally mean an individual getting out of jail before they have even learned better than where they were at when the crime was committed. And I had to reverse myself on that. It's not just one case. It's been 6 cases involving homicides involving young people that are currently in adult court. And that is because the way that the law is set up now is does not adequately deal with murders committed by juveniles. And I hope that we as a society can get to a point where that does.
Yes, and I'm bringing these issues up because you've seen them in the public, and I want to have the public have those answers because the questions are being asked even as I sit here now. I'm getting
I'm glad you are. Councilman Green, I'm really glad you are. I was taking a walk with my son Sunday afternoon, and a lovely woman, one of my neighbors, stopped me, and she said, "I voted for you, but I want to ask you some of these things." And it was exactly what you're asking. And there's nothing better than being able to have a real conversation about tough issues so that we can get to the truth and then all know the truth and rely on one set of data sets.
It's been suggested to me in an email and in conversation with others that armed carjacking by going to be prosecuted by your office as adult crimes. Maybe that's for it. Is that in fact just a rumor?
No, what I've committed to today, and I'll keep committing to today, is what we're doing for adults and juveniles across the board is all carjacking cases where appropriate, we are prosecuting with armed robbery charges. Because what that does is it increases the sentencing range exponentially, whether it be a juvenile or whether it be an adult. And I believe it's necessary because although it's not a homicide, putting a gun in is as violent as a person can be.
And I'm sorry I'm getting the word, but I'm glad you're answering the questions. And for those who are in the public, I regret that there's something a little bit wrong and that our IT people will get to it. But thank you for the answer to those questions. I did want to say one thing about carjacking, and I hope that we can do more about it. I was carjacked, but the person who carjacked me crashed into another vehicle and ran, and so there was no arrest. It's hard to arrest. In fact, I couldn't recognize him because he had a mask on. It's an unfortunate fact, and I know that the police only charged 20 so persons with carjacking. Do you feel that that's based on a policy of the police department or just simply the difficulty in getting someone under arrest who's committed a carjacking with a mask, usually in a, well, go ahead, I'll leave it at that. Do you feel that that is some policy that the police department needs to work on that maybe your office can suggest to them?
I do. I think that I think if we are using strategies that worked in 2018 or 2017 for crimes that are occurring today, we're going to always be behind the 8 ball, and we're not going to solve as many crimes as we need to solve. In 2018, 2019, one of our biggest issues, murders were going down, other crimes were going down, but car burglaries were going up. So the strategy then was how to deal with car burglars. Now we've got homicides shooting up and we've got carjacking shooting up, and we need to have a strategy in OPD and OPDA that is focused on the crimes that are being committed. So your crime, for example, where you were carjacked, person had on a mask, you couldn't make an identification. What we know is this person is committing other carjackings, right? So with the MAG unit, with the Serial Crimes Initiative, if we find that person's fingerprints in your truck, it was an F-150, and we find their fingerprints in another car that is carjacked, we can link your case to other carjackings that are occurring without you even having to testify by using that forensic DNA evidence that Council Vice President JP Morrell was talking about. But I think the thing that is most important is the strategy that we have on the front end. That MAG unit, that serial crimes initiative, those tiger teams, they knew how to not just go after one case, but they're going after multiple cases. Because then if a victim can't make an identification, you still can create a RICO case or a serial crimes case based upon the evidence found in your F-150, found in someone else's BMW, found in someone else's Toyota, to take not just the one offender off the street, but the person who drove him to the place and the place where they're taking the cars. We need to get them all off the street, but we need a coordinated plan to do it. We can't just use trial to get it done.
In April of 2021, and sometimes these statistics are a little bit off, but your office was accepting slightly over 40% of felony cases, and you did improve, and it's going up each cycle, I guess, if you will. But I'm concerned because at the same time, well, let me ask you this. Is it based on an improvement in what the police are providing to your office in terms of information that allows that acceptance rate to go up?
That is a huge part of it. Quality of investigations will dictate quality of prosecution. That is just the nature. Good information in, good information out. Whatever is retrieved from the crime scene, whatever witnesses are created or developed at the crime scene, that will dictate how strong the case is in court. And that applies to whether it is a car accident case or a criminal prosecution. You have to have good information and you have to have good evidence to make your case. Now, you have to understand there was a backlog that we found due to COVID and due to the types of felonies that were screened by the last administration. The last administration was going after people from everything from third offense marijuana to simple possession of cocaine or possession of a pill bottle beyond the date on the prescription and charging those cases and using multiple offenders in court. We did dismiss a number of those low-level nonviolent felonies so that we could focus on the violent felonies. So that also plays a role in what you see in the numbers.
Can you tell us about the DA's Victim Witness Program? And if I'm not giving it the exact title, please help me with that title. Is it as strong as you want it to be? Should the public be confident in it because it's such an important program? Or what can we do to make that program stronger? I noticed that you haven't mentioned that. If there's resources that need to be done, a lot of people are saying they would not participate in the witness program because it doesn't offer them the protections that they need. Is there something that we can do as a city council?
So we have victim witness advocates in the DA's office. When I came in, and you also have something, you mentioned something at the end, witness protection. That is a federal witness protection program that is different from victim witness advocates that are in DA's offices across the state. Witness protection is something that only exists in the federal system. Victim witness advocates are what—
May I ask you, Mr. DA, is that because we haven't tried to do it, or is there some federal law that prevents us from doing just that, providing protection to witnesses so that we can get more cooperation with your office?
The budget for federal witness protection is dwarfs the size of my budget and the DA's and the police department's budget put together. That program in and of itself is tailored for individuals who were part of committing the crime. A good example of that would be Sammy the Bull Gravano, who was involved in criminal activity with the mafia in New York. He was put in the federal witness protection program because he agreed to testify against John Gotti. But part of that program means that he gets a new identity and gets moved out of the city. What is happening and what happens on the state level and parish level with regards to prosecutors, victims, survivors of crime, witnesses, they don't want to leave their homes. They're going to leave the home that they bought and paid for. They don't want to take the kids out of school where they've been going to school only because someone victimized them, right? And so there's no protocol for that, because that is not what is being asked, and nor were they in any way involved in the criminality, right? So what our victim witness advocates do is they provide resources and guide victims and survivors through the process after the case comes to us. Now, when we came into office, we had about 8. We had about 8 victims, and that was not nearly enough for a parish our size with the amount of crime that we're having. So in very short order, in a matter of months, we doubled the size. That was the first thing we grew in my administration. We doubled the size of our victim witness advocates to get to what you said earlier, an optimum level, so that they didn't have more cases than they had days of the week and time. So we expanded that. So to your point, with crime increasing and with court closures and case backlogs because of jury trial, we do need more assistance so that there's more time and attention that can be paid.
Okay, thank you. And if it looks like I hesitated when you finished, it's just that there's something going on with the sound. It looks like you stopped and then I can still hear your voice. Can you tell the public who needs to know that the DA's office is not just about putting people in jail, that there are diversion programs that can help our citizens to lead more productive lives, to maybe avoid being in jail and having felonies. Could you talk about that a bit and tell me, are you where you want to be with the diversion program, or is there a desire to get more resources to be able to do more?
We are working to grow the program to provide interventions for low-level nonviolent offenders in our diversion program in juvenile court and adult court. Those diversion programs, though, are tailored for individuals and crimes that include no violence whatsoever. Addiction issues are one area where we can provide that sort of intervention. And we're working to grow and expand it, but we're trying to do it in a way that we're using service providers in community so they can assist with providing those levels of interventions. Our chief of our narcotics division, Andre Godin, is doing a very wonderful job of parsing out traffickers and those in the throes of addiction. And those in the throes of addiction, we're trying to make sure they get the help that they need. We recently met with the folks over at NOLA Detox on the West Bank, and they've got a phenomenal program in which they're providing real intervention and addiction therapy. And they're working to help us tailor a program that will allow individuals to get help when they have addiction, and it would be through our diversion program. Those programs exist, and we're going to continue to use those to help people who need that help.
There was recently an incident that was very troubling, and that was of a mother who was not notified that her a policeman's son's, someone who was involved with the killing, was going to be released. And she had to find out through other means and then contact others to let them know the same thing. You have said that that would not happen again. Can you talk about that for a second? Because we started off with victims, and our priority as a council, our priority as a society needs to be looking at the victims of crime and what we can do to help them, especially in the instances of their sorrow and grief and, their concerns relative to how the system is treating them. Can you comment on that matter? I know that you're familiar with it, and what's being done to make sure that that never happens again.
So when that occurred, we still had 8 victim witness folks. Those folks were working night and day, every day, trying to maintain all of the victims and survivors of crimes that existed. It was simply too much work for 8 people to do. And that is why that call was not made, which is why we took our existing resources and reallocated money to double the size of that office because the work they do is critically important, not just to helping victims, witnesses, and survivors get through the process and be prepared for court, but they also help us solve crime too. It's critically important. So what we did to deal with that issue, Councilmember Green, is we doubled the size of that unit so that we could do that job better and spend more quality time with each of the victims and survivors created by the crimes that are occurring in the city. And I want to make one other point. When you said that they were contacted by another agency, that agency received that information from our office. Throughout the state, the DA's office provides information to the Department of Corrections about when or what's going on with cases in terms of people being released. And there's an agency there that contacts the families of persons that have been harmed, right? Most DA's offices don't have a victim witness unit the size that we have here, or the size they have in East Baton Rouge, or the size they have in Jefferson Parish. So some of the smaller offices actually depend on the agency that called her to get that information out. So we were doing what is in place on a statewide level, but I agree with you, it wasn't enough. It's not sensitive enough. It doesn't have the level of detail and nuance that I believe is necessary and deserving, which is why I took our existing resources and hired more people to help us do that work. I can't hear you, Councilmember Green.
A little bit of issues going on here, but you feel very confident that what happened to Ms. Dorothy Tardy relative to the way that she was maybe not contacted in the best way would not happen again.
Absolutely.
Based on your increase in your staffing levels.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay. I appreciate you answering those questions. If you don't mind, I reserve the right to come back and ask you one more question, but I think that it's going to be answered by our next questioners because they've already touched on that when interviewing the police chief. And I don't want to dominate the discussion, so I do appreciate it. And I would like to ask you to just feel comfortable and confident asking for the resources that you need. Councilman Thomas asked a good question. He said, do you have what you need to get the full job done? And I see so many vacant positions. The youth study, the Justice Intervention Center, the Youth Justice Intervention Center is going to come today to talk to us. And they're going to mention that they have so many vacancies, that I didn't know about. And there was no reason for me to know about it. I wasn't on the council. Boy, these resources, whether they be human resources or they be resources in terms of technology, if it takes us getting those resources to you, we will some way or the other if we can make this city safer, which is what the people want. So I just look forward to you coming to us and asking. I look forward to, you've done so already, and I look forward to working with you to try to make some of those resources available, working with our fellow council members and our mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Green.
Thank you.
District Attorney Williams, Leslie Harris, and thank you, Councilmember Green. I'm going to be quick about my questions. By my count, you've presented 7 initiatives that could move us forward. 2 are sitting on someone's desk somewhere, the Serial Crime Prevention and Prosecution Task Force and the Multi-Agency Gang Unit. I want to touch on those 2 initiatives now. Are there any additional costs to either of those initiatives, either the Serial Crime Prevention and Prosecution Task Force or the Multi-Agency Gang Unit?
One is simply a matter of coordination. The other one does include additional man and woman power.
And that's $150,000 total, is that correct?
Correct.
To get these up and running?
Correct.
And if the CEAs were signed today, what is the lead time between the signature of those CEAs and actually getting these 2 agencies into place, or these task force into place?
Well, we have been working to put the components in place since March. So I believe once they're signed and we have an official commitment of those resources, we could begin doing this work within a week's time, week to 10 days. And I believe you would see an impact in gang-related and carjacking cases and in homicides I think within the first 30 to 60 days.
So
Probably.
I'm sorry to interrupt. So for an additional $150,000, we would see an almost immediate impact. Is that correct?
Because it would create an opportunity for us to connect crimes occurring in Lakeview, New Orleans East, Uptown together to bring real RICO cases, take all of these individuals off the street at once. We've seen it happen in the past, so we know it is possible. There's a record of this good work.
Thank you. And so for the 5 other initiatives, and I'm looking at page 31 of your presentation, and thank you for, as Councilmember Morrell said, coming up with plans. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I counted an additional $1.2 million to $1.3 million investment. Is there any one of these that you would prioritize, or any 1, 2, 3 that you would prioritize in case we need to stagger the funding?
Yeah, I would say that, and I remember I would put my hat on from when I used to sit on the other side of the dais. The investment in DNA, training 3 additional examiners is clutch because it crosses all sorts of crime. Rapes, which we're solving at a clip of less than 10%. Many of these people are committed to, are committing other violent crimes in the community. If we built that out immediately, I think we could see real results. And then given the backlog created by COVID, closures, IDA closures, and jury trial suspensions, having DNA, a person's DNA at a crime scene would allow us to get guilty pleas faster and clear the backlog. The other area I would say is simply on the nuts and bolts, ADAs in juvenile court and in trial court. The amount of cases has increased because of the backlog. Anytime there's more work, you need more people. And so I would hold that up. The second, or the third rather, would be the cold case unit. Because when we have an honest conversation about how many cases are being cleared by arrest, we see that the lion's share of violent offenders are left on the street untouched and unarrested. And if we can have our cold case unit and the NOPD cold case unit working at the same time using different approaches, the solving of cold cases is actually going to bring the incidence of new crimes down, because as, and I don't know if Jeff touched on this today, but he's brought it up in the past, most of the people shooting at people in this community are doing it over and over again. So I think DNA investment, and that includes the CODIS manager, the cold case unit, because we can finally take these repeat offenders off the street, and the ADAs, because they're the ones who are going to have to try the cases in court when the DNA is inconclusive to make someone plead guilty.
And I think maybe a 6th or 8th initiative, I've lost count, is the Case 365 software. Do you have an approximate cost of that?
It varies in terms of what level we engage in that degree of implementation. I did reach out to the head of Case 365 about their willingness to come before Chairman Thomas's committee and presenting everything that it does, how it would integrate with Henry, how we would be able to get all the information in real time, and how it would automatically, here's one of the coolest things about it, is it would automatically generate outputs. And a number of the council members today have asked for charts and graphs to see how cases are prosecuted, what arrests were made, what bonds were set. This Case 365 system would automatically generate that information, and it could go directly to the council.
And it seems to me, District Attorney Williams, that Case 365 would benefit not only the DA's office, but NOPD and the other criminal justice arms of our system. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. It is also a very intuitive system in that an officer or a commander or an ADA or a chief of division could pick up a smartphone and get all the information about all the people arrested in real time, all the people that are currently being prosecuted in real time, and then drill down into the details of each of those cases. You all could pull up your phone and see what a person's bond was, when it was set, what evidence was presented, because it also is gonna, because it's cloud-based, it can hold that amount of data, and you wouldn't have officers going to Office Depot to buy zip drives and CDs and getting a hodgepodge of information. All of it would be living in real time in the cloud, and there would be one place that would need to be, that would need cybersecurity, and it would be protected.
I would ask you about COVID and screening impact, but I feel like we understand, I think, as a council and as the public, that COVID has taken an impact on the screening time as well as trial time, getting a case through the system. Can you just touch on that briefly, and then I will turn it over to Councilmember King?
Sure. What it did was it took all the cases that had been accepted by the former DA, Leon Canizero, and it stacked those cases on all the cases that were made from January 11th to this January. And it basically created a bottleneck of cases that have to get through 12 sections at Tulane and Broad. And so it basically created a case backlog larger than what existed after Hurricane Katrina. So ADAs in Orleans Parish have never had more victims, more cases, with the same number of sections of court to deal with them. So if that sort of paints the picture.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Good afternoon, District Attorney Williams. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon, Councilmember King.
I want to first of all say thank you for joining us. Thank you for your time. You have a tough job, just like I told Chief Ferguson, often a thankless job. So I want to say thank you for what you're doing to keep our community safe. There hasn't been any trials. As trials get postponed and they start and they get postponed. Have you ever been brought into the conversation about should the trials be suspended?
No, that is a decision that is made in en banc meetings or the meeting of judges at Tulane and Broad or by the Supreme Court. That is not something that I have had an opportunity or been asked to weigh in on.
So who made a decision to suspend the trials? Give me 1 second. Who made a decision to suspend the trials that we right now?
I believe that decision was made by the en banc or the 12 judges at Tulane and Broad.
So I just want to get the public to realize what I've been saying with Council Member Thomas has now become famous for saying cooperation. Right across the street, and we have a decision that's being made to suspend trials, and the chief prosecutor has not been brought into the conversation. So this criminal justice system works when everyone works together. Not pointing fingers, just saying how it's very vital and important. Like my wife tells me all the time, it's never, there's no such thing as too much communication. So that's very true. With the MAG unit, you just said you're ready for it to go. Talked to the police chief last week. He's ready for it to go. When can the public expect for the MAG unit to be up and running?
Well, when I met with the chief as of 2 weeks ago, I was told that neither one of those things had been signed by either NOPD or the city. We've got emails out asking about the status of both CEAs. We have not received the CEA signed, nor have we received the funding for the one that exists. We have been ready to go with both of these initiatives since March. And once we receive, once it's agreed upon by the city and the police chief, we're ready to move forward.
All right, so just make sure I'm hearing you, and I believe I am. You're ready. I'm pretty sure that I heard the police chief when he said he's ready. So maybe Councilmember Thomas at his criminal justice meeting, or being a chair can get you and the police chief in the room together and be the mediator and say, look, get this done. We both are ready. You know, both sides are ready. What's the hold? So I want to make that perfectly clear to the public that both sides are saying they're ready. So we can move on from that. Thank you for that answer. Again, with
and
the system.
Councilmember King, that only counts, I believe that only counts for the MAG unit, because I believe the chief stated that he still had issues with the Serial Crimes Initiative Task Force when he appeared before this council. But I stand ready to have those conversations about whatever we can do to get that one going as well. We need them both.
We need them both, but whichever one gives either side the least hesitation, let's get that done. Speaking on the criminal justice system, I always say the biggest piece of that system is the public, it's the community. What is the DA doing? Now, it's no secret that the DA previous administrations, I'm not pointing finger at the last one, has lost trust. The public has lost that trust. What are you doing? What is your administration doing to build that trust? Because the public can often help solve crime, give information, be willing to be partners with the criminal justice system or the DA or the judges or the police. So what are you doing to help build that community trust?
Number one, I don't spend all my days in court every day and in this office every day. I'm also in community on the weekends and on holidays, listening to our community, listening to the city. I spend a lot of time with crime survivors and a lot of time with families who have lost loved ones. And in listening to them, I've tried to put together strategies to address the things that they need and want to happen. That is where the birth of the cold case came from. Meeting with the families of people who've lost each other, talking about the conversations they've had over the years, and they stop getting the calls, and then all of a sudden it goes dry, and that's it. That's why we created this cold case unit. That's why I've been asking that we talk very clearly about what our clearance rate is, what our arrest rate is. And in doing that, listening to families, getting the last bits of information that existed, any new information that's come out, we created this cold case unit in a way to strategically take those cases on. And one of the cases that we've been able to solve was the Thomas Rolfe's case, which occurred right off of Claiborne Avenue, right around where the Delta gas station is. And that came from listening to community, working with community. And then when folks saw that happening, it gave them hope. It gave a number of folks the hope that, one, multiple agencies were looking into unsolved cases. And two, listening to them in terms of what needs to be done. The other piece of it is growing that victim witness unit. We grew that unit so that we could have more interface with the public to figure out what they need, what their experiences are, and improving their experiences as they come through the criminal legal system. The other thing we're doing is we're spending some time with young people that aren't system involved, encouraging them to make better decisions, making sure that it's not just the squeaky wheels that are getting all of the attention. We have partnered with a number of agencies, from Children's Hospital, Orleans Parish School Board, Daughters Beyond Incarceration, to come up with grant applications. We recently went after Kellogg grant for over $20 million for 10 years to deal with front-end strategies and back-end strategies once people are system involved, right? And so the community sees that. The people we're working with are in community. And I believe that when we can go after those sorts of grants that have like a 1-year planning period, that includes hospitals, that includes schools, then we're going downriver and we're figuring out why people are falling in the river, as Desmond Tutu told us, rather than just pulling people out of the river. I've got one job, that's to prosecute cases. But by using these strategic grants, it allows my office to partner with others to give them more resources and to give me more resources on the back end. And I will continue to do that. And I think it's yielding real dividends and rebuilding trust with an office. A lot of people felt like the DA's office wasn't working for them, depending on their zip code or their socioeconomic status. We're working hard to make sure that everybody in every neighborhood realizes, whether they're below the poverty line or a 2%er, that we are working for them.
And I appreciate that that effort. I think we all do. We all do appreciate that effort of being proactive. I believe it was Frederick. I know it was Frederick Douglass that said it's easier to what is it?
Build strong boys and girls.
Build strong boys and girls, and then repair broken men and women. So too often we react, you know, and like you said, that child that's not getting in trouble, what are we doing to prevent that child from getting in trouble and go and continue on that straight narrow path? So I want to now talk about carjackings. I heard the stat up 1,100% citywide. Is there anything being done by your office to target some of these tow companies, these what you call it, wrecking yards, if I'm using the right terminology, because the cars have to go somewhere, and something is being done with these cars. I know somebody who car was wrecked on the side of the road and left there. Well, car was left on the side of the road after being wrecked, and a couple of days later it was gone and was stolen. So are you all doing anything to send a clear message to these people on the back end that we don't see that's involved in the carjackings?
We worked with members of the NOPD, top-ranking brass and detectives that are dealing with these cases one-on-one, with members of my office to come up with a strategy that will allow us to go after person taking the car, the person putting a gun in someone's face, and to go after where these cars are ending up. That is why and how we built the Serial Crimes Initiative. Multi-gang unit, the MAG unit, that's focused on the folks that were displaced from certain parts of town that have beef with each other and continue to shoot at each other in our community. That is just violence. But the Serial Crimes Initiative was designed to go after the web of criminality to make sure that we are finding out where the cars are being taken and who is making the real money behind these carjackings and thefts. It was built in conjunction with very experienced, very seasoned NOPD officers to put that piece together. That is why you're going to keep hearing me say, we've got to get that sign. We've got to build that degree of collaboration, because right now we've got a couple of people in my office who are assigned to that, working with detectives from across the city. But we've got to coordinate that into a single unit so that we can truly surge and flex and arrest the whole group of individuals that are involved. I think I might end up talking to more people in NOPD than I do the DA's office because of the nature of the work. There is a strong belief that there are a certain group of individuals, a very small number, who are paying small amounts of money for stolen cars from juveniles and selling them on the black market in other states. But it takes a concentrated strategic plan to go after these individuals and take them off the street. Without a Serial Crimes Initiative or a better plan or an alternate plan, it doesn't have to be mine, we cannot kill the snake. We're just chopping the tail off. And so my desire is that government, leaders, the criminal legal system surge back with the institutional knowledge that we have from the MAG unit, Tiger unit, from when it worked before, to go after these carjacking cases specifically. And that's why I said fund investigators and ADAs in that real-time crime camera center. Right now, you all are spending $6 million for the real-time crime camera center, but we're not deploying that asset as a way to go after carjackings specifically. If you would let my office embed in that real-time camera center for 1 year, we can put these carjackings down. Because when that incident happened uptown, there's a 25-minute gap between the first carjacking and the second one. The real-time camera center has the ability to triangulate all intersections of that first carjacking. And if it was a white Jeep involved, they can erase every other car on the road, and we can see where that Jeep is heading next. We can properly deploy the police department to where that car is, and we can possibly stop the second carjacking and have good evidence of who was getting out of that car or where they parked that car or what house they go into. So we've got to be strategic. We can't use the same plan we used in 2018 and 2017. We have to strategically strike back with a unit for these carjackings specifically, which is why we designed it the way we did in March when carjackings first began to surge. This is the back end of the surge, and it's only increasing.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. So you said that the police arrested 48 people. It was that this year for carjacking?
Those numbers were for 2022, 2021. Let me pull it up for you. Yep, here we go. 2021, which puts us right at about 18% of the folks who were carjacked, who called for help. Only 18% of arrests were made in response to those incidences of carjacking. And only 29 of those individuals were even charged with the crime of carjacking by the NOPD.
Do you know what the other, was it 19 people were charged with?
I don't know. I'll get you that number. I'll get it to you by the end of the day.
I believe, give me a second to make sure that that's it for me, but I do want to say this. Well, got one more statement / question. I noticed a pattern that a lot of these carjackings are taking place in gas stations. We saw the video, the man was stabbed. People just walked away like it was nothing. We have people who are afraid to stop at a grocery store and get groceries because it's now 6 o'clock and the sun goes down early. So we got moms and fathers making decisions to not get groceries. My wife came home with an empty tank of gas and I asked her why. And she said, because I'm not going to get gas at night. We shouldn't have to live in that fear. There is, I said before, there is an environment of lawlessness that people think about when they think about New Orleans. And perception becomes reality. There was a Dollar Tree in Algiers that was armed, that was stuck up, armed robbed. Can you all work with can your office work with the NOPD, work with Chief Ferguson to give special attention and target carjackings that happen at retail places? Because we as a community should not be afraid to go get gas, can of Similac, or diapers for our children because we're afraid to get carjacked at a gas station, at a convenience store. So is that something legally possible? If the carjacking happens at a retail place or within so many feet or yards of a retail place, the sentences or the punishment is enhanced because people are tired of living in fear, and that's what's happening. People are living in fear to make everyday movements.
So with regard to your request about targeting carjacking cases in these commercial areas and commercial corridors, that was part and parcel to the Serial Crimes Initiative. It was designed in such a way that we could build cases using the infrastructure of evidence that exists. A lot of commercial corridors, a lot of commercial establishments have cameras. that were there, which could capture individuals, capture license plates, capture the types of cars used, so that we could connect the dots between yet another white Jeep Wrangler used the next day in another crime. That is why we built that CEA, to target those crimes. And when we make those arrests, in big numbers and take up the entire group, that's when you will start to see this surge go down. Because if you've got a group of 8 or 9 individuals working together in concert to make carjackings, what you do, if you arrest one of them, you do nothing with the series of individuals that are engaged in that in that work. That is why we built that CEA the way we built it.
All right. So,
and we've also created a special grand jury that will receive these cases so that we can build them out over time and take the whole gang, the whole set or series of co-conspirators off the streets.
and I would strongly encourage you and anyone else involved to look at that, because once again, the community as a whole is afraid and tired of having to watch over their shoulder just to pump a tank of gas, just to make a simple grocery run. So it's not about targeting anybody, but just keeping us safe. And the last thing, we all know that there are certain areas that in the city that are more prone to violent crimes. I'm not talking about the simple drug possession, I'm talking about violent crimes. Is there anything that you all can do or thinking about to give more resources and more attention to those areas? Again, people are feeling unsafe. People are afraid to sit on the porch. To give that area more attention, more of your attention, to let these people know that you're not going to hold this neighborhood hostage. You're not going to hold this street hostage.
Well, number one, I took an oath to protect every district of the community and to deliver for each and every district and every neighborhood. And that's what we're doing day in and day out. Every single case we get is important. Every victim and survivor we get is important. And we're going to do that work. But what I am doing is I'm walking neighborhoods and I'm in community, hearing firsthand exactly what you are hearing, so that people know that I see what's going on in the community.
And lastly, and I'll turn it over to Councilmember Thomas, interstate shootings not only are going up, they're extremely dangerous because you can miss and hit the wrong person. We've seen that too many times. The person gets hit and lose control of the vehicle, and now they cause another pileup, or it causes a pileup, which risk lives. Is there something legally that can be done to enhance the sentence, enhance the punishments of these individuals that think it's okay to go on Interstate 10 or whatever interstate it is at a high rate of speed and shoot somebody?
So yes, to answer your question directly, Councilman King, I can think of a number of charges that can be laid to bear and brought to an individual or a group of individuals who endanger the public that way, whether they take a life or not.
Right.
There are a litany of charges that are appropriate based upon the criminal code. What is not abundant is the presence of law enforcement on our interstates to collect that evidence and find out who is committing those crimes. I'm trying to think, I don't know of a single arrest that has been made in connection with some of the random lawlessness and shooting that has occurred on our interstate. And I understand we have manpower, woman power issues with the NOPD, which is why I wrote a letter to the governor and why I formally and informally pled with him to send state resources to the city of New Orleans now. And to stay at least for the next 6 months to a year.
Right.
So
just not for Mardi Gras, because you and I, we live in this city in March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. Not just for a week or 2 weeks. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, that's exactly my point.
Right.
I wrote in the letter, I said, I know that the state is planning to deploy these assets for the weeks of Mardi Gras. And I pled, and I laid out some of the things that have been occurring in the city of New Orleans. I pled with him to send them sooner and stay longer, because what we have now is a clear and present danger to everybody living in this city. Any of us, anybody on this call, anybody at work right now could be a victim of a stray bullet in that situation. So I asked the governor, I will continue to do that. I'm calling every legislator I know. The interstates are state property, but because there is not a law enforcement presence right now on our interstate, evidence is not being collected and individuals are not being arrested, so that we don't have a fighting chance without a presence on the interstate within the city of New Orleans. I think we'll see an immediate impact and an immediate decrease when you see those state assets on those state highways within Orleans Parish. And I'm going to keep pushing that, hopefully until it happens.
Well, the push, the lift is not yours alone. I believe I could speak. Well, I don't want to speak for anybody else, but I will help you on that front. I hope that, and I'm pretty sure my colleagues will. Any other state elected, locally, state, nationally elected official from the New Orleans area, we also need to get on one accord and work together to make sure that we all are safe. I know that you and Chief Ferguson both are men, are fathers, are sons who want the best for the city. I appreciate you two working together besides what the media puts out. I know personally that you two work together and want the right thing for this city, which we all do. That's a safer city. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your thankless work. And I yield the floor to Councilmember Thomas.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember King. Thank you, District Attorney Williams. You've been here since about 10 o'clock this morning. I'm sure paying attention even before then, and to the prior meeting with the chief. I don't want to belabor this, because the one thing I've learned about this council or this group in the past is that if I don't ask a question, one of these great council members usually will. You and I had a meeting last week where we sat down, we talked about this whole system and what we can do to make it better. I told you some stories about what had happened in the past, because none of this is really new. We've been the murder capital in about 4 or 5 different eras, and we've done a good job of suppressing crime and reacting to crime, but not making any of those efforts sustainable. When you walked out, you had agreed to, I told you that story about me and Judge Calvin Johnson and other components, you'd agreed to be part of a group that worked with every other part of the criminal justice system to sit down and talk about what we can do to put our egos aside, to come up with the best product to keep our community safe. You said you would do that, and then we saw the news, some finger pointings, folk going back and forth. Does that offer from you still exist?
Absolutely, it has to exist. It's necessary. And let me be clear. Chief Ferguson is a dedicated public servant and a good man. And I appreciate all of his thankless hours. We disagree on about 3 or 4 points. One point being how we measure our safety in the city. And that's something we can resolve. And I think this council sort of already has done that in the deep dive you all have done in how the FBI categorizes clearance. And the fact that if a person committed a violent crime against someone and they are out and there's still a warrant, we're no safer, right? And these other exceptions, we're no safer. That is just, that's a baseline. We disagreed on the baseline. That's something that's easily resolved. These 2 CEAs, I think, are important strategies towards us dealing with shootings on the interstate, violence in our community, and carjacking specifically. I think we needed them signed in March. I think if we had signed them in March, we wouldn't be in the crime surge that we are in now. So that conversation has become public. But when I left that meeting with you, I had a conversation with Calvin Johnson to follow up, to like sort of work towards that direction. I had a sit down at a Zoom conversation with Chief Judge Robin Pittman and 6 other judges from the court. I will be with Judge Candace Anderson Bates and Judge Darrensburg tomorrow. I will be with the U.S. Attorney, Special Agent in Charge of FBI, ATF, and the DEA later this week. And I also had a very good conversation, really based upon that meeting with you, with Dean Madeline Landrieu at Loyola Law School, who offered the law school to be a place where all parties could convene in that same way you described it happening before, to maintain consistent coordination and collaboration. And I thank you for that suggestion about what things that have happened in the past and have worked.
Let's go through some of these questions and responses as quickly as possible. I'll never forget the late Council President Joe Giarrusso and Vice President and also Council President Dorothy May Taylor always talking about, we have these conversations about systems and programs, and in many cases, Councilman Giarrusso used to say, the mullets, make sure the mullets get it. And Councilmember Dorothy May Taylor used to say, make sure everyday folk would get it. And Jim Singleton and Johnny Jackson would say, if the folk you're trying to help don't understand it, then how can they be part of the solution? What do you require to accept a case in layman's terms?
Just good quality evidence. It is the same thing that 12 folks in a jury box are going to be looking for when they decide whether to convict, acquit, or find a person guilty of a lesser verdict. It's the same bar.
So then what is essential? If collective of evidence, there could always be holes in the floor or slips and gaps. What's essential for you to win that case?
Well, it varies from case to case.
Okay.
But if you look at, and I could pose this question to 12 people on the street. One could be a plumber, one could be making po' boys, and one could be a doctor. And they're like, it's going to be good proof that you got the right person at the table. Yeah.
But that could also be indicative of what type of system do you all use to come up with a sound criminal justice system, and how important it is for everybody to get on the same page when trying to make this city safe. Wouldn't it rely on that too?
It does, because not only is it about, not only is that evidence that you're talking about, what you're asking about right now, it's going to be necessary for the 12 folks in the box. It's also going to be necessary for a judge when deciding what the bond should be, right? Because the judge is really just sort of looking at the evidence that exists to figure out how dangerous this person is, whether to set that bond at $500,000 or at $100,000. It's the same question.
How big is your budget?
Not big enough to deal with the surge that we're in now. We don't have enough lawyers to deal with the unprecedented backlog that COVID-19 has brought for the past 2 years, and what Ida has brought. But we have to make sure that we are appropriately responding to what exists. And we have not done that yet from a budgetary standpoint. We have not increased the budget to match the times and match the crime that exists. Short answer is it's approximately $14 million. That is a dollar figure, but that is not very different from years past. And I think the public, and I think everybody on this council would agree, this is a very different time that we're in right now.
How much of your budget do you get from the city council?
I'll give that to you in 1 second.
Okay.
I think it's roughly split in half. You want an exact figure? It's basically half of that from the city, half of it from the state.
And basically what you have said is that given your budget, given this escalation in crime that we're seeing, you don't think your budget is adequate to meet the surge with a surge from the criminal justice system?
I do not, Councilmember Thomas. And in fact, that is what I said to the last council before you all were sworn in with this new council. We have more cases in 12 sections of court than this DA's office has ever seen. We have carjacking surging and murder surging. We have more killings on the interstate than we've ever seen. And so we cannot meet that moment with the same dollar figure and the same investment that we have met other years.
So when you say surge, I think you're saying, how do we fight back? I think Mayor Adams of New York was on CNN, and he said it should not be pretty much the people against each other or how we do it, but it should be all of us first against the murderers.
That's right.
You agree?
I absolutely agree. And look, me knowing that I need this increase, I know the chief needs an increase as well to properly deal with this. This is an all hands on deck, and the future of our city is on the line, and we have to meet this moment. And I've laid out for you the things that I think my office can do to help meet this moment.
Very thoughtful. You mentioned the city council. For citizens who are paying attention, and for our new colleagues, this is the role of the city council. The city council may have been relegated to a social media agency, someone who did that level of work, and it doesn't mean you don't do that. But the city charter is very specific in terms of land use, zoning, appropriations, subpoena power, budgeting. So what I think we're seeing is why a city council who understands this job description is important. You mentioned the city council a few times. Where was the breakdown in communication with the last city council?
I think it really dealt with what they were prepared to invest in at that moment. The last council, we asked for about 3 of those initiatives that I described to you all today, and they were unfunded. We did ask for increased resources for domestic violence and human trafficking as well. The last council did allocate $300,000 to that specific endeavor. And so, at the end of the day, timeliness is important. And if you have a unique problem, you have to have a unique strategy. A number of the strategies that I've laid out, I'm asking for only for this year. If this council says carjackings have gone down, then take us out of the real-time camera center. If interstate shootings have gone down, we don't need to deploy there. I want my office, to be able to deploy and meet the challenges that are in front of us. And if we need an investment, if we solve cold cases and we don't have as many cold cases, take our cold case money away. We can work ourselves out of some of these pieces, and I pray that we do.
Everyone kept mentioning Gwen's law. Whenever something happens to women or children, it becomes a trend. And I don't think we understand that that's a real life. It wasn't just Gwen's law. It was Gwyneth Lynn Cox, who was a real person, who was our homegirl, who's from Louisiana. And then since Gwen's law, since everyone wants to talk about Gwen's law, since Gwen's law, the articles say that Louisiana still lacks the policy and laws to protect victims of domestic violence. So, we tend to use these things like it's a cliche or a trend and forget the work that has to happen to protect our women, to protect our young girls, and in many cases to protect our children. Did you have this same information that you're presenting now? Did you present it to the prior city council?
I did.
I'm going to kind of start to close this out. And also for our council colleagues, one thing you're going to find out during the budget is that you have a certain amount of money to work with. And if you're not using zero-based principles, prioritizing those things, and I'm sure you knew that when you were on the council, then you can pretty much put together a budget that deals with some things, but doesn't come up with solutions to in many cases, the most important things, correct?
Correct. That's absolutely correct.
Then you mentioned the other word, reaction. Don't we live in a city that reacts to crime?
We absolutely do. We absolutely.
We live in a city that reacts to crime because when we've had these spikes in the last several decades, we've refused to adequately educate our kids. We've refused to adequately have equal pay. We've refused to adequately deal with wages and benefits. And we have refused to, the African-American population in this town is 6% plus, depending on who's counting. You cannot have your largest population with some of the highest levels of disparity and poverty and say you want to live in a safe city. You cannot have the largest part of your population's children in the worst schools, 36% below the poverty level, 37% 16 to 24-year-old under or unemployed. You can't not have that data and have a safe and wholesome city. And I mention these things because we're gonna suppress crime. It's what's trending right now. Everybody's gonna be on board because it's unfortunate that innocents are being killed. We all are giving the time and attention to this issue, but what about 5 years from now? What about 10 years from now? Will we create sustainable solutions that engage the poor segments of our community, that engages the largest segment of our community to begin to make a difference where it's sustainable, not that it's just a hot topic that we're forced to deal with now? And I'll ask you this question. Because you've been labeled a progressive, because you don't believe that locking up everybody is the solution, does it mean that you're not tough on the most violent, abusive offenders?
Absolutely not. Criminal justice reform and public safety there's no V in between those things. They're not at odds. They go hand in hand. It is most of the crimes, most of the victims are in our poorest, most underserved neighborhoods. Criminal justice reform is not about being tough on crime and throwing somebody away for 20 years in jail for stealing some t-shirts out of a dime store or sending someone to jail for a decade for a third offense, marijuana. Criminal justice reform is being smart on crime. It is being smart enough to know that you can't do everything well. It's being smart enough to know if you've only got 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, 12 sections of court, spend your time and your resources on the people in this community who are hurting other people, putting guns in their faces, taking their belongings. So yes, I'm a progressive. The root word progressive is progress. And I want this community to progress to a place that we realize that we can prosecute the most violent offenders and hold them accountable, but not cheat to do it. We can prosecute the most violent people in this community and make sure it's the accurate perpetrator, not just somebody who had a bald head and brown skin and looked like the guy. Because there is no public safety if the wrong person's sitting in jail and the real offender is out here in the street. So label me a progressive. Progress being the root word of that. And
lastly, I'll say we just celebrated our 300 years existence here. We're in the 21st century, but we don't have DNA testing. We're in the 21st century, but all of our kids here don't have access to the type of technology that brings them to the 21st century. And then lastly, what we need to remember is that as neglectful as we are on our children and the next generation, then that's a generation that we're going to have to deal with if we don't invest in them. Thank you. I look forward to us working, not just right now, we're gonna suppress crime now. But will we create an environment and an economy where everybody participates to the point that we don't have to suppress it in the years to come? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to working with you and your leadership on the Criminal Justice Committee to make sure that we put these real strategies in place and continue to collaborate to make the city not safe for your term and your next term, but sustainable solutions that can last for your kids and mine.
Thank you.
Councilmember Green, did you have another?
Yes, I had one follow-up question. It'll only take a second. I was concerned also in the press conference, DA Williams, that you mentioned that with your limited resources, the police should not waste time on certain matters. What do you not want the police to bring to you? Because I think that I was a little bit confused by that because, of course, we empower our police to enforce every law that is on the books relative to possession of drugs or whatever we might choose to have on the books. If we need to remove something from the books, then that's fine. But it gets a little confusing when you say that you don't want them to waste their time on certain things. What did you mean by that?
Councilman Green, I'm so glad you asked that question. I'll give you one great glaring example. Council President Moreno has been working with you all as analysts for the past year or so or several years on decriminalization of marijuana, requiring citations rather than locking people up. And the NOPD is just getting to a point where they are following the lead of this council and not wasting resources. You know how long we lose a police officer booking somebody for simple possession of marijuana, third offense? Hours, 5 hours. It takes hours to get someone processed over here at back of town, right? No one in this community wants our police losing 5 hours on the street dealing with a marijuana case, right? And so when I say we don't want our officers wasting time, that's what I'm talking about. People want
about marijuana.
People want response for service. People want if there's a break-in in their home, a carjacking while they're in their car, they want the police to be able to be deployed to them as quickly as possible, regardless of their socioeconomic status, not tied up at back of town, booking somebody for a crime of poverty.
But you keep using pot as an example. Are you saying that that's the instance of wasting time? Or honestly, if it's something that we need to talk about offline with the police chief, what do you not want the police to bring to you? When you say that they're wasting time, how does an officer on the street know if wasting time includes disorderly conduct or urinating in public or something along those lines? How do they decide when those laws are on the books what is wasting the DA's time?
So look, let me be clear. When I said wasting time, that's coming from the people of this city. This is what they're telling me. So yes, you know what? If when somebody is a victim of a carjacking, they would rather the police cruiser speed by the person urinating in public. Yes, that's absolutely correct. If somebody has an amber pill bottle and the date is expired, yes, the person who's a victim of a rape that we're solving less than 10% of would rather the police officer say, you need to deal with this and move on to respond to that call for service. If someone's acting out irate and saying they're gonna go grab or get a gun and come back and shoot the place up, people of this city want our officers and want the DA's offices prioritizing violent crime in the middle of a violent crime surge. There may come a day when carjackings are down and homicides are down, and we can do all of these things. But with the limited number of police officers that we have right now, what I am hearing from the people of this community is they want them focused on those violence offenses for as many hours in the day as we have them on duty. Now, that's just what they're telling me when I walk through the street or when I'm in church or when I'm walking my dog.
You're on mute, Councilmember Green.
What's going on? We basically want to say to the police right now in this epidemic of crime, especially the violent crime, that you would prefer and that they focus on violent crimes and wherever they can pass by or just disregard the non-violent while we move in the direction of patrolling and getting violent crimes done. Did I use those words correctly?
I think you left a few things out. At a time when we have calls for service coming in at the clip that calls for services are coming in, multiple carjackings on a single day on a weekend, sometimes in broad daylight. Yes, drive past the marijuana smoke and go straight to the carjacking. Yes, I'm saying focus on the violent crime. Respond as fast as we can to the victims who need police help so that we can get that evidence, build a strong case, and take those violent offenders off the street. So that's what I'm hearing. That's what we're.
I know what you're saying. It's a slippery slope when someone calls you from their home and they're in their neighborhood and there's something going on that's not a violent crime and you ask the police to respond. They may not be passing a carjacking, they may not be passing an attempted murder, but they've gotten a call for service for something that is on the books that maybe we need to remove some of those things from the books as opposed to asking the police to be arbitrary in their enforcement of existing laws.
But Councilmember Green, are you suggesting that it's arbitrary for an NOPD officer to use their discretion to go straight to a murder scene or a carjacking scene or an armed robbery scene as opposed to a simple possession of drugs?
I know that you're not suggesting that you even think that I mean that. What I mean is exactly what I said. If you get a call for service, obviously you could be patrolling, you could be doing other things, you could be responding. I understand that you don't want to pass up. You don't want to pass up a situation so that you only deal with the person who's standing on the corner who is, looking into car windows and things like that. That maybe that's not the best example because that by itself is not illegal. But I'm just saying that something that's illegal, that's a minor offense. I understand what you were saying, but I guess I didn't like the expression of waste time when police get calls all the time asking them to do things that we think are waste of time, but it's something that we then complain about if they don't show up.
So Councilmember Green, I will say this, time is all we got as people, as human beings. And we got to decide how we're going to spend it. You all decide how the budget is spent, but time is all we have. We only get 24 hours in a day. And I want to be clear, I agree with you. Anytime a private citizen calls for the police, we need them to show up. You're absolutely right. But I'm just saying, time when we have limited manpower and woman power, we do need to use some discretion in prioritizing people who are hurting people.
I'm sorry, our connection went out, but I appreciate that. And I look forward to the meeting that we'll have together where we can talk out some of these things right now. I just want to make a clear message to the law enforcement community. And I look forward to hearing in the future that law enforcement has across the board met with each other more often than I think has happened in the past. Thank you very much. Absolutely,
Councilman Green. And thank you for all of your questions, all your tough questions. And honestly, you were a victim of a carjacking. And that case is still unsolved based on what you told me earlier today. And I want to put together to solve your case and every other case that exists out here. But the only way we can do that is by prioritizing those crimes. And I put forward some strategies that I think can help us do that. And if there's a better plan, I am ready to adopt that plan too. We just need one right now.
I'm ready to work with you on it. I want a clear message to the police as well as to the district attorney as to what we're asking them to do. And I understand the focus on violent crime right now. I'll share that with everybody that I can, the information that you've given. But thank you very much. And I look forward to working with you and I look forward to our individual one-on-one meeting.
As do I. Look forward to it. Thank you, council member.
Okay.
Well, Mr. District Attorney, we definitely want to thank you for the time that you've spent with us. And, you know, just throughout this conversation that we've had today, you know, there's been conversations about you being a progressive. Throughout in the community is that maybe those policies led to, you know, potential increase in, but I'll say this, you know, taking a look at what's happening across the state and different cities across the state, is that whether it's Baton Rouge or Lafayette or Fort or Alexandria, with all different types of DAs, and many of the cities I've mentioned, they do not have progressive DAs, but they are seeing a significant impact with the increases in violent crime in those areas, particularly with what we've seen in Lafayette and in Baton Rouge. You know, Lafayette has a Republican district attorney. So I just wanted to put that out there because there's a lot of things that are mentioned out in the street, but like that seems like, oh my gosh, that must be the truth. But once you dig a little deeper and you actually take a look at what's happening in different cities across the state and across this country, and the district attorney in those areas, and who's it actually doesn't quite seem to jive totally. So anyway, so I just want to put that information out there. But more than anything, Mr. Attorney, thank you for your time and for taking the several hours out of your day to answer our questions, move forward to try to find the right solutions and strategies to this very serious crime situation that we're dealing with in the city of New Orleans. So thank you.
Thank you, Council President, and I look forward to working with all of you to come up with comprehensive strategies that we can execute on immediately to surge back at what we're all dealing with right now.
Thank you. Okay, so that brings us to our next agenda, which is going to be agenda item. It's the Criminal District Court. So Paul, if you can get the judges on with us, we will be hearing from Chief Judge Robin Pittman, Deputy Chief Judge Tracy Flemings-Davalier, Judicial Administrator Rob Kasich, and any others who may be joining us as well. And Paul, just let me know when they're ready.
Thanks, they're connecting now.
And members, as you notice, I'm no longer in the chamber because we're having some significant tech problems in the chamber. So we'll be trying to head up this meeting from my office.
Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so are they ready? Are y'all ready?
They're ready for you. You can begin with your comments or your presentation.
All right, so first off, I would just like to say thank you to the council for inviting Criminal District Court to be a part of this very important conversation on crime and having us appear today before your special city council meeting. And then second, since I have not seen, I don't think probably the majority of you since your re-election or election, I will say congratulations to the two council members that have been re-elected and to all of the new council members. And we look forward to working with each and every one of you here at Criminal District Court. So again, congratulations. And so I guess by way of background, I would like to start off by saying at Criminal District Court, we have 13 judges, including our magistrate judge and 4 commissioners. I want to go through the process of basically how a case gets to Criminal District Court. And so, as you all know, an arrest is made by the New Orleans Police Department and or any other law enforcement agency. After that arrest takes place, an officer is then going to prepare what is called a gist. And a gist is basically a very brief or short synopsis of the facts surrounding that particular incident. And so then that brings us to someone being arrested and brought to OJC. That person will then appear usually within 24 hours before our magistrate commissioners. I've indicated earlier that we have 4 of them. And so I want to go through the procedures for setting bond that our commissioners go through in all of the cases that they are presented with. So prior to a first appearance, within 24 hours of the arrest, OPSO is going to email a copy of the report, that gist that I mentioned earlier, and that will be provided to the jail at booking. Upon receipt, a commissioner will read that report to get a preliminary feeling regarding probable cause. At that time, the commissioner also makes an assessment as to whether or not a protective order should be issued. Approximately 3 hours before that hearing, a formal list is cut by OPSO with all first appearances who will appear before a magistrate commissioner on a given day. At that time, our court intervention services will send to the court a risk assessment of each defendant that is appearing for first appearances. And that includes a criminal history if it has been made available. And so there's been some talk during DA Williams' presentation about NCIC. And it is correct, at this time, NCIC is down. However, we have contacted the Supreme Court. It's a technical issue, but the court is working on it. In addition to that, we are also exploring the option to have our Omnix account be set up on our own Datamax so that we do not have to rely on the Louisiana Supreme Court. So if I could just keep going with the procedures. So protective orders are requested, and the minute clerks of each commissioner will prepare the same through what's called DocuSign prior to the beginning of that commissioner's court setting. At first appearances, currently, defendants have been appearing live via Zoom based on what's going on with the pandemic. Upon a particular defendant's case being called, the defendant will be traversed regarding his indigency, and a determination is made as to whether or not they are indigent for purposes of appointing a public defender prior to the acceptance of that particular defendant's case. It should be noted that all defendants are appointed a public defender for the first appearance hearing, unless of course they have engaged a private attorney, and all defendants are interviewed by the public defender via Zoom prior to the opening of court. After that indigency determination has been made, the pertinent parts of the police report that I mentioned earlier, the gist, is read into the record to establish probable cause. The pretrial report that I mentioned earlier comes from this court's intervention services, pretrial services, is also read into the record. Following the reading of both of those reports onto the record, the commissioner will usually ask the following questions of the state, and they rely heavily upon the state's responses to these questions. And I'd like to go over them because they are rather brief. 1, do you have any information to provide to this court outside of the police report? 2, do you have any information to provide to this court outside of the pretrial services report? 3, do you have any information regarding victim or victim impact? And then finally, do you have or take any position on bond or wish to make any recommendation on bond? And so what I am hearing from our 4 magistrate commissioners is usually they are not provided with any criminal history, and usually they are not provided with any recommendation on bond amount. As DA Williams mentioned in his presentation, he acknowledged that we had a meeting with him. I believe the meeting was last Thursday, and he advised us that he believed that bond setting is upon the judge, and that he may not necessarily want his attorneys to make a bond recommendation, as that would make it more of an adversarial process. But he did agree that his assistant district attorneys would try to provide this court with more information regarding criminal history and any other background information that could assist the commissioners with setting bond. And so to continue on with my procedures for bond setting, after that takes place, the public defender is then asked a few questions about probable cause. And generally this information is in regards to the weight of the evidence for the purpose of bond setting by the commissioner. And the public defender will also offer any mitigating factors in regards to that particular defendant to the commissioner at that time as well. Now, if the case actually involves a protective order, it will be issued and the defendant will be advised as follows: that there are obligations that he or she has to adhere to in regards to that protective order, and the penalties under the law of violating such protective order. In addition, they are advised if they must participate in any other programs such as DV monitoring court, which is usually what is recommended in both cases. And then finally, that defendant is advised that they are not allowed to own or possess a weapon. These defendants are specifically asked under oath on the record whether or not they own or possess a gun under state law. Again, all of this is on the record. And then at that point, a bond is set in connection with that particular defendant. And sometimes there are other appropriate conditions that are set by commissioner depending on what the charge is, such as a defendant could be required to submit himself to weekly substance abuse testing, just to give you an example. Now, I want to go through something with you, which is there's been a lot of talk about why isn't criminal district court following a bond schedule? Why aren't all, hypothetically, why aren't all armed robberies set at a certain amount? Why aren't all carjackings set at a certain amount? And so I wish to advise this council at this time that it is unconstitutional for this court to adopt a bond schedule to that effect. It is not allowed under state or federal laws. Each case must be looked at and reviewed on a case-by-case basis. And so I don't know if you all recall, but criminal district court was sued by the MacArthur Foundation in regards to this type of bond setting. And I want to point out to you what the parties alleged in that lawsuit. The parties who filed this lawsuit sought to ensure that every individual appearing in Orleans Parish Criminal District Court would be afforded a constitutional bail hearing that included a consideration of a defendant's ability to pay, as well as consideration of non-financial conditions to pretrial release, and that no presumptively innocent individual would be detained prior to trial without the proper constitutional proceedings. And so in addition to this ability to pay hearing that we are required to hold, we are still considering and imposing other conditions to a defendant's pretrial release, pretrial services program, domestic violence monitoring court program, and any other condition which this court deems necessary based on the charges that a defendant faces. And so we've also heard talk about Gwynn's Law and about 701s. And so I'm going to turn it over at this moment in time to Deputy Chief Judge Tracy Davalier to address that issue. And then I'll come back to further discuss how cases get handled at criminal district court. Judge Davlier.
Thank you. All right, so good afternoon, everyone. And again, thank you for allowing the court to take part in this particular questioning and the hearing process that you all are having. Obviously, as everyone has indicated, we're all in this together. We just want everyone to understand the role of the court in terms of what we can do, what we're allowed to do, and what we are required to do. So with respect to Gwen's Law, obviously that applies to our domestic violence cases and those types of related cases. And I have to add that this court has worked tirelessly on domestic violence cases, on the process before the cases get to court, during the process when they're at court, and through our domestic violence monitoring court program. We've worked extensively with Council Member Helena Moreno at many, many meetings. I think we have about 3 or 4 different sub meetings or sub advisory groups to work on these particular issues. So obviously the court takes this very seriously. Every year we have to ask for money, or we're requesting money, we're applying for grants so that our domestic violence monitoring court program can really sustain the amount of people and offenders that are coming through the system. Every year we're at a great loss in terms of the money that's being provided for that particular program. So that is a huge challenge. But with respect to the Gwen's Law, those are usually hearings. Those are hearings that normally might be requested by the district attorney's office, and then the court on its own can also order that type of hearing. Normally, the district attorney's office will request that type of hearing, and there's a 5-day delay or deadline that's established. So from the first finding of probable cause means that basically the police, the law enforcement officer, whoever responded to a domestic violence incident, has established the right or probable cause to arrest the person, the offender, for that particular crime. It doesn't mean that they're necessarily guilty, but it means that there's been at least a showing of probable cause, which is a very low burden. Once that person is brought into the first appearances with commissioners, then the district attorney's office may ask for a Gwen's Law hearing, or the court can order such. There are then up to 5 days in which the parties may gather information to address the dangerousness of that particular person, also to address the circumstances, to look at all of the past criminal history of that particular person, and to look at all the circumstances that might have led to that particular arrest. Once that information is provided, then the judge at a hearing, an adversarial hearing which should take place, the judge then decides whether or not that person can be granted bond, or whether or not that person should be remanded without bond. So that is Gwen's Law. That's under Code of Criminal Procedure, Article 313. And so the judge, the magistrate commissioner, considers that factor, those factors under 313, as well as all of the other factors that many other people have talked about in these particular committee hearings. In addition to Gwen's Law, there's been a lot of talk about 701s. And I think it's very important, we think it's very important from the court standpoint to talk about what a 701 means. And so that's, again, under Code of Criminal Procedure 701. That article says that basically, based on either a misdemeanor or a felony arrest, and also based on whether the person is in custody or out of custody, there are certain timelines that are set. So for example, 60 days is the timeline for those who are arrested on a felony. So the district attorney's office would have up to 60 days to file what we call bill of information for a particular person who has been arrested. If that bill of information has not been filed, or if the person has not been indicted, the law expressly requires that that person be released. There's no discretion by the judges. It expressly requires that that person be released. Now, if the state, and that is without bond, if the state comes in and opposes a 701 release, they can do so, meaning the district attorney's office, and they provide what we call just cause, then a judge could determine, based on the request, that just cause exists for holding that person longer than whatever that deadline is. So 60 days in the case of a felony where a person is held in custody. 701s obviously depend on a myriad of things, a lot of different factors, depends on a lot of information that the court is not privy to. That information has to come from law enforcement working along with the district attorney's office. And so once that information is compiled and gathered, then the appropriate parties have what they need to decide whether or not to pursue a prosecution. And again, there are many, many cases, and it's my understanding that over the years, there have been different types of procedures that have been exercised in the district attorney's office in order to ensure that those deadlines are met and to decide whether or not prosecution is viable or not, to decide whether or not there are constitutional issues or not, and to decide what makes sense in terms of the information that's been provided. So oftentimes what happens is 701 deadlines will come in magistrate court. And if a person has not been charged formally, indicted, or a bill of information, that person is then released, unless the district attorney's office asks for a finding of just cause.
All right, so if I can pick up with, again, how cases get to criminal district court. So we've just basically taken you through the, I guess I'll call it the pre-acceptance of a charges phase. And so during this process, pre-acceptance phase, you understand that it's the district attorney who decides who he's going to charge, what he's going to charge them with, and when. And so once all of those challenges are over, charges have been accepted, the case is then going to be allotted to a particular section of court. And just so all of you know, felony charges are handled by one of 12 district court judges. If it is a misdemeanor case that has been accepted and it is a standalone misdemeanor, that case will be handled by the magistrate judge. If it is a misdemeanor, but that particular offender has an open felony case in one of the district court sections, that misdemeanor will be transferred or will remain in that section of court because it will follow that felony case. And so, as you know, we, the district court judges, will sometimes deal with bond settings as well. It is not just incumbent upon the commissioners. They deal with it at first appearances. And so let's just say hypothetically, a person is arrested for one charge and the district attorney's office, after their screening process, decides to accept a different charge than what the person was originally arrested for. When that person appears before one of the district court judges, that judge may have to address the bond on that new charge. And so under the law, we still have to consider ability to pay and all of the other factors that we are required to consider. So there was mention that jury trials have been suspended in criminal district court, which I will get to, but I want every member of the council to know that we are still here efficiently and effectively working on all sorts of pretrial matters, including bond settings. In addition to that, we have to deal with possibly what's called mental competency hearings. And so I want to bring that up because I know a lot of you may not know, but sometimes at arraignment or at various postures of a case, a defense attorney may move on his or her own motion requesting that his or her client's competency needs to be examined. When that happens, that can sometimes delay a case. And so I wanted to be clear that that is another thing that we are still handling pre-trial, despite the fact that jury trials have been suspended. In addition to that, we are handling hearing on motions. And what happens at a hearing on motion, depending on what the charge is and depending on what motions lie, we are usually always handling probable cause for the most part. And then sometimes motions to suppress identification, motion to suppress evidence, motion to suppress statement. And therein, we rely upon the arresting agency to come in and testify as to those particular motions. So we are still doing those things. Not unless a defense attorney waives a hearing on motion. Hearing on motions must take place before trial. And it needs to be clear that sometimes those can cause a delay, because sometimes in a particular bill of information, it may involve incidents under different item numbers, incidents of different dates. And therefore we are waiting to hear from various officers. They could all be of NOPD, they could be NOPD and the Louisiana State Police. So sometimes things like that can cause a delay in cases. So in addition to bond hearings, mental status hearings, hearings on motions, again, I am remiss if I don't mention this. And so sometimes you will have one side that is not satisfied with the judge's decision on a hearing on motions. And then they will notice their intent to seek a writ to the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeal. When and if that happens, that can sometimes cause a delay with the way in which a case proceeds. We also are dealing with rule to show causes. These are for the most part, post-trial hearings that we have to deal with when we're hearing from probation officers about individuals who are on probation and they have some type of violation, whether it be their failure to participate with probation and parole, or whether it be the fact that they have picked up a new arrest. So all of those things are still going forward. We deal with probation statuses. And most importantly, we deal with judge trials. So all of those things are still happening at criminal district court. And so I guess I want to get into the jury trials. Yes, there was a decision by the courts en banc, the majority of the courts en banc, to suspend jury trials. And I will tell you that we had some very serious issues to consider in doing so, but I guess I would be remiss if I didn't say this. When jury trials were proceeding, we had numerous issues with getting an adequate jury veneer here at criminal district court. There were some trials that took place in 2021. Let me try and see what the number is. I think about 10, okay, approximately 10 that took place during 2021, despite the fact that there were several times when jury trials were either suspended by the Louisiana Supreme Court or by this court because of Hurricane Ida and things of the sort. And so one of the reasons we made that decision is because of the resurgence of COVID, primarily due to the Omicron variant. We had been advised by the Louisiana Supreme Court that they would leave these types of decisions to the discretion of each individual court. We took into consideration public health and safety of our jurors, of witnesses, of attorneys, of ourselves and our staff. There were points in times when COVID was running rampant through criminal district court. We would get emails from various agencies advising that certain parties had tested positive for COVID and he or she had been in the various sections. And so all of these people would have to quarantine. So again, that was one of the issues first and foremost. Next, we took into consideration that, again, I believe based on the resurgence of COVID-19 and everything going on with the Omicron variant, OPSO halted in-person visitation with in-custody defendants. It is, I'm not going to say impossible, but it is very difficult to prepare for a jury trial and not be able to have in-person visitation with your client. It is my understanding that that visitation currently is halted. It is my understanding that the visitation via plexiglass room and same room is also halted. I know that there aren't currently any confidential Zoom visits with in custody defendants and their attorneys. And so I've given you some of the factors as to why this court decided to halt jury trials. But as I mentioned before, we are still fully functioning. What else did I want to mention? Okay, so on a daily basis, every session of court is going to have a docket. And so we have, the courthouse is fully open. So we have on bond defendants, witnesses, family members coming into court. We can even have inmates on our scheduled days. So in case you all have not been made aware of this, but since the beginning of COVID, when we came back to court to handle in custody defendants' cases in person, we were placed on a staggered schedule. So half of the bench has access to in custody defendants on Mondays and Wednesdays, and half of the bench has access to in custody defendants on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And I and Judge Davila met with the sheriff, and there is a schedule as to what days judges can have access to in custody defendants on Fridays. That schedule has been put in place, and hopefully everybody's working in accordance with that schedule. But in addition to that, although we have the schedule, there were times when it is your in custody defendant's day that you could not have access to that particular defendant because he or she was quarantined. You would find out the morning of, so you have officers already there, you may have victims there, or members of the victim's family there, and you are finding out at the same time as they are that this particular defendant will not be brought up via Zoom or in person. And so we have since met with the sheriff, and he has agreed to have some type of quarantine room so that those who are not physically sick and may just be quarantining because of exposure could still be presented to this court. But do understand, prior to this meeting, the only thing we were being advised is that a number of defendants, judge, on your docket will not be brought up because he or she is quarantined. We weren't told the purpose or the reason of the quarantining. We were not told when quarantining would begin. We were not told when quarantining would end. And so we took it upon ourselves. We initiated this conversation with the sheriff. And so I've told you where we are now, which is that he is going to set up some quarantine rooms. We have each been advised to designate a person who will be responsible for getting the information as to in custody defendants who will not be brought up, maybe because they are physically sick with COVID. So we are working through these issues, but I am just advising the council how we have been proceeding and how things are working down at Criminal District Court. So to get back to my list, other things that we are dealing with is sentencing. You know, there are some cases where we have had trial, and there are things that happens in between trial and sentencing. There are sometimes post-trial hearings based on post-trial motions that have been filed. Sometimes a judge may decide that he or she wishes to order what's called a pre-sentencing investigation from probation and parole. That takes time for them to prepare, as they will usually be charged with interviewing the defendant, interviewing a victim if it is applicable. And so it's things like that that we are continuing to do so that Criminal District Court can still effectively and efficiently run during this new pandemic era. So it's so much more I could say, but because I know that you guys have been on very long with DA Williams, I'm going to, I guess, end my presentation and allow you guys to hopefully not badger us, but ask us some questions.
Well, thank you both for your detailed explanation of what's happening in the court. A few questions from me, and then I'll turn it over to Councilmember Harris and then Councilmember Jeruso, and we'll go down the line. You mentioned 7 releases. How often, and the process of how those can occur, how often do they occur?
You went out. We didn't hear, we missed the word or two.
How often do 701 releases occur?
So we have been talking about that and exploring the data with respect to those 701 releases. And we are being told, because I think, as you already know, Councilman Moreno, we do not have a system that generates our own data and our own reports. That's been a huge, not to get off your particular question, but just as way of feedback or history, that's been a huge issue that the court financially is unable to have its own data system where it can generate its own data and its own reports. We're at the mercy of all of our partner agencies that we work with in terms of how this system was set up way before Judge Pittman and I, even ever took the bench. And we have been working, I think, well with our partners, but nevertheless, it does cause us to go to a third party for data. Nevertheless, we are being told just in, for example, one magistrate section, you would have upwards of maybe 10 to 20 or so 701 releases within a month or 2 months time. I am being told that, or we are being told that this is not necessarily an issue that's not germane to every DA's office, that every DA's office deals with this type of issue. And it depends on how that district attorney's office determines how they should address it. So as the judges, we don't want to get into the position of judging what cases should be accepted, what should be prosecuted. We just want to really let the public know, just from the judicial standpoint, that is the 701s then cause people to be released, even though later they may be indicted, a bill of information may be found, but that is another avenue in which people are released through 701.
So Judge Davila, you're saying it's 10 to 20 people released every month due to
No, not every month. And let me pull up one of the.
Yeah, I was going to do that. So one
statistics that we have.
One of the commissioners did give us a little information, and I guess I just want to start with January. And so the numbers that we received was, let's see, 4 different days in the month of January, with January 19th being the last date. 11 individuals in jail were released on 701, and it looks like.
So according to
24, I'm sorry,
section,
24 were released in jail, and 37 received 701s on bond. But again, this is December and January. Originally, I was just giving you January. So I just wanted to be clear as to how I went from 11 to 24. I gave you both December and January from one section of magistrate. Correct.
So that starts from December 15th and it goes through January 19th. Total being 24 defendants were released without bond because the 701 had expired.
Who were in jail.
And then 37 people who had been arrested and were out on bond. Their bond obligations ended when the 701 date expired.
And so let me be clear, because again, we are not in the business of finger pointing, right? That is not incumbent upon anyone in the judiciary. So in reference to the numbers that we just gave you, I want to make this note in all fairness to the DA's office. All of these jail releases may not have actually resulted in someone rolling out of jail, as that person may have been being held on other charges or could have had a probation or parole hold. Okay, so I want to be clear about that.
Yeah, so how many of those 24 actually had an additional hold on them?
Okay, so he did not.
Yeah, Council President, I would have to further investigate that. Based on the information provided to me, I do not have those numbers. And that's why I wanted to be clear.
Sure. And on the 24, were any of these for violent offenses?
And so again, the report is very generic. I do not have what type of offense it was. I do not know if they totally rolled out or are being held, but if that information is being requested by the council, I will follow up with the specifics.
That information is being requested by the.
Oh, I knew it. I could see Councilwoman Harris shaking her head yes. So even if you said no, she had already said yes. So I was gonna have to follow it anyway.
Yes, and then on the overall upgrades to your data systems, I know you've made a capital request before to the mayor's administration, but what about upgrades to your overall data system? Is there a cost estimate so that you can be where you need to be?
So there's a couple of different systems that we use. We use the sheriff system through OPSO. And as I'm told, this started many, many years ago. This is where all of the case information is housed. So any information on a case, it's similar to if you were to go on the sheriff's website and you could pull up a defendant, it mirrors that, only that we can put in each section of court and the magistrate sections can put in the minute entries, the things that are occurring in the particular cases, we can update the information. But that is all through the sheriff's office. We do not have a budget for any system for the court to operate. The budget that you may be referring to in terms of AI Smart Bench, because the council was very, previous two councils was very effective or worked very hard with us to establish AI Smart Bench. What that system does, it overlays the system in the clerk's office. So when pleadings are filed in the clerk's office, what the clerk has been doing for newer cases, I would say in the last 3 to 4 years, is they've been scanning those documents and putting them in AI Smart Bench. AI Smart Bench then allows us in court, if we don't have a file, if it's missing, if it's an old file, or if there's something, a piece of paper that doesn't make its way to the file, we can pull up AI Smart Bench to see what's been filed. And that's still not an electronic filing system though. That just gives the court quick and easy access electronically.
Yeah, well, I'm talking more state of the art electronic filing, sharing between different courts, what.
We would love it. We would love it.
Yeah, we've been asking and we understand everything. Like I think Councilmember Thomas said from his experience that, it's wonderful to talk about all these different things that would make everything perfect. But as you know, it's very difficult when you get down to what you have in your budget and what you can allocate to the courts.
Well, I think that this is the time to come up with a cost estimate of what you think would be the most robust data system, because only by getting the most accurate and up-to-date data will we be able to make really the right policy and strategic decisions moving forward. So I think, the time to really for the court to get together, even get with the, municipal court, because I know that there's some systems that are not quite connecting as they should. To see what it would cost to get what is like most needed and kind of the best system that we could. Let me go over to pretrial services. Explain to the public who runs pretrial services.
All right, you want to go? Pretrial services is part of what we call court intervention services, CIS. So court intervention services is the big umbrella. If you look at it, it oversees a number of different court programs. So pretrial services, domestic violence monitoring court, drug court, reentry court, mental health court, and veterans court. Those are all of the different types of services they oversee. Some are pretrial services and some are post-trial services. So while a person's on probation or parole. Pretrial services is a program that was established several years ago. Initially, it was with a third party outside of the court. In about I want to say maybe 2014, 2015, we sent a request to then Chief Justice Burnett Johnson, so that to request that The Supreme Court assists criminal court in establishing pretrial services in-house. And so after working on that, I guess the proposal for about 2.5 years, in March of 2017, the court was able to reopen and take full control of pretrial services. So what pretrial services does, there's 2 phases. First phase is when a person is arrested, immediately upon arrest, they are brought to OJC. So they're brought to OJC for booking. At that time, basically information is given to what we call intake specialists. Those intake specialists receive that information, and then they will draft a report, generate a report with basically the criminal history. If there is any criminal history or any failures to appear with respect to any particular person. At the present time, those reports are generated for felonies. They do not include misdemeanors, but we have recently requested, and we're working with the city, with the Criminal Justice Coordinating Committee, to get misdemeanors added to that. All right, so they generate a report. That report is then sent electronically to the commissioners so that they can review the report and the criminal history. Earlier, there was reference to NCIC. That is, of course, the national crime database where we are basically, we can pull information from other states. We can pull all sorts of information. Only part of that system is working, and that's been for maybe a few weeks. I think started at the end of in December. So we are working to either, hopefully the Supreme Court, if they're not able to restore their whole system, to get our own system, which Judge Pittman talked about. So that report is then sent to the commissioners. The commissioners have that report in terms of criminal history. But as we have, in speaking with the DA, our position and the position of the commissioners is that the assistant district attorneys should be providing that information as well. That basically the commissioner should not have to rely just on the information relayed by the pretrial services. That the district attorney's office should be pulling that information, because if they pull that information and then they're able to review that before this first appearance, they can then determine what else information they might need. They can also determine what they need to ask for in terms of bonds. They also have access to IIIs, which gives additional criminal history. It also gives parole and probation history. So with all of that information, you have a process in magistrate court where you're asking for the district attorney's office to provide the relevant information for the commissioner to consider. And then obviously there's opposing counsel representing the defendant, arguing for the defendant, as they should. So you have that type of process in court, or that is the way that it should work. And the commissioners have, explicitly asked for this additional information. And it's our understanding from what we think has been a real productive meeting with the district attorney's office, that they will be providing more of that information to the commissioners at that time. Now, as Judge Pittman said, a lot of those cases eventually, if formal charges are filed, those charges are then allotted in a case randomly to a section. Then at some point in time, a section judge may also have to set bond, as Judge Pittman said, based on the fact that there are new charges or amended charges that have been accepted. So we also rely on information from the district attorney's office in terms of the criminal history, and we also rely on pretrial services. The second part of pretrial services, which I think is extremely valuable, is that during the first appearance or any appearance thereafter, if the judge or the commissioner or defense attorney, or it could be the DA's office, if there's something or an issue recognized, say it's a drug offense, say the person has a substance abuse addiction, say it's something with mental health, then they can make a referral to pretrial services for now a case manager to do what we call an assessment. And the assessments that we use will analyze and evaluate that person in all different types of areas: risk, dangerousness, substance abuse, mental health, various different issues that usually result in a person being court involved. And from there, the case managers will then make referrals to outside services. Now understand, we can't make referrals to a specific service, but we can make referrals for substance abuse. And then that person can choose to go to Odyssey House. We can make referrals for mental health counseling. And then that person can be further evaluated by a psychiatrist or psychologist. And we can determine whether or not they need any type of further supervision. So we think that the way that pretrial services works is it captures everyone who is arrested with a felony for their history, criminal history. But then it also captures within that group those who are in need of specific services. Pretrial services will also help if a person is homeless. They'll also help people file Medicaid, applications. They will also help with Social Security disability. So they help with a myriad of things that the person may come into court for. But this is all pending the district attorneys either accepting the case or refusing the case.
For the risk assessments that are put together, is there ever a recommendation for no bond to be set based on the fact that this person is such a risk to others?
No. So during our planning of what the risk assessment would look like, and we call it a public safety assessment, PSA, during our planning and discussions with various stakeholders, because this was not just developed by the court. This was in communication with the district attorney's office, the public defender's office, and the city of New Orleans, and then other agencies that were working with us. We have the MacArthur Foundation, and there's one other, Vera was the original third party. So basically it was decided that there should not be an express recommendation from the intake specialist, because they are not lawyers. They're not being charged with making the recommendation. Ultimately, we want to make sure that the recommendation, there might be a recommendation for services, but we want to make sure that the magistrate commissioner or the judge makes a determination of what that means. There is a number system, 1 to 5, 1 being the lowest, 5 being the highest risk. That's solely based though on the criminal history and the failures to appear. So there's a lot of other information that's really needed or that really is germane to what the commissioner or the judges need to get to accurately make a good bond decision.
The district attorney mentioned some issues that were recently worked out around having Gwen's Law hearings. Are the commissioners now having Gwen's Law hearings now that Judge Lombard would be taking those hearings on?
So Judge Lombard, gratefully for Judge Lombard, what she does is, and we have a magistrate oversight committee. So Judge Pittman and I work along with Judge Lombard and again with the magistrate commissioners to make sure that we're doing what needs to be done and they are doing what needs to be done. And especially if there's any issue identified, we can try to address that issue. So Gwen's Law is a perfect example. What Judge Lombard decided to do is to ensure that if a Gwen's Law hearing was requested, that it was then placed on her docket so that it would be heard within the 5 days of a finding of probable cause. Now, mind you, this is only more of a recent, we've only had a recent conversation with the DA in Thursday to be specific. And Judge Lombard has been, I mean, she's been taking these cases long before Thursday. But the key is, and we emphasize to the district attorney's office that we really, the commissioners really felt like they needed to get additional information at the Gwen's Law hearings. So if the person comes for first appearance, there's just the gist, which is a few paragraphs. Obviously, if the domestic violence, there's 5 risk questions, which have been very helpful. Does the person own a gun? Has he ever threatened you before? Has he or she ever threatened you before? When did you feel like your life was, in danger, etc. And then we ask about the firearms. 5 days later, or within that 5-day period, when the Gwen's Law hearing takes place, the commissioners are expressing that they're not always being presented with additional information at the Gwen's Law hearing. We don't know if that's because the investigatory or the investigation is ongoing, or there's some other reason, but based on the statutory requirements that it has to happen within 5 days, the commissioners have to be presented with additional information. That's the only way they can really decide the issue.
And to be candid, the commissioners will occasionally handle them, but the majority of them are going to be placed on Judge Lombard's docket.
And you know, just to be clear, and I know Councilmember probably speak to this better than I can, since he is an attorney and also worked with me on this legislation back in when we were together in the legislature. But the other big point of the Gwen's Law hearings and why they were so key is that it did provide for a cooling off period. And so even if there isn't going to be additional information provided, you know, 3 days later or whatever, it would have provided enough of a cooling off period for, you know, maybe this person's partner to not be hurt even more or murdered, or give her or him the opportunity to get away. Because as we know, these intimate partner types of crimes are different than the stranger type of interactions or crimes that occur. And that's why there needed to be additional protection for the victim and for this potential cooling off period. I would also add to that there should be, you know, Gwen's Law hearings applied to domestic violence murders. I'm not sure if there was or there wasn't, but for, you know, this individual, Benjamin Beal, who is accused of horrific crime of dismembering his girlfriend, Julie Dardar. I'm not sure if there was a Gwen's Law hearing around this, but I'm not even sure why bail would even be set for an individual. And I get it that his bond was over $1 million, but at the end of the day, we don't know who someone may be connected to that may have the ability to have this type of funding. And we should also remember that in domestic violence situations, it sometimes isn't just the intimate partner who is injured, but it is their children, their family members, and retaliation can come to them as well. So I just wanted to put this out there as well. And Judge Davalier, I know how hard you work on these issues, and you and I have met so much around domestic violence laws. And I can say that here in New Orleans, we're working really hard and actually achieving the firearm transfer, which is a law that I started and Senator Morrell, well, Councilmember Morrell finished in the legislature by making sure that the firearm transfers became law. We are one of the parishes that's following that, along with Jefferson Parish, along with Lafourche, but many other parts of the state are not. So I think that that's the other key piece of the criminal justice system that for lawmakers, and that is what we are here on the local level, whether you're a state lawmaker, whether you're a local lawmaker, that laws are passed, but yet not implemented through the criminal justice system. But Judge Davalier, I really do want to thank you for the work that you've done with our domestic violence committees here with the city and working with Dr. Avegno as well. Those are all the questions that I have. I'll turn it over to Councilmember Harris.
Judge Pittman and Judge Davalier, it's good to see you both. I count you as friends and mentors, but that does not mean that my questions are going to be easy. So I want to turn to the 701 releases. Do you have any information, and I understand from your testimony today that a number between 1 and 5 is assigned, with 5 being the most violent criminal, alleged accused criminal. Do you have any information that any of the 24 who were released on 701 was assessed a number 5 rating?
Again, we do not have those statistics, Councilwoman Harris, but I have pledged to you all, I'm going to follow up with that information, and I will include that as well. I will look into that as well.
And if I could add to that as well. So for the pretrial services report, the PSA, a 1 or a 5 does not necessarily designate that 5 is the most violent. They're only measuring objectively what a person has been convicted of, if they're on probation or parole, and their failures to appear in court. Obviously, there are a whole bunch of other factors. So the 1 to 5 is really based on risk level for appearing in court or failing to appear in court and possibly reoffending. As you already know, we can't determine future if they're going to offend in the future, but there are a bunch of different factors that we can look at. So it is not necessarily that measures everything.
Thank you for that clarification. I also understand that the DA can try to present good cause for the lag for the 701 release. How often, approximately, if you know, does the good cause showing happen?
So that's referred to as just cause. And
Just cause.
we will get those stats for you if that is happening. In our meetings and discussions last week, we were not discussing it. We were discussing it and we got the impression that that may not have been happening.
You talked about 10 jury trials took place in 2021, in-person jury trials. Is that correct?
Approximately, yes, ma'am.
You know how many took place in 2020?
I don't believe that there were any in 2020, primarily based on Louisiana Supreme Court orders prohibiting jury trials because of COVID.
Through March of 2020.
It appears that the first jury trials here at criminal court started August 3rd of 2021. Councilwoman Harris, that's what it appears.
But you are having other in-person hearings, is that correct?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Is there any reason why a jury trial cannot occur via Zoom or some other remote means of conducting trial?
So I guess I will say to you that there's not a single one that has been requested. Just so that you know, there are attorneys who have agreed along with their client to have a hearing on motion via Zoom. But if I had to give you stats, 9 times out of 10, they don't agree to that. And so we are having to reset hearing on motions until an in custody defendant can be in person with his or her lawyer and in person with said witnesses who are called for those hearings. So that too can sometimes cause a delay. So I thank you, Councilwoman Harris, for bringing that up, because I was remiss in not indicating that those hearings are sometimes delayed for those reasons. And so you remember I said sometimes individuals are quarantined and cannot be brought up via Zoom, and definitely not in person. In a situation like that, if you have an in custody defendant who is in fact quarantined and can't be brought up via Zoom, can't have the hearing, can't be brought in person, again, can't have the hearing. And those things can cause a delay.
And to follow up on the trial issue, so you've been a practicing attorney for many, many years. So this is a great conversation to have. There are various constitutional issues, i.e. the confrontation clause. That's a constitutional right to confront your accuser, to confront a witness. So there are various constitutional protections that are set in place by the United States Supreme Court that we have to adhere to. Even with motion hearings or pleas or anything, if a defendant agrees to proceed virtually via the platform that we're using, Zoom, then he or she has to consent on the record, and both parties have to agree to that virtual hearing. So for trial purposes, I would envision that we would create a whole bunch of, I guess, reversible errors, basically, errors in the trial process and different appealable issues or issues that could go up on appeal if we were to hold a trial virtually.
But again, to be clear, no one has requested jury trial via Zoom.
And I just
None
want
that I
to,
am aware of.
and do you know if your counterparts in Jefferson Parish or on the federal bench are holding criminal trials via Zoom?
I do not, Councilwoman, I do not.
I want to get into what some people call the revolving door of the court, meaning that offenders are let out on a $1 bail and go back and carjack or harm someone. In your research and in preparing for this, is there any truth to that, to your knowledge, and with the data that you have available?
And so I don't have that data available, but I will go back to what we were saying earlier, why it is so important that any background and criminal history information is presented to the commissioners at first appearances. that type of information could prevent a revolving door.
And that information is presented to you via the DA and via NOPD, is that correct?
Not NOPD. We are, as I said, in conversations with the district attorney pursuant to our meeting that was held on Thursday to get more of that information, Councilwoman, so that there wouldn't be any revolving door based on a lack of information being provided to the commissioner or the judge about open cases in other parishes or open cases in this very own building.
And if I could just add to that, Judge Pittman and I are tag teaming here, is that at that particular setting, we have to consider so many different constitutional issues when we are looking at a case. So for example, if a person is arrested on unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, he or she could have been involved in a carjack that was eventually, they were arrested on unauthorized use. If they are not arrested for the carjacking, or there is not probable cause yet found for the carjacking, the commissioners and or the judge, if we get the case, we're looking at what they were actually arrested for and the evidence that supports that. To the extent,
not
yes.
what they are possibly being investigated for.
Exactly.
We won't have that information.
So you don't have I practiced civil law for a long time and not criminal law. So Freddie, Councilmember King, you might be able to jump in here. So what is presented to you is by the DA's office is information, but that information is collected by the NOPD is what I'm trying to get to. Is that incorrect?
Or whatever law enforcement agency may have done the
Or law,
okay. Yes. And so at that time when the information is presented, remember, basically what we're doing, the law says, and I think this is important statutorily, the law says if you arrest someone with a warrant, then you have 72 hours to basically proceed with the first appearance. Or if it's without a warrant, you have 48 hours to determine if there was probable cause. What we've tried to do here in Orleans Parish for many, many years is just not let people sit and basically hold first appearances when possible the very next day. Our commissioners know, though, that they also have the ability to roll a hearing if they feel like they don't have additional information, but you can only hold them up to either 48 or 72 hours. And at that time, that's really not enough time for a full police report to be generated. So yes, we are relying on the synopsis that's provided, the synopsis that's provided, as well as the information that's provided by the district attorney's office. And you may not have the full context of the investigation, one, and two, they may not be charged with the other offenses, sometimes that are deemed more violent, because maybe the law enforcement agency is still developing and investigating the information. Thank you.
Given the lack of trials in 2020, 2021, and now going into 2022, what is the current backlog? Do you have any sense of that?
As in backlog of cases for jury trial?
Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman Harris, I do not have those statistics.
And if we could clarify that when the pandemic began, basically the orders from the Supreme Court were that trials and different types of matters were suspended for, I think, until March of 2021, if I'm not mistaken. So that takes us to March 2021. When the U.S. Supreme, I mean the U.S. Louisiana Supreme Court, I'm sorry, all these different courts. Louisiana Supreme Court then said, hey, courts, you need to decide what's best in terms of resuming trials. For a short period of time, trials were suspended again later because of Hurricane Ida. When trials did really fully resume in the fall for probably 4 or 5 months, some trials went forward, but we want you to understand, Councilmember Harris, there were numerous requests by both parties, and we're not pointing any fingers, by parties on both sides of the table requesting continuances from the court. And if both parties, and Councilmember King would know this, if both parties jointly move for a continuance, then really, unless the court has some overwhelming reason to deny it, we have to grant that continuance, or it will be appealed to our appellate court.
And it will be upheld.
And so, yeah, we could have had many more trials during that 4 or 5 month period, but counsel has to be ready to proceed.
Understood.
And in addition to that, as I mentioned before, there on certain days after we had resumed jury trials, there was not an adequate jury veneer.
That's true.
The members of this community had expressed concerns with their health and public safety. And so they just weren't showing up. And so if there's anything that I could, I guess, communicate to the public who I know is so concerned with the uptick in crime, jury trials are expected to begin on Monday, March 7th of 2022. And I would like to express how important it is to serve your civic duty and come down here and participate in this process when you are in fact summoned for jury duty. It is very important and it's very vital to the criminal justice system.
Absolutely agree. So I just want to turn to parole and supervised release. Have you seen an uptick in parole violations?
I've seen a little bit of an uptick in probation violations, I'm going to say. I cannot comment on parole. I've seen an uptick in domestic violence cases, which have resulted in this uptick in probation violations.
And just so what knows, for parole cases, the court does not have any jurisdiction over parole cases. That is the jurisdiction, the board of, basically there's a board that sits appointed by the governor, and they oversee parole cases.
And so that's why Councilwoman Harris, I don't have those statistics.
No, and I misspoke, and thank you for correcting me. And finally, what about other means of supervised release? Are y'all doing ankle monitors or anything like that?
And so ankle monitors are something that we can consider. Each judge can make their own decision in reference to adding that as a condition of bond. So yes, we can do it. And yes, some of us do consider it. Depending on the defendant, depending on the crime. Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned other conditions include other possible conditions, diversion programs, domestic violence monitoring. Are there any other conditions that y'all have the ability to impose in order to make sure?
Okay, so Councilwoman Harris, we don't run a diversion program. The diversion program is with the DA's office. So that's not really something we consider unless the district attorney's office makes a decision that there's a particular defendant that qualifies for diversion and comes in and puts that on the record. I can't sit here today and tell you that I even know what those qualifications are. I don't know who qualifies and who doesn't. I don't know what the criteria is. Again, diversion is run by the district attorney's office. But to get back to your question, we have considered ankle monitoring. We've considered domestic violence. We've considered drug testing. We've even considered sometimes pretrial mental, what's the word?
Mental counseling.
Mental health counseling, things of the sort, depending on what we see and observe in a defendant or what we learn from a particular case. So those things are considered on a case-by-case basis, based on each individual.
My final question is this: what do you need from your city council in order to succeed as part of this criminal justice system?
So as Judge Devlin mentioned earlier, we could use some help with our IT department with some of the technology that we talked about. If we have to start our own NCIC account, we mentioned that. I guess I would also like our council people to encourage their constituents on the importance of serving jury duty. We would definitely appreciate that, as we got a lot of, pushback when we were having jury trials, it would be very helpful if you guys are out at community meetings to let people know how the criminal justice system can't function without individuals who are going to serve their civic duty and come down here and do their jury service. Anything else?
So I would add, in addition to the data system, we've been asking for a long time for a data analyst. We've worked, I think, very well with the Criminal Justice Coordinating Committee with Commissioner Stevens, Tanisha Stevens, as also with Nathaniel Weaver. They provide a lot of the data that we need to get from the city. We work very well together. But if we had our own data analysts, we could look at our programs internally as well and make different decisions and make decisions based on the data that we're using in addition to the data that's generated. We wouldn't have to necessarily go to a third party to ask, but our analysts could work in conjunction with the city and these other stakeholders to develop even more robust programming. And also it's important for grant writing. We do not even have a grant writer here at criminal court. We have our court administrators who are overseeing programs and operations. They're also writing grants, or we'll contract out with someone, but we don't have a grant writer to sustain the requests for all of the different reports. I'm reading grants, all of the judges are reading letters and proposals and grants for different things. So if we could have grant writing, a data analyst, and some IT support as we go, it would be great.
And I guess I'd like to add two things. One, I want to go back to your original question because I was remiss in not saying this, but one other condition that we sometimes will order is inpatient drug treatment.
Yes.
And I hadn't mentioned that. And then going back to your final question, I do understand the importance of today's meeting, but I guess what I would like to ask of our city council is, if there are issues that you have been made aware of from your constituents, please feel free to reach out to me or our deputy chief or any judge on this bench and let us know if we need to meet in advance of having to have a big meeting like this. Some of these issues can be ironed out, or we can try to iron them out before having to result in a special council meeting if they are in fact brought to our attention and we are able to explain to the city council why something is happening the way it is or why something is not happening. So I would just like to encourage each and every member of the city council that we are very transparent. We try to make ourselves as accessible to any member of this community as we can under the judicial canons. But if you have an issue, feel free to reach out to us. We don't have to wait for a special council meeting. We're welcome to sit down and discuss with you that issue.
Judge Pittman, thank you, Judge Chevalier. I look forward to working with you. I sit on the Criminal Justice Committee, and so I'm sure I will see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Jeruso.
Thank you, judges. Good afternoon. I know you've been on here for a while, and I hate to belabor a point that I think all of us have made, but I don't know if you heard with the DA, I asked the question about 701s too. Can you hear me?
We can, and I just wanted to tell you, we're not counting minutes.
Good, I'm glad. I appreciate it. But I think the 701 issue is incredibly important to us, as you've heard all of us ask repeatedly, because there's two issues here, and you pointed out, Judge Pittman, early on, is that you have people who are being released from jail, and you have people who are being released from obligations that the court is imposing upon them. And so you heard Councilmember Harris ask about ankle monitoring or probationary terms or checking in, and if 701 releases are happening, you're not getting either one of those things. And Judge Davalier, I think you made the good point too, that something may not be coded a 5. So that's why I think we'd like to know specifically, if querying through the docket is possible, what the 701s are for. Obviously, there's a difference on a 701 for, I don't know, like simple shoplifting, as opposed to domestic violence or armed robbery, right? And so I think kind of the significance is of importance. And if we're asking for all of this data, and I think one of the things we're asking to build out is this continuum of what happens from arrest through disposition, then the 701 piece is part of that too. And Judge Pittman, you said you would like us to talk, and I would like to offer the same thing too, from our perspective as well. Like, I learned late last week about NCIC, and it's been down since December. And I want to make sure that we can be helpful in case something like that happens again, because candidly, and I think unlike anybody else here, I have a lot of familiarity with the magistrate system and how that works. And I don't know how a magistrate, can do their job if they don't have the database and they're not being provided arrest conviction information in court. I would just tend to think, and I hope you'll agree with me, that a big part of setting a bond or figuring out what happens at a first appearance is knowing what the arrest and conviction record is, along with what the gist and the probable cause is, right?
I 100% agree.
Thank you.
And
Like I said,
and just so
yes,
you know, Councilman Giarrusso, Judge Davalier and I will be reaching out to each member of the council to try to set up individual meetings with you all as a follow-up to today's meeting. We had planned on doing it, but this special council meeting got called before we could start setting up those individual meetings. So we will be following up to request meetings with each and every member of the council. I think we're frozen, or he's frozen.
well, look, I appreciate that, and I want to make sure we're a resource too. If we need to communicate with the Supreme Court as well, or look at what the subscription is for NCIC, or tap into another resource, we want to make sure that the court has all the tools it needs in order to make its best decisions. Can I ask this question?
Councilmember Giarrusso, I'm sorry. I just want to add, sort of as a little history, that the Supreme Court has been extremely supportive.
Correct.
In all of the programming that we've done, whether it's drug court, pretrial services. So by no means are we, again, pointing the finger at the Supreme Court. They've been extremely helpful. And the justices have tried to ensure that we have the money and the resources to do what we need to get done. So we want to make sure our relationship stays silent with the Supreme Court. And obviously we thank you for your assistance, your offer of assistance.
And I'd like to add that even as early as last week, Justice Piper Griffin reached out to me to discuss this issue with NCIC, and we are currently in the middle of working those things out, and she is going to come and address this court's en banc early next month.
Wonderful. Yeah, I mean, look, Judge, both to the judges, obviously as district court judges, you want to have a great relationship with your appellate court, and I certainly respect and understand that. I asked the DA these questions. I would also imagine at this point, though, with NCIC being down, the risk assessment instrument isn't available either. Is that true?
It's partially available. So there is some information that they are able to generate, but the report does indicate that there's some information that they're not able to generate. And so again, that's why the reliance on pretrial services, which has sort of many different hats, it shouldn't be a sole reliance on pretrial services. It should be based on what information the district attorney's office is adding.
So are you saying, and again, I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, and I know the upshot of this is everybody should be working together, but if you all don't have access to NCIC, then there's an expectation if somebody does, they're helping provide the information about prior history, whether it's arrest or conviction.
Yes, correct.
I mean, look, I'm just going to be let me put it more blunt. I remember going to court and watching my dad set bonds, and the ADA would stand up and say, hey, this is Jane Doe, and she has been arrested this many times. These are the number of misdemeanors. These are the number of felonies, and these are the convictions. And that's essentially how you went. And then there's questions about, as you all pointed out, what other history do you know about? Are there other cases open? What bond recommendation is there? I mean, these are all the things that go into a first appearance hearing. Right.
That's correct.
Okay. And then I just want to make sure Councilmember Harris did an excellent job asking a bunch of questions about jury trials and trials. I won't belabor that. I just want to make sure on the continuance front that no cases are being continued so as to prevent a trial from ultimately happening. I mean, in other words, that it doesn't get continued so often that charges prescribe or something happens where just because both parties happen to agree at a moment that it keeps on being bumped indefinitely, and therefore the case can't be tried ultimately.
I don't know if I understand the question.
I mean, in other words, you know, there's obviously a period, there's a period of time where something has to be tried with it, right? Like a charge just can't be indefinitely on the books unless it's a murder, I guess, or a capital charge. I just want to make sure there aren't so many continuances being granted that something pushes out beyond the statutory prescriptive deadline.
That's correct.
Yeah, and we as judges down here at Criminal District Court are all very cognizant of that. In fact, when we started setting jury trials, Councilman Giarrusso, we had indicated that we were going to make sure that cases where individuals have received new trials because of Ramos or had filed speedy trial motions would be a priority for our court so that we wouldn't have issues as you are currently discussing.
Okay. Well, look, I know you all have been here for a long time. I appreciate your willingness to appear today. And I certainly look forward to sitting down with you all when you have the time and how we can streamline all of this so things are working as well as optimally possible for everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll be contacting your office to set up that individual meeting soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good seeing y'all.
Same here. We currently can't hear anyone. I don't know.
I think Councilmember Moreno is supposed to say who's going next.
Oh, that's okay.
So we're waiting for her to tell us who's going next. So
Okay.
a second. We don't want to.
Well, we'll just take a water break while this is.
I think that's fair.
Councilmember Morrell, you're next.
What? That works perfectly. Okay. Well, good afternoon. Yep, it's afternoon now. We appreciate y'all being here today. As I told everyone who came, just you being here shows a willingness to try and address the problems that are plaguing the city with regards to the spike in crime, this terrifying spike in crime. I think this will be a very interesting conversation because, as y'all know, I started my career, actually my entire career as a public defender was in magistrate court. So I'm not as intimate with magistrate court as Joe is. I don't have firsthand knowledge sitting next to the bench, but I know a lot about that part of our criminal district court and how important it is. And I guess I'm trying to figure out kind of the status of magistrate court because the kind of stuff that I've seen there has been kind of troubling to me. So let me begin by, and like I said, these are all fact-finding questions. They're not meant to be gotcha questions or anything like that. Just I need information and I'm asking for it. My understanding is that when I was there, and obviously I'm going to date myself, I was a magistrate public defender in 2005, 2006. That's when I was there years ago. But the magistrate judge was the chairperson of the magistrate committee. When did that change and why did it change? And this could use some background. So I know right now the current magistrate judge is a co-chair of the committee, and I was wondering why that had changed.
And so I will say that nothing has really changed, but Councilman Morrell, our current magistrate judge, as you know, was newly elected and has just made a year on January 1st as a judge. And so when she first came in as a new judge, we made the decision collectively that she would co-chair it in light of the fact that she was brand new and didn't know all of the workings of the court at that time.
Well, if I could add to that, Councilmember Morrell, if I could add to that, that even previously with the previous magistrate judge, he was not the sole chair of that committee. He also had a co-chair of that committee. I think that's been the extent of pretty much our tenure here I think the former judge was only on the bench for maybe about a year or two, once when Judge Pittman was elected, and then like a year after I was. So for the most part, there's always been the magistrate commission, the magistrate judge, and another judge from one of the sections who basically co-chaired that committee.
Because as you are aware, the commissioners work for the entire court.
Yes.
Not just the magistrate judge.
I'm aware that that's the case, but I do want to give a little pushback. I mean, Juana Lombard is a former magistrate commissioner. I think she's pretty understanding of how magistrate court works. But in my time working there, and at that time, Judge Hanson was the magistrate commissioner. The reason why it operated that way is because the magistrate commissioners, for the most part, operate out of the same magistrate court, and he had the most contact with them, was able to manage them on an almost daily basis. And I say that insofar as, and I mean, I guess we should just get into this point because I've been very public about it. I think the public doesn't understand how magistrate commissioners work. And I understand y'all would give a presentation of kind of their role, but we have 4 unelected individuals who operate in the capacity as a judge, doing pretty significant things. I mean, if you look at kind of right now why we're here for the most part. You're here, and I mean, I appreciate what Councilmember Harris brought to the table as far as the trial dates and those things that are outside of everyone's collective control, because COVID is COVID. But these bond settings, in my opinion, are why we're here. And if you look over the past 3 years, actually, no, I'll probably say the last 5 years, bond setting at magistrate court has been completely bonkers. And it seems like in the last 5 years that bond setting largely kind of reflects the political leanings of the mayor, whatever mayor's there. Because I can tell you when Mitch was the mayor, the bonds were set very aggressively. And now that we have a new administration, the bonds were set much less aggressively. And furthermore, we had an actual person who was an employee of the mayor who was paying bonds. And I think that part of why I have this kind of, I mean, I'm not trying to like say, you know, the good old days, grass is greener, but I think there's a level of comfort people have with elected judges, because you are accountable to the people of the city of New Orleans, that they don't have with magistrate commissioners, because they are not elected. And in fact, the process in which they're selected isn't even really public. And I think that, in my opinion, if we're going to continue to have magistrate commissioners, we're going to need a substantial overhaul on how they're selected, because as you see right now in the system, we're here over bonds that are set largely by 4 unelected commissioners who aren't accountable to anyone but y'all.
And so, Councilman Morrell, I appreciate and understand your comments and concerns over the commissioners, but I want the public to know that we have a lot of respect and confidence in the commissioners that have been selected by this court's en banc. I do believe that they work very hard. I will say to you that throughout this entire pandemic, these commissioners have continued to set bond daily. There was not any defendant that had gone past time for their first appearances. We have this magistrate oversight committee so that when there are issues that this court's en banc recognizes and we wish to address with those commissioners, we make sure to do so within that committee. And I think we have done a really good job with it. I understand that you are comparing how commissioners were run back in the early 2000s to where we are today in 2022, but I will tell you that we have impressed upon each and every one of them how important it is to first follow the law. And I think I went through that in my presentation as to what they have to follow in regards to bond setting. And then 2, we have asked them to pay close attention to serious offenses as well as any defendants that they have deemed to be repeat offenders. So we have taken it upon ourselves to ask them to pay special attention to those two issues. And so I'm not going to say that they aren't doing a good job, because I believe that they are working very hard with the information, Councilman Morrell, that they are being provided.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I'm sorry if I gave any intent saying that I thought the magistrate commissioners in the 2000s were substantially better. I just said the system was different. But what I want to get back on the selection process. I think when you look at people that are selected for jobs that are this important, this essential to the criminal justice system, the process is not transparent. And I'm not speaking even towards the actual final vote by en banc, because I do think that there is some merit to the way votes are done in secrecy. We do publicly vote in secrecy, but when magistrate commissioners are replaced, there is no public process in which people submit applications the public can review. There is no process in which the finalists are interviewed in public, or at least in a recorded way the public can view. And I think that those are things that y'all should strongly consider, to have the public have as much faith in future commissioners as you do, because you can't have people that are this important to the process not have that level of accountability. I'll be very candid. It really makes me concerned when I see how many magistrate commissioners over the last couple of years, and I'll say couple of last decade, my term being a lawyer, when I see magistrate commissioners who get appointed who have no criminal law background whatsoever. And that's very, I think as someone who has I haven't practiced criminal law in years. I kind of dabble in it occasionally, but I would never consider myself someone who should be a magistrate commissioner, because my depth of knowledge on criminal law is not sufficient. And I think that's something the public should have confidence in. I think the process, if it were more public, not the vote, but just the process of the transparent process in which you solicit people to apply to be magistrate commissioners, and you winnow them down to the final few you'll pick from, I think that will go a long way to restore public confidence in their job. But let me ask you an actual question.
Well, I'd like to comment. Can I comment on
Absolutely.
that? Okay, so first, I respect every comment that you have said about the process. I do want this community to know that it is a public process. In fact, that individuals are asked publicly, anyone interested, to submit a resume to this court. I am welcoming a conversation with you, Councilman Morrell, to further discuss on maybe how that process can be improved. But I want the community to know we don't secretly ask individuals to be commissioners for this court. It is a public advertisement, public notice for anyone who is interested. And as you've indicated, it is, or a person is approved by majority en banc vote. But I would welcome a further conversation with you about how maybe that process could be improved to gain more of the public's confidence in how these commissioners are in fact selected.
I appreciate that. I guess one of my other questions would be, how often are magistrate committee meetings called? How many meetings were called over the last year versus how many were called in the last 3 months? And I guess my concern is, obviously, what you saw from our conversations with the chief and our conversations with the DA, the way we have done things has certainly not been sufficient, as we've seen a spike in crime. And I'm simply wondering if the amount of magistrate meetings matches that urgency. So I just wonder if you can give me an idea of how many magistrate commission meetings were held in 2020 and how many, have been held in 2021 or the end of 2020 versus as urgency picked up.
All right, and so in response to that, Councilman Morrell, I cannot give you the statistics of how many meetings were held in 2020. As you know, the pandemic was at its spike. I can't give you the numbers for 2021, but I can approximate for 2021. And I will tell you that I would approximately say maybe 8. And so we are in January of 2022, and I can tell you 2 to 3 have already been held based on the spike in crime, sir.
That is really good to hear. I think the public appreciates that every part of the system has picked up that sense of urgency. So I understand, and like Councilman Druso, I was kind of floored about the whole NCIC thing. And one thing we learned, all of us, post-Katrina, post-Ida, is that in the absence of things working properly, you have to kind of jury rig things so things will continue to work at all. I'm simply wondering, is there a particular reason why the DA's office or the pretrial services isn't turning to the sheriff intake or docket master to pull up arrest history? Because as you know, all that information is available from the sheriff's office as far as locally in the parish of Orleans. If someone's been arrested previously, the sheriff intake form will provide all that information, and anyone can go on docket master right now. If you know someone's information, type it in and you can see their entire, process history. So in the absence of NCIC, which apparently seems to be a thing that's going to be going until it's resolved, do you think it's appropriate maybe for y'all to think a little outside the box and use these limited resources that you have to have some approximation of being able to kind of figure out? Because obviously, I know you guys take very seriously a threat to the public, because obviously we all don't want people who, then this whole revolving door language that they tag the justice system with kind of hits all 3 of you equally. And I think it might be worth considering having conversations with the DA just for the time being, if that's going to be an issue, to utilize those not perfect but okay resources just to get arrest histories, because you got to have that to set the bonds.
And Councilman Morrell, it is my understanding that those resources are in fact being utilized. Right?
Okay. Well, that also gives the public confidence, because that's something. And I mean, we're gonna miss. I mean, obviously NCIC is superior because if you have someone who's offending in multiple parishes, you get all that information, versus when you're just using the sheriff's office, you're getting what's in the parish. So that is tremendously helpful, and I think that is.
Councilmember Morrell, if I can add, just to I guess add to the way that we have been thinking outside of the box, or for protective orders. We are utilizing now electronic means to make sure those protective orders are signed and turned over to the registry, the protective order registry that's housed at the Supreme Court. So initially, as you probably already recall, that those protective orders were hard copies. Now we're using an electronic system. Well, not now, we started using it in 2020, I just had to get the date right, so that we could electronically issue protective orders to all parties and make sure that those were signed, those were added to the system, so that if there was a need to pull up a protective order, it's then there. And we've been using other electronic means for various documents that we're using in the court. So we're right there with you. We have been trying to think out of the box on every type of proceeding, every type of process that comes within our purview.
And if I could add this, because I think it's important for the public to understand, we are doing that, but what we are getting is the local information. The importance of NCIC and the III and those things being run for criminal history is, that's going to give us the out of parish, the out of state things. All of those things are just as important as the local cases. And so that's why we have brought it up, because it is just important, but it's important for you to understand that we are using the resources that we have to give us the local information, but it's so important to know about the other out of parish and out of state criminal history as well.
I appreciate that. I think one of the things I know that's been very interesting to me is when it comes to pretrial services versus the previous kind of proto-Vera setting that y'all had previously. I know that previously when Vera was providing pretrial services or something like it, those recommendations were made to a judge and not put on the record. And I believe that the Supreme Court, the new pretrial services, the recommendations and the risk assessment tool are actually incorporated into the record, as I understand. Is that correct?
Yes, I mentioned in my presentation that pretrial services report is placed on the record orally, and it is placed into the court's record in a written version for the judge who was subsequently allotted the case to review as well if there is a reason to consider an increase or decrease of bond or additional conditions of bond, or in fact, just to set the bond on charges that an individual may not have been initially arrested for. So there's both versions, an oral report placed on the record in magistrate first appearances and a written report that should remain in that file for anyone's subsequent review.
Right. And to be clear, I do think that your pretrial services and the fact that's included in the record is far superior to what happened beforehand, because you had this very unusual situation where judges were asked to rely on data that was not put into the record, which led to a lot of confusion and delay. I will say that, so for my understanding of the way it currently operates, I guess the risk assessment tool that's put into the record, that almost becomes the written reasons for the bond itself, right? I'm guessing, as far as like, or separately, are judges required to give a written reason or verbally give a reason as to why they're setting the bond at a certain level?
So I guess to be clear, we should say that it's considered as a tool.
Okay.
That is reviewed for bond setting.
So judges are not required currently to verbally or in a written format say why they're setting a bond at a certain level.
Oh, yes, we do. We do put that on the record. We do.
Okay. The last thing is, as you saw from our conversation with the DA previously, I think there's a lot of misinformation, generally speaking, on the way bonds are set. I think that all of us have kind of looked on our Facebook and our next door and seen people who have these kind of outlandish tales of someone like murdering 10 people and getting a $100 bond and getting out the next day. Any effort that we can have to help work with you and the DA to try and get, we have a dashboard. The DA has kind of got a prototype of a dashboard going now, that we can compile a dashboard to share aggregate data, like what are the average bond settings? Because I think one of the things I found interesting talking to Jeff Asher about bond settings is that the DA has that data as far as like when a bond is paid, what is the average bond for that crime? And I think if people were to see what the average paid bond was, you don't ever see $100 bond in there for an armed robbery or something like that. So I think if you could work with the DA and work with us, I'm having conversations with Jason as well to try and figure out how we can compile all of our crime data into a centralized spot where the public can go look at the data themselves and see it. I think it would go a long way to make people like actually go look at the science and look at what's out there versus kind of the rumor that's been around. Because I mean, especially rumors that people are getting $100 bonds on carjackings with a gun to immediately go out and carjack someone else, whether they're true or not, they lend tremendously to fear and paranoia for people that are out there. Now, to be clear, I'm not saying there's no reason to be afraid or paranoid because carjackings are out of control, so are robberies, but for the system to be culpable in it, kind of, I think that's very detrimental to the system itself. And any effort y'all can have to work with us to have all this data compiled in a centralized spot so that if the public sees information like that, they can go look at it themselves and say, okay, that didn't actually happen. I mean, because I've spent a disproportionate amount of time responding to emails from people who are like, I want you to look into this thing. I'm hearing that bonds are being set for $10 for people that are robbing people on the street. And that simply doesn't exist. I mean, for the most part, you have 3 courses when you're a judge and you're setting a bond. 1 is to ROR someone, 2 is to set a cash bond, 3 is to hold them. And I can tell you in my time as a public defender, I'm glad that the system as a whole has bent towards justice as far as minor offenses. Because when I was there, the bonds set for holding a joint were pretty chilling. But the same token, I think that people might conflate the bonds being set for a minor offense versus the bonds being set for a violent offense. And I think so, not to belabor the point, but if you guys could work with us on trying to get that information out in the way the public could consume independently, I think it'd be very helpful in the ongoing dialogue over criminal justice reform in the city. So thank you.
So if I could comment on that,
Absolutely.
Councilman Morel, before you pass it on to the next member, we are going to indicate that we will cooperate to the best of our ability as long as it is constitutional for us to do it and in accordance with the judicial canons. As you know, we can't comment on open cases. And so I'm not quite sure what's going to be required of us in participating or agreeing to compile this data. But as long as we can legally do it, we will participate. I want to also add to members of the public who you want to compile this data for, it should be made clear to them that the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office has a docket master, as you mentioned earlier, and they can log on by putting a person's last name, first name, or maybe you could just do one and find out the information as to what the bond has been set at through that system as well, which is active now and doesn't have to wait for this data to be compiled by a group of us.
I appreciate that. Well, first, any data that you'd make available would be data that's already publicly available. As you said, what the bond is and how it's set and the risk assessment tool, those are already publicly available. So I'm not asking y'all, expect y'all to comment on pending cases. I'm just saying that as we try to streamline the way that data is gathered, it's already publicly available. It's putting that in a format people can digest.
Yeah.
As far as docket master, as you can guess, surmise, people who are spreading conspiracy theories don't have the names of the people who are getting these low bonds.
Mhm.
Which is why you have to provide aggregate data. Because I agree with you, if someone were to email me and say, I heard John Smith Jr. got a $100 bond, I go, type, no, he didn't. Instead, they go, I heard there was a carjacker yesterday who got a $100 bond.
Yeah.
That's why you need the aggregate data to say, well, there's a data here for that day, and if the bonds were setting, there's not really any way mathematically someone got a $100 bond on a carjacking that day. So I appreciate you. If someone ever does that, one person says a specific person, I'll send the docket master. Docket master is the exact same as it was when I was there in 2006. So it needs some help. Because I mean, if someone's name is inputted incorrectly when they're intaked, you will never find any of their information. So,
Oh, we know. We know. We've experienced that ourselves. It could be.
All right. Well, I'm going to pass the baton. I'm going to
Yeah.
pass the baton because I'm getting the hook from Council President Moreno.
Just Councilmember Morel, just is the last thing, just to say that a lot of these things that we're saying, we know that many of you are aware of what we're saying, but obviously this is an opportunity that we don't get to talk to the public as well, even though we don't see the public, but is actually, to talk to the public about what we're allowed to do and what we're not allowed to do. So when something is reported in a news article about one particular incident, the judge can't necessarily respond or say, no, this is why this happened. So, but, we just want the public to know as well. Thank you, though.
Thank you.
Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, thank you, Chief Judge Pittman and Deputy Chief Judge. Thank y'all for appearing here today. Wow, I mean, this has been a pretty long hearing about a very important and serious issue to all of my colleagues, especially the lawyers on the council. Thank y'all for y'all questions. Hopefully we've cleared up some stuff. And for Judge Javelin, please forgive me for my mind is so fluttered now with information. And if it's my mind is kind of fluttered, I know how the public feels.
Well, we're gonna blame it on your head and not your heart, right?
Yeah, well, first of all, let's start with my heart. Reach out to you and your family and your mom, Kiki. Hopefully she's doing well. And of course, our family was in prayer. We actually had a district roll call with Commander Captain Stamps out there in that location. So we've been in prayer for you and your family.
And I appreciate it, Councilman Thomas. You are the first council person to bring it up at today's meeting. We actually had a very important hospital visit today that went well, and I will ask you and your family and any members of the community continue to pray for me and my family, and particularly pointing out my mother. If ever there was a time for me to say that prayers have truly helped, it is this time. It has truly helped our
And
family.
Judge Davila, no one can ever question your family's commitment to public service in this town. For decades, you and other generations have committed to working for us. So it's great to see two great public servants here. I'm going to be kind of simple with some of these questions, man. Is the system broken?
I thought you said simple. You want to take it or not?
So where I always start with this, and Councilmember Thomas, I think for many, many years, this has been your platform as well. So a lot of people with great intentions start at the criminal justice system, or even maybe the juvenile justice system. And we have lots of different advocates and lots of different groups working with our children. I always want to back it up even more and start with our younger kids, our children, our elementary schools, families in need of services, children who are in need of services, an education system that doesn't have enough counselors and social workers and psychologists and psychiatrists to really address the needs of the kids in school, of children, of students, where the teachers are not only educators, they have to be social workers, counselors, and deal with a myriad of issues that our students come to school with. And so I've always said, if we don't really get a better grasp on that, and I'm not blaming the education system, I think there needs to be more money poured into the education system. I have a lot of really great friends who work in the system who have a lot of great needs. And if we don't really address that population as equally or even more than the current population, as we're doing juvenile justice reform and criminal justice reform, we're going to be having these same conversations 5 years, 10 years, 20 years from now. We can't have a system that is there that has our children for 7 to 8 hours a day, and they are not adequately equipped to educate children in the manner in which they should be, and also address all of the underlying issues that are presented by any student, as well as the family that they have to go home to. Families are struggling. And I think you said it in talking, I think it was the district attorney's office, looking at all of those dynamics. That's what flows into juvenile court and criminal court. A lot of times parents are calling us asking just for help. And unfortunately, if we take the mental health system, when all of the hospitals were closed or all of those mental health systems were closed, we're left with East Feliciana Hospital to send those who have a mental health issue. But the only way some parents, some families can get assistance is if their child, if the adult who they're overseeing commits a crime. There is nowhere on earth where a person who is reaching out for help, families who are crying, should not be afforded mental health crisis protection and support. But we have so many instances where you can look at all the different points in a person's life, and you can see in many instances, there was a cry for help, whether it was by the student in school, an administrator who noticed it, or by the family. And our resources, albeit spent well on criminal justice and juvenile justice reform, because those reforms need to take place, we also need a real good, keen look at those different times when people are crying out before someone enters the system.
So let's stay there, not because it seems like now we've loosened up a little, and I like that. Is it in some ways offensive to you guys that whenever we have these crises, and as I mentioned earlier with the DA, it's not new. The question is, when will we do what we need to do as a community to make sure that these efforts are sustainable? That front end systems are looking at you guys for front end results when all you're doing is dealing with on the back end the problems that were created.
And so I'd like to reply to that, and I'm going to say that no, we don't take it to be offensive. We think that when there are issues like this, all criminal justice stakeholders should be brought to the table, as you council members have done on Thursday, and today, and probably will continue to do. So we do not take offense. I think it is a reasonable request, and it is absolutely one that is understandable by this bench.
So let's stay there too. I'm not a criminal justice expert. I'm not an attorney, even though I've practiced every other Thursday for several years and, dealing with municipal law. But you guys are experts. The city council, other than funding some components of the criminal justice system, we're limited in what we can do with arrest and information and prosecution and trials and sentencing in all of those areas. So what is it about the system over the last several years that we've had to have someone outside the system call together the system to talk about what needs to happen better within the system? And has there been an effort within the components of the criminal justice system say, hey guys, you're watching the court, you're reading the paper, you see the disagreements, let's all of us get together and make sure we don't have to have anyone outside of our system call us together to fix this system?
Well, Councilman Thomas, my reply to that would be that we do have those meetings. They are just not publicized. They're not placed on YouTube like today's meeting. They don't always make the news, but there are meetings that take place all the time by criminal justice stakeholders. Sometimes there are meetings held that are called by the mayor. Sometimes there are meetings that are called within our actual bench. So these meetings take place, but they aren't always publicized to this extent. And the public may not know that they exist, but there are a lot of workings behind the scenes that we are always involved in, because things are, statistics are constantly changing, and there are things that we have to discuss. But again, we don't go out and do a press release about it, but they're happening.
Okay, then it brings me to this point. And once again, you guys are experts. We may want to play like experts, but it's what you guys do every day. And surely, then you guys identify material weaknesses in the system, lack of communication, those things that need to improve. What practices have you guys used in the past? And not to call, and because my question was going to be, what's the weakest, most inefficient part of the system? I'm not going to ask that question.
We appreciate it.
So when you guys identify that the part of the system that's not operating at your level of standard, what happens to get it on par so that we can have the best, fairest system in America, especially given our history?
Well, again, I guess how I would reply to that is sort of the same answer as to what I said to the previous question. A lot of times, if it is not this actual bench initiating a meeting with another stakeholder or stakeholders that we believe are causing issues with us to be able to efficiently operate as we would like to, then we will have a meeting with them. We will try to come to some type of resolution as to how our relationship or whatever is not working could be better handled, so that we could proceed like we all would dream of having one of the best criminal justice systems here in New Orleans, Louisiana. So we operate with that goal in mind each and every time. But again, those meetings do in fact take place. It's just that members of the public may not be informed of them, but they do. And they have been taking place for many, many years.
Okay.
So, and just to add to that, Councilmember Thomas, so those meetings that are taking place, it is my pet peeve not to go to a meeting and sit and hear rhetoric. I want to go to a meeting. We've identified an issue. We've identified a myriad of issues. We've identified a number of problems. And I want at the table at that meeting, those people who are department heads, those people who have decision-making powers, and then those people that can help everyone come together to take some meaningful action and implementation of policy and procedures that can actually be executed. I don't want a committee where we're writing a big book or writing a big report that we present and that's all pretty and then nothing happens. So I guess for me and Judge Pittman, you know us both, when we go to a meeting, we're not going to basically to waste time. We want the public to understand that we are working on real meaningful solutions within our privy. So that's sort of the big deal. It's within our privy. And while we both do, and a lot of our colleagues do a lot of work in the community, as judges, it's within our privy. So we can't tell one who to prosecute. We can't tell one how to prosecute. We can't tell one how to arrest. We can't tell one how to investigate. What we can do is make rulings based on what they come to court with.
Councilman Thomas, if I could add on before you move on.
Okay.
And I guess a perfect example of that was I became Chief Judge of Criminal District Court effective January 1st of 2022. As soon as I was able to, I reached out to the mayor's office to see if I could have a meeting with her and the crime commissioner to discuss how my new role as chief judge and Judge Davila's new role as deputy chief judge could work along with the city to make sure that there were things that would be discussed on how we could better improve our role in the criminal justice system. I initiated that meeting in that regards.
It's been mentioned by both of you guys, you know, you wish you could communicate more with the public. I know judges are hampered by the canons and oaths and this and that. And so many judges say they wish they could do more. If you could use one of your vehicles, and I was asked this question, if en banc is when all you guys get together, why don't you use that as a means to communicate with the public through public meetings or allowing the public to view those meetings, especially when all of you guys are together, they're working on the issues as it relates to your court.
So again, Councilman Thomas, the en banc meeting is not a public meeting.
Okay.
It is a private meeting with the members of each respective bench and none of the judicial canons. It is my understanding that, as I said, it could not be open to the public. However, you know, there are certain community groups who have reached out to judges in the past and invited us to speak at their meetings. Again, we are limited as to what we can discuss. We cannot discuss any open and pending cases, but we have been invited, and I think the majority of us, as far as I know, have accepted those invitations to be able to communicate as best as we can how things run here at Criminal District Court.
Some have said that COVID has shut down a lot of systems, especially governmental systems. I don't know if I could say that COVID shut down the criminal court system, but if you can say what effect did COVID have in terms of percentages of backlogs before COVID, how backlogged are you guys now?
And so are we just talking about backlogged as to cases, period? Or are we talking about jury trials? Because as you know, I don't have the statistics.
Moving cases along.
Okay, so I do have some statistics in front of me that show in January of 2019, we had a total number of open cases at 2,946. And then I'm going to go with January of 2020, 2,584. And then I'm going to bring us as close to 20. Wait, so I didn't give you 2021. And so that would be 4,597. And the closest I can get you to 2022 is November of 2021, when it actually went down to 2,693 open cases. And Councilman Thomas, when I scheduled this individual meeting with you and your staff of District E, I will try to have the statistics as to where we were January of 2022.
So what's the national average in terms of backlog?
I do not have any statistics on the national average of a case backlog.
On average, how many cases does each judge in criminal court handle?
How many do they handle?
On average, when they allocate it.
if I had to give you a guess, this is a guesstimate, I would say an average of at least 100.
And so you're saying right now, there's probably potential backlog.
I'm giving you the lower end.
Right.
And I didn't hear the subsequent question.
Okay. How long before you think we're not backlogged, that we're up to date? Is it going to be post-COVID, or is there a way to get to where we need to be for as long as this thing's last? Are we coming up with a virtual or digital way we can do it better? What are they doing around the country with best practices? But given what I'm hearing and what everyone's saying, you know, if the world were flat and you guys were going to court every day, moving them along, wouldn't have this bump in the log, this issue. If you wouldn't have been sitting here for six hours, you'd be able to do your jobs. How long before the public can expect that?
So again, I guess I'm gonna answer that question with how I started off from the beginning. We've never really stopped operating down here at Criminal District Court. There was always daily first appearances. There were times when the building was shut and we were solely operating virtually. Then that went into us finally allowing individuals into court, where currently as I speak, from that point to currently as I speak, we are operational in person and via Zoom. And based on the numbers that I've provided to you, I would say that the backlog is decreasing as we speak. Again, I don't have the January of 2022 numbers. First of all, the month isn't completed yet, but I will get those to you. But I would say to you, Councilman Thomas, that we are not backlogged. Yes, jury trials have been suspended, but remember, there are all sorts of pretrial proceedings that a court has to conduct prior to getting to a trial setting. And all of those things I want the public to know is still effectively and efficiently being conducted.
Is there anything other than more money? Because we know that that really doesn't solve everything, but that's usually where we start. If there's anything other than more money that would make the system work better, especially from two experts in this criminal justice system like you guys are. And I'm not saying blame anybody or this part is broken, but as you guys have evaluated the system through your tenure to get to be two of the experts in criminal justice, what could we do here in New Orleans to make sure that trials are more efficient, cases were handled more efficiently and more justly, and that the system wasn't backlogged and we'd be safer? What would happen in your world? And then that's it, someone else can take over.
So first of all, as much as I appreciate your compliments to Judge Davalin and myself, we are truly not criminal justice experts. But I guess to answer your question, and hopefully you, as well as any member of the community, truly understands that I'm not trying to be facetious in any way, but it would really be getting rid of COVID. As I explained in my presentation earlier, you know, we are faced with inmates not being able to appear in person or via Zoom. We are faced with individuals who are not wanting to have their hearing on motions or trials via Zoom. And all of these things are happening because of one primary reason, COVID. And as I started off, we are not, as a part of the judiciary, a member of the judiciary, we are not in the business of pointing the finger or playing the blame game. We're not in the business of it. So I would say to you that if we could wave a magic wand, I would say, be gone, COVID, and that would change how things are operating down here at Tulane and Broad.
Thank you, guys, and please use the Criminal Justice Committee. I think the council, I was part of creating that committee some time ago. Please use it. We would love to be an entity that brings everybody to the table, so we don't have this problem-solving stuff again, like many of us predict every 4 or 5 or 6 years, because we haven't done the front end work. So if I can help in any way, if we can help in any way, thank y'all very much.
And so and you're welcome. And Councilman Thomas, as I mentioned, we will be contacting your office to have an individual meeting with you as Councilman of District E, as well as the fact that you are chair of that Criminal Justice Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Anyone else for the criminal court judges?
I would just like to take a second to thank Judge Pittman and Judge Davalier for joining us today. And others may have comments, but I don't really have any comments. I think a great deal of good questions were asked by the members of the council, and I appreciate the answers and the response. And I will share that information relative to the fact that jury trials are starting again on March the 7th. And I ask the judges to do the same. You know that there are venues out there where you can encourage people to be ready. The New Orleans Agenda, the Weekly, all those places, they'll take a free notice and tell everybody to be sure to be ready to serve, because if you want to help to deal with this situation that we have in our city, it's going to take a full court effort, a full court press to get that done. So please, I'm going to use my sources, my emails, my social media and the like, and you all do the same. And let's get some jury trials started again and start healing our community.
Thank you so much, Councilman Green. And if it's okay with you, I'll make sure when I contact Vincent Sylvain to let him know that you said it would be free of charge.
Oh, you tell him that I said it'll be free. In fact, he'll give you a bonus. But I do also want to say, Judge Pittman, Robin, that I know very well, I'm praying for your mother's continued recovery, and we're going to do something to help enhance this city's quality of life so that this doesn't happen again.
Thank you very much. I will pass those comments on to my mother.
Thank you, Councilman.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, judges, for being here for a couple of hours. I appreciate it. I know y'all tired.
We're not counting the minutes. We're not counting the hours.
Nice answer. Look, I'm not going to ask too many questions. My biggest thing is from these conversations, the biggest thing is my biggest takeaway is lack of communication. Not pointing a finger at anybody, not saying you didn't communicate with this one and that one. It's just, there seemed to be a breakdown in communication, and I think everyone has some fault with that. So with the jury trial suspensions, did you all communicate? The DA said no. Did you communicate with the police chief or with the mayor? Anybody said, look, we think this is the best course of action moving forward to suspend jury trials?
No, sir, we did not. Again, it was a decision made by the courts en banc. As I mentioned earlier, Councilman King, after receiving the last order from the Louisiana Supreme Court advising that this decision should be at the discretion of the courts, primarily based on public health and safety concerns, we made a en banc decision to do that for all of the reasons that I previously mentioned. And if you would like me to go over them again, I will. But to answer your question, no other outside agency was contacted about this court's en banc decision, sir.
Yes, ma'am. And I did hear the outline reasons earlier. That goes to my point, lack of communication. Now, the judges play a role in the criminal justice system, maybe not as big as the police or the district attorney, but does play a role. And it's like if Sean Payton draws up a play and doesn't tell the left tackle what the play is, he's not the entire team, but he still needs to know. So in this case, you all are Sean Payton. If you decide to call a play, I think everyone on the team should know. Again, not pointing fingers, but just thinking moving forward, being Omicron or variant now. So we may be in Alpha, Lambda, Delta, variant in September. And so this may come again. So in the event it does, which I hope it doesn't, let's try to communicate a little bit better with everyone so we all can be on the same page moving forward. Again, not pointing fingers and not playing a blame game, just trying to figure out ways in the future we could not be right back here in the next few months.
And Councilman King, I don't want to interrupt, but I want to comment on that before you move on to another issue. To be clear, you know that the judiciary is an independent branch of government. And based on that independency, we made that decision. But I want to make sure that you and every other member of the council and the public understands that immediately upon that decision being reached, everyone was given adequate notice. I also want to be clear that there were concerns that were voiced by individuals from the public defender's office, from the private legal community, and from the district attorney's office about their concerns regarding jury trials moving forward based on the resurgence of COVID-19 and everything that happened with the Omicron variant. Do understand that those concerns voiced from those different attorneys were also considered.
Yes, ma'am, I do. And I'm very aware of those facts.
And I will make sure that this court is very transparent with its communications to the best of our ability. And so, as I said, we gave immediate notice and we'll continue to do that for any other future decision that may be made by this independent branch of government that we are part of, the judiciary.
You're independent, but you don't operate in a bubble. So again, it's one team. So if you were doing your own thing, I understand it. And I think everyone on this council understands you don't need the permission of anyone to make any decisions. Correct. But it doesn't mean that we can't work together in making those decisions, especially when it involves every aspect of the criminal justice system.
And you're absolutely correct, which is why we considered the concerns voiced by the public defender's office, the private defense bar, and the district attorney's office. We considered those concerns.
Yes, ma'am. Well,
thank you.
Let me move forward. Are there any plans in the future if we have to shut down again? And the idea of suspending trials comes about. Instead, maybe not suspend trials, but move to a bigger venue. I know the convention center was used as a hospital. So I'm not saying use a convention center, but just have a contingency plan in place in case we got to suspend trials because the courthouse is too small and safety concerns are rising. Is there a plan in place for a backup plan?
To answer your question, there is no contingency plan to operate outside of this building. As you are aware, we have a certain budget, and I don't know that we have ever accounted for having to rent out or lease space to conduct jury trials outside of this building. But again, when I meet individually with you and other members of the council, if that is something that you would like us to consider, Councilman King, we can absolutely discuss it further and discuss where the funding of those, or how we could fund those buildings and the convention center and the UNO Lakefront Arena and the Smoothie King Center, to name a few.
Right. And look, we can even have some analogies in Federal City. We got buildings just sitting empty. So let's not isolate it to the East Bank. Let's bring a little love to the West Bank as well.
Sure. And Councilman King, since I know that is where you are in charge of as council person over on the West Bank, if there are any buildings that you know would offer us that space free of charge, please let us know, and they will be at the top of our contingency plan should we have to shut down and halt jury trials because the building here is just too small to safely have the public.
Yes, ma'am, will do.
Thank you.
Um, let's see, a lot of questions are already asked, and I don't feel like just asking for the sake of asking. But I want to say this, judges, to everyone. You all have, like everyone else, a thankless job. You get blamed when the bonds are too high. You get blamed when the bonds are too low. You all both are mothers, wives, daughters, and no one wants an unsafe city. So I think it's just ridiculous to say that you all are doing anything purposely or just being lazy and not trying to keep this city safe as possible. So I know the one of this council thinks that, and the people in the community thinks that. If that narrative is being pushed, I think that is very wrong and very dangerous to push that narrative. I had somebody come to me and say that judges letting people out on bonds for carjacking. And I say, well, I pulled the person's name up, like you see on docket mass, and it wasn't a carjacking, it was a theft or a unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, which bond would be a lot less than a carjacking or armed robbery. So I think people don't get all the facts before they get the gossip. And there's a lot of gossip going on out there. So I just want to say that I say this every time, and I'm going to say it to you all again. You all are one part of the criminal justice system, and it's composed of many parts in one working body. You got the police, the DA, you all, and other people as well. But a big part is also the community and the public. And I want to just take this time. I know the public has been watching for a long time to challenge everyone on the public to do their part and do our part. What are we doing to make sure that each judge does not have 100 cases, 100 felony cases? Are we volunteering at NARD? Or are we volunteering with Son of Saint or Boys and Girls Club or Silverbacks? Everyone has a role to do. You can't volunteer or you give them money. We use social media to talk about each other, to spread false information. But if you see children at a bus stop without a jacket, instead of using social media to talk about each other, let's use it to get a coat drive. Because a child, if they feel unloved, they're going to act out, or anyone will. So I think we all need to do our part as a community, as one city, and to make sure that we all try to do our best to get this crime situation under control, because it's only going to grow if we don't do that. And the finger pointing and the name calling, not saying that's been done in public amongst us, but it does happen in different areas. But let's just make sure we don't feed into that as a community, as a society, and just come together. We're one city. So with that being said, judges, thank y'all for your time. Judge Pittman, again, praying for you and your family. Judge Davalier, thank you for your time, and y'all have a good day.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councilman King.
Yes, thank you very much, Councilman King. And I think I can speak for all the judges of criminal district court when I say that we all didn't put ourselves out for public service because we didn't care. We ran for these positions for that reason. This is the city of New Orleans who we love and care for. And we decided that crime was important to us. And so we sought these positions. So I think everything that you said in closing, every member of this bench would second and agree to. So again, thank you guys for giving us this opportunity to be a part of this conversation.
Thank you. I agree.
Thank you to both of you for spending several hours with us. It was very informative and many things to follow up. All right, next we have agenda item number 5, the Orleans Parish Juvenile Court Judges. Paul, if you can please let me know when we have Judge Thayer, Judge Bates Anderson on along with their presentation. Hey, Judge, how are you, Judge Anderson?
I'm trying to turn off one device so I can hear you guys clear. How are you doing?
Good, good. I think we're just waiting on Judge Darinsburg.
Yeah, and I think he's on. Let me call him.
There he is.
He's on. Okay. Hey, Judge.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to both of you. Running behind, but these have been pretty lengthy conversations with each of our panels. So whenever you are ready, you can begin your presentation.
We have a PowerPoint presentation. How do we go about that?
It's going to pop up right now.
Oh, there we are. There we are. All right. And do I just say go to the next slide or just say it? Usually we're in control. Okay, great.
That's right, Judge. I'll try to get in sync with you, but if I get lost,
great.
just tell me.
Great. We'll try to be quick. Well, thank you guys very much. Good afternoon, and thank you all. I'm sorry, all for giving us this opportunity.
Turn off one device so I can hear you guys clear. How are you doing?
Good, good. I think we're just waiting on Judge Darinsburg.
Are y'all waiting? Can y'all not hear
Yeah,
me?
and I think he's on.
I'm right here. Can y'all not hear me?
He's on. Judge, that's feedback from us from earlier.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can hear you. You sound good to me.
Well, I'm hearing a lot at one time.
With each of our panels. So whenever you are ready, you can begin your.
I'm sorry, Judge. Someone has a different stream on their device that they're using for Zoom. If someone's on the YouTube, if you can X that out, just so that feedback doesn't
It's
come
gonna
in.
be delayed. I don't know. Do I just say go to the next slide or just say it? Usually we're in control. Okay, great.
That's right, Judge. I'll try to get in sync with you, but if I get lost, just tell me.
Great. Well, thank you guys very much. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Judge Darinsburg. It looks like it's coming from your device. Do you have the YouTube stream open?
No, I'm just on the thing.
How are you doing?
Good, good. I think we're just waiting on Judge Darinsburg.
Are y'all waiting? Can y'all not hear me?
I think he's on.
I don't
right
know.
here.
Can y'all not hear me? Hello?
Judge, that's feedback from.
All right, so I went ahead and muted Judge Darinsburg, which I don't like to mute judges. We'll see if we can.
Okay, can y'all hear me now?
I'm sorry, Judge. Someone has a different stream on their device that they're using for Zoom. If someone's on the YouTube, you can X that out. Judge, we can hear you, but there is a stream of the meeting with a delay that's coming through your microphone.
What do I do?
If you have any windows open on your computer or anyone else in there who is streaming the meeting, if you could close that out, we can get started. Judge Darinsburg, it looks like it's coming from your device. Do you have the YouTube stream open?
No, I'm just looking at it on the, let's see. I don't know if I have it open or not.
How about this?
Let me leave and come back. How's that?
Start with Judge Anderson while we get Judge Darinsburg squared away.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me.
We got you.
Okay, good. It appears that there's some feedback on his device, so I think he's going to go off and come back on. But I would like to take the opportunity to thank the council for hosting us and giving us an opportunity to talk about some of the work that we're doing at juvenile court. So that's Judge Calvin on the line. I think she's trying to get on. I think all of us were in one area, which might have caused the feedback. So let me mute myself. I'm going to tell her we're on, and I think Judge Darinsburg is coming on now.
Okay. Can everyone hear me now?
Yeah,
Are we okay now?
We can
Okay.
hear you, Judge. You're
All
good.
right. I'm sorry. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I apologize. I really didn't know if that was me that was causing all that. And as others have said, congratulations to those that were recently elected to the council, and congratulations to the new council members who are on the council. We all too here at Juvenile Court are eager to work with you, and we do believe that collaboration between the relevant stakeholders will be essential to this effort. As the judges in the third co-equal branch of government, the judiciary takes as sacrosanct here at Juvenile Court our responsibility to ensure that the administration of justice and all processes and the decision-making are conducted in a fair and unbiased manner, that all decisions comply with judicial canons, and that all decisions balance the best interests of the community, the juvenile, and the victim. We're mandated to ensure that the constitutional rights of all parties are upheld. We, the judges of Orleans Parish Juvenile Court, also realize, however, that the concerns of the community, the public safety, and the needs of youth require judges to expand our role and include taking actions to ensure that necessary community resources are available so that the youth and families that come before the court leave the system more capable of avoiding delinquent and destructive behaviors. We have made a commitment to one another and the community to increase the public confidence in the juvenile justice system. As judges and public servants, we accept the challenge that comes with the duty of administering justice and protecting the constitutions of Louisiana and the United States. Because of this, we understand that we must improve outcomes on many fronts, including protecting and enhancing public safety, holding youth accountable, providing resources to help youth develop skills they need to succeed, and provide appropriate supervision to ensure that delinquent behavior isn't repeated. Truth, council members, is our best guidance, and that for the public as well. We take great effort to analyze and then take intentional action with the exact population of youth that come into the Orleans Parish Juvenile Court. We do a lot of data examination and try to make our decisions that we make here at the court data-driven decisions. We have been listening as well, and as in other departments of the city and other areas, we too have lost our data analysts, which have hampered our efforts a little bit, but we learn ourselves how to make it work to get accurate data out. We hope that this presentation today can provide the community and you with an accurate snapshot of who, when, and why youth are coming into the juvenile court today. We believe that this truthful guidance will inspire your support and investment in implementation of policies and practices to build a court that prioritizes accountability accompanied with necessary resources and supervision. Okay, we can go to the first slide. The next slide, I'll say. This slide will show you what we are attempting to do here is show you over the course of years, as much as I can, a trend of what's going on. And what the way it works here in juvenile court is that cases are brought before the juvenile court begin with an arrest and the intake of a juvenile into custody. As much as possible, we're going to try to use 2019, 2020, and 2021 to provide some context. While assessments, what we will analyze here is assessments and intakes. While intake assessments are compared to petition cases, we must remember that the district attorney still has 2 years on misdemeanor charges and 4 years on felony charges to file a petition. The petition cases represent that the district attorney has decided to prosecute a youth in juvenile court. The work we do as cases move beyond continued custody hearings. So what we see here is that in 2019, there were 738 petition cases, and 89% or 658 of those cases were petitioned by the district attorney. In 2020, there were 722 intakes here at juvenile court, individual intakes. This means individual persons, and 533 or 81% of those cases were petitioned by the district attorney. In 2021, as of November 15th, as far as this data goes, there were 568 intakes and 468 petition cases, which amounts to about 74% of cases up to this point have been petitioned. We see that this spans multiple administrations in the district attorney's office, and we also have a working relationship with the current district attorney that allows us to get rid of low-level cases as quickly as possible. The next slide, please. Another thing that is about a lot of discussion is around is when kids come into court. What we see here is of the petition cases, this slide represents the juveniles, the number of times juveniles came into court. While juvenile court is not able to measure the likelihood of offense, we can measure the rate of rearrest. And this is how the intake process is done. This slide represents the number of rearrests in the calendar year 2020. In 2020, 533 cases were petitioned. 403, or approximately 70% of the kids that went through the intake process and were petitioned, did not return to juvenile court. 403 of those 533 kids that year only came to juvenile court once. 58 kids were petitioned and came to juvenile court more than 3 times. So about 10% of youth in 2020 were arrested more than 3 times. We can go to the next slide. In 2021, thus far, up to November 22nd, we had 406 petitioned juveniles. That goes along with the 568 cases that had come through the case, 568 intakes. That means individual children had come into the court. You will see in this slide that of those 406 petitioned juveniles, only 312 of them only came one time in the year 2021. 61 of them came twice, 16 of them came 3 times. One kid was arrested 9 times in 2021. This is just to give some context of when the kids come, or how many kids and how often they come into our court here at juvenile court. And this represents the actual number of children and their intakes rather than the number of charges. We can go to the next slide now. Okay, did y'all hear me to the next slide? Okay, now this next slide represents when they come into court. And in 2000, and what this represents, we have separated the assessments or the intakes by the year and by the shift of a work. It makes it easier to see when kids are coming in. And so our shifts are 7 to 3, 3 to 11, and 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. What we see consistently, and has been since 2018, 2019, and in 2021, most kids come in contact with the juvenile justice system between 3 and 11 p.m. Attention to arrest patterns and a rearrest frequency can help define needed parameters for youth programming that could increase public safety. The numbers go down from there. The next slide, please. Here we see 2021, and what I did in 2021 to break it down a little more granularly to show you that, again, in 2021, we see that between 3 and 11 p.m., it never really overlaps. It is the time that most youth are arrested. In this slide, what I'm showing here is that how many youth were arrested each month during each time period. Youth are arrested every day, but some time periods, no youth are arrested, but every day at some point it appears that a youth will be arrested. Now, the next slide will show you that so far, next slide, please. So far in 2021 thus far, 48% of youth that have been arrested in New Orleans have been arrested between 3 p.m. and 11 p.m. We're going to revisit these slides later so that I can show you in this presentation how we believe data-driven activities and implementing policies and programs according to the data is what really can help to stem public crime, public safety. Next slide, please. This next slide was, we showed this slide to the previous council during the budget hearing in a different fashion. And some data we don't like, but we have to acknowledge it and maybe take action that will help to alleviate some of the problems. And what we see here, this is not by child, but this is by charge. And what we see here is that the charge that was most often levied against youth between June 2020 and June 2021 was simple burglary. There were 619 charges of simple burglary. It is important to note that the number of charges does not correlate to the number of youth or to outcomes. One youth may have multiple charges on a single offense, while on a single petition, and charges are sometimes reduced, increased, or dismissed as the case progresses. The charges here are from the initial petition and may change as cases progress. This slide serves as a snapshot of what we see in the beginning of the case. We believe this information may provide guidance as to where programming or interventions can be directed toward more frequently charged offenses and implementation of interventions for high-risk juveniles. We see on this slide, and we can talk more about, the most serious crime on this slide is second-degree murder. In this period, there were 23 charges of second-degree murder, which amounts to 1.6% of the charges that were filed, the 1,450 charges that were charged during this period. The next slide, please. What we want to do is show you in this slide what exactly is going on with those most serious cases that we have charged in juvenile court. Now, some of this information too has changed because of the change in administration. You'll see some of that is 2020, some of it is 2021. So some of these cases, some of the things have changed in that these are the 23, this is going to be 23 cases. There are 27 here because 4 of them were not charged during the period here. But of those cases, 13 of them were transferred to criminal district court. That number has changed in that we work very closely with the district attorney, and some of those cases have been returned, as was promised in the progressive promises to change the criminal justice system and prosecute juveniles in juvenile court whenever possible. 8 of those cases had pending continued custody hearings. 3 of them are pending adjudication hearings in juvenile court. We call adjudication trials, adjudication hearings. 2 of them are pending disposition, and 1 individual was found not delinquent in those cases. The rest of those cases are still pending. Next slide. This slide we created today represents the youth released and detained in the year 2021. You will see, and this is when youth come into the detention center. What we will see here, what we tried to put here is who is coming, the race, the sex, and whether they were released or detained. What you'll see from this slide is in 2021, 74.5% of youth that come into, of the 578 youth that did come ultimately by December 31st, so 428 of them, or 74.5% of them, were detained. The 10% were referred to programs as well, that's 60 youth. But at this point, we really have no jurisdiction over them, and we voluntarily offer them the opportunity to participate in programs in order to basically keep them from getting involved in any criminal justice activity while their case is pending or until they are able to see a judge. Next slide. We can talk about these more if you want. Okay. What this chart shows is the number of proceedings. Nothing really shut down here for any period of time. Nothing was suspended at juvenile court. And we share the data about the number of proceedings conducted in juvenile court, not only to show the amount of work we do, but more significantly, to open up a dialogue about how these legally mandated hearings in juvenile court, we're obligated to see the youth every 30 to 60 days throughout the life of the case. That includes probation, and includes post-adjudication, includes until the case is over. So we're in contact with these kids over and over and over again. It is the lack of resources and opportunities to put things in place during these hearings that really challenges the court. So we show you this to open a dialogue about how these mandated hearings can be made more productive by providing the court and the community with needed resources. This would go a long way toward helping with the public's perception of public safety. Next slide. I revisit these slides to talk to you about how data-driven practices work. What we discovered was that when we discovered that most of the youth are arrested between 3 and 11 p.m., we wanted to reintroduce, and in 2018, we proposed the re-implementation of the Evening Reporting Center in Orleans Parish Juvenile Court. This was a successful program that worked in the hours after school between 3 and 11 p.m. Children are picked up from school. They are engaged in conflict resolution, tutoring, homework assistance. They're fed a meal and resources. We currently have the evening reporting, and in 2018, we proposed the Evening Reporting Center when we had 491 kids come in contact with the juvenile justice system. The Evening Reporting Center was instituted in 2019, and we saw a reduction to 381 youth coming into the juvenile justice system between the hours of 3 and 11. Can we go to the next slide, please? We revisit this slide again to show that here in 2021, it's been further reduced And during at least up to 2021, only 200 it's a lot, but it's reduced, 295 youth were, or 48% of youth were introduced to the justice system during the hours of 3 to 11 p.m. While we certainly cannot say that it's only the Eden Reporting Center, and many factors come into play when we talk about who comes in and when they come into the juvenile justice system. And we do recognize that the other numbers are lower as well. But it's introducing practices. We have tried to introduce practices based on data that tells us where we can be most effective. We see similar results in our grant-funded programs, the boys program, MELLOW, and the girls program, GROW. We've seen 90 to 95% of youth do not recidivate and that means do not get rearrested while they are involved in these programs. Those programs too were created out of data-driven practices that told us these kids are coming more in contact with the juvenile justice system. Next slide, please. The challenges that we face by the court are challenges that I've heard other institutions speak about this afternoon. The inability to make meaningful assessments of need and risk at case initiation. When we don't have a pretrial services center, we don't have pretrial services activity, we don't do a needs-based assessment when kids come in. Assessment centers and gathering the most information possible is the key to making good decisions as the case progresses. A second challenge we have is the inability to adequately supervise youth, both pre-adjudication and post-adjudication. We do not have a probation service here in New Orleans or a supervisory service here in New Orleans. What we have here in New Orleans is we operate utilizing the state system. The Office of Juvenile Justice handles our probationary services and our supervision services. As we all know, they are understaffed as well and have a lack of resources. Our inability to supervise youth, which is really what is key during the pretrial process and whenever children are released that are involved in the juvenile justice system, the key to reducing the likelihood that they will reoffend is in supervision. Thirdly, inadequate community-based resources to support court-involved youth and families. All the new research and the new information out of the Annie E. Casey Foundation regarding probation and supervision says that probation services and supervision services should be located in the communities in which the children live. It keeps them in their communities, it makes their communities stronger, and it makes the communities safer. Next slide, please. Our suggestions from the juvenile court bench is to develop interventions that target high-risk youth. We want to be able to get rid of low-risk youth. In a previous council, there was a pay ordinance, and what that did was give police the opportunity to issue tickets for low-level offenses that kids would go to jail for. What lots of people don't know is that there are many things children can go to jail for that adults can't. One example is truancy, possession of alcohol, smoking, things of that nature. Children can go to jail for that when adults can't. So we need supplemental probation services that will allow for us to supervise and manage those youth that are in the juvenile justice system that are not detained. Provide method for a needs-based assessment and initiation of the case. As we said earlier, that's a big challenge. One thing that will go a very long way toward helping us is to an assessment center, or the ability to assess need and risk at initiation of the case. Currently, our risk assessment tool, the RAE risk assessment tool, only assesses whether youth will come back to court or whether they will reoffend, not any needs that they may have. And another one would be to divert low-risk youth away from the conventional judicial process. What the research says is that the earlier you are able to intervene in a youth's life, the more likely you are to prevent them from continuing criminogenic behavior. We welcome any questions at this point. We know you guys are tired. We're happy to offer any questions we could. We hope that the information we provided have given you a picture of the accuracy of the children, an accurate picture rather, of the children that come into this court. Certainly we want to be fully funded. We believe that a fully funded juvenile court places a priority on the juvenile court. The juvenile court was initiated in its beginning. The first juvenile court in New Orleans sat on January 4th of 1908. The idea was the court to take over the children. Juvenile court can do more with the necessary resources. We have a court here that has the ability to take over and manage the children's lives. We have a very short period of time in which to deal with children. They are only here from the time they are 10 until the time they are 17. In that time, we need to make sure that we do everything we can to give them every opportunity that they can have. This year, we instituted through finagling, and certainly it didn't work out because we weren't fully funded. But what we wanted to do at the court was place into every section of court a social worker and a law clerk, something that this court does not have. We provided justification as well as sufficient information, but those things were removed from the budget. And those are the types of things we need to get in. That would fund this court and staff this court to the point that we would be able to get accurate and relevant information at the beginning of a case so that we can make decisions that will help prevent future delinquent activity and increase public safety. So we have today, I did not introduce, we have today myself, Judge Darrensburg, we have Judge Candace Anderson on the line. I can see Judge Desiree Cook, Deputy Chief Judge Desiree Cook Calvin, and that's all I can see. I believe Judge Clint Smith may be on as well, and Judge Tammy Stewart, but I can't see them. There we are. And with that, we're ready to answer questions.
Thank you, Judge Darrensburg. You provided in the past presentations of different programs that the court provides. I'm wondering if you can kind of list some of those, and also if you can tell me about what metrics you use to realize how well they're working or not.
The programs, let me say that the programs that the court has, first I'd like to say, I'm going to tell you all about them, but they all are ending this year. The funding ends this year for all of these programs. The girls program, Girls Reaching Out,
Explain why the funding is ending.
Because the grant funding is ending. Our grants end this year for all of the funding, and we haven't received notice of any future funding. That's one thing. And another little thing is that we may have maxed out on the Louisiana LCLE, Louisiana Commission for Law Enforcement has a limit on what individual grantees can receive over a period of time. Now that's really nothing. That's about spreading the money out around different areas. And so we haven't heard anything. But with that said, the metrics used for the girls program began back in 2014, when around the country, as well as in New Orleans, we were noticing an increase in the number of young women that were coming into the court system. We noticed that that number was going from 13 to up to as much as 20% of girls were coming into the court system. What we did with that data here in New Orleans, with that data, we looked up what girls respond to. What are the metrics that girls respond to? When young women respond, we've learned that gender-specific programs work. Girls respond to self-esteem, a feeling of belonging, positive images, being able to advance themselves. And so we devised the program with all of these elements. And so with that program, we were able to, with a very small grant, that grant began with money left over from other sources, then this was left over, and they only wanted to give it to one person, one entity. So with that grant, we devised that program. And since then, girls who go into that program have a 95% rate of not reoffending. Now, the program is limited because we only have one coordinator. So we try to limit it to the number of girls. And the girls, both the girls program, and I say one, we have a coordinator and an assistant. So we limit it to 25 youth. So that we've never been able to get above 25 youth to put into the program, but the programs are cyclical in that if you start on phase one, we've made both of the programs cyclical in that you could start on phase one, go to 12, or you could start on 2 and go through to 1 and get back to 2 so that you get through the other ones. The boys program, Mellow, Men Engaged in Leadership Opportunity Works. Well, that program was really developed because of gender-specific programming and how it really helps to keep kids from reoffending. That program started because we had a girls program and we wanted to have a boys program as well. But what we did was research, as we did with girls, what do young men respond to? They respond to reward. Young men respond to reward. They can get something out of it. So, and it doesn't really matter too much in the data what it is. So some of the rewards were gift cards. Some of the rewards were trips down to the, not anything expensive, trips to the main museum. I don't know if you all know, but there's a Best Buy thing in the main museum where kids can go in and make videos. They can do all kinds of things. Their trip there. We've also brought in the gaming activity, just any type of reward associated with it. And the boys program as well has maintained a 90% rate of non-rearrest while kids are in this program. Again, both those programs. Our other program that's sadly going to end is Teen Court. Teen Court is a program that uses positive peer pressure in order to get kids to respond. Teen program around the country. New Orleans, as I understand it, before Hurricane Katrina, had one of the best Teen Court programs in the country. We're supported by the Global Youth Network because we did, and they're very, very supportive of helping us get our Teen Court program working. We have worked closely with Baton Rouge and Judge Gail Grover, who is in the Baton Rouge as well as the Teen Court program to help us really launch this program. And former council member Cindy Wynn came to one of our Teen Court sessions, and you would be surprised at how wonderful and exceptional this program is, because the way it works is that teens, these are college students, high school students from around the state. We have teens coming from as far as Hahnville High to participate in our Teen Court program. And the way it works is that teens act in the role of prosecutor, defense attorney, judge, jury, and bailiff. And at the end of and these are actual cases that we have here in juvenile court that we initiate as a part of a deferred disposition or a part of an independent adjustment agreement to allow youth to immediately and quickly and contemporaneously receive consequences associated with their action. The closeness to the consequence to the action really has a lot to do with whether kids remember it and whether that accountability will stick. So the kids determine the consequences as well. We have received great success with that, and we are working very hard, and we will be talking to the district attorney, but we are working very hard to be able to continue that program beyond April 30th, which is the day that that grant ends.
Yeah, so please send us information on the funding for Mellow, for the girls program, and also for Teen Court.
Okay.
So we that
Thank you, we will.
and see if we can continue those going, because they have been successful, even though it's just for a small number of kids, and maybe there's a possibility in which we can now look at expanding this. I had some questions around supervision, but I'm going to actually leave those to Councilmember Geruso because he's been very focused in on the probation supervision.
Okay.
But I did have this question. I get this question all the time. What happens with juveniles who are arrested for carjacking and those who seem to be arrested many times for carjacking? Why does there appear to be almost a revolving door for kids who are arrested for carjacking?
Well, we do not release kids that are arrested for carjacking. I don't know where that comes from. And in fact, as our data shows, in the period, we have only had 23 arrests for carjacking. So it's not that the carjacking is happening, but we aren't seeing carjacking charges in the numbers. We certainly agree and feel the same thing, that it's happening, but the arrest rate doesn't comport with the idea that we're releasing them, because we are not in a year. We only had, I think it was 23. I'm not looking at that slide now, but I think we only had 23 carjacking charges. And the data hopefully that I showed shows that we aren't releasing kids for anything. Least of all carjackings.
Thank you, Judge Ferensberg. Questions? Who wants to go start us off? By Chris? Councilmember.
Any questions? You don't mind.
Y'all can just
We don't
maybe
have any questions. I'm gonna open it so I can see everybody.
I think Oliver was first.
Councilmember Thomas.
I could always say something or ask questions if there was something more pressing for my other colleagues. They could go first. First of all, I want to thank Judge Anderson, Judge Calvin, and Judge Varensberg. I just have a few questions. How would truancy programs help with what we're seeing with the explosion in juvenile and juvenile-related crimes, especially some of you guys were around in the late 90s and early 2000s when the Morial administration, along with the criminal justice system, instituted the truancy centers that benefited to one of the greatest reductions in violent crime, double the national average, 60%. How would that help?
It would help tremendously. I guess I did so. Truancy is one of the gateways into the juvenile justice system. Is one of the first indicators that there is a problem. Certainly, as well, you know, and I'm sure all the other council members know, that by the time a kid is arrested, we miss many opportunities to intervene with the youth. I can see Judge Cook Calvin, and when I served as judicial administrator, we did have a truancy program. As with everything else, the funding was cut and the truancy program had to be eliminated as well, not only with us, but with the school system as well. The truancy office is now the office of some other office, but the truancy program was terminated maybe in the last 5 years, 4 or 5 years.
In the last couple of decades, a few of us have worked kind of closely with the juvenile judges in the juvenile court system. As a matter of fact, I remember Judge C. Hearn Taylor and Judge Gray summoning programs, Terry Clay, Addicted to the Lifestyle, myself with the Boys Amendment program, and other programs that did outreach to their courts. I used to get tired of going to Judge Taylor's court, and I'll never forget Judge Gray specifically about a kid that I had a relationship with, knew, basically saying, hey, come here to talk with him and his family. Is there a sense of which programs or which outreach efforts work the best? And do we utilize folk like Terry Clay and others and many others who do what I used to do more frequently to appear with these kids and these families in lieu of sending them to jail or trying to attach them to programs? Because in our city, unfortunately, we've spent billions of dollars over the last several decades dealing with juvenile delinquency, at-risk, opportunity youth, neglected children, bad children programs. And every year we seem to have a crisis with bad children. And every year there are programs and people who get millions of dollars of funding to reduce that population. But it seems like we seem to be stuck with that population every time there's an outburst. So do we have an idea of what program works the best and what outreach and nonprofits are actually having some success?
Well, one of the things that was in my presentation was an attempt to show what programs and how we determine what programs work. I can tell you that based on the data that I showed you today, ERC works. But the programs that work are the programs that are data driven. So when we begin to think about who we're going to fund and why we're going to fund them, we need to look at the data that tells us there is a need there. We often create programs for the sake of creating them and because the money exists for them and because we want to give money to them. We need to look at the data and see what the data tells us. What the data told us was that most kids get arrested between 3 and 11. We need something for them to do between 3 and 11. One of those things would have been, if we remember in previous administrations, during the Morial administration, there was midnight basketball. Very important program. Very important because that keeps kids off the streets at a time when they are most likely to get involved in the justice system. Community partners, yes, we have community partners. We were very close with a bunch of community partners. I had a list, but Ubuntu Village, Ernest Johnson, Flick, Gina Womack, and also Pastor Watson with the Eden Reporting Center. And I would definitely be, I would leave something out if I didn't say that there is in the works an expansion of the Evening Reporting Center. One of the things when we proposed it, we suggested that there be more than one. That was the reason ours did not rise to its best potential, because what happens is it's located in Central City right now. So that means that every kid that has to come from every area of the city. That means as far as the West Bank, are way out in New Orleans East and the Lower Ninth Ward, if they're involved in the Evening Reporting Center. The ideal is to have those centers located within the neighborhoods. We propose 3 centers: West Bank, where it's located now in Central City, and somewhere in 70126, 70127, because what we know in our data is about 15 to 25% of the crime comes from that area. I hope to be able to come before Councilman Thomas, your committee, to get into the data on where crimes occur. We do have that data, but it needs to be updated. I'm happy to share the old data with you all individually, but I did not want to present that today as it is not updated because, as I said again, in budget cuts, we lost our data analysts, and we, the judges, have to sit down together and put this together. And we aren't as good as a data analyst. Our data analyst was crucial to juvenile court and gave us the information I'm sharing with you about where crimes occur and when they occur. But we do have it in our ability to do that. And we believe it is most important. And I believe that is the next location. The next location for the Eden Reporting Center will be somewhere in 70126, 70127. I believe that Pastor Watson is seeking out a location as we speak. But what she has done is really developed a solid program. We did not want to just put an ERC program in New Orleans East. What Pastor Watson has done is developed a solid program that she can transfer that successful program to New Orleans East and put it in place with the youth that are there.
Well, I've been around a little while, and hosting the morning show, I've read most of these reports. As a matter of fact, I've had you guys on my show giving your reports. So this isn't new data. I think one of the things I've shared with my colleagues is that if you look at the clusters of crime over the last 4 or 5 years, especially the last 4 years, they consistently, Judge Calvin, happen in the same place, in the same communities, in the same spaces. And as I've looked at those reports, I've broadcast them on the show, which some of you have been on already. Why haven't we dealt with what criminologists call the law of crime concentration, or dictating our resources as well as enforcement to those areas, specifically when we talk about juveniles?
Well, we have certainly, this is sort of what that is. I mean, we don't, we adjudicate cases as they are brought before us, so that we aren't really in the position to go out. We cannot go out and investigate crimes. But what we have done is share that data and instituted programs. Again, the Eden Reporting Center, the girls program, the boys program. Those are data-driven programs. And those programs have been successful. I would, and moving forward, as I said, in terms of what you're saying, I think the answer to that question is that we are working with Pastor Watson as we speak to open a Evening Reporting Center in the area of the city where most of the crime is occurring.
So when police and law enforcement people, when they talk about criminal legend and lore, when they talk about these kids that, I think 116 and a 17-year-old that's been arrested and released 63 times, 50 times, 30 times, that's not true.
That we have presented that data. Yeah. That is not true. That is not true. And the more you say it, doesn't make it so. We presented it every year, this data, and people still come out and say, no one was arrested 60 times last year. No one. This is exactly the number. These are the exact numbers of kids, because of real kids. One child was arrested 10 times. That's it.
So then the next question is, and specifically, you've heard members of law enforcement on television talk about juveniles. We've heard these private conversations about being arrested and then released. What has happened in your conversations with the law enforcement about these myths versus the realities of what we really need to do?
Well, we have done with them as we have done with you. We presented the data to them that we have about the youth that come before us. That's what we've done. We've given the data about the youth that come before us. We have not received any data from any other entity that's different from this data. As a matter of fact, this council itself enlisted a study, and Jeff Asher did in 2019, that data is consistent with ours, that we are not releasing children, and the more children come here, which is a quote from the report, the more children come to juvenile court, the longer they stay in jail. That's a quote from his report.
Is there anything, I've been to juvenile justice, one of the few elected or non-elected officials to actually come back there consistently over the years and talk to your kids. It's been a while. The last time I was there was with the mayor was there. That was, wow, I think maybe before COVID. We've kind of requested to come back there, talk to kids, bring some experts back there. But I think the Juvenile Justice Center is closed to the public now. Correct?
Well, we are at the Juvenile Justice Center. We're the court, and the Juvenile Justice Center is a separate entity in that it is in this building, but we don't manage the kids. You wouldn't be coming to talk to the kids in the Juvenile Justice Center with us.
So it's separate?
It's separate.
Okay, so in which ways do you guys work together then?
With the Juvenile Justice Center?
Yeah.
Well, a lot of those kids, Juvenile Justice Center houses the kids, but a lot of the kids come over to our calming room. We have a calming room here now at the court, and we are investing in trust-based relational interventions, which is TBRI. We're becoming a trauma-informed court. So we work with them to deal with the kids that are in the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center. And the best way we work together is having them on the same campus gives us more access to the youth, more quick access to the youth when it's time for them to come to court.
Ultimately, you guys are the ones that determine their fate, especially while they're in the system. At any point, do you all sit down with the directors of the staff at the Juvenile Justice Center and say, for this kid, we think this program based on this kid's behavior? Is there ever an opportunity for that type of dialogue or that type of relationship?
As juvenile court judges, we can only administer justice. We can't tell them what type of program to put them in. With the programs that we have, we can tell them they need a type of program, but they don't. And also the Juvenile Justice Center would have to have that program there. Their charge is congregate care. So that intervention of that resource would have to be in the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center. They can't bring kids out, and we cannot take kids out of the Juvenile Justice Center for a program.
I should probably save those questions then for Dr. Webster. Yeah. Well, the last time I was there, the last couple of times, we spent a couple hours talking to kids. It was just good to listen to them because they can kind of tell you what's going on in the street, and they're real candid and real open. As a matter of fact, the mayor spent a couple hours with us one of the days that we were there too. So thank you guys very much. My questions aren't finished, but I'm finished with this segment right now.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman Thomas.
I see Councilmember Harris.
Councilmember King, followed by Councilmember Harris.
All right. Thank you, Judge Darrensburg, Cook Calvin, Brother Smith, and Judge Smith. I apologize, and Judge Anderson. Thank y'all for your work, your time, and being here today. Like everyone else, it's a thankless job. You're never right. You're always wrong, and when you're right, you're still wrong. So again, thank you for your service. But I want to start off by saying thank y'all for coming prepared with graphics and a very concise PowerPoint, not just a bunch of talk and shooting from the hip. So I want to thank the juvenile judges for that. I noticed that it seems to me that kids are becoming younger and younger, committing these crimes. That's just my opinion. We still have a lot of young kids committing crimes, if not getting younger and younger, still young. And it seems that there has to be a problem at home. And no one, we mentioned it today and last week, but it's getting overlooked. Why is an 11-year-old carjacking? Why is a pregnant 14-year-old girl in the backseat of a stolen vehicle on a police chase with her friends? So what do y'all see? Give us a peek behind the scene as what the homes these kids come from, because too often they get painted as just troubled kids, but these kids deal with stuff before they're 10 years old that a lot of adults never experience. So can one of you all talk to that?
Does anybody else want to speak?
I would like to speak. So thank you, Councilmember King. We certainly do appreciate the opportunity to be able to present to all of you today. First off, it starts with babies, right? I mean, that these kids that we're seeing today and these 10 and 11-year-olds that, we don't know some of the trauma, some of the things that they've had to deal with. I know a lot of fingers get pointed at parents and where are the parents and what are they doing? But we do have a lot of parents that are involved and that are reaching out for help. We've got a school system where with the virtual and with the pandemic, but even before that, where's the accountability? Who's making sure that our kids are not being left out, not being left behind? Who's making sure that those kids that do get into that school are given the opportunity to have the best advancement with education? And so I know a lot when we talk about the safety and public safety and people wanting to feel they're safe in their community, but we have to start at the beginning and how did we get here? So what happens with us judges is that we don't get that opportunity. Unfortunately, we don't get to look at those kids and what factors might have led them into the justice system until they are presented to us. And so what we try to do is, and I think that's why it's so important, some of the requests that we've made from the council and in our budget of in intake, that we actually have people that are social workers, that we can do the type of assessment so that we can have a better understanding of where they come from. Far too often, as my colleagues can tell you today, we don't know what's going on in the children's lives until they're presented in front of us, either at a continued custody phase or at the appearance to answer. But somebody knew before that. Right. Their teacher, their social worker, the park official, the church member. So we've got to open all those places where the kids initially had an outlet. If you put this in reverse and put it in rewind, you will see that Judge Downsburg, before he was a judge and he was our judicial administrator, and the other judges as we sat here, these are the things that we've been talking about. Engagement for our children, giving them an opportunity, the same equal playing ground, opening our parks, opening our recreation, giving them access. There's so many factors that keep them left out. Identification, jobs, opportunity, bank accounts. I mean, so many of their parents don't have those basic requirements. If they don't have an ID, if they don't have an internet connection, and if they don't have a bank account, they don't have an opportunity to participate in a lot of the programs that we label as being free. So let's first look at what's keeping them out so that we can see why they coming in places that we don't want them in. So I think that's what we have to begin to look at. And again, once they get to us, that job becomes a little bit difficult, but I think that's why we're all so committed and engaged and willing to do the work and sit here with you all and answer the tough questions. But we've got to see what's happening with those babies before they get to be 10 or 11 and they're coming into the system. Because yes, why are they out at night? But are they living in a household where there's no electricity, there's no food, there's no opportunity? So are they in the streets because they feel that the streets are safer? Is there some place in the street and somebody in the street that's encouraging them to do this negative behavior because the social worker and the coach and the athletics that they used to have as an outlet no longer exists in the system? So we can't keep looking at how we're going to all fix it. Well, we've got to look at what did we do in the beginning? How do we make our city a place where we are welcoming to all children, no matter what life they come from, what background? The East is left out. The children from New Orleans East, look at the amount of programs and opportunities they have in the East. What parks are open? Which facilities are open? Which schools? Why do they not go to schools in their own community? By the time they get to school and they have to get some of those buses to get there, we've lost some of the engagement. So that's some of the work that we have to do. And I encourage each of you in your own districts, in your own areas, what is available to the youth in your district? Let's look at that and everybody look at their own area. What parks, what recreation, what facilities, what outlets, what programs? Because it's not just incumbent upon us to bring to everyone what's out there. I really, as an elected official, sometimes it's problematic that I'm reaching out to these agencies and trying to find places for these kids to go. And the canons really don't always allow that. But we do that extra work because we feel it's important. I have 3 girls that I want to raise here in this city. I don't want it to not be safe. When people go on the news and they start saying we're letting everybody out and all the things that we're doing, they have to understand the law. They have to understand the legislative. They have to understand how much of a chance we even get to hold these kids. How much do we have an opportunity to be and to create interventions? And that's what we have to look at, not how long we put them in a facility like JJIC that's only supposed to hold them for a short time anyway, but what do we offer them when they get there? And what do we offer them when they come in front of me for an appearance to answer or any of my other colleagues? What services, what measures do we have that we can put in place to ensure a better outcome for them? And until we start looking at all of those opportunities, we're going to continue to not be able to out-incarcerate ourselves out of this problem, out-point fingers out of this problem, and we're going to continue to lose these kids at an alarming rate. More of our kids are dying from violence and dying from violence inflicted by one another than the amount of cases that we're seeing that are coming in front of us. And that's where our real work begins.
Well, thank you, Judge. I'm going to combine these next 2 questions. Juvenile, is it teen court? Teen court, how often and when was the last time you all had teen court? I'd love to be a part of that.
Oh, great. We certainly would love to have you. It's supposed to be twice a month, but with the COVID, that stopped. And the last one was last month sometime. Last one was last month. I don't know the exact date, but it was last month. We had one last month. We may have one coming up soon. I don't know the date, but yes, we will definitely be in touch.
Please do.
Definitely, please.
Groups, programs like, is it FIN, Family in Need, and Grow and Mellow, and those things like that y'all had. are those still around? If not, if they're not around, is because of the resources? How can we help you all get more programs that helps children put in place?
Well, the Families in Need of Services is a Supreme Court program through the Supreme Court, and that program exists, and that is a voluntary program for youth that aren't involved yet in the juvenile justice system. That program has 10 grounds, including truancy, ungovernability, and 8 other grounds for which youth can participate in that program. Every youth that goes through intake is offered the opportunity to participate in FINS. FINS ends up being a referral service. It is a program that really is for everybody. One of the things Judge Anderson alluded to is that many of these opportunities we think about are no longer available to youth that are involved in the juvenile justice system. Once a kid gets arrested one time, programs like Son of a Saint, Silverback, some of those programs don't deal with youth that are involved. So our options become more and more limited as kids get involved in the justice system, so that the GROW program and the MELLOW program are 2 core programs that are grant funded that end this year, as well as the Teen Court program. The FINS program is funded by the Supreme Court and will continue. And we have an ODAP program, which is the Orleans Detention Alternative Program, which is for more of our high-risk youth that we want to keep more of an eye on. Also a successful program, but that program is funded by the city.
So you said that the GROW and MELLOW and the Teen Court are grant programs that end this year?
Yes, definitely. So Teen Court ends on April 30th. The dates are gone, but all of them end by September 30th, 2022. There'll be no more funding for those 3 programs.
Okay.
Now, both of those programs have been funded for several years, at least 4 or 5 years, with the idea that the presentation of data would give us, would put them into our budget. That just never happened, even though we do have the data to show that these programs are successful.
And so when I was I visited juvenile court a couple of years ago, and it showed the got like a sheet showing where the schools are that have the most children in juvenile court and in the juvenile justice center. Do you all work with those schools to say, look, we know a lot of kids come from this school. How can we help y'all before it's too late?
That was a report we did every year for the schools. That report ended maybe in 2018 when we lost our data analyst and the school lost their ability to do it. But what I'll tell you about that too was a program that came out of data. We created a program called PASS, Paving Alternative Strategies to Success. What happened there was between the years of 2014 to 2016, we saw like a 7% increase in the number of school-based offenses. We received a grant from the American Bar Association on racial injustice to create that program, that PASS program. And what that program did, yes, was go into the schools and try to create a program of triage to place social workers in schools to see what would happen if we would be able to refer kids from fights in school, just school-based offenses, any type of school-based offense, refer them to social services programs. What then happened, and we worked through it, was that we have to work through the charter school system. There was no school board or no school system to connect us to schools. So we ended up having to go to schools individually to see if they were interested in the program. Well, that created a whole nother set of problems in that people were leaving and coming and going. It was a struggle to get it going, but we did get that information, and we did work with schools to reduce the number of kids in the schools. It's just that the funding for that program too went away, and then we were no longer able to do
it. It seems like y'all just need money.
We need money. And look, and I'll tell you, we just want court to be funded, fully staffed. We, as a court, we really aren't needful. We aren't asking for money for programs necessarily. We want them to exist. They should exist in the community. We should be able to send kids to programs inside of the community. If you want to invest in programs in your own districts and your own communities, as Judge Anderson said, so that you make your communities stronger. We would like, as a court, to be funded, staffed up, so that we're able to get information we need, to be the accurate information we need to be able to send them to appropriate programs. We want to be very intentional about our work. We don't want to put children in programs for the sake of putting them in a program. That we can do more harm than good if we take children and put them into places where it doesn't fit with their needs. So we want to assess their needs, have the accurate information to make our decisions that are solid and good, sound decisions, and then have somewhere to send them so that they can be supervised.
So your staff, you mentioned understaffed. How many more people you need to be fully staffed?
What we want to see here at juvenile court is a social worker, which is essential. Everything we describe here today, look, social workers invented juvenile court. I advocate for social workers because of that. I am also a social worker as well as a lawyer. So there is some knowledge base there. The social workers invented juvenile court. Having social workers in the court to investigate some of those issues you discussed. What's going on with the family? What are the needs of this family? And gathering that information and giving it to the judge is the kind of information that would be essential to our decision making. And I will tell you, this is working as well because it is a program. They're called juvenile justice specialists around the country, and they exist. I went to Washington, D.C., and we were able to carve out one. And we saw tremendous benefits from having this individual working in courts. But just like with the law clerk, we have one for 5 sections of court. That person can't be in every section of court every day, nor can the law clerk who is researching issues. When we are appealed, when we have legal issues that come up and we have to make a decision about it, the case is delayed because we have to do the research and we don't have a law clerk in our section. Other jurisdictions, St. Tammany, St. John Parish, but St. John, one of those has 50,000, a population of 50,000. Each judge in that family court has 2 law clerks and 2 probation officers. We have no probation officers. So a social worker and a law clerk in each section is what we asked for. Our budget here at juvenile court that we received for next year is $2,504,279. In order to accommodate the social worker and the law clerk, our budget would only go to $2,828,550. Those funds, the difference in that was removed from our budget this year. We did request it, but it was removed from our budget.
Removed by who?
By the administration.
Duly noted. Two last comments, and I'll turn over to Councilmember Harrison. One, you mentioned the silverbacks. We mentor every child that's in the school that we attend. So we don't.
You mentor children and juvenile that are involved in the justice system. So we recommend, can we refer children to the silverbacks?
We go to different schools. So we
all of our children are in school.
No, we go to like different schools in the city. So if the child's in that school, we mentor them.
Do you mentor any kids at the Travis Hill School?
That I don't know, but I'll find out for you. Let's talk about that.
Okay, very good.
Let's talk about that.
We can definitely discuss on that.
Councilman King, no, we don't. Unfortunately, there had been talk about doing that. I'm also a silverback, but there had been talk about doing that. But this is a motivational moment where we really probably need to get that rolling, you know?
Right.
That would be great.
And while this is an observation, and I'll yield the floor. I noticed, and tell me the numbers are still correct. Out of all of the kids in the juvenile in the juvenile justice center, the numbers was 88% Black boys.
88. Oh yeah, that's right.
2%, or maybe 2 to 5% Black girls. And the rest, maybe 1 or 2% Hispanic, 1 or 2% Asian. I just find those numbers staggering.
I know. I'll tell you right now, today, the daily drug population report, there are 48 beds in the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center. 42 of them are full right now. 30 of those males are there, they are Black, and 6 females are there, they are Black, and there are 6 males awaiting adult prosecution that are in this center, but they're all Black.
I don't think I have a comment. I find it hard to believe that that stat just opens Pandora's box, and we spend enough time today, so I'll leave it at that. That's disheartening.
Okay. That's the data, and it's always that way.
Unfortunately. Thank you, judges.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate that.
Ginsburg, Judge Anderson, Judge Smith, Judge Cook Calvin, all good to see you. I just want to touch upon the fact that for $300,000, is that right? $300,000 was cut from your budget.
Oh yeah.
And that money could go to fund 5 social workers, 5 law clerks. It also sounds like you need a grant writer and a data analysis.
We lost those things in budget reductions some time ago, but yes, we would do well with a grant writer. I'm the grant writer and the data analyst, as a matter of fact. But yes, we would do well with a grant writer and a data analyst. A data analyst is just essential to an organization.
And that money was cut. That money was cut by the prior council.
Cut back by the prior council years ago. In 2020, we lost $540,000 from our budget.
And did you ask the prior council to restore any of these positions?
Well, I will tell you, council member Hass, I didn't know that option. We did not know that option was available until I watched the council meeting this time and watched them use a miscellaneous fund to go into and order the city to replenish these monies to several city departments. We were not aware of that option was available or how to ask for it. But we all understand that we still can do it, and we fully intend to do it. This is information we learned just recently, but we certainly intend to come back and re-ask for that money to be restored to our budget. We rely solely on the funding allocation from the city. Unlike other parishes, Jefferson Parish, best example, Cato, who have a millage, whose juvenile services and juvenile court is funded through that, and they have 10 times the money we have for juvenile court.
And a grant writer could actually bring in additional monies to fund programs.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
And I just want to confirm, just to be perfectly clear, that it looks like less than 10% of kids charged are actually returned back. Is that correct, to juvenile court? Around 10%?
3 or more times. 10% this last year, 10% were arrested more than 3 times. I would say that.
Do you track into adult numbers, or is it just cut off at juvenile?
No, we don't do into adult numbers. But one of the things I would be curious about is the number of kids that leave here and go on to adult court. We certainly know that we don't know if every kid is involved in the adult system, but we certainly know that every adult in jail was a child at one point. And we certainly don't know if they were involved in juvenile justice, but they were children.
Well, a data analyst could help you with that, correct?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
Councilmember Druso.
Thank you. Paul, can you pull up slide 3 really quickly, please? And judges, thank you all for being here. I should have started with that. I know you all have a lot of things to do too. I wanted to ask about that one.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Can you see it, Judge?
Yes.
This is about the arrests.
Mm-hmm.
Are these arrests though only from 2020, beginning of January till the end of December?
Yes.
So in fairness to me, this wouldn't show if somebody's been arrested 30 or 40 times over the course of their juvenile career.
It would not show that. It would not show over the course of their juvenile career, no. But they would show as having more than 20 arrests. You see? They would be on here. They wouldn't be on here, but they would have more than 20 arrests. So over the course of 10 years, no, that's not what this is. That's not what this is. That's not what this is. I have not experienced the highest number that I have seen, and it caused me to do a case study on one child several years back, is we discovered that one child, and it was the most times, had been arrested 24 times. And that shook me into this, looking up this data exactly. But again, with that particular child, in doing this case study, just to tell you, the first meeting we had about the case study, there was a social worker that said she met that kid when he was 9 years old and knew he was going to have trouble. But again, about that kid as well, he came from a home of a severe mental illness, of other people in the home being severely mentally ill. So there are other factors that go into whether kids are involved. And so that was the issue relative to the one kid I discovered that had been arrested more than 20 times.
I get it, but I feel like the impression we're saying is that there aren't kids who are arrested multiple times, and this slide is only for 1 year.
Well, what the impression that I want to give, let me clear it up. The impression
wait, how about we answer my question first, though? Is this slide for 1 year, or is this slide
for 1 year? This
Okay.
is for 1 year. But the impression, I believe, that what I'm trying to show the community as well as you all is that kids that are not coming right after. Kid is not getting arrested every 3 weeks. What the community is what is being conveyed, we believe, to the community, and what I'm told is that kids are being arrested the same day, same week, same month. This shows that that is in fact not the case. So that in every year that's consistent. So that I will certainly, that is interesting enough information. I'm going to try. That's a big data job, but we're going to try to do it. Come up with a period of time. If you tell me we can, like, I don't think we go back to 1908, but we certainly can try to go back as far as you'd like to find out how many kids are arrested in that period. But this consistent information can be extrapolated right here over the course of 3 years, as I've 3 years, as I've shown here, as to how many kids how many kids get arrested over the course of a 3-year period. I didn't do 10 years.
And I'm not looking for necessarily 10 years. I think the point that's been repeatedly made today is that you saw a clear upward tick sort of in crime in about mid to late 2020. So I'm really interested kind of in seeing COVID forward, what's going on and what's happening.
Crime is not relatable to arrest, really. You see, the crime, you have an uptick in crime, but these are the kids that are arrested.
I get it, but I think, again, in fairness, you're showing a snapshot in time. And what I'm asking for is to see a larger picture of what's going on from COVID to present. And I think that gives you a better sense of what the data set truly is, rather than picking out 1 year.
Can you go to slide number 1? Slide number 1 is 2019 arrests, 2000, there, that's it, there you are. That's 2019, 2020, and 2021. 2019, I can't see it.
Yeah, you got it all on here, but I guess, again, there's not a Venn diagram showing me.
If I combine these three, okay, well, if I combine these three, we'll show you that. I'm going to combine 3 years. Is that enough?
Yeah, I think that's perfect. I think seeing 2019, 2020, 2021, and then matching it up to what we get from NOPD is kind of like the apples to apples that we need. And I want to make sure that we're all talking on about the same thing.
I'll do that. Okay.
Paul, will you please also go to slide 8 for me, please? Thank you. Now, this is the slide about charging. Maybe it's one more. It's the one where you had Judge all the percentages about the crimes. That's it. Perfect. That's again June 20 to 2021. But the charges come ultimately from the DA, and that's what you receive. Is that right?
Right. Exactly.
Okay. So if the DA is making decisions about simple burglary or unauthorized use of a movable as opposed to other things, that's just what you get. And as a judge, it's your job to call the ball and the strike.
Right.
Got it. Okay. Let me ask you this. One of the things we discussed a lot in the last budget cycle, I remember very clearly, was trying to get more probation services to juvenile court, for the point that you raised earlier, the point that Judge Anderson articulately raised earlier about making sure that there's follow-up, there's home conditions. My understanding was the city was funding more of that to help the state this year. Is that not happened yet?
No, that hasn't happened yet. That I'm aware of. No, that hasn't happened. I don't think it's happened yet. No.
Okay. Well, I want to make sure I'm going to put my initials next to that, because I want to make sure we follow up on that one, because I know that was an important funding point for us. And then, Judge, you talked about earlier about losing data analysts and not having certain resources. Do you all have a regular standing meeting with the superintendent of OPSB, the president? I appreciate the fact that there may be one-off calls, but is there sort of a meeting between the school, the truancy center, and the judges, sort of about holistically what's going on in the school system?
We in the past, we have had a liaison from the school designated in the court to keep us in. So yes, we don't meet with the superintendent, we meet with school board members, and I've never met with the superintendent last year, but we are in constant communication with the school system because we need to get grades and attendance from the school. We previously had an individual from the school designated to the court, And so we had an arm of the school system and the truancy center, usually it was someone out of the truancy center, to gather that information. No longer here.
Okay. Let me ask you this. This is some of the questions I have, and it may be different in juvenile court. In juvenile court, does somebody who's been arrested need to appear within 72 hours?
Yes.
What happens if they don't appear within 72 hours?
Same thing. They have to be released unless their lawyer asks for the release. So they have to be released, basically. And if they are not released and the writ is taken, the Fourth Circuit releases them.
Is it the responsibility of JJIC to make sure those arrested are coming to court within 72 hours?
Responsibility, I'm sorry.
I said JJIC, sorry, the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center.
I can add a little bit. A little bit. Yes and no. I mean, obviously, they are being housed at JJIC, which is the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center. They have to present them to juvenile court for a hearing. I'm sure everyone was aware of the outbreak that they had, and the kids. And the kids that. Okay, I'm sorry, I muted for a second. And the kids that obviously escaped from the center, and so as a result, they were put on a lockdown. Which did not allow them to move the kids. So sometimes they will do administrative measures in which they have to go on certain lockdowns where the kids have to be brought either into a Zoom room, which is provided at JJIC, or they are brought to in-person hearings over at juvenile court, or we even have a Zoom room that's set up at the court. We have had some of those where they haven't been able to present the kids either for COVID lockdowns or some other restrictions. But normally I think we work pretty well together with making sure that those kids are brought over timely.
Okay, but I guess the question is, are there in 2020 and 2021 kids who haven't been brought over? It sounds like the answer to that is yes. So then can I get a breakdown between there's a COVID issue versus some other one?
It's always been either a COVID issue or it was the issue when they had to go on an administrative lockdown for safety. And so we did at that time, our chief did send out a letter just stating that obviously, justice had to continue and we needed to go forward with those hearings. But that we've not had a lot of those issues. I think that we've worked pretty well together in creating spaces where we could make that happen. So when the courthouses were closed or the courthouses were handling Zoom proceedings, we still were able to make a way where they created a Zoom room actually at JJIC. We've created a Zoom room over at the court, and then we also have where the kids can be brought in person. So I think we've worked through those issues, and that hasn't really been an issue that has plagued juvenile court. And I know some of my other colleagues are on the line, and they could probably answer to that as well.
Right, we are very diligent about having our hearings on time. And when we need to, we make sure. I even had hearings in the afternoon to make sure that it's timely so that youth aren't released. We stay very close to our timelines. We really set everything at juvenile court. Our timelines are strict, and so that we don't have the luxury of going outside of them. So that we have to set cases, trials within certain time limits, and we are really very diligent about that. That's not an issue that's plagued us about children being released because they didn't get to a hearing.
All right. Well, I'd still like the numbers for 2020 and 2021 broken up to COVID and to administrative, please. And then
what numbers are those exact?
So for 72 hours, we're
this would be a low number. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Might be.
Thank you. And then I'm receiving some word, just by the way, that probation is being funded through JJIC. And so again, I wanted to straighten it out and make sure that we're all being fair and on the same wavelength about that. I asked the criminal court judges this. I want to make sure I ask you all too. Is there an issue with continuances in juvenile court where both parties agree to a continuance, and then as a result of multiple continuances, charges are not being pursued within the necessary prescriptive period?
I heard that question during the criminal court. The answer to that is absolutely not. That never happens. There's no, we do not have the instance where we dismiss cases because they're prescribed it because we've had too many continuances. That doesn't happen ever.
Right.
Well, it doesn't. I mean, what happens? The law allows you to find good cause to go beyond the deadline, which we try very hard not to do that. But there is an instance in which, unless it's a traffic case, and that's a traffic case, that's not a we have to, it can be, that can't happen.
Are you done, Judge?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure. I thought I heard Judge Anderson getting it. Well, look, I mean, I appreciate that. I mean, I would, I don't know how you check for that, but when you use the word never, you know, it's about as strong as you can possibly get.
Well, I'll tell you, it's a question that those questions that sound more like an abandonment or a situation where you didn't do anything on the case. That just, we don't have that luxury for cases just to sit and nothing to happen. We are obligated by law to address our cases every 30 to 60 days.
Right, and just a little background too, council member, is that often that if a continuance is requested if the state makes a request for a continuance, or if the defense and the state, we get a lot of those where the defense and the state will both do a joint continuance, or sometimes the defense will also ask for a continuance, but those are all within the guidelines of the law. So if the defense asks for a continuance, obviously there has to be certain amounts of grounds. Normally that happens if they are requesting additional discovery so that they can adequately defend their client. And then the state, if the state asks for a continuance, it's also along some of those same grounds, requesting a continuance based on the fact that either they were not able to obtain the discovery that they needed, or there's a particular witness that they would need to be present, or the victim is not available. And so a lot of times the state would ask for that good cause on that ground. Only the judge or the court can find good cause. I can tell you, as being one of the, probably besides Judge Stewart, probably haven't been on this bench the longest, is that the amount of times of a case being continued, most often you will have both the state and the defense requesting a joint continuance. And anytime I have denied those requests, that writ is taken, and then the appellate court makes the decision that I don't have the ability to deny that request if they're both requesting a joint continuance. So there's just a lot of grounds, but I would agree with Judge Darrensburg in that cases are not dismissed for failure to move forward with trial.
Well, look, I really appreciate it. I actually have to run to a neighborhood meeting, but Madam President, I will be back as soon as I'm done. Thank you very much, judges, for your time, and I look forward to receiving that data from you. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Druso. I believe Councilmember Moreno is on the file. Or I'll take you, Councilmember Green. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Judges Smith and Bates, Anderson, Cook, Calvin, and Darrensburg for joining us today and for sharing that information. I actually have just two very kind of simple questions. I strongly believe in mentorship, and I'm a mentor with the Silverback Society. I've been involved with organizations that provide that, and I know it makes a difference. Judge Darrensburg suggested that there was a lack of programs to refer some of the youth to so that they could participate in it. Can you tell me, if I was talking to the Silverbacks or I was talking to other entities, what they have to do to be technically a program that one of you all might refer someone to?
Interested in helping youth and have a background check to make sure that's it.
Okay. I mean, now how
interested in helping court involve you.
I would also add, Councilmember Green, got a little feedback, but every program, we request mentors. We allow any mentor or program that offers mentoring to even come in and assist the kids, even at appearances, to answer. We make referrals for our kids, and very often they always just don't meet the criteria to participate in those types of organizations. So we would welcome any organizations that you all are aware of to partner with, or to even make referrals for our kids through our other programs, because a lot wasn't talked about our ODAP program, which is Orleans Detention Alternative Program, which is a program that connects the children with a mentor that looks for those types of programs to make referrals to. I think I have a lot of feedback if y'all can hear me.
Yes, the Silverback Society, for example, has approximately 100 men who go around to different schools. My school I was assigned to was the Jim Singleton Charter School. It's just something that I know works. I look into the eyes of those boys who we talk to and who we mentor. And so yes, at intake is obviously one of the best points at which we can be involved. So would I have a representative of the Silverback Society contact you, Judge Bates Anderson, or Judge Darrensburg?
Either was fine.
Yes,
Okay.
please do. We'd love it.
Yes, we'd love that.
Okay. I appreciate that, and you're going to find that's going to happen, because I think that I've always thought that was a good way to have a mentorship program work, where we would see youth before they kind of went back out, if possible. So okay, thank you. I appreciate the other information. I'm going to make that call today to have someone to start working on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I jump in and say that you mentioned about the Travis Hill School? I think that would be a great point to connect mentors with those boys, because they're right there at the facility. So if that's a possibility with reaching out to that school as well, which is in the facility, in JJIC, I think that would be a great entry point to connect with the children.
Okay, thank you for that information, and we absolutely will. I'm going to make that call tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much for your work.
That'd be great.
Councilmember, this is Judge Smith. I just want to take a minute to thank you for giving us this opportunity. I too am a Silverback, and I will have some more discussions with my council member and Silverback Green. But we have looked into that, and we have encountered some challenges, but we will still try to address it. But I wanted to really take a minute to thank you again for giving us this opportunity. As one of the newer judges on the bench, I had an opportunity to practice in every court in this city, just about. And I would tell you that once I came over here, I saw a commitment, not only by the judges, but by everyone in this court. The staff does not make a lot of money, and they are really, truly committed. I have raised since day one why we have not had the proper resources to put in place the critical needs that need to be put in place. I was a law clerk. I have sat as a pro tem and ad hoc judge in other courts, and it has been properly funded. And we deal with the most vulnerable and challenging community in our city. So when we ask you or make requests that we need just the basic funding to run this court, trust me, we're not asking for anything over and above. If we can just get the basic funding, I have never worked with a judge who did not have a personal law clerk. This is a court where everyone should have a social worker. We cannot make a proper assessment. I cannot assess a case without having those additional insights and that additional support that will be provided by a social worker. So I urge you and I encourage you to please help us to be the component part of this criminal justice system that we really want to be. So again, thank you for this opportunity. I too look forward to continuing to work with Councilman Thomas and the others on criminal justice, because I know if we work together, we can achieve great things in this city. So thank you again.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Anyone else with any comments? I don't believe I see anyone. Okay. Well,
thank you, judges.
And thank you. I know that I'm sorry, Councilmember Harris.
Oh, that's the same.
Sorry.
I was just saying goodbye. Okay, well, thank you all very much for your time, and we'll look forward to our open invitation.
Yeah.
Visit us at the court. Thank you.
All righty.
If you can bring in our representatives, we're going to have Chad Sanders with the first 72 and Bruce Riley with Voices of the Experienced vote. And just Paul, let me know when they're ready.
All right, they're joining now.
Thank you. Hey, Mr. Sanders, how are you? You're on mute, Mr. Sanders.
Yes, finally here. How are you today?
I know, as you can see, this is a pretty robust dialogue that this council is really embarking on.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So excited.
Important. And we're just waiting on Mr. Riley to log on.
Good, good.
And Paul, let me know when he's on.
Joining now.
Okay, perfect. Hey, Mr. Riley, how are you?
Howdy, how's everybody doing?
Thank you so much for your patience. It's very much appreciated.
Well, you guys are the most
Sanders,
patient
how are
ones.
Right.
You're on mute, Mr. Sanders. So we'll
yes, here. How are you, Dave?
I know, as you can see, this is a pretty robust.
Hey, Bruce, I think you might have the YouTube pulled up.
Absolutely. So excited.
Oh, thank you, Bill.
Important. And we're just waiting on Mr. Riley to log on.
Good.
All right. I think we got it figured out. At one of our previous panels too. I'll let whoever wants to start, go ahead. Obviously, we thought it was really important to also hear from community groups, hear what you think the council needs to know about different types of intervention programs and reentry programs and what we can do to assist you.
Yeah. Bruce, you have a choice?
I mean, I'm more than happy to, I wrote some stuff down just to try to, provide some context, which is usually our role in the big picture here. We've got a lot of experience to bring together, and, very appreciative of y'all like jumping right into this thing, starting 2022. Congratulations to the new council members. Really excited to work with y'all for the coming term and see what we can accomplish, as a city. But, listening to, parts of what everyone else said, it's really clear how hard everybody's working and how much people care, right? And so I think the challenge is so much more about coordination than maybe waiting for manna from heaven, because I do think we have a lot of amazing things here in the city that can be pieced together. And I think our experience as an organization and our growth is really just maybe just an example of that. So, first, for us, it's always important to say that crime is an effect, not a cause. And for generations, our leaders have heavily invested in a system that harshly addresses effects while showing far less interest in understanding the causes, or best recognizing the causes, yet doing little to connect the two. So when one looks at the backgrounds and credentials of law enforcement and the people who allocate budgets to address crime, only once in a while do you see social workers, researchers, psychologists, housing advocates, or public health professionals. You also rarely see people who survive the broken cycle of incarceration our society built. But if you want to learn about the moon, you got to ask an astronaut. So our organizations, everybody knows at this point, was founded inside Angola Penitentiary by a group of men who wanted to break the cycle for the state of Louisiana. They were considered dangerous by some, and our ideas were considered radical. The reality is to consider how the vague phrase crime and punishment turned into a far more insidious, abstract mass incarceration. It's essential to understand the reality of our policies and practices here in New Orleans, as this is the culture that we all inherited. So let's start with housing, because housing insecurity is a major contributor to anxiety, depression, desperation, and trauma. It's a major cause for crime. So Hurricane Katrina was possibly the greatest cause of housing insecurity in America over the past century. And yet have the schools and courts paused to create a post-Katrina trauma assessment tool. It isn't just the loss of housing, but the loss of grandparents, aunties, neighbors. They all create the social fabric, and it was spread across this country and further spread into jails and prisons. And FEMA could never rebuild that. New Orleans residents rely heavily on affordable housing subsidies, especially the low-income housing tax credits and various favorable treatments given to developers and landlords in exchange for just a tiny fraction of their units being considered affordable. Additionally, the Housing Choice Voucher Program, known also as Section 8, is far more extensive than the traditional public housing projects, which was basically bulldozed by Katrina. In the 1990s, the federal government, and by extension HANO, began a major campaign for housing instability under the mantra of eradicating drugs by banishing people who were convicted of crimes, arrested for crimes, or even deemed to be just using drugs. Vouchers were taken and the background check industry arose without any accountability to the Fair Credit Reporting Act. Convictions chased families around wherever they went. Surely they did not intend to create housing insecurity, yet here we are. To this day, landlords will charge someone a background check fee as part of an application from $25 to $50, without even telling people that the criteria is for inclusion or exclusion. There's a back-end algorithm in place but the rental manager won't even know anything other than an applicant passed or didn't pass the check. This is a false and deceptive trade practice, which we are seeking to stop to the Federal Consumer Protection Bureau, which is charged with enforcing the Fair Credit Reporting Act. But this council can address that for themselves in the weeks ahead. When we approached Hanno back in 2013, along with our ally Stand With Dignity, and explained how their blanket banishment policies were inhumane and violating principles of the Civil Rights Act, and was having a disparate impact in inhibiting reentry and furthering a cycle of poverty and crime, they stonewalled us. Their heads were in the sand. We wrote a massive report on the topic, communities, evictions, and criminal convictions, yet they refused to learn and adapt. We then expended considerable resources over the next several years, including organizing peaceful protests. The policy Hanno first resisted has since become a model for the nation, including at HUD, who have even cited our report in their materials. The Deputy Secretary of HUD came to New Orleans and asked how we got this policy passed. We've worked with advocates in other cities who sought to take a similar approach. In 2016, HUD put out extensive guidance on criminal convictions and housing, but it's largely lingered around the nation as just that, guidance. We've not heard any suggestions that the Hanno policy should be reversed, and the sole formerly incarcerated person who served on the review panel to assess the limited cases where conviction triggers further review, Ms. Dolphinette Martin, she's reported that hardly anyone has been barred after further review. In the couple situations where someone was not given a voucher, they were still given an individual guidance to forge a pathway to stability. But getting a voucher for which there's a waiting list in tens of thousands is only part one of housing instability or stability. Then a person must pass the hurdle of the landlord and their arbitrary background checks. When we say person, we should imagine someone with 2 or 3 kids standing next to them. When imagining hurdles, you need to imagine the frustration, anxiety, and depression a parent feels when caught between a rock and a hard place. Over the past few years, along with our long-standing allies, Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center and Southeast Louisiana Legal Services, vote leaned into the Louisiana Housing Corporation's matrix for reviewing and giving out low-income housing tax credits. Our government entities use our tax dollars to encourage certain behaviors, just as we build free roads for corporations to bring jobs or allow a business to operate tax-free for decades in exchange for public good. In 2021, this multi-year advocacy at LHC culminated in testimonies from impacted people out of our Baton Rouge and New Orleans chapters. A body that was once resistant to change rose to provide an ovation, thanked us for sharing and educating them on how they can address these banishment policies and how it creates insecurity and other downstream effects. The Louisiana Housing Corporation adopted the 2016 HUD guidance on criminal convictions as a condition for landlords and builders to receive the tax credits. And this is how strings get attached. Advocates, including HUD, are now asking us how we got that passed. I actually have a call tomorrow. The disappointing detail is that we have to pressure, educate, and demand from people who are in leadership positions to provide the service we're calling for. The reality is they're not being leaders, they're being followers at best. So addressing the interlocking system of laws and policies that have banished people with criminal convictions and literally split families down the middle is multi-generational and literally picked up where Jim Crow laws left off. A system that creates multiple tiers of citizenship is an apartheid or caste system. It has tangible legal impacts, but also cultural and emotional impacts. Schools and programs have a range of exclusionary policies that banish people with convictions from being involved with their own kids' schools. We're told we can't chaperone, we can't volunteer, we can't mentor, we can't coach. And unfortunately, I was sad to hear Judge Dansberg just reference background checks to work with the criminal justice system and working with those kids in his courtrooms. People who are not impacted can only imagine the feeling of seeing that fine print or being told, sorry, you didn't pass the background check. Anyone needing help with that imagination can simply insert a category that applies to themselves, be they Black, female, transgender, Muslim, or any other identity that can never be changed. Many of these policies were not made by the people now enforcing them. Sometimes it's overlooked, sometimes not, yet the policy remains. On a personal note, I have likely been illegally chaperoning my daughter's activities for years. Meanwhile, the gym I belong to may not even realize that the terms and conditions actually bar me from being a member. Myself and others have even been blocked from universally utilized dating apps. This no felons need apply stigma applies and impacts the emotional state of people, blocks rehabilitation reentry, the very principles our system allegedly seeks to accomplish. Some leaders in New Orleans, need not mention any names, have referred to people in our organizations as convicts and murderers. And yet, if we were not assimilated and civically engaged, we likely would be no more than an afterthought. Only a year ago, we would be subject to this very conversation. Now, thankfully, we're a part of it. Over the past few years, the pandemic has created such housing insecurity, the federal government had to take the entirely radical action of creating an eviction moratorium that lasted well over a year. The economic impact, which is felt harshest where the ice is thinnest at the margins, has long led various criminologists project that crime will rise.
Your
Considering the
conference
need
is already in progress. For 10 hours, 10 minutes, press pound or star to continue the conference. Otherwise, your conference will end in 1 hour, 15 minutes.
This has been quite a meeting today.
Y'all are soldiers. I thought I do a lot of things.
We were just bragging before the public.
But, considering the need for tourism, working class New Orleans need to pay their bills, especially people relying on tips and gigs and lacking health insurance. It's actually amazing we're doing as well as we are after missing all these festivals, weddings, conferences, and such. Even student loans got a moratorium for fear those bills would spiral out people who could no longer pay and forcing them into desperate times. So note the cause and effect. It was troubling then here locally and nationally that the response to expected crime rising, rooted in the pandemic, should be more police and more prisons. Our culture has traditionally proved billions for these responses to effects, while balanced by the thousands invested in addressing the causes. We had to fight in this city, state, and nation to ban the box on job applications. Like housing insecurity, it's universally accepted that lack of income creates a domino of negative effects. Now imagine wanting to work and being hit with the no felons need apply. It got to a point where people would rather see a sign in the window rather than waste their time with covert banishments, background checks, and coded racism. Imagine getting a job, then losing the job before the first day, then going to look for a job on the day you're supposed to start the job, and then going home and telling your partner what happened. People on the margins are under pressure to pay, and back pay. Fines, fees, and child support, credit cards, rent. Just 30 days in jail on a petty charge can essentially ruin someone's life and require a decade to restore. We had to push for laws that stop incarcerating parents who cannot pay child support, to stop racking up arrears while someone's incarcerated. We needed to push for a law that banned the box on a college application, as people were being blanket banned, and we became the first state in the nation to have such a policy in higher ed. We need to pass a law to say exactly what the US Supreme Court said decades ago. People cannot be incarcerated for failure to pay fines and fees, and ability to pay needs to be factored into setting fines and fees. That part's still a work in progress. And it's really sad that we have to do all this stuff and fight for it. But the policymakers, they failed to understand the impacts our punitive system has on people living in poverty. Or maybe they did. They fully realized how mass incarceration embeds a cycle of poverty on an entire family. The hangup is due to a system that grew fat upon the predatory so-called user pay system. The criminal legal system considers detained, prosecuted, and punished people to be users of the system, as if they opted to avail themselves of this service. Some have referred to us as product, which reflects not only the capitalist mindset of a prison industry, but also harkens back to when people were bought, sold, and used as product not many generations ago on this very soil. Our so-called users are charged $40 across the state of Louisiana to receive their constitutionally guaranteed appointed counsel. Our public defender system, which is relatively new work in progress, has often been portrayed as an overly expensive and optional hassle, particularly whenever people are arrested or presumed guilty. Yet it should be seen as a bastion of freedom and a hallmark of a fair and just system. Detained people have little, if any, trust in their attorneys, knowing they're often the least experienced attorneys in the courtroom and have the least resources to defend them. People presume their attorney-client communications are monitored, and typically there are plenty of people around when they're allowed to speak with their lawyer through video or phone calls. There's no justification for the jail to bar in-person visitation in a realm where people are freely mixing without masks already. It's hard to believe nobody's filed litigation yet, which of course the city would need to pay to defend. Our city is able to host concerts, weddings, basketball games, yet cannot provide the constitutional guaranteed right to a jury trial. There really is no excuse for that. If judges, sheriffs, and jurors are okay with going to Winn-Dixie, hopping a plane, or sending their kids to school, they can go into court. Provide jurors some hazard pay, you might see some change. There are now how many thousands of people newly eligible to serve on juries, thanks to a law we passed this past year, and it's doubtful any have actually been added to the jury pool. It would be reasonable if people began filing lawsuits suing to either be tried or released, and the city would have to defend that. The lack of an electronic filing system is holding back the entire system. We've been told over the years that the court clerk has no funds, but as we reported to you during the sheriff's budget hearing this past fall for Council Member Moreno, the sheriff's latest audit reports that as of the beginning of 2020, OPSO is holding $138,310 from a $27 million general obligation bond back in 2001. Additionally, they're holding $2,751,891 from a bond from 2008. Now, if that money has been paid out in the last few year and a half or whatever, they could have maybe upgraded their system and stopped crime poverty. But if it's still in the account, it's still collecting interest. Considering it was already sitting stagnant as of the latest audit, and the court has constantly bemoaned their budget, it seems the funds were likely forgotten. And there's more funds. I encourage you to look at the sheriff's audit. You'll see millions of dollars that were not allocated from the law enforcement district bonds. Most courts have had electronic filing for a couple decades. And in a world where we want to put everything on Zoom, it's unrealistic to have a 1980s computer system still in place. There's no legitimate reason to hold so many without bond for so long. When half the people brought to the jail have some type of hold, be it due to probation, parole, or the type of charge, these holds are not infinite, and yet they do not get revisited. Lawyers assume judges will either not change their mind or will simply follow someone else's blanket recommendations of refusal. Thus, initial bond denials become permanent. People detained have very little opportunity to prepare their defense, and this disadvantageous position becomes a leverage for a guilty plea. It is entirely unreasonable for police reports to take weeks, for body cam footage to take months before the case is screened. If the DA is dismissing charges because there's insufficient evidence to move forward, this should be established within a few days, not 2 months. So we had to fight to change the law regarding technical violations of probation to allow mere days in jail for things such as a dirty urine or failure to report a new address rather than full-blown revocation. Yet what benefit is it to allow for a 10-day sentence, which might be handled over some weekends, when it often takes at least 30 days to reach such a conclusion? Pretrial services, as mentioned by a previous judge, can't be imposed on people. If someone wants to get clean or get support, it needs to be voluntary or it just doesn't work. We all know this. For one, they are still presumed innocent, and the presumption of innocence has got very lost on the many levels of the bond determination process. And secondly, help is what people need, not what someone wants to give you. It is clear that if we want these programs and services to have the best chance of success, we need to break away from being seen as an extension of the punishment process. Our system claims to be about rehabilitation and reentry, but falls well short of the mark. There are other systems of accountability, particularly in tribal nations, that do not treat someone who has done wrong as a product or disposable or subject of banishment. The Navajo and Yurok nations, for example, begin with the premise that they want their people better. They want someone to accept responsibility and be part of designing their own accountability process. From a different direction, that is what we at VOTE have been doing. Most all of us, from the time we were incarcerated and nobody was assisting in that process. The system's actually been blocking or criminalizing it. Prisons and jails where people are merely accused of crime charge money for us to speak with our families and loved ones. People who are essential to our material and spiritual lives staying afloat. People who are the primary stakeholders in our success, and often the only reentry program we'll ever know. Not all of us had the benefit of families to make whole, but for those that do, it should not be inhibited. A new program called Reentry Mediation Institute of Louisiana, REMILA, started by Ms. Allison McCrary and her partners. They bring considerable expertise to the table, and it helps families clear the air and gain common understandings prior to someone's release. Mediators are formerly incarcerated people with the experience of reentry and all those subtle challenges. So just like VOTE being formed inside Angola, our community has had to DIY the effects of mass incarceration in order to break the embedded cycle of the system. DARS Beyond Incarceration is an example of that, as is Parole Project and First 72 Plus. Those are reentry housing and supports the criminal legal system should have invested in long ago. People familiar with these programs recognize that judges, HANO, DOC staff, and others have held them up in high regard. Programs Norris Henderson is essential in getting off the ground. Norris, Dr. Anjan Yogi, and one of her medical students were also why there's now a formerly incarcerated transition clinic, or a FIT clinic. Two formerly incarcerated people, Haki Saku and Danielle Metz, are community health workers, and they help people bridge the gap to healthcare success. And this includes volunteer med students under Dr. Nyogi's supervision. We still manage to surprise people in the medical field who had no idea about healthcare for the millions of people who have passed through our jails and prisons in America. It's a fiscal sponsor of FIT Clinic. We have proposed improvements for incarcerated healthcare at the State House and continue to invest in considerable resources to overcome this chasm created by systems falling well below constitutional standards. We encourage anyone who wants to understand healthcare in our prisons to read the recent federal court ruling, Lewis v. Kane, a case brought by our friends Promise of Justice Initiative. The judge's comprehensive assessment is simply shocking. The leading cause of death in jails stems from people not having access to appropriate and timely health care upon entry. This goes for people suffering withdrawal symptoms or having a pre-existing condition that needs access to medications. After that comes suicide, as people are placed in such a physically, mentally, and spiritually oppressive environment. Sometimes it's outright torturous. A program at the jail that has community health workers such as Haki and Danielle, who understand what people might be going through, would save lives, simply put. Haki used to work with Norris at the Angola Hospice Program, something they had to create for themselves because so many of their friends and neighbors were dying in an entirely undignified, painful, and inhumane manner. There's a documentary you can watch on YouTube about it. And these days, 2 people a week are still dying in Angola. The lack of comprehensive healthcare, inside and outside, it leads people to self-medicate, whether physical pain for an injury or depression, anxiety, or otherwise. We live in a nation where the tools of genocide was long about addicting people to alcohol and drugs. A nation where the pharmaceutical industry has created a long list of legally prescribed medications for people to access to doctors for depression, anxiety, bipolar, and other manageable situations. We additionally in Louisiana is only beginning to embrace its own long legal laws for medical marijuana. For centuries, this plant, which grows as easily as the basil in your window, has been used for anxiety and depression, among other things. VOTE has a place on Louisiana legislature to the task force on cannabis regulation. I serve in that role myself. And it's disappointing to hear some government's voices speak as if this is the 1980s, using fear-mongering, misstatement of facts, and poorly cited data to deny realities the common person already knows. So it's our duty to call those things out and also to lift up the inequities that drug prohibition has created amongst the people of Louisiana. Here in New Orleans, we've made progress on the issue of cannabis enforcement. What we are not acknowledging, however, is how many people over the past 50 years were convicted behind cannabis. How many people were eventually given extreme sentence as habitual offenders. We even have a category called drug lifers. How many people had their probation violation due to cannabis possession or failed urine? How many people were denied jobs due to such a test or had their bond revoked despite trace amounts of cannabis staying in your system for a month? Cannabis was made illegal under racist intent, and a simple review of the scheduling process and the statements of President Nixon's domestic policy advisor, John Ehrlichman, makes it abundantly clear the war on drugs is always about targeting certain communities. Those people aren't here now. We are, you are, and this is your shift in charge. Drug prohibition has always been enforced differently across New Orleans. Anyone wanting some facts can only look at the paltry few drug arrests and convictions stemming from the Loyola or Tulane campus police, or in those districts in relation to the residents of the area. People in this room may chuckle today at the amount of drugs they saw consumed in dorms, frat houses, law school, and beyond: cannabis, cocaine, Molly, Adderall, more. Many of those consumers went on to have solid professions and families, some developing a manageable relationship with substances, even if it's just going out all out once a year during Mardi Gras, and some likely quit altogether, while others may be in active recovery or addiction. But if you go to other parts of town, the story changes. Strict prohibition not only creates these felony convictions and the effects of those convictions, such as incarceration, trauma, poverty, and the apartheid treatment, strict prohibition also creates a stigma of all or nothing. Seeking help is not embraced. Diversion programs are less frequently offered, if at all. And police utilize such strict prohibition as an opportunity to pry into people's pockets, cars, and homes. You never drove down St. Charles and saw a white person surrounded by 5 police cars while they're held up against the vehicle. Police in schools are named school resource officers, yet they only offer children. Enforcement works, and more enforcement works better, has no basis in fact. We have 50 years of data, of which none of us need actual numbers to appreciate, to recognize that police and prisons serve as a blindly invested in more and more hammers over time, seemingly oblivious to other approaches. I was 40 years old before anyone ever asked me, Bruce, what would have helped you when you were younger? I was a foster kid, a homeless teenager, and as I grew older, I saw programs are run by people who never experienced them. The government and foundations give funding to people who report on themselves. They do not even get any of those user reviews like Google, Yelp, and Amazon. They claim evidence-based practices and say data-driven, yet do not accept challenges of their methodology, nor consider that they may be looking at the wrong data set, perhaps because it was easier to get this data over that data. When VOTE began going all in on getting voting rights for people living in the community, paying taxes, trying to assimilate the upstanding citizens, we received resistance at every turn. It was only 6 years ago when Norris and I heard from the national philanthropic world that Louisiana was considered a lost cause in criminal justice reform. Literally, that was the phrase they used, lost cause. But we shook the tree, largely due to Norris' stature as a leader, and slowly but surely, we got where we are. From an outsider's perspective, Louisiana was so punitive in nature that my desire to pay for and earn an education at Tulane was treated like a crime in the national news cycle. But friends like Professor Bill Quigley willing to help us file litigation, Representative Pat Smith willing to file legislation, building movement, we not only won our right to vote, we made it a no-brainer. Even the Secretary of State, our former opponent, supported our bill last year to streamline the process. And now I serve on Tulane's Institutional Review Board as one of the nation's only prisoner advocates who's actually formerly incarcerated. And my role is to ensure that research on human subjects complies with protections under federal law. We shouldn't need to fight for these things anymore. People with felonies can serve on juries, yet we'll need to fight for every parish to incorporate that new law. People charged with crimes must be informed of all the constitutional rights they're waiving prior to pleading guilty, including the loss of equal protection and due process. But we'll need to fight for that implementation too. Just as we have served as the enforcement hub for voting rights, which we know have been infringed upon by people both intentionally and unintentional, we have to keep on fighting for all these things. People look to New Orleans from across the country for leadership. We know this through conversations with advocates, philanthropists, media, and government officials who are either in our national network or seeking to be. We have an opportunity to break free of using hammers on the effects and wondering why we flatten the community. Thousands of our schools currently have an incarcerated parent, kids in our schools. Thousands have a parent on probation, parole, or bond, have visited a sibling in jail, have a letter on their kitchen table demanding thousands of dollars in fees for the system. And some of these kids are formally incarcerated themselves. Where are the programs for these kids? Where are the principals and school therapists who understand what they're going through? Or are they merely referring cases to DCF on a daily basis? Do they consider some students as at risk and provide supportive systems to withstand the pitfalls and obstacles? Or do they consider students in those conditions to be a risk threatening their peaceful school and a risk that they are seeking to push away? A harm reduction model deals with realities of drug addiction, poverty, and mental health with a best case scenario approach. And that can change from month to month and year to year. None of us are locked into circumstances nor our conditions. One of our goals at VOTE is to shorten the distance between people who are struggling and the people who make determinations over the lives of people who are struggling, to provide perspective on the current interventions. The city's many boards, commissions, and departments need to all take a close look at their policies and consider how they may be excluding half the population or otherwise dividing us up. Consider how people can be supported rather than forced, how they can incorporate the wisdom of people who have survived these systems. And just pause for a moment, think about how we as a culture became okay with stacking people up like firewood and closing the door on jails and prisons and walking away. We at VOTE, and typically every formerly incarcerated person who's reached survivor status knows how essential we become to others. We are constantly mentoring, educating, connecting resources, hearing them out, and serving as a collaborative partner in their success. Our phones ring off the hook, inboxes stay full, and offices stay busy with mothers, children, incarcerated people, lawyers, advocates, and people trying to get over that hump. We've talked many people off the ledge, even got them to abandon a desperate plan, and the scope of that mutual aid is unfathomable. This unsung resource mirrors the stances of Judge White and Judge Hunter when they speak so highly of the reentry court, where people are mentored by lifers in Angola, and for good reason. We came back, we're here, and it's no coincidence that voters have elected a criminal justice reform candidate or a status quo candidate in practically every election over the past 4 years. We come here to help as our own kids' lives depend on us breaking the cycle of mass incarceration, intergenerational trauma, and reinforced poverty. We need to build a system of accountability that we would hold up for our own kids, our coworkers, our neighbors, people who we expect to continue being a part of the community, not maintain a system of banishment and exclusion. And to do that, we need to understand and address the causes of crime, not just flail away trying to hammer out the effects. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. You covered a lot there. Appreciate it. Chad, you're up.
Thank y'all so much. And
I appreciate the extended time, by the way. We rarely get that chance in the 2 minutes you usually give us.
Outstanding, Bruce. Outstanding. Well, thank you, Council President. Thank you, esteemed council members, for this opportunity. I think it goes without saying where we are in this city, that an organization like VOTE First 72 Plus are offered an opportunity to play such a role in an important conversation about ultimately what's going to be next for us to remain safe and reduce crime in our city. I'm Chad Sanders, the co-executive director of the First 72 Plus. We're a community organization that's dedicated to ending mass incarceration by stopping the cycle of recidivism. We do that by fostering independence and self-sustainability, focusing on the areas of housing, employment, health and wellness, legal services, financial security, and community engagement. We do our best work when we're able to literally meet our clients at the prison gate or on the courthouse steps and begin helping them take control of their lives. Whether that individual is in diversion, under supervision, or returning from a period of incarceration, they face real challenges in returning to communities that quite frankly have neglected, abused, and harmed them. And candidly, they're returning to places that they may have caused harm as well. The work we do is to provide a safe place, immediate assistance, and long-term life planning to avoid decisions that led to their system involvement in the first place. and are things that are very critical to today's conversation. That's because we know we just don't serve clients. We serve people who have not cared for or given the tools to survive. Sadly, some of these individuals will relapse on and find themselves mired in substance abuse, commit property crimes to get some of their basic needs met, or worse behaviors to survive. And of course, the numbers kind of bear that out. I think all of us are familiar with the crime statistics here in Louisiana, and we know that New Orleans' contribution to mass incarceration in our state is staggering when you know that 50% of the folks going to prison aren't going for the first time. They're going back. We know that reentry works. We know that reentry is necessary, and we can do more work together by being able to play this role in the public safety conversation. The First 72 Plus is ready to serve and advocate as we have been afforded the opportunities in recent times. And this is a prime moment to talk about why formerly incarcerated people, folks with criminal backgrounds, and system-involved individuals are great assets to this problem. What we're most proud about for our business model is the fact that 80% of our staff at all times has to be formerly incarcerated. We believe in the peer support model of us helping us, no different than the AA group, wounded warriors, individuals who largely, when you look at our staff and our team and so many folks that we serve, they've gone from group home to youth study, to parish jail, to the penitentiary. And thanks to the tremendous support from our funders, leadership from our city leaders, and certainly on the state level as well, the work that they've done to rebuild and restore their own lives, they're primed, ready, and eager to stop the next generation of individual having to take that unfortunate journey. And so through love, community, defining one's success, but also personal responsibility and accountability, the First 72 Plus thinks that the FIP community is a unutilized and underutilized tool in this conversation. So much of what we hear about mentorship, we know that these folks are returning to neighborhoods they don't recognize, but the problems aren't new. The numbers that we see today that are affecting our city, we know in the 90s and throughout the last several generations, New Orleans has had this issue before. What we are positioned now, though, is to take a look at what this city leadership can do to empower these folks. Now, to be candid, many of the things that Bruce described operate at the state level. Some of the issues around affordable housing certainly have impacts with the federal level, the driver's license issues. But when we think about what is indisputable and within your wheelhouse to help us with are housing, employment, financial security, and healthcare. We've made great progress. Just the last time I was able to appear before you all was the decriminalization of marijuana from Council President Moreno, those that supported it, because now the burden and that these folks face when they're dealing with real healthcare issues, they're dealing with real addiction, and the fact that so many of them are walking around with an ex-offender driver's license, the idea of marijuana emanating from someone who's medicating a medical issue, maybe, as Bruce mentioned, engaging in a harm reduction strategy, that was critical, and people being safe and secure. Now the idea is, what do we do that when someone who is perpetually homeless because of these periods of incarceration, what are they returning to? We're excited that we house between 5 and 25 people at a time throughout the city. The problem is I had to turn down 100 folks to put one person in that bed. The city's had a long-standing record around ban the box, and certainly we're getting wins with folks getting civil service positions at Sewage and Water Board, but maybe there's more we can do to expand pathways to employment that are true apprenticeship opportunities. They do technology skills training. People are able to build retirements and now become assets in their communities. Also in that line, entrepreneurship, access to capital, where folks who are subject to the levels of discrimination that formerly incarcerated individuals are, if there were opportunities similar to what the city has tried to do with MasterCard and that particular financial tool, we know that entrepreneurship breeds personal transformation. It builds assets, and when that business owner is formerly incarcerated, they're more likely to hire other formerly incarcerated people. And then just lastly, we know that so many of the things that have been criminalized are born out of undiagnosed trauma, unresolved childhood issues, mental health, and substance abuse. And so through the city health department, I think there's tremendous opportunity to expand the reach of the FIT clinic. That's usually the first community-based physician that some folks have seen in decades. And it's a great starting point. How, other than just being Medicaid eligible, what other concerns and what other resources can be used to expand resources for folks with regards to healthcare? So that's just a little bit about who we are. I know so many of y'all have visited with us and supported us and just kind of grounding us in the very human opportunities that we deal with. But I think more than anything, as a representative of the first 72 plus, our folks are engaged. They're having these conversations at church, the barbershop, on the part-time job, in the neighborhood. And I'd love to be a part of the conversation to see what we can do to work towards public safety.
Well, wow. Thank you, Chad, Bruce, Mr. Riley, Mr. Sanders. Thank you so much for your presentations. And you all brought up so much, but really it's about, what can we do to prevent barriers to employment, barriers to housing, even barriers to justice on either side. Because as Mr. Riley had mentioned, if it's taking 2 months to realize that there's insufficient evidence to hold you, well, then that's a barrier to justice right there for that person who has been accused without enough evidence to hold them. So my question to you all, though, is, Mr. Sanders, you're right. As I was listening to Mr. Riley, I was thinking to myself, I was like, oh my gosh, there's a lot of those things that are being mentioned that really it's the state legislature that really has purview over this thing and over those items. And Councilmember Morell and I worked on many of the criminal justice reform items while we were in the legislature. But here locally, what type of, and I know we worked on the criminalization of simple possession of marijuana here locally on the municipal charge, but what legislative items here locally do you all propose for us to work on when it comes to barriers to employment or even housing that are specific to this city council? Either can answer.
Yeah, I'll just jump in real quick. Our origins are in providing the very necessary housing, right? We have a construction project now, and again, those beds are never enough. And because of the amount of discrimination at the state level, legal discrimination on where someone can live and work, I'd love to think about where returning citizens can begin to have equal and fair opportunity to housing. I know that it's a big issue throughout our city, but this population, we're leaving behind 30 and 40% of the city that have a criminal background. We'll never see the change we're looking for in our communities.
You're on mute, Mr. Riley.
Thank you. I think you can also, figure out ways you might try to incentivize formerly incarcerated business owners to be able to get opportunities in the same way that, there's other programs that incentivize certain groups. And we never really think about this in terms of like giving a leg up perhaps, or to create a program that's specifically an opportunity for FIP owned businesses. But I think that type of approach you'll see more people reaching for the brass ring. And within the same context, different partnerships that you might propose and build with, folks like Tulane or UNO or whomever, and say, hey, can we come up with a program where you're trying to streamline folks, from this position where they're at in life into a better position, and think big, like we're not just a bunch of laborers, we can be professors and scientists and, and all sorts of things. And I think, I know that there's some different restrictions on people that really need a closer look. And that goes for even the volunteering and school component, different mentorship programs. We know darn well that we're going to be much more impactful than, let's say, a police officer trying to tell a kid to stay off drugs. And that's just the nature of being able to reach someone by having some kind of commonality. And so for so many of our men in New Orleans to have been saddled with criminal convictions, and grandparents as well, we've really kind of like in some ways beheaded that wisdom of our city and then said to it, don't come back, don't reach out to those grandkids even. And so we really need to figure out some programming, and perhaps the city can create some meet and greets, perhaps, 100 business owners in 100 days meeting with formerly incarcerated people, and like a little speed dating kind of thing, and get to know us. 100 landlords in 100 days. Landlords get to know people who, every landlord I ever had loves me. I take care of the place. I'm Mr. Fix It. And, just figuring out ways to have those dialogues, because we think that's a very important thing. And if you guys are like kind of the trusted mediator, I think just trying to get people together is a huge thing, and allowing people the space to just kind of own it and be okay with their past. And I think we need a cultural shift. And I think you guys can really be a part of that.
And I wanted to mention too that another piece that my staff has been looking at for for a little bit of time now is different policies within City Hall that need to, in my opinion, be relooked at, revised, including, some that it's if you test positive for cannabis use.
Your conference is already in progress. For 10 hours, 40 minutes, press pound or star to continue the conference. Otherwise, your conference will end in 45 minutes.
Yep, and it's not, and this happened to us before. I think it's just, I think Zoom thinks that we accidentally left everything on. But anyway, what I'm saying is that also kind of reviewing City Hall policies, I think is really important too, because some of these were created either through like a CAO policy that's like super, super old, that still kind of lingers around. All of those things I think need to be relooked at, especially since, our goal is to do what we can to keep good employees employed. And, if it's, and not, also I would like to mention that with now medical cannabis being available, and if someone happens to have a prescription, the way some of these policies are written, it could mean that if you test positive for cannabis in your system, even if you have a prescription, you could be fired. So anyway, those are just some things that I think are important to look at.
And Council President, I'll just piggyback on that. Those policies are really important. And I think part of to get into those policies are folks having access to more of those employment opportunities. We've had some outstanding results working with the Office of Criminal Justice Coordination to get folks property management jobs and those positions at City Hall. But I just think if we're more intentional, right? And in that, and if we're actively seeking, we love the Mardi Gras cleanup opportunities, but again, it's seasonal at times. And what if we believe that these individuals are leaving prison with a skill, a GED, an opportunity, are we taking a critical look at the education, training, and promotion of these individuals? Because one thing we know about New Orleans is they're proud of where they come from, proud of where they live. And if these individuals are all become homeowners, they become business owners, they're voting, you will see the community engagement piece that none of us can legislate out, right? Is that these individuals care about their neighborhoods, they're parenting the unparented, they're engaging the youth, and they're holding each other accountable.
Thanks, Mr. Councilmember Thomas, followed by Councilmember Morrell.
First of all, I want to thank Mr. Riley, a vote, and of course, Mr. Sanders, the first 72 man. Premier organization, so much respect for Reverend Smith and his just down-home approach to dealing with his community and the people where we come from. We basically come out the same neighborhood. I don't understand why, if we really want to deal with recidivism, if we really believe in second chance, and if we really believe in paying your debt to society, I don't understand why we don't expand opportunity for returning citizens and ex-offenders. And for those of us who have been through that system, or who work with that population every day, even though it's not my job, Mr. Riley, volunteer, talk to family members and friends, those who call me just because of our relationships and my position for the last several years. I didn't have to be elected to have those relationships. Didn't have to be elected to have job referrals. People would understand it is one of the most industrious and disciplined, especially those that have changed their life, done that 180. One of the most industrious and responsible communities in this country. And I've often wondered, why do we just talk about a job? I'm going to introduce a resolution that we take a look at the laws that prohibit ex-offenders and returning citizens from being prime contractors. Because what do those of us who work with that population understand and know? For decades, those who were denied a job, they started their own what, Mr. Sanders? They started their own businesses. So I don't believe in democracy by subtraction. That's a phrase I coined several years ago, where this country has worked real hard to see who we could be minus, so all of the pluses could go to a very small group. So I would hope at some point that state law and city law, and then lastly, I'll say it like this. I can't sit up here and be called honorable and for people to want to consider me, and I'll say kiss my butt, and then men and women who are more deserving or as deserving after they've paid their debt to society, not only have to have special laws to give them a damn job, but have to have laws that prohibit them from contracting and doing business. So if we really want to do something, if we really want to start having this democracy by addition, let's start adding people to the list to create an expansion of our economics, an expansion of opportunity, and most importantly, let's expand citizenship.
Mm-hmm.
Because once you're a citizen, there's nothing you won't do, there's nothing you won't fight for. You're responsible, you vote, and you demand those essential services that everybody thinks they get because of their pretty life. So I just want you to know with my committee, let's take it to the next step. Let's not look at those cliches and those things that everybody, oh, get a job. Man, and the hell with that.
Mm-hmm.
Even though we want that to happen. Let's begin to create some wealth and some opportunity so ex-offenders and returning citizens who have businesses can create wealth and opportunity to our own population.
Mm-hmm. We appreciate that for sure. I also want to mention that we had drafted up we were working with Councilmember Palmer for some time, a bill or an ordinance that we'd love to dust off, which was about stopping discrimination in the rental housing. And so that's something I think we really need to address. And we definitely are, for any or all of y'all that want to work on that, we're ready to go.
Well, we have a lot of firsts now. Yeah. We don't talk about it, but I've made history in quite a few areas. Just the first person who's been elected to 3 positions on one body, or as a returning citizen. So let's not just let it apply to me. How just would that be if all of this just was applied to me? If I was the only one added back, if I was the only one given consideration, I think not. I think the only way to have real justice is to make sure that at least it applies to everyone who's paid their debt and want to be a contributing citizen in our society. So I've asked my office to hold off on those resolution of motions, taking a look at the economy. But we're going to get together with the law department and all of those folk who have said that ex-offenders can't do this and can't do that. And we'll begin to put that forward as we begin to meet with our city council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Moreau.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys being here tonight, make sure everything's on. I appreciate you guys taking the time of, obviously, had a wardrobe change. I'm in a different location, but that's what happens when you got 3 kids and a wife on night shift. But Bruce, Chad, it's great to have y'all on here. A couple of quick points. I think you kind of summed it up. Well, then sum it up. You expanded on it versus summed it up, Bruce. But it's kind of ridiculous the way the state of Louisiana treats people and the desperate treatment. And I'll give you a quick story, which I think I've told Bruce's story before. Chad, you probably haven't heard it. When I was working on my 20th time trying to reform marijuana legislation back in the day when third offense was 25 years in jail. And I was sitting across from the DA's association, and we're going back and forth on what could be expungable, what couldn't. And they kept, obviously, as you may recall in those days, they didn't want to give an inch on anything. Yeah. And at one point I said, you know what, let's just keep the law the same. And they said, well, what do you mean? I said, yeah, except I want to remove all discretion. From now on, third offense applies to everyone. First, second, third, 25 years. You get no discretion. If you would have seen, their heads basically started spinning. Because as you and I both know, that entire process, the way it was structured, was that if you were a have, you got first offense 100 times. If you were a have not, third offense, you were 25 years in jail. Mm-hmm. And the moment I told them that let's just make it equal, they didn't want it to make, they wanted it separate but equal. They didn't want it equal. Yeah, that's kind of how the state operates sometimes. And we in the city of New Orleans need to seize our opportunities when we can to differentiate ourselves from that. To your point, Chad and Bruce, when it comes to the businesses of the returned citizen, the formerly incarcerated, I think the city might want to take a look, and I say city as in this council might want to take a look at how we define disadvantaged businesses. Right now, we define them as those businesses that are historically disadvantaged in the process, which typically applies to mainly women and different minority groups. I think it might be worth considering looking at the level of discrimination against the formerly incarcerated, saying maybe we should include those businesses in those same groups. Because if we were to do something like that, it wouldn't require us to rewrite the whole law. If we just put them in that part of the law, every single thing we have pertaining to DBEs, they'd suddenly be eligible for. As far as, for example, when the city is pushing different contracting, the council I know is very active on trying to increase disadvantaged business participation. You just get included in that group. So that's something I'm willing to work with y'all on to look at. I can tell you the city itself does not practice what it preaches. And let me give you a quick story. As someone who was onboarding recently, I came across a situation in HR where they were still firing people for testing positive for marijuana. And as I dug deeper into this, many of the people they were firing had prescriptions for marijuana.
Wow.
So even though we all know this is the truth, and a lot of it was resolved, but think about that for a second.
Yeah.
The city was actively discriminating against people using their own bias because, oh, test positive for weed, you must be a weed head. They didn't even consider for a second under the current law in the state of Louisiana with the prescription. It's just like having having codeine because you had a back surgery or being on a variety of controlled substances that are legally there for medication. I wouldn't go so far as to pat the city on the back yet that it practices what it preaches, because I don't think it's there yet. I'll tell you that when I was onboarding and they wanted me to do my background check, I was like, my what? Wait, before I onboard, you want my background check? Well, first off, you can't background check an elected official because we're elected and the people already saw our background. But the point being that as part of the process, there's still drug testing and background checks and all the same stuff they've been doing since the 80s. And though it wasn't quite ban the box bad, like they didn't actually check something saying I was formerly incarcerated, it still was a very, I think Freddie and I compared it to taking the LSAT. It was like 7,000 pages of stuff. And if you did any part of it, apparently they threw you down a chute in the back into the trash heap. Yeah. So I think the city still has a lot of work to do as far as making us a welcoming position. I think that we do not have enough formerly incarcerated people in city government in positions at all. I think we still are not practicing what we preach there. But more importantly, I think that it's very important as a city that if we are going to advocate for things like this, and we're going to try and get the spotlight for being on top of these things, that groups like you guys should hold us to account on those issues. But this is a crime meeting, and I'll be remiss if we didn't talk about that for a little bit. I think, and I know that Norris and I have had this conversation, Chad, and talked about how we really do not utilize First 72 enough for mentorship for at-risk kids. Yeah. Because I think that there is a huge disconnect for kids who are getting wrapped up in this life and not seeing the outcome. Absolutely. And I think that is an area which I want to work with Councilmember Thomas in particular and Councilmember King, and working with NORD and other programming to get, could you imagine how different things would be if you had like coaches who were formerly incarcerated people coaching these kids? Like people who had lived that life, and when they see kids, they'll be the first one to spot a kid going in that direction. You know what I mean? And say, wait a second, this kid's starting to do the dirt I was doing at his age. Like these are people who have come back, have succeeded, and they are the ones who could be the first line of defense in helping us reach these kids who are unreachable. I'm not talking about any kind of that scared straight nonsense. Guys don't work about bringing some kids to OPP and they're going to scare and go straight. It's more that you reach kids and say, this person who came from the same background you did, who made the wrong turn, they came back, but they can tell you, I've been where you're at. You don't want to make this turn. And they are the kind of people that just can reach them in a different way, and we're underutilizing them. And I think that that's somewhere we definitely need to investigate.
Councilman,
half our organization wants to coach football, so I mean, we're ready to go.
Yeah, and actually, it's funny enough. Right before COVID, sort of shut everything down a year and a half ago, almost 2 years ago now. Son of a Saint, the first 72 plus, we're talking about just that, because so many of the fatherless males that they're mentoring, these male figures are not in their life because of a period of incarceration. And so why not have this pay it forward, really redemptive relationship between the folks who have been through this system and had to fight for their own family reunification, show up in the lives of the young folks that Son of a Saint, Silverback, and so many others are working with. So to take that to the next level, and I do believe NORD has some restrictions with regards to the background check to be a youth coach. I'm not sure if it's an open charge or a past felony conviction, but that's a great pathway for more folks to get involved.
And obviously, it depends on what your past charge was, but
yeah,
we certainly need to work with NORD to try and loosen that up, because honestly, if somebody was dealing weed in their 30s and spent 10 years in jail, probably in Louisiana, maybe 20 years in jail, and they're able to come back and mentor kids, that's not something we should be discouraged. Now, Bruce, Norris and I talked also, I've been really pushing for more civilian participation in NOPD. And one of the things that I threw out there as kind of an idea that Norris really weighed in on, I probably talked to you about, I said, what if we had civilians staff the substations rather than police? And something Norris threw out there is that you probably have community people that would be much more receptive and helpful to civilians in a police station than being terrified of going in a police station to share information if they knew they were giving it directly to a police officer, because we're not there yet as far as people trusting the police. And that might be an opportunity as we try to integrate more civilians in the police department so that the officers can focus on what they do, but have civilians in certain roles. That's honestly, you might have better community outreach if the people outreaching, they are police officers, but they're civil. I mean, they're in the department, but they're not police officers, as an alternative with that kind of community engagement, because depending on where you come from, what part of the city you're from, and decades of bad blood and bad interactions, no matter how great that community relations police officer is, you still might not be comfortable.
Yeah. And, you see a lot of mediation programs, the IPMs as well. You see programs that are really starting to embrace people with conviction histories and incarceration histories, because we can really relate with the folks that we're trying to mediate and listen to and share back. And we can understand sometimes, people may not have the best ability to describe what's going on because they might be a little short on words. But if you've been there, you don't always need all those words to really understand and connect with them.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of opportunities to utilize the resources y'all provide in non-traditional ways. And I think we need to be very open as a city. I think it's not enough. I think y'all said something that really kind of struck a chord with me. You have organizations that kind of do what y'all do, but the people who run them and operate them have had no experience being incarcerated ever. And so they kind of know what to do on paper, but they lack that authenticity. And I think organizations like yours, there really is an opportunity to get y'all integrated into crime prevention and violence, violence interruption in ways that you can't have in other cities because organizations like y'all's don't exist. I mean, the reality is that when you look at the cycle of crime in the city, a lot of it revolves around violence and retaliation for violence. It's pretty much like the cycle. And if we're ever going to interrupt that, we have a variety of things that are nationally recognized, like more education, more, better funded or more resource fed police or more whatever. But in another way, the people that really know what's going on in a given neighborhood are more likely to be the people at the first 72 than anyone in the police department or anyone else in those organizations. And if there was some way, I'm not talking about the S word. I'm talking about the S word. Just saying that if there is an opportunity for us to work with organizations like yours and like the Youth Empowerment Project and other organizations in the city that all have proven track records to figure out how we can meet people where they are to interrupt that cycle of violence, we need to be leaning pretty heavily into that. So thank y'all for being here. I look forward to working with y'all on this. We should definitely visit soon on the DBE piece. I think that might be a way to really do something that could be a simple change of language that could really open up opportunities for those businesses owned by the formerly incarcerated, because they are a group that is pretty heavily discriminated against. And it might not require us to write a whole new like code. It could just be one line, then it plugs into everything else. So thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate, I just want to say, the spirit of cooperation that, that we're hearing in the city, from y'all, but also from other agencies. Obviously, DA Williams is someone that we know going back, and, we write grants. I heard a little bit from other people about grant writers or whatever. We almost came at y'all with a $10 million check and said, hey, you want to do this program or not? And, so some of this stuff has to have some cooperation and permission. We can design all these programs, but again, if it's going to be like, y'all can't come on this side of the street, well, it's like, well, I guess we're going to keep our $10 million on our side of the street, right? But I think we can get money, but we really need to be able to design something that is comprehensive, that does cover different bases, and in some ways is going to be, beta model for the whole country, because people are looking at the things that we're able to accomplish. Because here in New Orleans, we've been hit by mass incarceration harder than anyone ever anywhere. And so because of that, we're in position to try to push back and rebuild. And so I personally, and I'm speaking for Norris at this moment, we definitely want to build with the city and do things with y'all and what all the different agencies, right? We can come up with some things that are comprehensive and systemic reforms, schools, you name it, but it's going to really require the formerly incarcerated community to come together, the rest of the community, and understand that we're one big community. And that's how we're going to make this thing work.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments for Mr. Riley or Mr. Sanders? Jump right in.
I wanted to say thank you for the work y'all do. And since we're talking about crime and crime prevention and catching kids early rather than late, it's a rhetorical question. I just wonder how many kids that commit crimes at an early age have parents that are returning citizens that can't get a job. There are parents that are victims to mass incarceration. Just want to put that out there for the people. This problem didn't start today. This problem perhaps started not centuries, but decades ago. And we're seeing it come full circle in our face right now. So, but thank you for the work you all doing to try to reverse that pattern.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'd also like to take an opportunity to thank Mr. Sanders and Mr. Riley for presenting today and for the work that you do in the community. And I look forward to seeing any proposals that you have as to how we might work together with you to help enhance the quality of life in our city. But thank you for presenting today.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Riley, Mr. Sanders, for being with us. We appreciate your comments and your presentations.
Thank you. Y'all's fortitude today is a good sign for all of us. So hang in there. You got 45 minutes remaining.
Well, yeah, probably a little more, and I think the Zoom isn't going to end. So,
all right, bye-bye.
For the public's purposes, I wanted to let everyone know, I've let the council members know already via text, that the presentations from Sheriff Marlon Guzman and also from Captain Mike Glasser, PANO President, those will go now to the G8 Governmental Affairs Committee meeting on Wednesday. So they will be presenting then under Councilmember Morrell's committee, the Governmental Affairs Committee. I'll also mention that Councilmember Thomas also has a full agenda coming up this week with the Criminal Justice Committee as we continue the dialogue with our criminal justice stakeholders on this very urgent crime matter. With that being said, we have two presenters left, and the next group of presenters are with the mayor's office. So this is Josh Cox, the Senior Advisor and Director of Strategic Initiatives for the Mayor, and also Commissioner Tanisha Stevens with the Office of Criminal Justice Coordination. So Paul, whenever they are on the Zoom, let me know and we will begin with them.
Josh is on, I believe. I'm looking for Commissioner Stevens.
Hey, Mr. Cox, sorry that you've had to wait so long, but it's been, as you probably heard, pretty thorough conversations with each panel. Thank you for your patience.
No, thank you, Madam President. We appreciate the invite and the opportunity. It appears that I could be having technical difficulties with my camera, and so I might just swap computers really quickly, if that's okay.
We'll wait for Miss Tanisha Stevens to log on too.
All right, thank you.
Paul, do we have Tanisha on?
She's trying to connect now. There she is.
Hey, Commissioner Stevens, how are you? Commissioner Stevens, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. How are you? Good night.
Good. Mr. Cox is having a little problem with his camera, so he's switching out computers. So if you'd like, we can take you first with your presentation.
I see him.
Oh, there he is. Now,
Yeah.
there he is. Got computers. So Mr. or Ms. Stevens, whoever wants to go first, you can begin with your presentation.
I'm happy to go, but Commissioner, I defer to you if you'd prefer to go first.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Okay, I'll go ahead and go then.
Okay.
Thanks, Madam President, members of the council for having us. Do we have the presentation that we sent along?
Is that the one? Great.
Thanks, Paul. But before I dive into this presentation, I've got two additional members of my team who'll be presenting with me. The first is Patrick Young, who runs the Mayor's Office of Gun Violence Prevention. He's the director. The second person is Julia Fleckman, who's been our lockstep partner at Tulane's School of Public Health in helping us launch and continue to develop the Violence Policy Lab so that we can continue to improve on violence reduction efforts and interventions over time. So with that, I'll go ahead and dive in. Paul, next slide, please. So we didn't get here overnight. As you've heard repeatedly throughout the past 10 hours, this is a city that has had more than 120 murders every single year for the last 50. And so when Mayor Cantrell was elected, her transition team made it a priority to create a task force to deliver recommendations to the administration about how to move forward in terms of creating and delivering public health interventions to reduce violence. All of that work culminated in the launch of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention in April of last year. Next slide. The office has three core, well, here's an organizational chart, which we can go back to, but the office has three core functions. We've got 10 employees. The first function is to deliver public health interventions. Next slide. The second function is to evaluate the effectiveness of those interventions. And then the third is to attract and retain sustainable funding so that buckets 1 and 2 can be sustainably funded. As you've heard throughout the course of today, there is never enough money for all of the interventions and all of the programming that's required. And so what we have made it a focus of doing
Your
is to try to
conference is
figure out
already in progress. For
is to try to-
11 hours, 10 minutes, press pound or star to continue the conference. Otherwise, your conference will end in 15 minutes.
Is to try to create and develop alternative funding streams to fund this work. So we'll get into that in a bit. Next slide, please. So interventions, we've got 4. Next slide. The first intervention that we have is transitional employment opportunities for folks who are returning home from incarceration. We've, for the past year and a half, have been working with Center for Employment Opportunities, CEO Works, to provide those transitional jobs. In year 1, the city funded this organization at $600,000. For this year, in 2022, we just signed the CEA for $1 million of funding. CEO has 10 individuals that administer the program and that manage it. As of the whole time CEO Works has been in New Orleans, they've served a total of 174 clients. Half of those clients have been placed in full-time employment. And this year, with the increased investment, they're projected to serve an additional 125 clients. And so we're really excited about CEO Works, and that's our first intervention. The second intervention is very similar. It's around economic opportunity. Next slide. As you've heard, the pandemic has hit young people especially hard. Individuals who would normally be connected to an entity like school are more disconnected than ever before. And so we, through philanthropic funds, we raised $250,000 over 2 years to start an 8-week jobs program called the Jumpstart program that's been running for 9 months. It teaches young people soft skills and then connects them with the Office of Workforce Development. Our target here was young people who had sort of vanished, right? I mean, if you talk to individuals who work at schools, you'll hear that throughout the pandemic, a lot of them have been unable to connect with kids, have been unable to find kids. And so our goal was to use this jobs program and the fact that young people will get paid for showing up as a way to get them reconnected with a system and then ultimately connected with an apprenticeship opportunity for the remaining 9 months of the program. Now, 3 employees run this program. And so far, through the first 9 months, we've had 60 applicants. Only 20 of those applicants have fully completed the program. As you know, this is a transigent population that, it's often, they've often got lots of needs or things that pull them away or that make it more beneficial in their interest to do something else. And so, we're working diligently to figure out the things that we can do to increase that completion rate. But of the individuals that have fully completed the program, only 5% have recidivated. And, we're looking to continue this jobs program for young people who are between the ages of 16 and 24. Our third intervention, I will turn over to Patrick Young, who's the director, to brief you on the last 2 interventions before moving on.
All right, Josh. Thank you, Council, for having us. Our Barbers and Beauticians Collective, we're excited about launching this. It was a new initiative in the city. We only have roughly 11 employees in our organization, which isn't enough to really cover the entire city. Our program is an upgraded version of what was formerly Cure Violence. And in the initial model, you will focus on either a 4-block radius, like if there's another organization like Cure Violence in New York, they only focus on a 4 to 6 block radius. Whereas here in our city, we have to focus on the entire city. And so expanding it, we wanted to find out, well, who are those real credible messengers within the community? And what you'll find, whether it's someone who's formerly incarcerated, whether it's a judge, whether it was someone who is doing violent behavior, they all go to the barber or they are interacting with the beauticians in the community. And so we wanted to empower and enable those community leaders in our city, and also make a resource base where if there are issues where we need to de-escalate or resolve conflict, we have people who are able to intervene and interrupt, and we're able to try to de-escalate that situation before it turns violent. And so we launched our first Barbers and Beauticians Collective. We had 13 people graduated. What was great about that is that they were able to now empower themselves to host other community events where they could de-escalate and talk about violence. They held their own Christmas and giveaways and back to school events, but they started engaging more in their community as a unified front. There's a saying that we like to say, we can't have peace in our community if we're working in pieces. So the whole thing is, how can we enable our community leaders to not only work with the community, but also be resource bases to where if we need information, if we need assistance, if we need to give information about supportive services within City Hall, if someone wants to learn how to get a job or get connected to CEO or our Jumpstart program, they can go directly to their neighborhood barber or beautician and get that information and access it quickly. We're looking to start a new cohort this spring, and we also want to expand our reach, not only with barbers and beauticians, but with the masking community and also with bar and lounge owners as well. We teach a de-escalation method. We teach conflict resolution skills, but we also teach cognitive behavior therapy, how to identify some of these behaviors that can lead to violence as well. Next slide. Our community crisis response team. So many people may not know that we respond to just about every shooting in the city. And that response is twofold. We have a responder that goes to the hospital, and we have a responder that goes to shooting scenes. So the whole goal is for us to find out what information can we get to one, stop the spread of violence so there's no retaliation, or to try to get in front of it to see what's really going on in the community, and can we interrupt it and do our responses to where we can help try to de-escalate that situation as soon as possible. So not only do we respond to the hospital, we also respond now to the community where the shooting takes place, to talk to family and community members on scene to really see what happened, what can we do, and how we can prevent it from happening again. We've increased our follow-ups, not only inside the hospital, but also the follow-ups outside of the hospital. When people discharge, we were able to go to the homes and back into the communities to see exactly what services are needed. It's really important. And I also want to thank my team while I have the time. They're some of the hardest workers you'll find, because they are actually taking a chance every day going into the most violent situations, the most violent confrontations, and they're putting themselves in a way to try to de-escalate this situation. So I'm really proud of my team, and I just want to give them credit while I have this time, because it's not easy work. I also asked the council if you're ever interested in coming on and seeing what that looks like, because a lot of times people say, well, what's being done, what's not being done. I ask that we invite you to come to a shooting response, come to a shooting scene response, get engaged and come down to office and see our program in action, see how we're using new techniques and new trainings, and how we can really de-escalate some of these situations. Some stuff that's not even being seen nationally, some of our social media violence intervention programs. So it's important that we engage, but again, we can't have peace if this community is in pieces. So I'm really thankful for this conversation today, and we look forward to working with you.
Thanks, Pat. Next slide. So now that we've walked through the interventions, the next piece is evaluating the effectiveness of those interventions over the long term. What I neglected to mention at the beginning is that, this isn't meant to be a fly-by-night strategy. Our thinking is, how do we make progress on this over a 50-year time horizon? If it took us 50 years to get to this point, we're not going to flip a switch and all of a sudden be out of it. But what we do want to do is build the infrastructure so that 10 years from now, we're way better off, not only in terms of the interventions and the number of interventions that we have, but also in terms of understanding what interventions work, what interventions provide the best bang for your buck, and which things we should do and shouldn't do. And so evaluation is a core piece of this. Next slide. I want to introduce, again, I know I briefly introduced her, but Julia Fleckman, who's an associate professor at Tulane School of Public Health. She's been, again, a stalwart partner with us. We've been working together for the past 2 years to create the policy lab, this infrastructure that's going to embed within the Office of Gun Violence and within the interventions that we do to better assess them. So I'll turn the mic over to Julia to talk about our partnership, to talk about some of the great wins we've already had, and what the council and the city can look forward to from the policy lab.
Thanks so much, Josh. And thank you, council members, for having us come and speak today. I think this is a really important conversation. So I'll just echo that and talk a little bit about what we're thinking about in terms of the Violence Prevention Policy Lab and some of the evaluation work we are doing currently and have been doing over the course of the past few years. So as many of you know, federal funding particular to gun violence prevention has been restricted for almost 30 years. And really last year was the first year where a lot of that, those restrictions were lifted, and now federal funding is streaming into really doing more rigorous research around gun violence prevention and intervention specifically. And the work that's been done to date, has, despite those challenges, there's been some excellent work. So we're trying to build off of that here to really think about how we evaluate citywide programs, both that are being implemented as part of the city of New Orleans and with several of our community partners. Many of you I hear referencing many of the mentorship organizations that are here in the city. Son of a Saint, Daughters Beyond Incarceration, Brothers at Peace are a few that we work with directly. And some of those organizations to really think about gun violence and violence prevention holistically, to understand what's working and what's not, and evaluate those existing reduction interventions. And our hope with this policy lab is that we have the capacity to continue this rigorous work and think about more public facing reports and other communications to really make this more widely known. And I think this is a great opportunity to engage with you all in the city council to think about how we can communicate what's working. I also think that something that's really been missing nationally, and I heard Jeff talk about this a little bit this morning, but I think even more so is really thinking about the risk factors and the protective factors that might encourage or discourage gun violence from a prevention angle. So we're really trying to think about how we understand those factors really carefully and how we can support both prevention and mitigation activities. So if we have limited resources, how do we really target and think about the young folks that we need to target to prevent this from happening in the first place, and to certainly reduce recidivism as we go. So those are the kind of two primary components that we're considering. And this has been a partnership that we've been working on pretty extensively with my team over at the Tulane Violence Prevention Institute, with multidisciplinary faculty, folks in public health like myself, social work, psychology, medicine, sociology, law. So we're really thinking about this from multiple angles and really thinking through with Josh and Patrick and their team how we can do these evaluative efforts in real time and improve programming and policy in real time. So that's a bit piece of that. And if we could switch to the next slide, please. So as of now, we've been really lucky and grateful to have secured some major—
Your conference is already in progress. For 11 hours, 24 minutes, press pound or star to continue the conference. Otherwise, your conference will end in 1 minute.
I really commend you all for sitting through all of this. It's a big effort. So we've been really excited to secure some funding over the past couple of years, and even more so in the past 6 months, to really build out this initiative and build not only put together the different data sources that we've been looking at, but really put those into one central database to understand all the data sources we had and some of the mechanisms we need to collect data and start doing these types of analyses. So we're in that process now of hiring a director for this lab that will be a joint effort between my institute and the city as a part of this policy lab. We have a data analyst that works with our team that we've secured some funding for.
We're sorry, your conference is ending now. Please hang up.
That's starting out this work on this process now. And some of this was secured through philanthropic support by the Kellogg Foundation, which really helped develop out the initial stages of this lab. And then my team at Tulane, in partnership with Josh and his team, along with several other community partners, have secured a center grant through the Centers for Disease Control. And it's one of 5 nationally funded centers. In fact, we're the first center to ever exist in the Gulf South that's specifically focused on youth violence prevention and intervention. So this funding just came through at the end of September, began October 1st, which is a really exciting time for us to hopefully have some real infrastructure and support to do this work. And we additionally I want to give a shout out to Baptist Community Ministries, who really believed in our vision and has also given us a little bit of additional funding. So we're excited to have these 2 employees that between Josh's team and my team can really provide supervision and support for how we not only do data analysis, but how we really communicate those messages to the public and how we actually improve programming and some of that development in real time. And I want to say too, just as a quick side note too, is that there are lots of prevention efforts that are going on as a part of this too, beyond just what the programming that was mentioned as a part of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. My team has worked quite a bit with both the National Institutes of Health and the Centers for Disease Control to consider other ways for preventing violent crime in the city. Anything from really thinking about the built environment. I think that's something that has been missing from the conversation a little bit, is thinking about the built environment, and that a lot of our families and young folks don't have access to green space and other safe environments just to really be outside and be in their neighborhood. So it's something we're looking at now as a part of a major study, along with some investments in early child care and some additional components for families. So these are all projects that, have been funded over the past few years as a big national conversation about these things, along with what's happening in New Orleans. So I want to just emphasize that, these are some data-driven solutions that we're investigating. And I look forward to talking to you all more about that, hopefully. I'll pass it back over to you, Josh, if that's okay.
Thanks, Julia. And before I move on to the last section of the presentation, I want to highlight the fact that, right now as a city, we have all of this information about, where shootings are happening. We have all of this information about crime statistics. But as Jeff Asher mentioned earlier, those crime statistics don't necessarily make clear causation. Obviously, we're able to potentially draw inferences or make some conclusions, but the goal here is to do research in such a way that we have very clear conclusions and causal conclusions that we can draw about what works, what doesn't, why things are happening, so that as we as policymakers are making these really tough decisions about how to spread out limited resources, we can do it with the best information possible. Next slide. Sustainable funding. Next slide. This office commissioned a fiscal analysis of the cost of gun violence, and to nobody's surprise, it found that gun violence is actually extremely expensive. In 2018, there were 474 shootings, and those 474 shootings had an excess total healthcare costs of $25.7 million annually, which breaks down to about $58,000 per individual. And this is over the projected healthcare spending for the population of those 474 people. So that means that, That $25.7 million number doesn't include dental visits. It doesn't include going to your pediatrician or to your heart doctor, et cetera. These gunshot costs are over and beyond. Interestingly, 70% of that $25.7 million number was paid for by Medicaid insurers, which actually creates an interesting opportunity. If we've got Medicaid insurers and managed care organizations who are gonna be footing this excess bill, if we could take the approach of saying that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, not only would we be able to save those health insurance companies money, but we could also actually get more money for these interventions and for prevention work on the front end before someone is shot, not on the back end when someone is in the hospital. And so we have been working over the past year and a half to bring this idea to life. We have a stalwart partner in Humana Health who paid $100,000 to do a feasibility study of this in New Orleans. That concluded at the end of last year. And we are in talks with another philanthropic funder to fund phase 2. And at the end of phase 2, what we should have is a social impact bond or an outcomes-based financing deal that allows us to expand the budget that we have to include far more interventions, to include far more people than we currently have now. And this is an opportunity of us trying to think creatively about how we can turn the costs that all of us in the city are experiencing from violence into something that we can use to actually prevent violence on the front end. And so obviously I would love to be able to have our consultants in that apparatus come present to you all. And in fact, Councilmember Thomas, I would love the opportunity to do a more full presentation on all of this. We'd love to be able to bring our community partners because it's not just us that does this work. We'd love to bring in our partners who do the Jumpstart program. Their work is amazing. We'd love to bring in the folks from CEO Works who do an incredible job. And so we hope that we'll be given that opportunity in the coming months. With that, I will yield the floor to any questions.
Thanks, Mr. Cox. So for the City of New Orleans Office of Gun Violence Prevention, the total funding allocation?
So the total funding that funds all of the programs that you just saw is for 22, 1.9 million. What we get from the City of New Orleans in the budgeting process is about 568,000.
Gotcha. So then the rest comes from grants and things like that.
Yes, ma'am.
So what are going to be the metrics that you utilize to see how successful the office is or isn't? Is it reduction in murder rates, reduction in shootings? How much of a reduction are you looking for? Give me what those metrics look like.
Yeah, so first of all, that's why I'm trying to create the apparatus so that, I'm not a scholar, right? I mean, my goal is to improve over time because frankly, as Councilmember Thomas said, this isn't a new problem. And so what I'm depending on is for us to, get the folks from the policy lab in so we can have a baseline. And then, we want to be held accountable to improving off of that baseline for all of the interventions that we continue to do. So, for our hospital crisis team, whatever the baseline is after we're able to, get this up and going, we want to come present that to you. And then we want you to hold us accountable on a semi-annual or annual basis for whether we've made improvements or whether we haven't.
So when is this baseline team coming in?
Well, we have the money and we're currently actually interviewing folks right now. So hopefully at some point in March, knock on wood.
I would just think having this baseline assessment done to then later determine if programs are working is actually what's necessary to guide funding. So, you've got $1.9 million now with programs that were built without this initial assessment. So I think that, this assessment, with all due respect, maybe a bit late because maybe that should have come first. so that we could figure out like what are the things that we need to build and how, and what are the metrics as to how to measure it?
Well, this didn't just come out of nowhere, Councilwoman. So, when I mentioned the task force at the beginning, the task force actually went through a whole host of data, went through a whole host of research. Tons of individuals from the community were on that task force, some of which actually presented before you today. And the research suggested that the best interventions that you could do were, number one, offering jobs, and number two, cognitive behavioral therapy. Now, part of the problem here is that this hasn't really been studied at the federal level at all, right? It hasn't been studied anywhere in America. So you can't go to Chicago and ask them the exact same question that you're asking me and expect to get a very clear, cogent answer, because the federal government hasn't funded this kind of research since 1996. And so what?
But you're saying that if like it's hard to get this answer, but because there's not a lot of research, then how is this baseline team going to be able to provide those answers for us?
I mean, that's the point, right? That they're going to be doing the research. That's why we're bringing in public health research experts to be able to give us this baseline assessment about, okay, here's where you should be, here's where you shouldn't be. Because frankly, anything else is just telling you numbers, right? And that's important. Numbers are a particular metric. We just had some of them in our presentation. But what I'm really interested in is doing a more robust, more rigorous comparison about what is actually likely to change an outcome versus what a particular input is.
Let me ask you this, what's happening with YouthWorks NOLA? I didn't see any presentation on that.
YouthWorks? So I don't manage that out of my office. I believe Emily Wolf and the Office of Youth and Families might be able to provide a better update on that, but that isn't something that I work with that is an organization I work with closely.
Yeah, I'll ask her about that, because you just mentioned how, making sure that people get jobs, and this is really for youth jobs and youth internships, and it's so key, and it's been similar programs once really grown have been impactful in other cities. So I definitely want to get an update on that. But council members have questions, so let me turn it over. I think Councilmember Thomas had his hand up, and then I'll take Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Thomas? We'll take you, Councilmember Harris, and we'll come back to Councilmember Thomas.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and thank you all for appearing. I know the Biden-Harris administration had a comprehensive strategy and some funding out there in order to analyze and have programming around gun violence. And in fact, in Baton Rouge, there's a pilot program for a community violence intervention program. Baton Rouge, I think, is one of a dozen pilot cities where this is taking place. At any time, did the city attempt to become part of this pilot program or to seek any funding from this money that's out there? And it's American Rescue Plan money that can be earmarked for it, but there are also some specific strategies and programmatic things that came out of the Biden-Harris administration.
Thanks for the question. In fact, the White House actually spoke to us about what we were doing to inform their approach nationally on this issue. In fact, we were on a call with the White House about four months ago on this stuff. And so we've been in close contact with them. On the plan that you mentioned, we are doing effectively, almost everything that is on the list is a part of our overall prevention strategy. And so, I guess the short answer is yes, we've been in contact with them, but I think their approach was, how do we help municipalities that might not necessarily have the infrastructure that New Orleans does? And so I think that's why their resources went a different way. It's worth noting that there are not tons of cities across the US that have offices of gun violence prevention or that have even full-time employees that are devoted to this kind of work or this kind of intervention. And so, while certainly we as in New Orleans have a problem that we're working to improve on a daily basis, we do have assets and we do have some expertise and infrastructure that other cities lack.
Excuse me, Councilman Harris, can I just add on that part? We've sat in on 4 White House calls, or those CVIs. We do have those PowerPoints and the information that was shared that we also could submit to your office so you can see some of the findings. The Council for Criminal Justice just released a report that gave those 10 essential elements in which we could have in the city. The White House administration had 5 elements. Not only were we doing all 5, we were actually doing 8 elements while they were only suggesting that you do 5. So there's some information that we could submit to you that you can see what was the outcomes from that White House, those calls, and you can see exactly what those findings were.
I would love to see that information, and you can just shoot me an email or email it to the whole council. In talking with the White House, did you specifically ask for any money to supplement whatever city money plus grants that you've received for specifically the Office of Gun Violence?
So, I mean, we talked about alternative funding sources, and basically the short answer is from them is the money is in your ARP allocation. There won't be any additional money. However, that ARP allocation isn't all the money that's out there, as demonstrated by the grant that we got in conjunction with Tulane, right? That came from the Center for Disease Control, CDC, which is a federal entity. And so we've been working the angle with our federal partners to try to unlock as many dollars as possible, and we'll continue to do so.
Great. I'm just looking at this press release where there's a burn JAG funds, $276 million in grant funding. Do you know if you submitted or sought any of that grant money?
Well, Council Member or Commissioner Stevens, so that money for the City of New Orleans goes through the Office of Criminal Justice Coordination. So we didn't necessarily submit for it. However, one of the things that we have been considering, and that I would actually love your support and help on, is how we can get burn JAG allocation, because we're providing tons of social work. And right now, the majority of our staff has some sort of social work degree or background. And so that should be compensated through those funds because we are eligible for those funds. So it's something that we're actively looking for. I need to follow up with Commissioner Stevens, and I hope that I'll get your support on that when it comes time for it.
Yeah, I think any funding that we can get, especially grant money from the feds, is going to be important to support all the efforts to send gun violence. I think that's all I have for now, but I may have more questions after I hear the rest of the council members.
Thanks, Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Thomas, followed by Morrell.
First, thank you, Council President. And excellent questions, Councilmember Harris, Mr. Cox, Mr. Young, and Commissioner Stevens. Thank you, guys. Really good reporting and reading it, and thank you guys for what you do. Also, the men and women on the front lines with you guys every day, the barbers and beauticians, those who are out there in our community. We applaud them for doing their very best to try to impact this area. I've walked those streets and knocked on doors with your team before, consistently over the last several years, and participated in a lot of these events, as well as being a member of Peacekeepers and Beef Mediators, where we've settled several disputes in this community without any revenge or retaliation afterwards. I participated in 7 of those. And I'll ask you this question: given the success of Peacekeepers and Beef Mediators, why hasn't there been an effort to partner with that program, given its success? And I think now Peacekeepers and Beef Mediators are kind of on the sideline. Are y'all familiar with those programs? And since it was successful, why hasn't there been an effort to partner with them?
So just for a correction, we have, and so we did do a unified meeting, not only with the Peacekeepers, with 16 other organizations, Justice for Jameer Foundation with Larisha Roussel and mothers who lost their kids to gun violence, Moms Demand Action with Red and her group with the Brady Bill. We did reach out with Peacekeepers, and we had 16 organizations that came to the table to also discuss some of the findings from the CBIs with the White House and the ability to actually get some of the funding that their organizations may be entitled to as well. Some of the restrictions, though, at that moment, after that meeting, was we ran into some COVID issues, and we ran into situations where we weren't able to keep meeting in the respective ways. We opened our organization to offer trainings to those organizations where we provide trauma-informed care training, first responder training, because it's one thing to say that you want to help and get out into the community, but what we found is that you need the mental health intellect to understand how to deal with some of those traumas that we're encountering. So we reached out to get training so we can bring that, like motivational interviewing, and bring that to those organizations as an offer. We haven't been able to follow up again because some of the COVID restrictions that was put in place didn't allow us to meet.
Councilmember Morrell mentioned earlier, too often in government, especially if we're degreed or we're academically strong, we tend to think that our theory in our academic work kind of takes precedent over what's applied. We know there are many men and women out there who are ex-offenders like yourself, who not only have some of the letters and some of the work behind them, but they have the experience. How successful have we been at not just having, and nothing wrong with the academic types, but actually getting the applied science, those who understand violence, who've been victims of violence, who's perpetrated violence, and who've survived violence. How about that continuing effort?
Council member, here, let me just hop in, and then Pat, you can take it. It's been a huge priority of mine to make sure that this office is led by people who understand this experience intimately. And Patrick obviously has experienced incarceration, but he's also experienced violence happening to his own family. Tamara Jackson, who leads our clinical portfolio, she's had violence directly afflict her family. And so, council member, this isn't the academic side of the house driving the bus, nothing of the sort. It's actually very much people who know the struggles and the pain of violence leading the work and leading the folks that we hire in this office. And so that has been a huge part of the thinking, is to make sure that we have folks in leadership who know that deeply. But go ahead, Pat, please feel free to jump in as well.
And what we found in starting our community canvases, like you said, is that our community is so diverse and we can't do it alone. So we engage. One, we work with NOPD. We're at porch roll calls. We are working with them as far as when they respond to a shooting scene to solve, we respond to offer services to those communities that are hurting in those times. Again, our strongest phrase is that we can't have peace in New Orleans if we're working in pieces. So to draw in all of the different agencies and all of the different people with different backgrounds, not just only in peacekeeping work, but from the Hispanic community, from the Vietnamese community, that we need everybody at the table to figure out how we can engage in these communities to resolve some of these issues. And so we're willing to work and have a diverse workforce that reflects the city that we're trying to help.
So let's talk about what works. And I continue using this. I tell folk, I'm smart enough to know I don't know everything. I've learned from a lot of learned people in areas where I don't have expertise. And I keep using this, the law of crime concentration, Dr. Wiesberg. I've experienced it and learned it with Dr. Sharp, Dr. Penny, and Dr. Singh on some of our roundtable discussions that we've had on the show. And one of the successes of the Cure Violence and Ceasefire effort was when it was a concentrated effort, Patrick, I think several years ago, and they focused on Central City. Central City, we know, for a couple of decades was called a bucket of blood with the Big Four housing projects. And it had some of the highest violent statistics per capita in the world. When those offices and programs concentrated on that area with resources and partnerships, I think the number was 290 straight days without someone dying. So if we know what works, why did that kind of effort go away? And why aren't those kinds of efforts used throughout the city, especially because we know where the hotspots are?
So first, things update. And so I want to just inform that some of those things that were present, elements that existed in that moment, aren't elements that exist today. For instance, the majority, we were talking earlier about youth and armed carjacking and these youth that are engaging in those crimes, they're not hanging on the corner, they're not in parks, they're existing online. And there's a digital media violence that has to be interrupted outside of the community violence that you once saw in those early times. And so for us, we've been innovative in trying to invade that space to where we can do social media violence intervention, where you see the bullying, where you see the guns, where you see stuff that's being posted online. And how do we interrupt and intervene in that? Because the main people that, if you ride around uptown or in some of those central city areas, you're not going to see the people that you want to reach hanging out. And so the walk in the block and the credible messaging is trying to include some of those barbers and those beauticians who may be in those communities when we're not available as first responders, but also how can we invade this digital media space where we see violence erupt from school to the community, just in one tweet. So there are some inventive things that we're trying to update the program. We didn't do away with it. We just try to update and upgrade it.
I'm not going to continue to belabor this because, because of my relationship with you guys, I could talk about this. I ask questions all night, but two points before my final point, a question. Given, and the academic side of this is important, of those folk who study trends and theories and programs, that's equally important to those folk who apply it and do it every day. Given some of the study, Professor Fleckman and Josh, and some of the intelligence that you guys have gathered, why does it continue to persist that New Orleans is on this violence roller coaster every few years? What have you guys uncovered in terms of your academics and in terms of your research that makes us a lot less sustainable in stopping violence than other communities that once they get it, they've gotten it right for longer periods of time? What's the difference here?
So I'll start and I'll pass it to Josh. One thing that I noticed when I started working here was that the mayor did a great job actually in 2017, 2018, and 2019, where we were able to see that some of the violent crime, some of the interventions that were being taken place, the chief had added some issues and some programs, and we were working to reduce crime. We actually had a 40-year low in 2019, but then the pandemic hit. And the pandemic hit and it changed not only New Orleans, but you can see nationwide that every major city right now is dealing with some of the after effects and some of the problems where the shootings increased, the violence increased. There were other things that weren't explained. So we had a hurricane here in 2020 as well. And Lake Charles residents were actually moved to New Orleans, which brought in another element of things, and which makes the policy lab so important because it gives the full data analysis of what's going on and why it's going on, and what are some of the social determinants that we can use to prevent this from keep happening over and over again.
I hear you about the pandemic and Ida and COVID, but it's not a new phenomenon for the city of New Orleans. As a matter of fact, in conversations with Chief Ferguson, when he was being patted on the back about those great reductions, I told him to watch out because in this city, crime goes down and then it does what? It goes up. So what I'm asking is, given the research and the study, what is the core reason here? I think the former mayor called it a culture of violence. I'll never buy it. I don't think Black people have this culture of violence that they try to label us with. But in terms of the science, what are the one or two things, Josh and Ms. Fleckman, we can do here? And excuse me, Julia. Well, what are the one or two things we can do here so that whatever models we institute, whatever investments we make, because we're gonna suppress crime again.
Yeah.
It's trending now. Everybody's on board. It's gonna happen. But if we don't do these 1, 2, or 3 things, we're gonna be right back here again with the same council or a new council or a new administration. What are those things?
Well, I'll start and I'll let Julia take up the rear. I mean, you know, if we're being honest, I don't know, right? Like, I can't tell you with certainty, here are the 2 things that, you know, are gonna hold true over the next 25 or 30 years. To do so would be disingenuous, and it would just be to lie to you. What I think is that, you know, economic opportunity has a lot to do with this. I think people's pockets and the money in them has a lot to do with this. When the mayor ran, she talked about how nothing stops a bullet like a job. And, you know, I think there's a ton of wisdom in that approach, because poverty breeds desperation, and it breeds understandable desperation. And so in the interventions that we have really taken a lot of time to start with, CEO Works, Jumpstart, it's about economic opportunity, and it's about getting money in people's pockets and getting them connected with employment that makes sense for them.
And I'll just follow up with that, Councilman Thomas, that the answer to that is that, and particularly with the development of guns, we don't have that answer nationally. It doesn't exist. I do think that what we do know is there are certain structural and social determinants that have been, those are the most clear, right? Most clear indicators. Economic opportunity is one of them. We've now made some connections with around historical practices of redlining, gentrification that are directly linked to gun violence, and those are new things that are developing. And I think those are, you know, living in the Gulf South in a place like New Orleans, there, you know, that's a unique context when you think about some of those structural and social determinants. That, you know, there's a lot of history there that we have to consider, that make it sort of this, you know, like you said, unique place where this happens. So unless we start to think about kind of addressing those inequities, you know, we'll probably keep running into this.
Okay, well, and I'm going to close with telling you some things I'm sure of. Black boys and girls, and Black boys specifically, Patrick, can get a gun quicker than they can get a job. In African-American neighborhoods, they can be flooded with drugs and illegal weapons quicker than 5G, 4G, and computers and programs and resources. And let me say this, and I've said it before, anyone who believes, and we're gonna all fight, man, and so the business community that's watching and the community that's not used to crime that's watching, man, we're gonna do what we have to do to make us safe now. So remember the statistics, or 52% of Black men in this community of working age didn't have a job. Now we're bragging because it's down to 44 or 46%. So how can we have one of the largest portions of the largest ethnic group of community mired and stuck in the highest unemployment, underemployment, and poverty statistics? What about that is going to equal a safe city? Where does it happen? Anywhere in the world where poverty is so prevalent in your largest population that you can expect quality of life and safety. Somebody name me where that place is. And why would it be here if we still know that young Black boys, and we're afraid to talk about them today, have access to less resources than any social ethnic group in this city, have access to less employment opportunities and education than any group in this city, if we're not targeting them for resources, if we're not targeting them as a group that matters, why are we surprised when they pick up a gun? Thank you. Thank y'all very much.
Councilmember Morales.
Thank you for your time and attentiveness. I know this meeting has run very long, but I'm not going to belabor the point, but I've got a couple of questions I have to ask, and I'm going to apologize in advance if my tenor is not what you were expecting. But this is the Office of Gun Violence Protection. How long has this office been in existence?
It started in April of 21.
April of 21.
Yes.
Okay. And my understanding is before this office, first we had Ceasefire, then we had Cure. Is that correct?
We did.
Okay. I guess my question is, what is the metric through which you demonstrate success? Because I'll tell you right now, I've listened to your presentation. I've listened to Councilman Thomas's very direct questioning, and I'm not hearing, here's how we show you what we're doing. It's actually improving the situation. Where is that number?
It's foolish for me to give you a number because what we're trying to do is actually improve over time. The goal, as stated, actually, I believe it's on our website. The goal is that we eventually get to a city where gun violence is dramatically reduced. The problem here is that we've been experiencing incredible levels of this for 50 years. It also has not been, there also hasn't been money from a federal perspective to study this. And so we are not in any way against accountability. We're not in any way against metrics, which is why we actually created a whole function of the office purely to evaluate and to measure. And so you can get, and you will get, more detailed, direct numbers and metrics on programming soon. However, what we have now is inputs, which is what you're getting from lots of other programs all across the city that come to the city council talking about what they do. The reason we created this lab.
Mr. Cox, I have to give you pushback on that because I've dealt with programs across the city that do gun violence prevention interruption or do other kind of outreach. I can go to Melissa Sawyer right now with Youth Empowerment Project, and she can produce data showing what her organization has done, what kids they've touched, what was the outcome. I can go to Son of a Saint, great model, too expensive, and they can tell me directly, this is the money that came in, this is what we did with it, here's the outcome. The Silverback Society, which is not funded, I can talk to those guys. They can point me to all the kids they met and what those kids, how that turned out. I guess my question is, as I'm listening to this presentation, I am hearing a think tank. That is what I'm hearing. I'm not necessarily against think tanks, but this is a think tank. Am I incorrect that you're not a think tank?
Yeah, we're not a think tank because we've actually got programs that are happening on the ground. Look, we can talk about some metrics, right? We can talk about recidivism. We can talk about job placement. We can talk about completion rates of programs, but all of those things are secondary in my mind to outcomes. How many people stay out of jail 10 years down the road? How many people actually end up owning homes 10 years down the road? How many people are actually included in the economy 10 years down the road?
You know how,
we're not in this.
Mr. Cox, do you know how many companies and nonprofits will like to say, I promise you this will work out 20 years from now, give me money? Like that's essentially what you're saying. You're saying that we have a vision of how we're going to fix the city in 50 years. Give us these resources. You will not see the outcome in the short term. You will see the outcome 50 years from now or 20 years from now. Is that incorrect?
It's both, right? I mean, first of all, the money that we get from the city is actually quite minimal compared to the total number of funding that is floating all of the initiatives. That's piece one. But piece two is that it's both and, right? To act as if we haven't been in this problem for 50 years and that our predecessors haven't left us with the apparatus to be able to talk about these things in the way that we would like. I mean, that's just the true, naked, honest facts. And so our goal is now. Hold on, please let me. Please let me.
No,
finish.
you're at a council. Wait, Mr. Cox.
No.
Mr.
Sir, you asked me a question.
You are at a council meeting.
I would like to be able to finish my
talk
thought.
over me,
Sir. You should be
You
respectful.
understand how this works.
You are at a council
meeting
sir,
right
I
now.
refuse to, sir, I refuse
are
to be
at a council
disrespected.
meeting right
You asked me
now.
a question
You are
and
not
I
a
expect to be
finder of
given the
fact.
opportunity.
You
I
don't get
expect
to
to be given
talk
the
at me.
opportunity to answer that question. It's disrespectful for you to ask a question and not at least give me the space to finish my thought.
Council
Sir, we are
President
not-
Moreno, do you need to explain to Mr. Cox how council meetings work? Do you need to explain to him how council meetings work? I'm the finder of fact.
Sir, I refuse
I'm
to be
asking you
disrespected.
questions.
I refuse. You asked me a question and I wasn't even allowed to finish my thought. It's clear to me that you actually weren't interested in the answer. It seems as if you're interested in
If you
grandstanding.
can't give me an answer to a question in
If you can't
5
let me
minutes,
finish my
you need
answer,
30 minutes to
it's
give
clear
me
you're
an
not
answer.
interested in it.
If you need 30 minutes to give me an answer to a simple question, that tells me it's like I'm talking to a talking head on CNN right now.
Looks like the pot calling the kettle black, my friend. Look, maybe
Mr.
what we
Cox,
need to do, Councilwoman,
Cox,
is move on to another council
Cox.
person who's actually interested in asking questions
Council
and
President.
actually hearing responses. Because I didn't come in here to get into an argument for political grandstanding. We're truly busting our tails, doing everything that we can.
Really?
Certainly,
You're
we've
busting
got
your
things to
tail?
improve.
Give me something
Certainly,
you
we've
have
got things to
accomplished
improve upon,
in the
but
year
I
that
won't be
you've been around.
disrespected, especially by someone who isn't
give me a
interested in
solution.
actually hearing what I have
Give
to
me
say.
a solution of what you've done. Show me what you've done.
Sir, were you paying attention to the program? It's
was
clear to me
paying
that you
attention to
actually
the entire
weren't.
program.
Number one, we've raised $1.6 million. We've implemented a jobs program that's touched over 174 people over the past 18 months. It's expected to touch another 125 people this year, raised another $250,000. We have implemented a jobs program specifically for people ages 16 to 24 who've been disconnected from work and school. And those individuals, like that program is currently running for the past 9 months. We've also been, we've hired social workers so that we can deliver direct services to individuals and families who have been affected by gun violence, not only in the hospital, but also through an on-scene crisis response. We've also launched the Barbers and Beauticians Initiative to develop a wider network of peace ambassadors so that we have people that we can call on when we're in the midst of trying to do mediation. Sir, we talked about all of this. Either you weren't listening or you didn't care.
No, actually, what you're talking about is independently, you're duplicating the work of existing nonprofits that have done all the same work you're saying. Now you're going to let me talk. This office is akin to having an emissions reduction company in West Virginia while they're pumping coal. If you want to receive money, and you talk about all the money you've gotten, what you leave out, the public doesn't understand is this is a city-funded organization that is competing with existing nonprofits with other organizations to fund itself. But let me tell you why my tenor is what it is. Someone from your office just said, we just discovered that redlining and gentrification led to gun violence. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you this disconnected from the African-American community in the city of New Orleans, of what's been done to our community for years, that this is new information to you? Redlining and gentrification in the hotspots in the city that are caused by crime have existed for generations, and we know this. We've all known this. Every African-American person who's grown up in the city, who has lived here, has known that things in this city have been done to us. For you to get up here and tell me about all these things that you're doing that will yield results in 10 to 20 years, those are your words, not mine. What we need in this city right now is all boots on the ground with a sense of urgency to save lives. And honestly, what I've heard from this organization is more excuses than the DA, the police chief, and the judges combined. Because every one of them had some degree of saying, we could do something better. We could do something better to solve crime in the city. And honestly, I was never a fan of NOLA for life. I wasn't. When I was a senator, I did not think that it was the best spend of money. But what I will tell you is that as someone who is skeptical of the program, it had a result it could point to. I'm not familiar with CURE, so I can't speak to CURE. I don't know what CURE did or didn't do. What I'm telling you is that as a member of the budget committee, I am interested in budgeting for outcomes. I am not interested in government-funded think tanks. I'm not interested in policy that is progressive for the sake of being progressive, that gets national profiles. What I'm interested in is programs that have
actual results that we can measure, that actually save lives, that do not duplicate what other programs are already doing. As someone who's been on the board of several nonprofits, everyone is constantly competing for money. And I will tell you, I find it fundamentally unfair that now we have a government-sponsored entity that is competing with the existing nonprofits who have to show their metrics to their donors to continue to exist, to say, well, now we've got a government version of it that's got a great plan to solve crime in New Orleans in 20 years. So I don't think, I will say that there's a statement that you've used, or one of you used, nothing stops a bullet like a job. And I appreciate that was a very catchy slogan a couple of years ago. For everybody here who has family, I have family, everyone who has family affected by gun violence, to go, well, if there are more jobs, that would solve it, is a fundamental misunderstanding of the variety of factors that lead to violence in the city. It's not just not having a job, it's the sense of hopelessness. I've been in New Orleans East in the middle of streets with flipped over cars that are burnt out in neighborhoods where kids play because government has forgotten them. Doesn't matter if their parents have a job or not. If you're walking past a burnt out car every day, and when you drive in Lakeview or other parts of the city, God, a flipped over car is probably removed in a few minutes. That speaks to people. It speaks to their hearts that you don't, the city, not you, sorry, it's not you, the city doesn't care. So I appreciate all the slogans that are out there about this and that. This is the quick fix or the long fix or the side fix or the quarter fix, but I'm interested in results. And I've held every group that's come up here, except for the juvenile court judges when I was picking up my kids, but every group here, I've said, I've challenged them on what they can do to make this better. And I lay this challenge to you, and I say it serious as a heart attack as someone who's on the budget committee. I sincerely hope as we come to budget at the end of this year, you have metrics, independent metrics showing you accomplished something that can be felt today, not in 10 years. Thank you.
Excuse me, Councilman, before you, I appreciate your comments. And as I said before we started talking, if there's a shooting tonight, my team is going to respond. If there's a shooting at 2 a.m, my team is going to respond. If someone gets murdered, my team is going to respond. And so it's hard to hear because during holiday breaks, during COVID, my team was constantly responding to the shootings and killings that was happening in the city. We were able to respond to over 241 shooting responses, but we were able to connect with families. All those people that you're talking about crying, we're there. We're at those funerals. We're at those marches. We work with over 70 mothers who've lost their children to gun violence, trying to provide new economic services. At the JJIC, over the holidays when Thanksgiving was happening, we provided services to the parents of the kids who are at the JJIC in hopes that when those kids return home, they'll have a better environment, giving them access to legal help, access to resources. So again, my only ask is that after this thing, can you please just come to our office, come to a shooting response, come see for yourself exactly what the work looks like and how it's being done. Our model isn't nothing new. It is a public health approach to gun violence where we identify the risks, we identify the interventions and preventions, and our goal is to change the social norms. That has been the public health approach that has been given not only here for the city, but it's the same approach that what they was talking about earlier with the White House and those CVI programs has listed as the best approach to reduce gun violence. Again, I will gladly share that information, but I also invite you, please, just come to the office where you can see what those responses look like. Even tonight, if there is a shooting, we can contact your office.
There was a shooting on Chef Mentor Highway tonight. I had to reroute myself to get home to my children because they shut down all of Legion Fields trying to track the person who committed the shooting. I have 2 points to make real quick, Patrick. One, how many people are employed by your office in that outreach effort?
11.
11. Okay. Second, I'm glad you brought up JJIC because I'm going to say this to you, and I've said it to everyone, I've said it publicly. It's very disappointing to hear someone talk about the importance of JJIC and the resources there when the mayor of the city of New Orleans, and members of the previous council, defunded the Travis Hill Center. Where were you when they were defunding the Travis Hill Center? And we both know when you're talking about having kids, getting them metrics and results, a kid who gets a GED from the Travis Hill Center so they can get a JOB is less likely to end up in a negative situation. And for 2 years, well, 3 years, the administration fought to defund it. And for 2, they did. You know what Travis Hill does. You know how important it is. And that was defunded. And we had to come into the first step of this council was to put the money back in the Travis Hill Center and the JJIC to provide resources for kids. So we need to all pull in the same direction. And I agree with you. JJIC has got challenges, but it is an important part of solving the problem. And I'm very disappointed that the Office of Gun Violence Prevention couldn't show up to speak when they were defunding it to say, we work with JJIC. Travis Hill is important. Thank you, Madam President. I'm done.
Thank you, Councilmember Morrell. Anyone else want to make comments? All right, no one's going to follow that. All right, let's take next. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam President. I appreciate it.
Thank you, City Council.
Up next, Commissioner Stevens. You're up next with your presentation, please.
All right, good evening to everyone, and congratulations to those newly elected council members, and congratulations to you, Madam President, on returning to the council along with Joe Russo. As always, I've always stated, I'm here, accessible, and willing to work with anyone. If you have any questions, if you'd like to work with me, I'm here. I'll start off, I'll give you a little bit about my background to those new council members. I have spent the last 25 years working in the law enforcement capacity. I'm a graduate of Dillard University and Southern University, holding both criminal justice degrees from both of those institutions. I worked at NOPD, I've worked at the Attorney General's office, and I've worked at the District Attorney's office. And now I'm here at City Hall in the Office of Criminal Justice Coordination as your crime commissioner for the City of New Orleans. I do have a quick presentation. I won't take much of your time. And we'll start. And I have members of my staff present with me. And I also have Pat Watson, who may be in the waiting room. If not, she is on, as she is the lead on the ERC initiative. So I'll get to the first slide, if you will, Paul. Who are we? The Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice Coordination fosters system-wide communication and evidence-based policymaking to promote an accountable, coordinated, equitable, efficient, and effective criminal justice system, along with our juvenile justice. The vision of our office is to make sure humane and comprehensive justice for all persons at all points in the justice system to foster safe and flourishing communities. To the left, to my right, your left, is our org chart. My position, the Special Assistant, Urban Policy Specialist, Senior Manager for Criminal Justice, Senior Manager for Reentry, Grants Team and Administrator, and 2 grant managers and a fiscal manager, an interagency coordinating specialist, and a racial justice program manager. Next slide. So some of our work, or most of our work, is actually system coordination and collaboration amongst our criminal justice agency and also our nonprofits, our external partners. OCJC fosters collaboration among stakeholders, organizations, and community to propel the work forward. We most recently created new positions dedicated to coordination. That will be our interagency coordination specialist, racial justice program manager, and also we have a lead program fuse fellow. And we've implemented Zoom court, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. With municipal and traffic court, virtual court being the pilot program. We've provided direct services to people in jail and awaiting court, including emergency transitional housing, which we had worked with the first 72 on that, transportation, access to cell phones, and childcare. We facilitated interagency coordination meetings to manage the impact of COVID-19, which started around maybe April of 2020, right when we went into the shutdown of COVID from March 10th of 2020. And we have convened several interagency working groups among all of our criminal justice agencies to include civil district court. Next slide. Okay, so this slide just really provides some numbers for you all to look at and see the work that we've done. A combined total funding for our state, federal, and private grants, our VOCA funds. And VOCA funds is actually Victims of Crime grant funding. So just to list a couple of our partners is CASA from New Orleans, Catholic Charities, Children's Bureau, Children's Hospital Care Center, Covenant House, Metro Centers for Community Advocacy, New Orleans Family Justice Alliance, Office of Criminal Justice, Grant Administrator, Orleans Parish District Attorney, Orleans Parish Juvenile Court, Southeast Louisiana Legal Services, STAR, I think that was mentioned early on this morning, and the administrators of the Tulane Educational Fund in the Viet, which is the Vietnamese Community for Victim Assistance, just to name a few. And the next slide. Here are the agencies and organizations who have received funding through the Criminal Justice Council, in which 3 council members do have seats on those council, on the particular Sandy Krasner Criminal Justice Council. So just a few, I've mentioned a couple, the Coroner's Office, New Orleans Police Department, Family Center of Hope, Orleans Public Defender's Office, Family Justice Center, Louisiana Center for Children's Rights, Tulane, and the New Orleans Musician Clinic. And this is just a couple that we have been working with, but we do have some funding opportunities out there. We did not have enough space to put it on there for other people who have received funding. Next slide. So we do talk a lot in my staff meetings and with my team on how we reimagine our criminal legal system, and our overreaching goals to reimagine the legal system to include reorient government's response to safety, disorder, and health-related problems, improve public safety and public health through research-based, health-oriented, and harm reduction interventions, reduce the number of people entering the criminal legal system for low-level offenses related to drug use, mental health, sex work, and extreme poverty, address racial disparities at the front end of the system, sustain funding for alternative interventions by capturing and reinvesting criminal legal system savings, strengthening the relationship between our criminal legal system and our communities. Next slide. So while we're reimagining our system, we had a working group set up, the Orleans Parish Ethic and Racial Disparities Working Group. We had a few members from the council that was part of that group, and we just have the slide to show the funding. The amount of the funding was $125,000, and we also received funding for the year 2022 and 2023. We got the award letter just this past week. So we're excited about moving forward that work. We have a whole report. I'm not sure if you all have received the report, but we will send it out if you have not received the report. Sadie was one of our participants in the working group. We had about 24 other people, and it comprised of community members to see what they wanted to see as we look into the ethnic and racial disparities that we know are in our criminal justice system. And what we'll also like to talk about and do is we often talk about after the fact. So we need to be mindful of, we need to find a way to reach our people before they get system involved or before they touch the system. We need to see why people are committing crimes. We need to look at the whole family holistically. And we've done that. We've tried to really dive deep into what that looks like. And I will be remiss to say, I think I left one slide out to talk about the Evening Reporting Center that is geared towards reaching our young people. So I'll get into that, I think, before I go into question and answer. So is there another slide, Paul? Right, and this, okay, so this is our next slide on approaches in mental health. We've done a lot with that. recently we decided that it would be best for our mental health, the work on mental health, to be shifted to the health department. They had the capacity, they already had a working group. It was not another need to form a group that's already been doing the work. So they have taken on the mental health work to align it with their behavioral health, mental illness. So that work is being done through the health department. So it's just some of the things that we support and champion: several initiatives, Serious Mental Illness Task Force, the LEAD program, which was very positive in the 8th district when Captain Gurney was down there. It worked really well. We're working to expand that to every council district if possible. The work has been remarkable. We've had good partnerships with the National LEAD Bureau. We actually have a LEAD personnel in our office, a Fuse fellow that is working with the health department in Burns-Sherwood to stand that up. And right now, the latest talks is that John Legend is going to be one of the champions to help us with more funding for the LEAD program. So that is very exciting for us. VOCA grants pretrial services, you all heard early on from the judges at Tulane and Broad regarding the pretrial services program, which is funded through the Office of Criminal Justice Coordination, community supported release, prosecutorial diversion, jail navigator, and the reentry task force. So that is what our OCJC stands to support and champion this work and any other work that we can be a part of to make sure we have safer communities and making sure that our opportunities are present for all of our people. Next slide, please. And our priorities and visions is leveraging resources, pursuing partnerships, and collaborating to create new solutions that focus on healing, reduce trauma, and invest in the communities, creating systematic sustainability solutions to overcome barriers, to ensure that our criminal justice legal system is efficient, equitable, and provides comprehensive justice for all through information sharing technology, racial justice work, evidence-based public health strategies, and community engagement. The first one, information sharing and technology, is very vital to the work in the criminal justice legal system. When I came here 3.5 years ago, one of my first priorities was to make sure that we institute one record management system. That is very important if we're going to move into the 21st century. We have to get away from the antiquated systems that are still being used at the sheriff's office, the police department, the district attorney's office, criminal district court, and the clerk's office. So we've been doing that legwork for 3.5 years. Nathaniel Weaver in my office has been spearheading that work through the CJS committee, in which a couple of the council members have been a part of. We did email out the PowerPoint that he set up. If you guys have any questions regarding that CJS piece, please by all means reach out to him. He has been working in partnership with the DA's office, with the clerk's office, and with the criminal district court. And while we're talking about that, I think a question was raised earlier to the criminal court judges regarding funding for the case management system so that they can move to e-filing and the like. So just to be clear, the Supreme Court in 2020 has allocated, and the funds are still there, we check every day, $1 million to implement a new case management system. So Sean Holligan from the court has been working with Nathaniel Weaver from my office and Frank from the Supreme Court. So just to let you know that that is being done. We're moving on. I think the RP went out. It had to be like 500 different fields that they needed to put into the RP before they release it. So that is being done. As it relates to the racial justice work, Kate Holy in my office is the ethic and racial disparities working project manager for that group. They have done remarkable work. The report that was put together with the entire team of 24 members, I think 2 included judges and several members from the health department, from the council, from the community groups, all leaned in to make sure that this report was something that they wanted to see so that we can implement it in the years ahead, starting this year. So we have recommendations, and we have presented those recommendations to our Sandy Krasnoff Criminal Justice Committee, and it was voted on and approved. So we look forward to moving on the recommendations to enhance our criminal justice legal system. Next slide. All right, and that's the end of my presentation. Just a nice little quote. If you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. And I think that's where we all are at that point right now, where collaboration and cooperation is the key to moving the needle on where we need to be. I did hear a few things from presenters early on this evening. Some things were I'm not going to say caught me off guard, but it was just, we work very hard in the Office of Criminal Justice Coordination. We talk to people, we work with people, we reach out to people. We provide funding for all of our criminal justice agencies, and I'll name them for you. New Orleans Police Department, the Sheriff's Office, New Orleans District Attorney's Office, New Orleans Public Defender, Criminal District Court, Municipal and Traffic Court, Juvenile Court, Criminal District Clerk's Office. So the funding is there. We provide that funding. We work with people. We want to be here. We have data. Just ask. Our data, we may not be able to share it publicly because it comes from the source, the city server, and it has very personal information. So we can't release that data, but we can certainly, if it's something you're interested in, if we can pull it, we will. We have a great data team up here that is willing to help and provide the information that you need. We stand ready, and we're always willing to work with everyone. I started having coordination meetings amongst the criminal justice agencies right after COVID. And the reason being was everything was shut down. We needed to still communicate on how do we still, one, activate criminal justice reform, but have law and order, right? So we had meetings, we had Zoom meetings. That's when everybody was trying Zoom and WebEx. We were actually meeting. Civil District Court was invited, even though they were not part of, what our everyday work, but because they were vital to, one, domestic violence, having to file temporary restraining orders. That was important. Two, people being evicted during COVID. That was important. So we opened it up to them. So I just want you all to know that we're doing the work. We've been doing the work. We will continue to do the work, and we're here. I did hear Juvenile Court talk about the Evening Reporting Center. I think Councilmember Moreno remembers very well about the Evening Reporting Center back in 2019 when we were trying to get this up and running. And the mayor and I went out, solicited Pastor Watson help because we knew she was one of a renowned social worker in our area. She had been contracted with JP. She had done this work before at Juvenile Court years ago. She is amazing. And I knew she would be the person to lead the Evening Reporting Center. So that came under the Office of Criminal Justice Coordination, where it is still being housed and funded. And also, just last year, we had a tour, or maybe the year before, 2020, we did a tour with our legislators. A few of them went by and reviewed, took a tour of our facility, visited with the kids that were there. Senator Jimmy Harris reached out to me and said, I want an Evening Reporting Center in New Orleans East. Make it happen. I said, well, I need funds if that's what you want, sir. So he says, we're going to find the money. We're going to get this done. Sure enough, he stuck to his word. We have not received the money. We have just completed the CEA with the state by way of NARD because the money went directly to NARD. But we did receive $300,000 from the efforts of Jimmy Harris to stand up another Evening Reporting Center, which is going to be located in New Orleans East, 8600 Lake Forest Boulevard. They have been starting with planning, interviewing, and hiring. So that is underway, and Ms. Watson is on the line as well. So feel free to ask her any questions relating to that. But I think it's equally important to recognize the work that ERC has done. In 2021, they had a caseload of 75 young people. 0 of them was rearrested, which is great. That means the program is working. In 2020, they had a caseload of 71. 6 of our young people were rearrested, but that's okay. We expected 1 or 2 to be rearrested so that we can, things gonna happen, right? But we're there standing in the gaps for our young people, making sure that they have the services that they need, but not only for them. We need to look at what does that family structure looks like. We can release all day. This administration is not opposed to people being released. However, I am opposed to people being released without any services, wraparound services. We need to make sure that services are being provided for the family holistically and for the young person and for that adult who is being released back into the same environment, and we're expecting different results. That equals 0. So that's where we are. Just wanted you all to know that we're here, we're doing the work. A couple other things that I wanted to mention before I take any questions that you all may have. I know Joe, I'm not sure if Joe is on the line, but he mentioned about early on, there was a question about NCIC being down for a couple of months with pretrial services. And I think the DA's office had mentioned that it was down as well. NCIC was down in December for a couple of days. They changed over to a new system. They just had to flip the switch on a new system and switch the switch on the old system, but it was mitigating. It worked. Everything is up and running at the New Orleans Police Department, at the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office. They're up and running statewide. However, some of the issues that are being faced by pretrial services in criminal district court is by way of the Supreme Court, because they are on the Supreme Court's phone lines. So the issue is being worked out with the Supreme Court, whatever that is. That information I have been working on with Shelley Scott from Louisiana State Police Access Unit. I worked in NCIC for 8 years, so I'm very well knowledgeable of what the issues are and who to call. So with that being said, I was also notified today that the judges have requested 10 ORI numbers so that they can have access at the courthouse. The 10 ORI numbers were requested for the young people that, the staff, that is working in pretrial services so that they can gain access, because they do not know what the issues are going on at the Supreme Court. So I just felt that it was my duty to give you an update on the NCIC issue so that we can all be aware if you all start getting questions regarding NCIC. I think that may be it that I have. I'll take any questions that you all may have.
Thank you, Commissioner Stevens. You are the commissioner over the Office of Criminal Justice Coordination. And, I have to tell you, when I heard that you were getting this job, I was really excited and I was really proud of you, because I know of your talent and your expertise in this issue. But, I have a question about whether you have been able to really fulfill your role as commissioner and really fulfill the duty of this Office of Criminal Justice Coordination. When I think about the job of Criminal Justice Commissioner, I really do think you have like kind of the person above it all, where, I'm not saying that the chief has to like directly report to you or anything like that, or the DA has to directly report to you, but that you would be the one who would be almost auditing what's happening within the criminal justice system and figuring out what could potentially be problematic, and then be the one who really would have the power to get in there and try to resolve issues between all the different systems. And I feel like, and this is just, Helena speaking and just seeing what